Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 245 Dark Forest. Hearing Tanzixia's words, Lin Zia's gaze suddenly changed as he stared at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Ziu also had a weird feeling today. Liu Yu seemed to have disappeared early in the morning and he hasn't seen her at all, which gave Lin Ziu a strange feeling. Dark Forest. Someone from the Liu family was killed there. She probably went there to save that person. Tanzixia looked at Lin Ziu and said, Hearing Tanzixia's words, Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you get from telling me this?" Lin Ziu knew that this girl hated him deeply, so she must have something to gain from telling him this information. Nothing. Just wanted to remind you. Tanzixia snorted and said, Also, at the end of year's competition, our class, one of the North Campus class, will definitely wash away all the shame we had before. As soon as Tanzixia said that, she left. Lin Ziu frowned slightly. Liu Yu went to the Dark Forest. Where is that? He shook his head, then returned to his villa. If it was in the past, Liu Yu would be practicing in the training room on this side of the hall at this timing. But she was not seen and the place looked a little empty. Lin Ziu looked around, then took out the diamond skill card he had just obtained and looked at it. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. Lin Ziu understood this truth. This was a very precious body skill card for any warrior, especially Aoyanghang, so he was probably very mad. This was probably passed down to him from his family for him to use when he reaches rank 6. Lin Ziu shook his head and walked back to his room. Goo! Rolly was lying on the table in Lin Ziu's room, nibbling on an odd crystal. At this moment, seeing Lin Ziu coming over, he stood up. You little guy! Lin Ziu didn't know where Rolly got this odd crystal from, and wanted to laugh and cry at the same time as he pinched its chubby body. Until now, Lin Ziu was still very curious about Rolly, but he couldn't find anything about it. Lin Ziu was still very curious about how it formed and appeared. At this time, he didn't think much about this because he still remembered what Tanzixia said just now. Liu Yu went to the Dark Forest. Dark Forest. Where is this place? Lin Ziu thought about it, then sat in the chair and started the computer. Dark Forest. After logging into the Warrior Union website, Lin Ziu managed to find out information about the Dark Forest easily. There is even a special area. Lin Ziu was stunned when he clicked in and read. On the Warrior Union website, there was also a section about the Dark Forest. Dark Forest S grade. Recommended warriors rank 6 and above. Seeing the S grade sign, Lin Ziu's gaze changed. The dangerous areas on Earth were graded according to the degree of danger and S grade was the most dangerous. However, there were only 1 or 2 dangerous areas on Earth that could be called S grade and the lowest was D grade. The G17 ruin he went to before was only B grade. But this Dark Forest turned out to be an S grade area. One could imagine the degree of danger over there. A huge space crack appeared in the last century. There were a large number of plants and creatures that fell from another dimension. The area continued to expand, forming a terrifying forest. Lin Ziu looked at the information in this area and read out to himself. Rolly jumped on Lin Ziu's shoulder at this time and looked at the information on the screen curiously. But Lin Ziu felt a little annoyed when he thought about how Liu Yu left without saying goodbye. This chick, he must beat her ass when she comes back, Lin Ziu said aloud at this time. But that was just what he said. If Lin Ziu had to really do it, he probably would be beaten to death by her. Lin Ziu shook his head, then laid on the bed after taking a shower. Today's battle had completely exhausted him. It didn't take long for Lin Ziu to fall asleep. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Lin Ziu got up early and after washing up, he returned to the academy again. The Sacred Region Academy basically allows its students to be in a free-range environment. As long as the final exam was over, they wouldn't interfere with the students during the remaining time. After opening the door of the training room, Lin Ziu walked into the gravity room. Lin Ziu came very early today, so there was no one around yet. Lin Xiu wouldn't give up on training in the gravity room. It was very helpful for improving his strength. Lin Xiu inserted the card directly and started. Soon, after a series of tapping on the keyboard, Lin Xiu quickly adjusted all the settings. Under the state of 7 times the gravity, there should be no problem with training. Lin Xiu thought so, and the machine started up instantly. The gravity around him suddenly became 7 times the gravity. This gravitational superposition was not a simple superposition. The difference between 6 times and 7 times was very big. Lin Xiu felt a little uncomfortable being oppressed all of a sudden. Whew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath at this time. After unlocking the rank 2 Dean lock, the organs and cells in his body had actually undergone qualitative changes. Boom boom! The machine on the ceiling started to spin again at this time. Soon, a lot of laser beams shot towards Lin Xiu. It attacked in all directions. And the ground was made of special materials, so those laser rays would be reflected when they hit the ground. Therefore, to dodge them completely was a test of a person's ability to react. Lin Xiu was very focused at this time and kept dodging. Big Brother Xiu seems a little weird. This morning, Lin Xiu seemed to be frantically training. So Diong Lai and the others commented when they saw this scene. Indeed, Zhang Yin also nodded. He always felt that Lin Xiu didn't seem right after the battle yesterday. At this moment, outside the door, there were a few guys and girls in light blue uniforms walking towards them. Excuse me, are you students from Class 10 of the South Campus? A girl said while looking at Zhang Yin and the others. At this moment, the students from Class 10 of the South Campus in the training room all looked towards them. Chapter 246 New Mission. Chapter 246 New Mission. Well, you or Zhang Yin looked at these people who came by suddenly and asked curiously. Judging by their outfits, they were in the light blue uniform of the Sacred Region Academy, and after taking a closer look at the print on it, he realized that these people were second-year seniors of the Sacred Region Academy. What were they doing here? At this time, Zhang Yin and the others became curious. N is your class monitor. Lin Xiu around the girl glanced around at this time, but she didn't see Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, hearing that they were looking for Lin Xiu, Zhang Yin and Lai Ping expressions changed. The day before, Lin Xiu defeated Yu Yi, who was a second-year student, which probably upset many second-year students. After all, Lin Xiu was just a freshman. Defeating the rank 6 Yu Yi was simply a slap in the face for a second-year student. Could it be that Yu Yi's people were now looking for Lin Xiu for revenge? Don't get us wrong. We won't find trouble with him. A guy saw the look on their faces and smiled suddenly. Who was looking for me at this time? The door of the gravity room opened. Lin Xiu walked over and said while wiping the sweat from his face. After a morning of training, Lin Xiu was already sweating all over and there were many traces of laser burns on his arms. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Xiu overheard their conversation. Although Lin Xiu was a little far away, his hearing was very strong now, and he could easily hear the conversation there. He slowly made his way over. Looking at the group of people, Lin Xiu could easily tell from the clothes on their bodies that these were second-year students. Hello, classmate Lin. Among them, a girl with a ponytail said to Lin Xiu politely. Lin Xiu was slightly startled when he saw this person. These people didn't look like they wanted to find trouble with him. Lin Xiu asked, "Is anything the matter?" The woman nodded, then looked at Lin Xiu and said, "We want to ask you to complete a mission with us." A mission. Lin Xiu knitted his brows slightly. He knew that in the Sacred Region Academy, they were able to accept missions and get paid. And when accepting the mission, if the location of the mission was outside, you could apply to leave the academy. You just needed to come back within the specified time. You guys are second-year students. There's no reason to ask me. Right? Lin Xiu waved and laughed. Many of the second-year students were quite strong and there were many of them who were much stronger than him. Logically speaking, there was really no need for them to look for Lin Xiu. They seemed to know that Lin Xiu would ask this question. They smiled and said, "No, your power can't be replaced by others." Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback. He thought that these guys came here to curry favor with him. "Do you know about the Dark Forest?" One of the guys looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Dark Forest. Hearing the words Dark Forest, The pupils in Lin Zia's eyes constricted suddenly. Isn't that the place where Luo Yu went? And it is very dangerous there. It is S-grade. With that thought, he couldn't help but worry about Luo Yu. The Luo Yu's current strength was only at rank 5 and the risk of going there should also be extremely high. For warriors who can use fire skills there, it wouldn't be so difficult there. One of the guys said to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu had read the introduction of the Dark Forest before and many evolved beasts over there were afraid of flames. His fire attribute skill should have a strong restraining effect on those evolved beasts. We watched the battle between you and Yi yesterday and felt that you were very strong. So we sincerely hope that you can go there with us. At this time, the girl with the ponytail said aloud. Lin Ziyu glanced at these people. The analytic eye was activated instantly, and he discovered that their strengths were all at rank 6. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes. Even rank 6 warriors were afraid of the Dark Forest. What's in it for me? Lin Ziyu said plainly. Hearing this, they knew that Lin Ziyu was already a little interested. The reward for completing the task is 300 points and there is an item reward. If the 6 of us go together, we will give you 150 points. But the remaining 150 points and the reward item will belong to us. One of the men said to Lin Ziyu at this time. Item reward. 150. The points weren't a lot to Lin Ziyu. The points he had obtained in the Tower of Tournament and the points he had been awarded previously added up to a total of about 100 points already. In terms of points, it was not too important for Lin Ziyu. What is the item reward? Lin Ziyu asked. At this moment, hearing Lin Ziya's words, the guy frowned slightly. Then he looked at the girl with the ponytail. After the ponytail girl nodded, the man answered, Snow silkworm. This was a special evolved beast. It was very small and like its name. Its whole body was like a silkworm covered in snow and ice. The precious thing about this was that it can be used as a medicine and could be mixed with other ingredients to make the human body absorb the energy of the odd crystal faster. This thing was very rare. This thing is very important to us. The guy looked at Lin Ziyu, thinking that Lin Ziyu coveted this thing. No, I don't want it. Lin Ziyu shook his head and said, this thing was indeed good for ordinary warriors, especially those who wanted to attack advanced warriors. But Lin Ziyu had a system and if you wanted to advance, he only needed to gain enough experience. Then you. When are we going? Lin Ziyu interrupted before the guy could finish his sentence. If you are sure you want to join us, we can set off at noon tomorrow. The girl with the ponytail looked at Lin Ziyu and said, sure. Lin Ziyu nodded. It was too boring to train here. Also, in terms of the speed of improving his strength, it couldn't be compared to killing evolved beasts and gaining experience. Okay, let's get to know each other. I am Guoling. The girl with the ponytail nodded, then stretched out her hand and said to Lin Ziyu, Chapter 247 I will come back alive. Chapter 247 I will come back alive. Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu also extended his hand and said aloud, this is Qiu Lai and Chen Jin. The ponytail girl introduced them to Lin Ziyu at this time. Tomorrow at 12 noon. Wait at the field. After they agreed on the time to meet, everyone left. Lin Ziyu. They were talking about the Dark Forest after the second-year students left. Gang Yin asked Lin Ziyu curiously. Yeah. Lin Ziyu nodded. He didn't have anything to hide from them. Really, I heard that the level of danger in that place is quite high. Lai Ping seemed to have recalled something at this time and trembled. You guys continue to train and strive to be able to withstand 6 times the gravity before the final exam. Lin Ziyu looked at the students in Class 10 of the South Campus and said aloud at this time, 6 times the gravity. Zhang Yin and the others were stunned. They had just started training for 4 times the gravity and every time the gravity increases, the load they had to bear was more than doubled. You guys continue to train. You'll get going first. This is the key. You'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Zhang Yin. Lin Ziyu handed the key to the training room to Zhang Yin. Are you really going? Zhang Yin asked. The danger of this place was not comparable to the G17 ruin. Lin Ziyu was only a rank 5 warrior and the minimum rank requirement to go there was rank 6 in order to have a chance to survive. Well, I'll go and take a look. Lin Xiu smiled and said, by the way, remember to train well. Don't be lazy. When I come back, your results will be assessed. Everyone should reach rank 4 at least. Lin Xiu glanced at the students behind and said aloud, being the class monitor was not so easy. It was necessary to assume a certain level of responsibility. If they failed to pass the final assessment, the class monitor would be the first one to be held responsible before the teacher. No problem after the previous events. The students in Class 10 of the South College admired Lin Xiu very much. At this time, they responded in unison after hearing Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu left the place and walked over to Nan Zhengjun's office. Knock knock knock. Nan Zhengjun, who was tapping on the keyboard and seemed to be doing some work, frowned when he heard the knock on the door. Come in, Teacher Nan. Lin Xiu walked in and greeted. When the Nan Zhengjun saw that it was Lin Xiu who walked in, he was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, Lin Xiu, what's the matter? Lin Xiu defeated Zhuo Kixing, and he also heard that he defeated second-year Yi the day before, which made him quite proud. Lin Xiu was the class monitor of Class 10 of the South Campus. He represented Class 10 of the South Campus. I want to apply for a mission. Lin Xiu walked to Nan Zhengjun's desk and said, complete a mission. What mission? Let me take a look. Nan Zhengjun was startled. There was a mission system in the Sacred Region Academy which allowed you to earn points. There were various missions that came with mission numbers. S39. Lin Xiu said aloud. S-grade mission. Nan Zhengjun's eyes constricted and quickly typed the mission number. The content of the mission was revealed. S-grade mission: find a mutated black-toothed spider living in the dark forest. Mission reward 300 points. No, I don't agree with you doing this mission. It's too dangerous. Nan Zhengjun shook his head and said, this was not only an S-grade mission, but he also had to go to the dark forest. The danger over there was not comparable to this place. Although he had acknowledged Lin Xiu's strength, it was almost the same as courting death if Lin Xiu went to that place. Lin Xiu, do you know where the dark forest is? Even if I go to this place, I may not be able to come back alive. Nan Zhengjun's expression has become serious now. Lin Xiu was talented. As long as he trains carefully, he will definitely become a very powerful warrior in the future. It would be a pity if he died there now. I know. I can come back alive, Lin Xiu said plainly. You, seeing the stubborn look on Lin Xiu's face, Nan Zhengjun got frustrated and said with a bitter smile, no, for your safety. I want to prove it. Without the approval of the teacher, no one could get out of the door of the Sacred Region Academy. Even if you went out, it was an endless sea out there and no one knew how to leave. Did you go there too? Lin Xiu said to Nan Zhengjun at this time. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Nan Zhengjun froze. Her situation is special. After a moment of silence, Nan Zhengjun said with a sigh, Luo Yu had a strong family background and she seemed to be in a hurry to go to the dark forest. Moreover, she got approval directly from the dean, so he had no right to stop her. I will come back alive. Lin Xiu looked at Nan Zhengjun and repeated. Nan Zhengjun looked at Lin Xiu's firm eyes and sighed. Well, be careful. Then, Nan Zhengjun knew that he couldn't stop Lin Xiu. While speaking, Nan Zhengjun began to input some information on the computer and handed a card to Lin Xiu. Thank you. Lin Xiu thanked Nan Zhengjun, then left his office. Dark forest. Here he comes. Lin Xiu. Looking at Lin Xiu's retreating figure, Nan Zhengjun called out. Lin Xiu stopped in his tracks. Be careful. You have to come back alive, Nan Zhengjun said with a sigh. Lin Xiu's aptitude was the best among the warriors he ever had, so he didn't want Lin Xiu to die. Lin Xiu nodded, then walked out the door. This would be much more dangerous than before, but he still had to go even if it is dangerous. In order to improve his strength, killing evolved beasts was the fastest way. And Luo Yu was there as well. He didn't know how she was doing. This girl hid everything in her heart, which gave Lin Xiu a headache. Now, let's redeem a combat suit first. Lin Xiu thought for a while and said to himself as he walked. Chapter 248 Fire Scale Combat Suit. Chapter 248 Fire Scale Combat Suit. Soon, Lin Xiu arrived at the exchange center again. The old man on the counter over there already recognized Lin Xiu's face. At this moment, seeing Lin Xiu coming over, he couldn't help but laughed and said, "Young man, you're here again." He looked at Lin Xiu who was approaching and said with a smile, "An, are there any better combat suits?" Lin Xiu nodded and went straight to the point. "Combat suit, ah." The old man nodded and began to tap on the screen. "What kind do you want? The stronger the protection, the better," Lin Xiu said. Although the combat suit that he used before was worth about a few million union coins, after so many battles, it has now begun to have marks. There were even holes in some places. And when he reaches the dark forest, this battle suit was simply not enough. "Where are you going?" the old man thought for a moment, then asked Lin Xiu curiously. After all, if you train at the Sakikra Region Academy, there was no use for such expensive combat suits. Only when you go out to fight evolved beasts, the use of these combat suits could be brought to the fullest. If you are not going to a dangerous place, there is no need to use such expensive protective clothing. After all, this requires a lot of points. "Dark forest," Lin Xiu said directly. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the old man's gaze suddenly changed. "You're going to that darned place." He seemed to know the horror of that place and said with widened eyes at this time, "If a warrior above rank 6 entered the dark forest, the survival rate was only less than 50. As for Lin Xiu's current strength, the old man could easily tell that he only had the strength of a rank 5 warrior. In his opinion, going to the dark forest with his current strength was simply courting death. "And, is there a recommended combat suit?" Lin Xiu nodded and said. He knew that there were many combat suits that were specially designed for different places. So Lin Xiu also knew that wearing a special combat suit specifically designed to deal with the evolved beasts in a certain area would be most effective. "Are you really going to that place, young man? You may not know how dangerous it is over there." The old man had a good impression of Lin Xiu, and he reminded him kindly at this time. "I know what kind of place I am going." Lin Xiu was also a little bit dumbfounded at this time. Why do these people keep thinking that he will definitely die if he went to the dark forest? But he has an upgrade system and has unlocked the rank 2 gene lock. Plus with the Fury and Mirror Image, the danger of going there would be greatly reduced. Okay. Hearing Lin Xiu's words and knowing that Lin Xiu would not listen, the old man swiped on the screen at this time. The fire scale combat suit is made of scales of the rank 7 flame beast. As the source strength on the body erupts, the scale armor on this combat suit will also transmit a scorching sensation, which produces a layer of hot air for protection. The beasts in the dark forest are afraid of fire, so this is definitely the best choice, the old man explained. Lin Xiu looked at the fire scale suit on the screen. It really looked very impressive, and the protective ability was much better than that of his previous combat suit. This thing looks good, but the points required were also a lot. Right. How many points does it require? Lin Xiu asked. He only had about 100 points currently. If it required too many points, he really couldn't redeem it, and had to find something cheaper. The inventory of this one is relatively small, so it requires quite a lot of points, the old man replied. Hearing this old man's words, Lin Xiu frowned slightly. Seems like this combat suit is very expensive. In this case, he really did not have enough points. How many? 200 points. The old man looked at Lin Xiu and said, "Never mind. You'll take a look at other combat suits." Lin Xiu said a bit regretfully. Sure enough, he was right. The points required for this combat suit were a bit too much and he didn't have enough points to redeem it. Are you really going to the dark forest? The old man ignored Lin Xiu's words and stared at Lin Xiu. Of course. Lin Xiu nodded. He has already made an agreement with those people and he would definitely be there. Also, the experience gained from killing the evolved beasts was much more compared to training here. How many points do you have now? The old man asked. Lin Xiu took out his card and pressed on the inquiry sign at the side. It instantly showed that he had a little over 100 points. 100 points. You still need half more. The old man touched his beard, then looked at Lin Xiu and said, I can lend you 100 Points. You can lend me. Lin Xiu was stunned when he heard the old man's words. He originally wanted to redeem a suit that could be exchanged for about 100 points. After all, he couldn't simply get 100 points all at once right now. Yes, I can lend 100 points to you and you can return them to me within this semester. The old man nodded. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, looked at him, and said, "What conditions do you have?" There was no free lunch in the world. Lin Xiu didn't believe that this old man would lend him 100 points just because he was handsome. Of course, unless he was an old gay. With that thought, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a chill. You are going to the dark forest to complete a mission, right? The old man looked at Lin Xiu, as if he had already guessed something. Lin Xiu nodded. There was nothing to hide. When you go there, help me find something. The old man shifted his eyes and said to Lin Xiu. While he was talking, he took out a card and soon a picture appeared on it. The picture was an introduction of a plant. Dark red spider lily, help me find this plant and bring it back. The old man said aloud. Isn't this the legendary red spider lily? There really is such a thing. Lin Xiu looked at this black flower and said in surprise. No, it's just a plant that looks very similar to the legendary red spider lily. That's how it got its name. The old man shook his head and said, there are a lot of these things in the dark forest, but can't simply leave the Sacred Region Academy. You only need to find this thing for me and bring it back. Then I will lend you 100 points. Chapter 249. Get ready to set off. Chapter 249. Get ready to set off. This thing should be difficult to find, right? Lin Xiu looked at the old man and asked. If this thing was easy to find, he would not have lent him 100 points. It's not that difficult. As long as you go inside and pay close attention, you might find it. The old man touched his beard and said to Lin Xiu, sure. Lin Xiu nodded at this time and said, but I don't want you to lend me points. No need to lend him points. Hearing Lin Xiu's words at this time, the old man was taken aback and didn't understand why. He'll find it for you and these 100 points are mine. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said. While talking, Lin Xiu took out his phone. I checked, and this thing costs a high price in the warrior union. You sneaky boy. Seeing this, the old man sneered. He'll lend the 100 points to you. If you can bring this thing back, you won't have to return the points. Deal? However, I need you to give me something as collateral. The old man squinted at Lin Xiu and said, something as collateral? Yes. If you die over there, my 100 points will be gone. Right? The old man touched his beard and said, I don't have anything to give you as collateral right now, and I believe that I can come back alive. Lin Xiu stared at him and said confidently, actually, he has one, which was the diamond body skill card and ice crystal whitebird's egg. These were all priceless things, but Lin Xiu would not be so stupid to take them out. Although this person was an official member of the Sacred Region Academy, Lin Xiu was not sure if the old man would do anything if he was tempted by profits. After all, he probably saw Lin Xiu as a young and naive boy. Never mind. Never mind. The old man shook his head at this time and lent the 100 points to Lin Xiu, including the points Lin Xiu had. He had just enough points to redeem the fire scale suit. Soon, the old man took out a large wooden box from the warehouse inside. This wooden box looked like it was made of very high-end materials, and there were two large words fire scale in the middle. Try it on and see if it fits. The old man put the box directly on the table and said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, then quickly opened the box. A fiery red uniform appeared in the middle of the box with a thin layer of unusual plastic on it. As Lin Xiu took out the combat suit, he tore off the film on it. There were fiery red scales on the combat suit, and you could see that it was really made of the scales of the flame beast. The defensive effect of this combat suit should be much stronger than the one he was wearing at the moment. Lin Xiu tried it on, and this combat suit fits perfectly. Okay, I will bring that thing back. After Lin Xiu felt no discomfort in wearing the combat suit, he said to the old man, I hope so. The old man touched his beard, then nodded. Looking at Lin Ziu's retreating figure, a smile appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. What an interesting boy. Back at the villa, Lin Ziu didn't continue training, but packed up his things and put them in one of his backpacks, preparing for the journey to Dark Forest the next day. While packing his backpack, Lin Ziu discovered that the ice crystal white bird's egg was still in the backpack. Where do I put this thing? Lin Ziu looked at the white egg, and at this moment, it felt cold to the touch. It was very strange. What exactly is going on even in the hot weather now? The egg still felt cold, as if it was taken out of the cold storage. It was really amazing. After thinking about it, Lin Ziu decided to put it in his backpack and took it with him. After all, he wouldn't be at the Dark Forest for only a few days. He might be there for more than half a month. If he left it in this villa, it might be very unsafe, and it might hatch suddenly, although this possibility was very low. After Lin Ziu was done packing, he looked at his phone. He sent Liu Yu a text message before, but Liu Yu did not reply to it, which made Lin Ziu frown. At night, Lin Ziu began to sit cross-legged on the ground and cultivated using the cultivation technique. Soon, the energy in the air poured into Lin Ziu's body. After some time, when Lin Ziu opened his eyes again, it was already morning. After eating breakfast, he continued to brandish the dark edge spear and practiced. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Ziu carried his backpack and walked to the agreed place with his dark edge spear. Rolly also jumped from Lin Ziu's shoulder into his backpack. You're here. Guo Ling seemed to have arrived at the field very early. At this moment, watching Lin Ziu walk over, she smiled. She still had a ponytail and looked very energetic. She was also carrying a long sword behind her back. She was a warrior who uses a sword. Lin Ziu nodded and stood there with her. Lin Ziu had put on the fire scale combat suit and he was decked in red, together with the scale armor with unique patterns. He had a special air around him. Fire scale combat suit. Guo Ling noticed the combat suit Lin Ziu was wearing and her eyes lit up. This kind of combat suit was considered quite expensive. She didn't expect Lin Ziu to be able to afford it. Didn't expect that as a freshman. You actually have more points than us. Guo Ling smiled bitterly. Fire scale combat suits were only available in the exchange center of the Sacred Region Academy. She was sure that Lin Ziu got it there. And she checked previously that this set of combat suit required 200 points. Just lucky. Lin Ziu smiled and didn't say more. Soon another girl and 3 guys walked over, including Lin Ziu. There was a total of 6 people. The people required for this mission had all arrived. Where are we going next? Lin Ziu glanced at Guo Ling and asked. Over there. Guo Ling pointed at the gate. Chapter 250 Deep Blue City. Chapter 250 Deep Blue City. With Guo Ling leading, Lin Ziu and the rest followed and walked towards the gate of the academy. There was a separate building next to the gate. A middle-aged man in uniform was typing on the keyboard in front of the machine inside. Which mission? The middle-aged man saw Lin Ziu and the others approaching, and asked indifferently. He was probably used to having people coming here. S39. Guo Ling answered. Hearing that, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, then looked at Guo Ling and the others and began to tap on the keyboard. Guo Ling, Lin Ziu, Q Lai, Shenjin, Wan Kainshui, Kaiyan Lin. While looking at the information on the screen, he glanced at Lin Ziu and the others. After confirming that it was them, he nodded. Set off now. Yes. Guo Ling replied. Sure. Take your own information card and board the airship at the gate of the academy in 5 minutes. After a while, the middle-aged man seemed to have completed all the processing and said to Lin Ziu and the others, it should be the same as before, taking the airship to fly out. Lin Ziu thought to himself at this moment, but where exactly is this Sacred Region Academy located? Lin Ziu didn't really understand why it had to be so concealed. When Guo Ling and the others walked to the gate, the guards verified their information and let them proceed. After walking out of the huge gate, they could see the scenery outside. Across them was an endless sea with no boundary in sight. Boom boom. After a while, an airship slowly landed here. This airship looked much smaller compared to the previous airship that went to the G-17 ruin. Are you the students of the S-39 mission then? An old man who had white hair and a ruddy complexion walked down and smiled at Lin Xiu and the others. Yes. Guo Ling walked over, nodded, and said aloud, I need to verify your information. Please take your information card out. The old man nodded, and said to Guo Ling and the others with a special machine in his hand. Guo Ling took out her information card and as she swiped it on the machine, her information was shown on the machine. The old man nodded, then looked at Lin Xiu and the others behind. Although it was a bit cumbersome, Lin Xiu walked up with his information card and swiped it on the machine. Freshman seeing Lin Xiu's information. The old man was surprised. Then he sized Lin Xiu up. According to the data, Lin Xiu was a freshman. Although he has the strength of a rank 5 warrior, if he goes to the dark forest, it was almost akin to death. Yeah. Lin Xiu nodded. Good luck to you. The old man smiled and said to Lin Xiu. This made Lin Xiu a little unhappy. He didn't say it out, but it was as if Lin Xiu would be doomed there. Soon, everyone stepped onto the airship. There was a spacious hall on the airship, which was very well decorated. Just like a cafe. Okay, let me brief you guys first. When the old man finally got on the airship shook a bit and began to take off. Your mission location is the Dark Forest, but the Sacred Region Academy doesn't have a station there. So we'll stop at the nearby Deep Blue City which is closest to the Dark Forest. Lin Xiu nodded. He has checked all the information and was not surprised to hear this now. But Lin Xiu's eyelids were twitching a little at this moment. As the saying goes, when the right eye twitches, there is going to be a disaster. Could it be that something was about to happen? But Lin Xiu shook his head quickly. He was overthinking. Even if there were any evolved beasts, hell just kill them all. As it was a long journey to go to the Deep Blue City, everyone closed their eyes to rest and continued to improve their bodies through the cultivation technique. They also absorbed the energy of the surrounding air, ensuring their source strength was at the fullest at any time. After some time, the airship shook slightly and they heard a machine announcement. Arrived at destination. Arrived at destination. Hearing this, Lin Xiu opened his eyes. We're here. The old man smiled and said aloud as he pressed a button next to him with his right hand. Then, the airship's door opened and formed a staircase down. Dazzling sunlight shone in from outside. Let's go. Guo Ling stood up and said to Lin Xiu and the others. The other 4 second-year students seemed to be familiar with each other and were walked in front together. Lin Xiu followed behind, looking a bit lonely. But Lin Xiu didn't really care about these things. Anyway, he went to the Dark Forest this time not only to complete this so-called mission to earn points. He wanted to kill evolved beasts to level up and also to see if he would meet Liu Yu. After all, Liu Yu was only a rank 5 warrior and it was indeed very dangerous here. The moment they walked out, they realized that they were on the roof of a tall building. There were some signs of the Sacred Region Academy around. Looking around from this rooftop, there were tall buildings everywhere and the main color of the city was mainly blue with white to complement. Blue and white together just like the sky. I navigated and there is no private car from the Deep Blue City to the Dark Forest. We can buy a mechanical mount now and head to the Dark Forest. Guo Ling said aloud as he walked down the roof. You guys have no objection. Right. Of course. The rest of them nodded and said without hesitation. Lin Xiu. What about you? Guo Ling looked over and asked. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. It was mountain roads throughout the journey from Deep Blue City to the Dark Forest. It was more troublesome to travel by car. Driving a mini airplane wouldn't work as well because the fog in the sky was very thick and it has a strong magnetic field, which can cause the airplane to lose control. This was also one of the reasons why the airship couldn't land there directly. The mechanical mount has artificial intelligence. It could also be operated manually and the speed was very fast. It was indeed a very convenient means of transportation for warriors. Walking down this building, Lin Xiu could see that there were a lot of people in Deep Blue City. There were also many warriors walking around with weapons on their backs. Let's go and take a look over there. Guo Ling's eyes lit up as he looks to the front. Chapter 251 Android Battle Tiger. Chapter 251 Android Battle Tiger. Guo Ling led the way and everyone went forward. Lin Ziu looked in that direction. This was a shop selling mechanical mounts, similar to the android wolf that he had before. But the core structure was different from that one. Compared to the android wolf, these structures were much simpler. They were all driven by electricity. Many people were crowding around and it seemed like many people were planning to buy one. This kind of mechanical mount was relatively easy to use on steep mountain roads and its speed was not slow at all. Also, it has basic artificial intelligence. Boss, how much is this? Guo Ling walked over, pointed at one of the mechanical mounts, and said to the owner of the shop. The owner was a fat man with a fair round belly and swelled head. Android Battle Tiger. 500 Inya each. The owner said to Guo Ling. 1 Inya. We want 6. Guo Ling said directly. No, I will make a loss. The owner shook his head and said. Seeing the boss refused, so without hesitation, Guo Ling frowned. The price of 1.5 million, relatively speaking, was indeed a bit expensive. Because they had been living in the Sacred Region Academy for most of the time and were used to using points to exchange for items. Although they had union coins, they didn't have many. What's the lowest you can go? Qiu Lai was a muscular guy in the team. At this moment, he walked out and asked the owner. If you want 6, I can give you the lowest price. 410 Inya each. Which is the lowest? Never mind if you don't want it. I have many people waiting to buy them. The fat owner said impatiently. As the city outside the deep blue city was surrounded by towering peaks, and there were mountain roads on the way out, so many people used mechanical mounts. The L32 model began mass production the year before. In May of this year, because the new model was already in production, it has now been discontinued. Moreover, the performance of the new model is much better than the old one. The price on the official website is only 1.5 million, and you obviously modified the outer shell yourself and the shape was changed. At this moment, Lindsay walked over and said indifferently to the fat man. Hearing Lindsay's words, the fat man's eyes widened suddenly. Guo Ling and the others also looked at Lin Ziu in surprise, a little curious about how Lin Ziu knew so much. You'll know just by checking it online with your phone. Lin Ziu saw the surprised expressions of Guo Ling and the others and said helplessly. The owner's gaze changed at this time. Lin Ziu didn't speak very loudly and the other customers over there didn't seem to hear him. If someone heard that the owner deliberately refurbished some mechanical mounts, the reputation of this shop would be ruined. Forget it. 6 million. Take them if you want. The fat owner was silent for a while and said, hearing the fat man's words. Guo Ling looked at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu nodded. The shape was modified by the owner, but the performance should not have an impact. And this kind of thing wouldn't break so easily. Soon, Lin Ziu and the others completed the payment one by one. Lin Ziu only discovered now that he only had about 1 million union coins in his card. Boss, do you have any android battle tigers at this moment? A group of people came over and shouted when they saw that Lin Ziu and the others were about to take away the last remaining mechanical mounts. Sorry, the last 6 have been taken by them. The fat boss smiled apologetically and said aloud. It was obvious that the fat owner seemed a little scared of these men. Lin Ziu ignored them and walked directly to the android battle tiger that he had just bought. This android battle tiger looked quite big and was light reflected off its surface. After checking, he confirmed that everything was new, except for that shell that has been modified by the owner in order to deceive customers who weren't knowledgeable. Lin Ziu inspected closely and was relieved after confirming that everything was new. These android battle tigers were all fully charged and Lin Ziu quickly started it up. After entering his fingerprint and face authentication, this android battle tiger was completely Lin Zius. Look, the mechanical mounts over there are pretty good. The fat owner looked at the men with a smile, then pointed to the mechanical mounts on the other side that appeared equally cool. No, I want this. The man shook his head and said aloud. But this is the last one. The fat owner said with cold sweat on his forehead. No, they just have to give it to us. The men looked at Lin Ziu and the others who were about to leave on their android battle tigers. As soon as he said that, the men who were with him stood in front of Lin Xiu and the others, blocking the road. What's the meaning of this? Qiu Lai said when he saw this scene. Qiu Lai looked relatively muscular and he was not afraid as he stared at the men and said. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the scene. The uniforms of these people seemed to be the same, like they were customized. And based on the attitude of the fat owner just now, these people should be some small groups here. It doesn't mean anything. You can get other android battle wolf. We want these 6 android battle tigers. The leader of the group said aloud at this time. The difference between the android battle wolf and the android battle tiger was in their power. If there was no special requirement, the android battle wolf was also pretty decent. No way, Guo Ling said coldly when he heard the man's words. We have already paid for these. Let's go, Guo Ling said as he glanced at the crowd behind him and said. Qiu Lai and the others were obviously convinced by Guo Ling. Hearing his words at this time, they immediately drove the android battle tigers forward. There were a lot of sharp spikes in the front of this android battle tiger. As Guo Ling and the others directly charged out with the android battle tiger, they froze. In the next moment, they quickly avoided. After all, if you got hit by these android battle tigers, you will be injured. Damn it, you guys better watch out. When the man saw the scene, his eyes suddenly became exceptionally cold. HMPH. These people are simply courting death. Qiu Lai snorted while advancing forward with the android battle tiger. These people probably wouldn't let this matter rest. Lin Xiu sat on the android battle tiger and turned his head to look back. Chapter 252 Sniper. Chapter 252 Sniper. The man watched Lin Xiu and his group leave with sinister looks in their eyes. Lin Xiu sensed that things would not end so easily. Freshman, are you afraid? Relax. We are all rank 6 warriors and can kill these small-time bandits anytime. Qiu Lai looked at Lin Xiu and laughed out loud. Lin Xiu sneered but did not say anything. Although they were rank 6 warriors, they were weak in Lin Xiu's eyes. He could easily take any of them with fury. Guo Ling took the lead and everyone rode on their android tigers forward. They were all large and comfortable enough that a person could lie on top of them. Lin Xiu placed his bag and dark spear at the side and felt relaxed. The android battle tigers were extremely fast and they quickly arrived at Deep Blue City's gates. There were many Union soldiers with laser rifles standing guard. The laser rifles were the latest models and the laser beams fired would instantly penetrate through any ordinary warriors. There were many warriors that came and went with a massive crowd all around. After passing through the gates, they were able to see the scenery outside, which was a landscape of mountains. All the trees that had been mutated were extremely tall and majestic. He was on a different Earth with a different environment as compared to his past life. Be it grass or trees, all of them have had heaven-toppling changes. According to the android tiger's speed and the direction, I reckon that we will take about 1.5 days to reach Dark Forest. Guo Ling turned to Lin Xiu and the others and said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Qian Lin replied in excitement. Aside from Guo Ling, the only female, everyone seemed to be extremely excited. Lin Xiu, are you okay? Guo Ling looked at Lin Xiu and asked. I'm fine. Lin Xiu nodded his head. The others glanced at him but did not say anything. They were a small group and were slightly disagreeable towards Lin Xiu, who had suddenly barged in. It was due to the fact that Guo Ling had seen Lin Xiu's battle video, and saw that his skills were good and even had fire attribute skills that she felt he was extremely suitable to go to Dark Forest. Guo Ling rode on her android battle tiger and keyed in the destination on the small screen. The android battle tiger started to increase its speed and charge ahead. Lin Xiu followed tightly behind. The new android battle tiger models were capable of cyber navigating, and its navigation system was comprehensive, and they simply had to follow the path laid out. And its claws were extremely strong, allowing their transport to be extremely stable. Very quickly, they moved across the mountain and the sight of Deep Blue City behind them gradually got further. When they looked back, Deep Blue City was extremely small. The ground ahead became more smooth and trees grew extremely tall. But they were all aware of the terrain change prior. There were light blue mosses on the ground as well that no one knew what they were. Bang bang bang. Not long after riding in the new terrain, they heard noises. Be careful. Guoling saw laser beams from the front and the expression in her eyes changed immediately. She moved extremely quickly and immediately unleashed sphere. All the laser beams were reflected away instantly. Qiu Lai and the others immediately erupted with source strength in the confusion and formed their own spheres to protect themselves. All the laser beams were easily deflected. Lin Xiu stood on his android battle tiger and avoided the laser beams. Hu Qiu's face became sinister. Anyone getting ambushed would never feel good. But the attackers did not reply and instead shot out even more laser beams from the high peaks. Su su su. A series of laser beam sounds came out from above them. All the laser beams struck the spheres. Bang bang bang. Explosions occurred on top of the spheres. Although they were able to use sphere, they were warriors that had just entered rank 6. The might of their spheres were not strong enough yet. After enduring the powerful laser beams, the spheres started to tremble. Damn it. Who the hell is sneaking the attack on us? Chen Jin was a refined-looking young man, but his face had become sinister from the barrage of laser beams. Lin Xiu could tell that his character was different from his appearance. He was a hot-tempered man. Over here. Guo Ling's eyes changed as she swung the sword on her back. Su su su. Her slash produced a crescent sword kai that flew right out. It flew far ahead. Bang. The sword kai struck and broke a large trunk. The trunk broke apart and the people on the tree dropped down. They were obviously warriors and quickly stabilized their drops. They are the people from before. Guo Ling looked at them and realized that they were dressed the same as the people they had just met, as though it was mass manufactured. Bang bang bang. Just as Guo Ling finished her sentence, a large number of laser beams shot towards them. HMPH even with sphere. I don't believe you guys can take this. One of the assailants snorted and fired the laser rifle. No. If this goes on, our sphere can't deal with it. After all, sphere consumes source strength. But the intensity of the laser beams was too intense. It was troublesome for them to charge right at their assailants. Guo Ling and the others frowned. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly charged forward. Lin Xiu. Chapter 253 Hunted to Hunter I. Chapter 253 Hunted to Hunter I. Guo Ling was stunned when she saw the person charge forward. Isn't that Lin Xiu? Trying to die, Qiu Lai spoke up when he saw Lin Xiu rush ahead. Even rank 6 warriors with spheres were suffering from the barrage of laser beams. Wasn't Lin Xiu looking to die as a rank 5 warrior? All the others had the same thought. The laser beam started to aim at Lin Xiu. White beam shot towards Lin Xiu's direction as he charged at the assailants. Lin Xiu held Dark Edge in his right hand and moved his body continuously to avoid the laser beams. All of the laser beams were an inch away from him, but none managed to land a hit. How was that possible? Everyone was stunned by his movements. He was actually able to avoid the dense mass of laser beams. Lin Xiu did not move extremely fast, but it looked as though he had some instinct to sense and avoid the laser beams with ease. Guo Ling and the others were shocked. Although the gravity room in class had the training to avoid laser beams, they were not able to imitate Lin Xiu and have such reaction speed. Lin Xiu charged to the front and swung Dark Edge at the men who had dropped from the tree. Damn it. Their eyes changed as they threw their laser rifles to the ground and immediately drew their dual blades from their backs. Clank clank clank. Lin Xiu's Dark Edge clashed with their weapons and produced metallic collision sounds. They were evidently rank 5 warriors and immediately felt the power of Lin Xiu's attacks as their hands turned numb from the collision. Lin Xiu did not stop his momentum and stabbed forward quickly after avoiding all the remaining laser beams. Bang! One of the assailants had his dual blades flung out of his hands by the impact, and the spear went through his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. His other 4 comrades were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xiu to be so strong. Lin Xiu stared at them with cold eyes, as though he was looking at dead people. Dark Edge continued to move with its immense power. The assailants tried to use their weapons to block, but they were repelled away as well. The spearhead went through another 2 assailants' bodies. As he killed them, Lin Xiu could hear the system notifying him of the experience points. But compared to the experience points needed to level up, the experience gained was far too little for him to bother. We're going to. Guoling watched Lin Xiu kill 3 of the assailants in shock and jumped down from her mount as she leaped over. Bang bang bang. She activated Sphere to block the incoming laser beams and charged ahead. But the laser beams were too concentrated, and the powerful impact caused Guoling's advancement to become extremely slow. Kill him. Right at this time, Lin Xiu was in the middle of jumping up a tree. The warriors that were still hiding on top exclaimed out loud and threw their laser rifles and drew their melee weapons. They engaged in melee combat on top of the trees. Their weapons emitted cold auras and produced vacuum explosions as they slashed downwards. HMPH. Lin Xiu snorted and swung Dark Edge Spear while jumping upwards. Flames surged out from the body of the spear to the tip and gushed outwards. Rumble. The flames transformed into a gigantic blazing bird upon release. The air around started to distort due to the high temperatures. All the leaves that the blazing bird touched turned to black. What is that? All the people in the air with their weapons that were thinking of killing Lin Xiu exclaimed out loud. They wanted to dodge. But the blazing bird seemed to be locked onto them and struck them right on their bodies. Ah! They immediately felt the burning pain when the flames touched them. Their hair got burned off and their skin charred black. The immense pain caused them to fall to the ground. But the flames did not disappear and more blazing birds swooped down to attack them. A large blazing tornado immediately formed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 5 warrior. Obtaining 12 million experience points. Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 5 warrior. Notification sounds came out endlessly. How many rank 5 warriors do I need to kill to reach 4 billion experience points, if each one of them only provides 12 million experience points? Kill that brat. The people hiding in the trees were infuriated. Lin Xiu had killed more than 8 of them in a short span of time. All of them were rank 5 warriors. The deaths of so many of them had greatly impacted the strength of their team. When the order was given, all the men dressed in the same clothes jumped down with various weapons. They had used their tried and tested method of using laser rifles to kill warriors from long distances all the time. But they never expected Lin Xiu to break through their tactic. Since laser beams could not hit him, using the laser rifles had become pointless. They could only resort to close combat. Very good, watch as I get rid of you all. Qi and the others were furious about the laser beams, and with them gone, they jumped off their mounts and brandished their weapons. All the remaining members of the team charged towards Lin Xiu's side. Chapter 2 and 54 Hunted to Hunter Roman 2. Chapter 2 and 54 Hunted to Hunter Roman 2. Lin Xiu frowned as he looked at the warriors who were attacking in all directions. They were quite a number of people. About 20 to 30 of them. And these people were warriors who were rank 5 and above. Lin Xiu was quite surprised that this team was so strong. Dang dang dang. Just as Lin Xiu was pondering, a lot of people suddenly charged over. The speed was very fast. But Lin Xiu's reaction was even faster, and it was easy for Lin Xiu to fight back with his Dark Edge Spear. After he blocked off these attacking warriors, Lin Xiu retreated slightly and immediately attacked again. Profound Intent. Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Bang bang bang. As he used this skill, the Dark Edge Spear became countless shadows and charged over. There were sounds of explosions in the air. With the increasing use of the Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers skill, Lin Xiu now had a 50% chance of using Profound Intent together with it. And now, coupled with the Overlord Spear art, the power of the Profound Intent and Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers had become extremely formidable. These guys were shocked to see this. They did not think that after Lin Xiu released such a strong skill, he was now using an even stronger skill. They didn't want to even attack Lin Xiu anymore and were just thinking about fleeing or resisting. But these were merely thoughts, and their bodies couldn't react so quickly to dodge the attack. Some of the warriors' bodies immediately got pierced through, and there was even an explosive sound. Their bodies actually exploded. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. In a short moment, those guys, who were within the radius of Lin Xiu's Profound Intent and Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers skill, were instantly killed. The system prompts in Lin Xiu's head kept ringing. How could it be? When the people behind saw the scene, they were flabbergasted. What exactly is going on? Some people had the combat strength calculation apparatus in their eyes and could easily tell what was Lin Zia's strength. He was merely at the standard of a rank 5 warrior, so how did he manage to kill dozens of people within such a short span of time? And these people were rank 5 warriors. This level of strength, even a rank 6 warrior might not be able to achieve. When they killed the rank 6 warriors previously, only 1 or 2 warriors died. Kill them. At this time, Guo Ling's eyes became cold. She appeared quite gentle, but when she starts fighting, she was ruthless. Her body moved swiftly, and in the next moment, Guo Ling held her long sword and killed a man nearby. Qiu Lai and the others who were behind Guo Ling quickly charged towards those warriors. As Lin Ziu had just killed a dozen of rank 5 warriors, the attackers neither had an advantage in numbers anymore nor strength anymore. The situation turned for the better in an instant. Du Hua, have you killed those people yet? At this time, a voice resounded from behind. Lin Ziu looked over with his dark-edged sword that was stained with blood and immediately saw a group of people. And that voice sounded somewhat familiar. So it's you, Lin Ziu said as these people got closer. These people were those guys at the mechanical mount store. He didn't expect that a small conflict would make these people want their lives. With that thought, Lin Ziu's eyes became colder. The man looked at the scene in the distance and froze. There were many dead bodies around Lin Ziu and the place looked very bloody. Moreover, the tip of the dark-edged spear that was in Lin Ziu's hand was pointing towards them. The fresh blood on the spear slowly dripped on the ground. You killed them. Not only this man, but even those people behind him were stunned. They were people from the guild in the Deep Blue City, and these people were rank 5 warriors. There were even some rank 6 warriors among them. In the Deep Blue City, they were quite powerful people. After Lin Ziu and the others left, he contacted the people who had just come back from a mission to attack Lin Ziu and the rest. This wasn't the first time they were doing this kind of thing, and it always succeeded every time. But he didn't expect that his people were all killed. Not far behind Lin Ziu, he could clearly see Guo Ling and the others killing all the remaining warriors. At this time, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Did you guys come to die as well? Lin Ziu looked at them indifferently. When he saw Lin Ziu's icy gaze, he couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that so many people from their guild would die. Kid, do you know who we are? The leader suppressed the fear in his heart and stared at Lin Ziu. His heart was now dripping blood. He thought that it was easy to teach these people a lesson, but didn't expect that not only did he not injure a single person in Lin Ziu's group, but his own people also had all died. These people were the backbone of the guild, and with so many dead, it would greatly affect the strength of their guild. If those people that they had offended in the past found out about this, they might come knocking. You think you could still threaten me now? Lin Ziu said faintly at this time. You. Listening to the words of Lin Ziu, this man was dumbfounded. Lin Ziu has killed so many people, some of which were even stronger than them, so how could they attack Lin Ziu? Send the signal. The man's eyes widened as he howled with a sinister look. As he yelled, a guy took out a strange round thing and pressed on the button on top. Then, it flew into the sky immediately. Bang! At the next moment, this thing burst into the air and formed a lotus pattern. Chapter 255 Class A Wanted Criminal. Chapter 255 Class A Wanted Criminal. What was that? Lin Ziu furrowed his brows. Could it be a signal? Can't you use your phone instead? Lin Ziu looked at these people and said coldly, like he was looking at idiots. Guo Ling and the others had also dealt with those people at this moment and walked towards Lin Ziu. So it's you guys. Guo Ling looked at the men and said. Qiu Lai and the others knitted their brows when they saw the men. H&G. The man heard Guo Ling's words and his eyes became icy. There were over 20 dead bodies on the ground, which sent a chill down his spine. Do you guys know that you guys must die for offending us? The man was somewhat fearful, but still put on a brave front. You talk a lot of nonsense, Lin Ziu said faintly. Then, he raised the dark-edged spear in his hand and charged forward directly. Seeing the scene, this man's expression changed. He has never met someone who was so unpredictable and didn't play by the rules before. Kill him, this man yelled. Then, the warriors behind him immediately charged towards Lin Ziu with their weapons. Rank 5 warrior. They were all rank 5 warriors. But these warriors were different from those before. Their close combat strength was clearly much stronger. Those warriors just now were probably used to using laser guns, so they were weaker in close combat. This was also a reason why Lin Xiu could instantly kill so many rank 5 warriors. Dang dang dang. As they charged over with their weapons, Lin Xiu directly stabbed his dark edge spear out, the long spear and the weapons of those attacking, and suddenly made a niche of the metal collision. Qiu Lai and the others roared and ran over with their weapons. After all, they were all students of the Sacred Region Academy and were relatively powerful. HNG. Lin Xiu looked at these men attacking with all sorts of weapons from all directions and his gaze changed. In the next moment, he continued to use torrential storm of rose flowers and charged over. Those people saw this and went pale in shock as they tried to block Lin Xiu's attack with their weapons. But a powerful force came over the moment the spearhead of the dark edge spear knocked their weapons. Those people's hands became numb and they dropped their weapons to the ground directly. At this time, Lin Xiu's eyes revealed a murderous intent and the dark edge spear in his hand gave off a bright white glow as he slashed across. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Bang bang bang. The few people around the area had their necks slashed by the spear. Their arteries ruptured and blood splattered everywhere. After killing about 5 or 6 people with a single skill, Lin Xiu did not stop and continued attacking. Stop. Just as the spear in Lin Xiu's hand was about to stab, a loud howl came from the other side. This voice was very loud and deafening. Bang as this sound rang out, Lin Xiu felt as if the tip of his spear had stabbed into a transparent barrier. The huge impact caused Lin Xiu to take a few steps back. Sphere. Sure enough. At this moment, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him, staring straight into his eyes. You're here. When the man just now saw this middle-aged man, he was surprised. Lin Xiu had killed 5 to 6 of his rank 5 warriors and was about to charge towards him, which really frightened him. Fortunately, real help has now arrived. Rank 6 warrior Qiu Lai and others held their weapons and looked at the man warily. The sphere of this person covered a large area and surrounded everyone nearby. Now, Guo Ling and the rest couldn't rush over. It was obvious that this person was extremely strong. You are Zhu Wenhao. Guo Ling knitted his brows and seemed to have recalled something. Oh, do you know our vice president? Those people who had a conflict with Lin Xiu and the rest had a look of surprise when they heard what Guo Ling said. Who was he? Lin Xiu looked at Guo Ling and asked. It should be him. Zhu Wenhao. Class a wanted criminal. Guo Ling nodded slightly and said, Class a wanted crime. After hearing what Guo Ling said, not only Lin Xiu but even Qiu Lai and the others were taken aback. Class a wanted criminals were very powerful warriors. Ordinary Union police officers couldn't deal with these warriors at all, and those listed as class A criminals were ones who had committed serious crimes. This person slaughtered a small town in the city of our Huixia area. Guo Ling stared at the middle-aged man ahead. Qiu Lai and the rest gasped. He actually killed a small town. Seems like you know quite a bit. Zhu Wenhao stared at Guo Ling and smirked. You were very brave and actually ganged up with a class A wanted criminal. Qiu Lai looked at the man and said coldly, a class A wanted criminal is a felon, and those who cover up or are accomplices of the criminal would also face the death penalty. When other warriors encounter a class A criminal, they were allowed to kill the criminal directly, after confirming the killing of the class A criminal through 3D images, DNA, and other data input. The warriors could receive rewards. So what the man looked at Qiu Lai and said in an icy tone, you think that you can leave here today? I would like to find out how much your bounty is. Lin Xiu did not pay attention to the words of these people and looked at Zhu Wenhao. Lin Xiu had no fear in his eyes. He actually looked quite excited for the fight. He finally encountered an opponent that he could fight to his heart's content. Zhu Wenhao raised his brows after hearing Lin Xiu's words. This was the first time a low-ranking warrior dared to provoke him this way. And this was even after Lin Xiu found out that he was a class A wanted criminal. Chapter 256 Powerful Zhu Wenhao. Chapter 256 Powerful Zhu Wenhao. 100 million Union coins. Zhu Wenhao looked at Lin Xiu with interest as he replied. All the people behind him revealed arrogant expressions when they heard his words. After all, the amount of bounty was enough to prove his strength. Wenhao, we need to kill him. The man from before glared at Lin Xiu, thinking that he was too arrogant, and spoke up. He wanted the android battle tiger before, but their reluctance to hand one over made him unhappy. This fueled their desire to get rid of Lin Xiu and the rest. After all, they had done such a thing many times. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu and this team would be so strong and kill many of them despite the ambush? If not for Zhu Wenhao's appearance, all of them would have died. Relax. They will all die. Zhu Wenhao nodded his head as swept his gaze across Lin Xiu and the team and replied indifferently. Right as he said that, he moved his right hand and pulled out the giant sword that was stuck in the ground beside him, and he suddenly became a shadow as he charged towards Lin Xiu. What a terrifying speed! Lin Xiu's eyes grew large and his pupils constricted when he saw Zhu Wenhao charging at him. Go and die! The man clenched his fists and muttered under his breath. They were all aware of Zhu Wenhao's strength. Although Lin Xiu and the others were rather strong, they were definitely not his opponent. Clank! Lin Xiu saw a cold gleam and subconsciously used Dark Edge to strike at that point. His spear instantly collided with Zhu Wenhao's giant sword. A loud clashing sound came out. Your reaction is not too bad. Zhu Wenhao looked at Lin Xiu and gave a look of praise. He raised the giant sword with one hand. The giant sword was extremely heavy, but Zhu Wenhao was able to wield it single-handedly and swing it extremely quickly. They were able to see how strong Zhu Wenhao was from this. Interesting. Lin Xiu did not cower back and snorted. The two moved at the same time and attacked with their weapons. Clank 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 0. The spear and sword collided and produced metallic collision sounds. Sparks flew all over. Kill them. Guo Ling was surprised to see Lin Xiu standing on equal grounds against Zhu Wenhao. She looked at the other assailants and gave the command. Qiu Lai and the others nodded. It was the best opportunity to kill them. They suddenly moved and rushed at the enemies. These warriors did not move despite seeing Guo Ling and her team rushing towards them, and instead revealed strange smiles on their faces. Bang! A blue protective shield appeared before them. Protective barriers. Guo Ling frowned. They had produced a new technology capable of producing protective barriers. It was similar to Sphere and could be used to block attacks. But it was immovable and stayed in one place to block out attacks. Bang! Qiu Lai used his own blade and slashed down on the barrier. But aside from hearing the heavy sound, the barrier did not change in the slightest. We can't. This barrier is the latest model and even missiles can't destroy it. Guo Ling looked at the machine producing the barrier and commented. Let's help to kill Zhu Wenhao first then. Guo Ling looked at the other side and decided. Bang! Right as she finished her sentence, a loud and heavy sound came out from the other side. Lin Xiu's dark edge clashed with Zhu Wenhao's gigantic sword again. This time, the powerful impact flung Lin Xiu backwards. He crashed into the branches of a gigantic tree. Seems like I don't need to use any skills with your strength. Zhu Wenhao looked at Lin Xiu, who was flung onto the tree, and said indifferently. While saying that, he suddenly swung the gigantic sword in his right hand to the side. Guo Ling was about to launch a sneak attack on Zhu Wenhao from the side and did not expect him to block her without even turning his head. Guo Ling frowned as she leaped backwards. Zhu Wenhao turned to look at her when she landed, and with a flicker, he appeared before Guo Ling. He swung the gigantic sword at her body. Plank! Guo Ling reacted quickly and raised her right hand to block Zhu Wenhao's attack. But Zhu Wenhao's sword was too powerful. Although Guo Ling had managed to block it, her right hand turned numb immediately and she almost let go of her sword. Damn it! Qiu Lai and the others charged at Zhu Wenhao at this moment. Interesting. I've not met so many rank 6 warriors in a long time. Zhu Wenhao commented and swung his sword again. Countless metallic collision sounds came out as Zhu Wenhao fought against Guo Ling and her team of 5 with ease. Ha ha ha. You guys are dead. One of the men in the barrier saw what was happening and laughed out loud. Be it rank 6 warriors or not, the man believed that they would die with Zhu Wenhao around. Stars of Sun and Moon. Zhu Wenhao saw that Guo Ling's team was coordinating very well. One would attack him, and if he tried to retaliate, another would intercept him. Guo Ling and the others launched continuous attacks without stopping, causing him to frown. In the next moment, he suddenly swung his giant sword, and a bright light emitted out. His originally bronze weapon suddenly became transparent and emitted a silver light. This silver light was extremely resplendent. Chapter 257 Fierce Battle in the Forest Eye. Chapter 257 Fierce Battle in the Forest Eye. What skill is that? The team immediately thought of dodging the skill when they saw the phenomenon, but it seemed to be too late. The resplendent light shot into their eyes, and they immediately felt immense pain. They could not open their eyes. Activate sphere. Guo Ling shouted out loud instinctively. Bang bang bang. Following a series of rumbling sounds, Guo Ling and the others were flung backwards. All of them crashed into branches near them. If you guys were at the peak of rank 6, I would feel a bit of pressure. Zhu Wenhao held his gigantic sword that was releasing a resplendent light and swept his gaze across Guo Ling and the others as he commented. He was a rank 7 warrior and the few rank 6 warriors were nothing to him. After all, as a warrior advanced in ranks, it became increasingly difficult to go to the next level. Although the difference in rank was only 1, the strength disparity was too great. Pooh! Guo Ling and the others spat out blood upon crashing onto the tree. If not for them activating sphere at that moment, they would have been killed by Zhu Wenhao. But even after blocking the attack, the blood and energy inside their bodies stirred. Their chest caved in as blood flowed out. The impact of the attack was too powerful. Ha ha ha. See how arrogant you guys were. One of the men that were protected by the barriers started to laugh. He became fearless when he saw Lin Ziyu and the others in such a peril and walked out of the barrier. Wenhao, kill them. The young man looked at Zhu Wenhao and said. Zhu Wenhao nodded his head and walked forward with his giant sword. He had even killed other rank 6 warriors before, and killing them made him extremely excited and happy. It was a sense of satisfaction birthed from killing. Guo Ling stood up and immediately felt the unbearable pain in her chest. It was as though her blood and chi were in disorder. She stood up and noticed Zhu Wenhao slowly walking over. Although her sphere and blocked his attack, she was no longer able to use it. And it was not only her. Qiu Lai and the others were unable to use sphere. It's considered your bad luck to encounter me. Zhu Wenhao looked at Guo Ling and the others and commented indifferently, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided no longer to hold back and kill all of them right away. Goodbye. He held his sword in one hand and slashed down when he was close to Guo Ling. Bang! But right when his gigantic sword came down, he felt as though it had collided with something hard. A low resounding sound came out. Zhu Wenhao felt his right hand turn numb. He turned to see Lin Ziyu already at his side with Dark Edge. Lin Ziyu did not stop after blocking and Dark Edge stabbed Zhu Wenhao like a dragon. Under the profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers, Lin Ziyu's spear produced more than 100 attacks in 1 second. Right at this time, the surrounding air seemed to explode all over. Clank clank clank. Although Lin Ziyu's spear was fast, Zhu Wenhao's gigantic sword was even faster. So powerful. Qiu Lai and the others had their mouths wide opened. Lin Ziyu was stabbing out at an astronomical speed, but Zhu Wenhao was able to block them with ease. Every stab would be completely blocked by Zhu Wenhao. Not a single strike managed to land on Zhu Wenhao. Seems like you're rather strong. Zhu Wenhao saw Lin Ziyu's frenzy of stabs and revealed an excited smile as he commented. Lin Ziyu frowned. Zhu Wenhao was too powerful. Under analytic eye, Lin Ziyu could see that Zhu Wenhao wielded the strength of a rank 7 warrior. This was a gap of 2 levels and he would not even be able to be on par with Zhu Wenhao with fury. What can I do? Lin Ziyu attacked Zhu Wenhao and secretly planned his next steps. Alright. Game's over. He blocked Lin Ziyu's attack again and spoke up. He suddenly raised the gigantic sword in his right hand and slashed at Lin Ziyu. He wanted to cleave Lin Ziyu's body in half. Lin Ziyu was not in time to block. Right at that instant, the gigantic sword landed on his body. It's over. Chen Jin's expression changed when he saw that. Qiu Lai, Guo Ling and the others all had frightened expressions. Zhu Wenhao was too powerful. HMPH. Zhu Wenhao snorted, having sensed something amiss. When his sword cleaved the bread in two, the sensation was off. He never had this feeling having killed countless before. As though he had cut a fake person in half. Bang! Right at this moment, the Linziu that was cleaved in two turned to smoke. Guo Ling and the others were stunned at the sight of this. Right. That's Linzia's skill. Guo Ling recalled something and commented. She had witnessed the strange skill that Lin Xiu used against Yi before. She heaved a sigh of relief. Hee hee. Not bad. Zhu Wenhao squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. All the men that saw Zhu Wenhao laugh turned cold. They all knew that Zhu Wenhao rarely laughed like that. Once he revealed this laugh, it meant that someone had become extremely unlucky. He glanced at his left and right and saw two figures charging at him. The two were identical Lin Zius. Both held dark edge as they wanted to stab into his body. Which is the real one? Chen Jin squinted his eyes and asked Guo Ling. Chapter 258 Fierce Battle in the Forest Roman 2. Chapter 258 Fierce Battle in the Forest Roman 2. Guo Ling shook his head. She couldn't see which was Lin Xiu. She was still in shock at this time. Even rank 6 warriors like them found it challenging to deal with Zhu Wenhao, but Lin Xiu seemed to be able to fight him, which really surprised her. Rank 5 warrior vs. Rank 7 warrior. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she definitely would not believe it because the difference in strength between each rank was quite big. Playing tricks, Zhu Wenhao sneered when he saw the people rushing over from the left and right. Then holding the giant sword, he directly attacked both sides. He was very fast. Although both Lin Zius attacked him at the same time, Zhu Wenhao still managed to block them off. Goodbye. The moment Zhu Wenhao blocked Lin Zius' attack, he cut one of the Lin Xiu diagonally in half. Boom! Just like before. As a dull sound rang out, Lin Zius' body suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared instantly. This is the real one. Although these clones looked exactly the same both in appearance and the weapons they were holding, there was one thing that couldn't be faked, and that was Lin Zius' strength. Those clones just now seemed very weak. They were just paper tigers. Dang. He slashed at Lin Zius' real body, but was directly blocked by the body of Lin Zius' dark edge spear. A dull sound rang out. Your skills seemed pretty good. Zhu Wenhao looked at the real Lin Xiu and said aloud. Even he just couldn't tell which one was the real Lin Xiu just now. If Lin Xiu was also a rank 7 warrior, using this trick would indeed confuse him, and it is possible that Lin Xiu could kill him with one blow. But there was no if. If you tell me how to learn this skill, I can consider not killing you so quickly, Zhu Wenhao said as he attacked Lin Xiu with ease. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xiu ignored him and roared loudly at this time. Then, a large number of flames appeared on the spear body, and the flaming birds instantly swept out of Lin Xiu's spear and flew. The temperature of the flaming birds was extremely high, and even Zhu Wenhao's expression changed slightly. Although Lin Xiu was not the strongest warrior he has ever encountered, he was indeed the strangest warrior he has ever encountered. Especially these skills that Lin Xiu was using, they were really weird. Looking at the flaming birds that were charging over frantically, Zhu Wenhao held the giant sword like it was very light and stepped on the ground lightly. Then, he flew up into the air. And while he was in the air, his body could still continue to move as he dodged those flaming birds' attacks. What kind of body skill is this? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's gaze changed and he continued to swing the dark edge spear frantically. Flaming birds came out one after another and rushed towards Zhu Wenhao. Boom boom. The flames filled the sky and there were multiple loud explosions. But Zhu Wenhao's body skill was very strange. He leaped into the air for a while and with a wave, he jumped to the branches of the giant tree on the side. Those flaming birds did not hit Zhu Wenhao's body at all. Lin Xiu frowned. His body skill must be a diamond body skill. Otherwise it would be impossible to dodge his flaming birds so easily. Fire refining starlit sky. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu gripped the dark edge spear with both hands and waved it again. The flaming birds that had not hit Zhu Wenhao flew directly into the air. In the next moment, all of them gathered and formed a huge and terrifying flame. The entire sky seemed to be covered in this ferocious flame in an instant. It looked like a sky of fire now. Go! As Lin Xiu roared again, huge fireballs slammed down. Zhu Wen frowned. This was another skill he hadn't seen before. Where did this guy learn so many skills? And most importantly, the temperature of these flames has reached the extreme. Those fireballs smash down from the sky. If his body got hit, he would probably suffer a lot of damage. He could only dodge now. Damn it. What's this? The men who initially thought they had the chance to win and walked out of the protective shield were shocked when they saw this scene. This is too scary. What the hell is this? When they saw this, their gaze changed drastically. Boom! A man was caught off guard and got hit by the huge fireball that fell from the sky. Ah! The man let out a huge wail as he burned in the flames. In the next moment, his entire body was covered in extremely hot flames. After a while, he was completely charred like black charcoal. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Hurry up and get inside the protective shield. The young man from before was also taken aback and yelled. Just then, a few more men were directly hit by the fireball and were killed in an instant. Do you think that you can get me by attacking like this? Zhu Wenhao suddenly said coldly when he saw several people in his guild got hit by those fireballs and died. Can't I? Lin Xiu stared at him and said faintly. At this time, Lin Xia's eyes were filled with confidence. Zhu Wen was startled when he heard Lin Xia's arrogant words and was about to laugh out loud. He saw a huge shadow covering him. Then, he felt an intense burning sensation just like he was in close contact with the sun. Zhu Wenhao's eyes widened. The pupils in his eyes constricted as he looked up and saw a huge ball of flame smushing down. There was no way to dodge now. Boom! This huge flame directly hit Zhu Wenhao's body. And at this moment, the fireball exploded, forming a huge flame tornado that spun frantically. The wind in the surroundings was also surging in an instant. Impossible! It is impossible for the vice president to die like this. The guy, who was already hiding in the protective shield, looked at this scene and his gaze suddenly changed. Zhu Wenhao was one of their hidden trumps. If Zhu Wenhao died now, they will be the next ones dead. Chapter 259 Rank 6 vs Rank 7. Chapter 259 Rank 6 vs Rank 7. Is this guy really just a Rank 5 warrior? Qiu Lai clenched the sword in his hand, looked at the terrifying flames released by Lin Xiu, and was startled. Lin Xia's strength really exceeded his expectations. Strong. Too strong. Not bad. Pretty good. Just as everyone thought that Zhu Wenhao got hit by the huge fireball and was about to be burned, a voice suddenly came out from the sea of fire. Hearing this, Lin Xia's eyes widened. Still not dead yet. Boom! A deafening sound rang out and the flame tornado dissipated in an instant. Zhu Wenhao's figure could be seen in it. At this moment, Zhu Wenhao looked a little battered because of the flame. His hair was burned and there were black marks on his combat suit. There was a sphere formed using source strength around his body. Obviously, because of this sphere, most of the damage he suffered was completely ward off. You're strong, but you're very wrong if you think that Zhu Wenhao's strength is simply just that. Zhu Wenhao's expression became savage and his gaze was bloodthirsty because he got hit by Lin Xiu. He no longer looked indifferent like before. As he spoke, he dashed towards Lin Xiu with the giant sword in his hand. He no longer treated this like a game and saw Lin Xiu as an opponent of the same level. At this moment, his speed has reached the extreme and appeared in front of Lin Xiu like a shadow. With a huge sword in one hand, he slashed at Lin Xiu's body abruptly. Dang dang dang. Lin Xiu originally wanted to fight back, but when the dark-edged spear in his hand collided with Zhu Wenhao's huge sword, there was a loud noise. Lin Xiu was holding the dark-edged spear with both hands. At this time, he felt a throbbing pain, and there was a faint tingling sensation in his hand. Moreover, there were many sword auras bursting out of Zhu Wenhao's giant sword, just blocking the attacks. The sword auras hit Lin Xia's arm, giving him a tingling sensation. Go and help. Guo Ling looked at this scene and said suddenly. As Lin Xiu rushed out to fight Zhu Wenhao just now, they had time to recover. At this moment, as Guo Ling spoke, she sprinted over with her long sword. Qiu Lai and the others looked at each other, nodded, and rushed over as well. Zhu Wenhao originally wanted to use his full strength to swing his giant sword, killing Lin Xiu directly. However, he seemed to sense something and looked around. Suddenly, He saw Guo Ling and the rest coming from all directions. Damn it, the expressions of the people in the protective shield changed when they saw this scene. Zhu Wenhao, who had been injured slightly by Lin Zia's fireball, now had to face these rank 6 warriors again. Can he still win? And at the same time, there was Lin Ziu, a warrior who constantly used weird skills. Let's stay in here. Some warriors saw the scene and wanted to rush out to help, but they were stopped by the young man who led them. They are no match for the vice president's strength. The young man clenched his fists and said in a low voice. He was also a little afraid at this time. If they rushed out, they would probably be killed by those rank 6 warriors. This was the first time he felt so helpless. They were rank 5 warriors. You guys are from the Sacred Region Academy. Zhu Wenhao looked at Guo Ling and the others who were attacking at this time, and immediately stopped attacking Lin Ziu as he turned around and blocked Guo Ling's sword that was stabbing over. He saw the Sacred Region Academy's logo on Guo Ling's combat suit and immediately asked. Guo Ling did not answer and continued to attack him. Qi Lai and the others also attacked Zhu Wenhao once again. The 5 rank 6 warriors headed by Guo Ling held their weapons and used their powerful skills. Boom boom. Suddenly, loud noises rang again and again. The whole ground seemed to shake at this time. At this time, Zhu Wenhao had no way of attacking Lin Ziu again because of Guo Ling and the rest. Lin Ziu heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of this rank 7 warrior was strong indeed. When he first fought with him, Lin Ziu almost couldn't keep up with his movements. But Lin Ziu still has one more skill. His fury skill had not been used yet. Either he doesn't use this skill at all, or if he used it, he must kill Zhu Wenhao with one blow, as the aftereffects were quite severe. Guo Ling and the others were still fighting Zhu Wenhao over there. After being sent flying by Zhu Wenhao's skill, Guo Ling and the others were now using their skills without any reservation. Suddenly, these 5 people appeared to be equal in strength with Zhu Wenhao. Lin Ziu looked at the people inside the protective shield and his eyes turned gloomy, holding the dark edge spear in his hand. He walked over there. He. You think you can do anything to me? The young man in the protective shield suddenly sneered as he watched Lin Ziu walking towards them with the dark edge spear in one hand. The defensive ability of this kind of protective shield was very strong. It was impossible for Lin Ziu to break this protective shield and rush in. Is that so? Lin Ziu stared at him and said faintly. At the next moment, Lin Ziu clenched the dark edge spear with both hands and stabbed at the protective shield. Bang bang bang. The tip of the dark edge spear hit the protective shield and it suddenly shook. The young man was shocked when he witnessed this. He was in the protective shield and still took 2 steps back. His eyes were full of shock when he looked at the dark edge spear that was constantly piercing the shield at an extremely fast speed. But this protective shield was indeed very scary. No matter how hard Lin Ziu stabbed it, there was no way to pierce through this thing. Haha, this is the latest scientific and technological achievement. As long as the protective shield is unfolded, even missiles might not be able to break it. The young man suddenly laughed loudly when he saw this. He was relaxed as Lin Ziu didn't look like he could break the shield. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 260 Terrifying Flames. Chapter 260 Terrifying Flames. It seems like Lin Ziu had no way of destroying the shield, which allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ziu with a look of ridicule. Haha. After the vice president killed all those rank 6 warriors, it's time for this kid to die. These warriors in the protective shield watched as Lin Ziu attacked their protective shield, but couldn't break it and began to burst out laughing. Lin Ziu attacked for a while, then withdrew the spear and did not attack again. What's wrong? Given up? The young man leaned close to the protective shield at this time, and said while staring at Lin Ziu. Now that he knew that Lin Ziu could not destroy the protective shield, his tone full of provocation. Is that so? Lin Ziu said faintly at this time, and at the next moment, he waved the dark edge spear in both hands again. Already told you that it's useless. The warriors inside the shield thought that Lin Ziu would continue to attack again, and began to laugh loudly. But this time, they did not hear the sound of the spear hitting against the protective shield. Instead, they saw a huge fiery red flame swept over. Boom! The entire shield was surrounded by flames. Red Lotus Fire. Lin Xiu frantically waved the dark edge spear at this time, and flame after flame continued to be released. Although these flames couldn't destroy the protective shield directly, the temperature of the flames was too high. They all felt an intense burning sensation. Hot. Too hot. No way, I can't stand it anymore. The skins of some of the warriors inside turned red at this moment. These flames did not directly burn their bodies, but they still felt extremely hot. Almost all of the warriors were dripping in sweat because of the high temperature. Some people even had white smoke coming out of their bodies. Damn. The young man who had provoked Lin Xiu just now had a sinister expression at this moment. Hurry up. Hurry up, leave. Several warriors felt that they were about to be cooked and even their sight was affected. They didn't have time to think and ran directly to the middle, then shut off the machine that unfolded the protective shield. What are you guys doing? The young man turned around and was shocked when he saw that the protective shield had been removed by these men. Without the protection of the protective shield, they would be in deep trouble. Goodbye. Lin Xiu was holding the dark edge spear, and the moment the protective shield disappeared, he thrust out the spear. Swish! The spear moved swiftly and there were even flames on the tip of it. After all, this young man was also a rank 5 warrior, and his reaction speed was also very fast as he tried to block Lin Xiu's attack. Dang! After the tip of the spear hit his weapon, a clear sound rang out. The young man felt a huge force coming over and his hand became numb as he dropped his weapon on the ground. Bang! The spear pierced through the man's chest without any obstruction. The blood sputtered as the spear tip pierced his chest. He looked at the spear that had penetrated his heart and his eyes were still full of shock. Su Cheng Zhu Wenhao was fighting with Guo Ling and the others at this time when he took a glance and saw that Lin Xiu had already pierced the spear through this man's body. His expression changed drastically as he roared. Guo Ling didn't stop attacking and directly slashed his body with the sword again. Get lost! Seeing Guo Ling attacking, Zhu Wenhao roared and the giant sword in his hand gave out a ray of light as he slashed towards Guo Ling. Boom! The huge impact caused the long sword in Guo Ling's hand to be thrown directly out of her hand. A burst of blood shot out of her body. Guo Ling, Qiu Lai, and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Zhu Wen didn't pay attention to them anymore and rushed towards Lin Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xiu's reaction ability was also very strong. At this moment, he clearly felt something and turned around to see that Zhu Wenhao was already rushing over. The pupils in his eyes constricted, and he pulled out the dark edge spear from the young man's chest. Boom! As the spear was pulled out, he saw the obvious hole in his chest. Blood also slowly flowed out from this hole. Dang! The moment the dark edge spear was drawn out, he turned around and thrust it to the back. It directly collided with the giant sword that Zhu Wenhao swung over and a loud noise was resounded. Lin Xiu was shocked by this strong force and took a few steps back. Zhu Wenhao directly grabbed the body of the man called Su Cheng who was about to fall to the ground. Wenhao, you must kill him. The man whose chest was penetrated by Lin Xiu widened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. At the next moment, his body twitched and he went silent. Zhu Wenhao covered his eyes with his hand and after closing his wide open eyes, his face became extremely gloomy. Su Cheng was the son of the president of their guild. Zhu Wenhao was enraged that he died here. Many of the remaining warriors were burned because of the flames that Lin Xiu released and their bodies turned charred. A rank 5 warrior actually pushed our guild to this point. It is considered an honor for you to die in my hands today. Zhu Wenhao's eyes were icy at this time. He placed Su Cheng's body on the ground and turned around to look in Lin Xiu's direction. We still don't know who's going to be the one dead. Lin Xiu stared at Zhu Wenhao and said indifferently, very well. Then, Zhu Wenhao laughed loudly. Then a force went through his body and there were clicking sounds. He didn't appear very strong, but at this moment, he was becoming muscular. The combat suit on his body wrapped tightly around his muscles. The combat suit initially seemed quite loose on him but was now tight-fitting. Lin Xiu covered his eyes with source strength and could see a large amount of source strength had exploded in Zhu Wenhao's body. This terrifying fluctuation of source strength affected even the surrounding air. The leaves on the huge trees at the side made a rattling noise. Chapter 261 Who on earth are you? Chapter 261 Who on earth are you? What are we going to do now? Q Lai and the others helped Guo Ling, who had been injured, to the side of the giant tree and asked. Just now, although Guo Ling blocked Zhu Wenhao's sword, she still got hurt by Zhu Wenhao's sword aura. She suffered quite a lot of damage. Qian Lin took out the healing potion from the backpack and poured it on Guo Ling's wound. He washed the blood off her wound and applied medicinal powder. Go help Lin Xiu. If we don't kill Zhu Wenhao, we will all die here. Guo Ling was injured on his shoulder from Zhu Wenhao's sword aura just now, but he tolerated the sharp pain of the wound at this time and said. At this moment, Zhu Wenhao's body was bursting with a steady stream of source strength. A large amount of source strength has already begun to flow over the giant sword in Lin Xia's hand. Those source strength covered the giant sword, making the giant sword glow faintly. Those sword auras were constantly spinning around the giant sword, and the grass and trees around were all cut because of the sword aura. This time, Zhu Wenhao's real power was fully displayed. His face was cold and his body was like a shadow as he rushed towards Lin Xiu. That huge sword that was full of sword aura was like a crescent moon as it slashed towards Lin Xia's body. The overbearing and terrifying sword aura suddenly gave off a loud sound with the swing of the giant sword. Dang! Lin Xia's gaze changed. When he was about to attack, his spear got hacked by Zhu Wenhao's sword. Following the sound of a metal collision, sparks shot out in all directions. Lin Xiu almost dropped the dark edge spear in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu directly used the Fury skill. Dang dang dang. Zhu Wenhao's attacks became more aggressive, but Lin Xiu continued to fight with him. When the two weapons collided at this time, a large number of sparks continued to emit. They fought from the ground into the air, and when both of them fought, it looked like multiple illusions moving and nobody could see them clearly at all. Qiu Lai and the others, who stood up and were about to walk towards Lin Xiu, were shocked to see Lin Xiu and Zhu Wenhao still fighting. Most importantly, Lin Xiu, a rank 5 warrior, was just as powerful as Zhu Wenhao. There was already a huge gap between a rank 5 warrior and a rank 6 warrior that was difficult to cross, let alone Lin Xiu, a rank 5 warrior against a rank 7 warrior. But now Lin Xiu was indeed fighting against Zhu Wenhao, and judging by the situation, they still seemed to be on the same level. This was really shocking. Kid, who on earth are you? The more Zhu Wenhao fought with Lin Xiu, the more frightened he became. This kid's spear art was not only very strange and terrifying, but his speed of reaction and strength were very powerful. It was really shocking that a rank 5 warrior was so powerful. Don't you already know him? Just a student of the Sacred Region Academy, Lin Xiu said lightly. Now in the state of fury, his attributes had been drastically enhanced, especially after he unlocked the rank 2 gene lock. His attributes improved even more in the state of fury. Arrogant. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhu Wenhao's eyes became colder and more terrifying. Lin Xiu made him feel danger. He was so young, yet he already possessed such strength. When he grows up, it was clear how formidable he would become. He couldn't let Lin Xiu live. Total annihilation. The pupils in Zhu Wenhao's eyes constricted suddenly. In the next moment, the giant sword stabbed towards Lin Xiu frantically. There was a terrifying sword aura on the giant sword. At this time, the sword aura surrounded the giant sword and spun crazily. With this blow, he could cut Lin Xiu's body into pieces. Lin Xiu's gaze changed. The power of this skill was very terrifying, and it was obvious that it must be a diamond skill. Lin Xiu immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, and now he didn't have any desire to escape. He directly mobilized the strength from his whole body and prepared to fight Zhu Wenhao head-on. Following Lin Xiu's roar, a large amount of source strength burst out directly from Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. His source strength instantly turned into black smoke, and in the next moment, it directly converged into a huge black dragon. As Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear with both hands and waved it violently, the huge black dragon immediately charged forward. Boom! The impact caused by this skill was very strong. Guo Ling and the rest were shocked when they saw this scene. Previously, they saw Lin Xiu using this terrifying skill in the live video. At that time, They felt that this skill was really powerful even through the screen. It was almost comparable to a diamond skill. Now that they were watching from such a close distance, they clearly witnessed the horror of this skill. The huge black dragon that was formed by source strength looked horrifying, like it covered the sky and the earth. Get lost, Zhu Wenhao suddenly shouted when he saw this scene. With the use of his skill, there was an unusually violent and terrifying sword aura on the giant sword. He wanted to use this sword to pierce Lin Zia's black dragon and cutting Lin Zia's body into pieces by relying on the sword aura. Boom! The black dragon opened its mouth directly and attacked Zhu Wenhao, who was holding the giant sword. Boom! At the next moment, as the black dragon rushed over and collided with Zhu Wenhao's giant sword, a louder sound instantly rang through the entire area at this time. Hoo! The huge impact caused Lin Zia's body to fly out and hit the thick tree trunk. Lin Zia felt a tightness in his chest and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Boom boom! The impact caused by the collision of skills just now made all the surrounding trees to break apart at this time. Zhu Wenhao is dead. Qiu Lai stood there, then stared at the middle area in front of him and said, there was thick dust everywhere in the middle area and it was impossible to see the situation there. They wanted to help at first, but the skills used by the two of them just now were very powerful and they were unable to participate. Lin Ziu was also staring at the middle area. He couldn't seem to be sense Zhu Wenhao's aura. Could it be that he really killed the rank 7 warrior? Chapter 262 Killing Zhu Wenhao 1. Chapter 262 Killing Zhu Wenhao 1. Lin Ziu felt immense pain all over his body. The use of Heavenly Dragon Rex the city had consumed the majority of the source strength in him. It was fortunate the Heavenly Dragon Rex the city had blocked total annihilation. Otherwise, his body might have been destroyed from the powerful sword Kai. Lin Ziu used Dark Edge to support himself and stabilize his body. He was at an extreme disadvantage if they continued to fight. The dust slowly scattered. A figure appeared from within. Is he dead? Upon seeing the figure, Lin Zia's expression changed. Ha ha ha. You really think that can kill me? A roar came out. At this time after the dust had dissipated, Lin Ziu, Guo Ling, and the others were able to see Zhu Wenhao inside. He looks to be tired and injured as though he had been through a difficult situation. He stared at Lin Ziu with killing intent in his eyes. His face had many wounds that dripped blood down his cheeks. His eyes were also filled with shock. He did not expect Lin Zia's skill to force him to this state. Lin Ziu stared straight back at him and held onto Dark Edge tightly. I can't even beat him down now. What do I do? Lin Ziu frowned. Fury was about to end and if he failed to beat him down before the after effect kicked in, Lin Ziu would definitely be killed. Quick! Kill him! Guo Ling's eyes changed expression as she screamed. Although Zhu Wenhao did not die, Lin Zia's Heavenly Dragon Rex the city was obviously stronger than Zhu Wenhao's skill. Zhu Wenhao was severely injured. It was the best time to hit him down. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome once he recovered. Qiu Lai and the others were aware of this. Upon hearing the command, they held their weapons and charged towards Zhu Wenhao. Zhu Wenhao's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qiu Lai and the others charging at him. But he did not retaliate against Qiu Lai and the others, but went straight for Lin Ziu. Qiu Lai and Co. did not pose a threat to him. While Lin Ziu had become a target in his eyes, he felt that he would be in a dangerous position if he did not kill Lin Ziu right away. It was his first time in his life to come across a rank 5 warrior that made him feel as though he was in danger. Zhu Wenhao moved extremely quickly, causing the expression in Lin Zia's eyes to change. He thought to dodge backward, but felt a pain in his neck. Warm blood spurted out. Lin Zia's pupils constricted. A cut had appeared on his neck. Fast. Zhu Wenhao was too fast. His neck was so close to being completely sliced through by Zhu Wenhao's gigantic sword. Zhu Wenhao did not stop and swung the gigantic sword upwards. The gigantic sword came down extremely quickly and Lin Ziu was still unable to react even under fury. The sword tip found Lin Zia's robes and caused a shua sound. I am now using 100 of my strength to fight against you. You should feel proud. Brat Zhu Wenhao roared as he held the sword with both hands. The speed of his swings became even faster and even more terrifying. The surroundings started to become extremely windy with every swing of his sword. Clank! Lin Xiu tensed up as his reaction speed reached its peak. He thrust Dark Edge out, but was repelled by the gigantic sword and produced a loud and sonorous sound. Lin Xiu held Dark Edge tightly with both hands and felt numbness in them from the impact. The sword kai of the gigantic sword actually transmitted through the spear to him. The sharp sword kai instantly lacerated his fingers. Lin Xiu immediately felt immense pain from his fingers. Clank! Zhu Wenhao did not stop his momentum and swung the sword at Lin Xiu again. This time, Dark Edge was flung away due to the pain in his fingers. Go and die! Zhu Wenhao's eyes grew large at this moment as he raised his sword with both hands, as though gathering his strength to hack Lin Xiu into half. In that moment of peril, Qiu Lai and the others rushed to Zhu Wenhao's side. They used their weapons at Zhu Wenhao, and their target was his head. If they were able to land their weapons on his head that was not protected by anything, they could kill him. Scram! Zhu Wenhao's pupils constricted when he saw them and sent source strength outwards. He activated sphere that protected his entire body. Bang bang bang. The collision between their weapons and his sphere produced loud sounds. Go and die! Zhu Wenhao swung his sword at them after blocking them with sphere. Clank clank clank. The same scene happened to them as their hands immediately felt pain and their weapons were flung away. Just as Zhu Wenhao was about to swing his weapon, he instinctively felt something flying towards him from behind. He turned and felt something land on his eye. In an instant, he was blind. Damn it! Zhu Wenhao screamed from the sudden loss of vision and extended his hand to grab the thing from his face. Crackle crackle. But terrifying electric crackles suddenly appeared in his ears. Chapter 263 Killing Zhu Wenhao 2. Chapter 263 Killing Zhu Wenhao 2. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Lin Xiu's fist that was enveloped by lightning smashed onto Zhu Wenhao's body. Rumble! It produced an extremely loud vacuum explosion followed by flickering lightning. Zhu Wenhao did not see Lin Xiu's punch as he had lost his vision. His body wanted to dodge instinctively at the sense of danger, but it was too late. The punch landed right on Zhu Wenhao's abdomen and sent a large amount of electric current through his entire body. The impact of the punch forced him a long distance back. Damn it! Zhu Wenhao had obviously gone through electric shock resistance training, so Lin Xiu's punch did not affect him too much. But Lin Xiu's silver thunderbolt rupturing fist made Zhu Wenhao feel as though the organs at his abdomen had ruptured. He was in immense pain, especially with something blocking his eyes. It made him grow even more berserk. He reached out wanting to grab the object, but realized that it was extremely slippery. He could not grab it at all. Qiu Lai and the others were stunned at the sight of this, because they were able to see an object that resembled a blue ball of flesh that stuck itself onto Zhu Wenhao. This object was, without a doubt, Rolly. It jumped out of Lin Xiu's back and plastered itself on Zhu Wenhao's face, blocking his vision entirely. As Zhu Wenhao struggled with all his might to pull Rolly from his body, it moved and stabbed right into his eyes. Bang! Following a loud sound, blood trickled down his face. Arg! Zhu Wenhao let out a loud wail. Die! Go and die! He roared out loud and frantically tried to pull Rolly out of his face. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried to pull Rolly off, Rolly was unable to come off. Blood kept on trickling down from his face. Rolly jumped and separated from Zhu Wenhao's face on its own accord. It quickly returned to Lin Xiu's side. Lin Xiu looked at Zhu Wenhao and saw that his eyes were bleeding. His eyeballs had disappeared and his eyes were left with blood sockets. It was an extremely pitiful sight. Lin Xiu looked at Rolly that had crawled up to his shoulder. He never thought that the adorable Rolly would actually dig Zhu Wenhao's eyes out. Zhu Wenhao had gone crazy from losing his eyes. His body erupted with powerful source strength as he started unleashing punches all around him. Explosions were produced continuously from his punches. Zhu Wenhao looked like a maniac that had gone crazy. Although the punches sounded horrifying, it was an extremely good opportunity. The perfect opportunity to kill a rank 7 warrior. With this, Lin Xiu's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. He shot forward without hesitation when he unleashed power in his feet and charged right towards Zhu Wenhao. He had transformed the pain from losing his eyes into his berserk. Although he was blind, he could still hear and he reacted against Lin Xiu. He attacked in the direction where Lin Xiu was approaching. Lin Xiu sneered. Zhu Wenhao no longer wielded a weapon and his strength had dropped greatly. And he had lost his eyes and vision. Lin Xiu dodged his attack as both of his fists got enveloped by lightning. Whoosh! Thunder sounds came out as Lin Xiu's fists landed right on Zhu Wenhao's body. Rumble! After a series of loud sounds, Lin Xiu's fists released a series of punches on Zhu Wenhao's body. Zhu Wenhao was able to retaliate at the beginning. But as time passed, he was no longer able to defend himself due to the sounds. Punch after punch cracked all of the bones in his body, and the crackle sounded all across his body. Under the relentless silver thunderbolt rupturing fists, Zhu Wenhao was bloodied upside down. As Lin Xiu executed divine wind kick, Zhu Wenhao was sent crashing into a tree. Bang! The crash produced a loud sound. Zhu Wenhao slowly slid down to the floor. He remained unmoved as though he was dead. Ding! Congratulations master for killing rank 7 warrior obtaining 300 million experience points. The notification sounded out. Lin Xiu was stunned and he felt as though all the energy in his body had disappeared. Bang! He fell straight down to the floor and laid down in a manner. Phew! Phew! Lin Xiu gasped for breath. The after effects of fury set in and it made him feel completely weak. But fortunately, Zhu Wenhao was dead, and he gave so many experience points. He'll be able to level up very soon. He was already a rank 5 warrior and the progress had become much slower. Every increase in level would lead to an exponential increase in strength of his body. He's dead. Guo Ling and the others regained their senses as they looked at Zhu Wenhao's completely bloodied body with shock in their eyes. This battle was 80 between Lin Xiu and Zhu Wenhao. Their opportunities were extremely few. Lin Xiu, are you alright? Guo Ling saw Zhu Wenhao unmoved and affirmed he was dead before walking over to Lin Xiu and asked him when she saw him all spread out. I'm fine. I need a break. Lin Xiu gasped and replied. Lin Xiu was feeling fatigued. It was not easy killing a rank 7 warrior. Part of the contribution was Rolly for digging his eyes out. Rolly had crawled back into Lin Xiu's bag. Guo Ling. Zhu Wenhao's dead Chen Jin was by Zhu Wenhao's side and he called out. Guo Ling nodded her head and turned to Lin Xiu. Take out your phone. It's in the side pocket of my bag. Chapter 264 Getting the 100 million bounty. Chapter 264 Getting the 100 million bounty. Lin Xiu laughed bitterly and said. He really didn't have any power at all currently and couldn't move at all. Guo Ling nodded, then took out a phone from the side pocket of Lin Xiu's backpack. Soon, after helping Lin Xiu turn on the phone, Guo Ling brought it over there, pointed at Zhu Wenhao's body, and started taking 3D pictures. Qiu Lai and the others looked at Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground, in shock. They didn't think much of Lin Xiu at the beginning but were now shocked by him. Lin Xiu was simply amazing. Even they had to look at him differently. Boom boom. About 10 minutes later, a sound came from the sky. Soon, a mini plane landed from the sky at this moment. Lin Xiu stood up slowly at this time. The after effects of fury seemed to have slowly dissipated. Although Lin Xiu still couldn't use too much strength, he was able to move. At this moment, he looked at the plane that had landed, and on the plane, there was the logo of the Union Army. He knew immediately that it was the people from the government Union Army. When the plane stopped, soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked off the plane with weapons on their backs. Seeing the corpses of those warriors on the ground, they were a little surprised. But they didn't say much. There were a lot of battles between warriors and they couldn't do much about it. Zhu Wenhao was killed by you guys at this moment. A soldier glanced at Lin Xiu and others and asked. He killed him. Guo Ling pointed to Lin Xiu and answered. Qiu Lai and the others also looked at Lin Xiu without refuting. After all, they did not help much in the battle just now. And Zhu Wenhao was killed by Lin Xiu. But what was the thing that ran out of Lin Xiu's backpack? What they were most puzzled about right now was that pale blue thing. What was it? Those Union soldiers glanced at Lin Xiu, then walked over to Zhu Wenhao's corpse. They were surprised when they received the news that someone had claimed Zhu Wenhao's bounty. Zhu Wenhao, the class A wanted criminal, was very cunning. He seldom appeared in the city and was always in the mountains. Coupled with Zhu Wenhao's strength, he was very troublesome. He was really killed by this kid. A Union soldier looked at the body covered in blood and exclaimed in surprise. Shek and Yao find out. A Union soldier said suddenly. In this future world, all kinds of information about you would be sampled at birth, so it was very easy to identify a person's authenticity. Soon, as they extracted fingerprints and performed DNA comparisons, they discovered that this person was indeed Zhu Wenhao. And now Zhu Wenhao's body was covered in blood. Even his eyes had ruptured and he looked very miserable. Take the corpse back, a Union soldier said to his companion. Hearing his words, the other two soldiers nodded and lifted Zhu Wenhao's body to the plane. You killed him at this moment. The Union soldier looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu nodded. The Union soldier tossed a black card directly towards Lin Xiu. Ha! Although Lin Xiu's strength was not fully restored yet, he could still catch the card easily. Here is the bounty. 100 million Union coins. The Union soldier looked at Lin Xiu and said, Not bad, little guy, he said in admiration, then walked directly into the plane. The plane started, and they took off directly. These people seem very strong. Qian Lin suddenly heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the Union soldiers leave. Qiu Lai and the rest nodded and agreed too. Those Union soldiers simply stood here, and they could already feel their extremely powerful aura. There was a kind of oppressive aura that made people breathless. They are all warriors above rank 7. Guo Ling watched these people leave and said after returning Lin Xia's phone to him, just now after she took a 3D picture of Zhu Wenhao's body. She sent their location at the same time. They didn't expect these people to move so quickly and arrived in just about 10 minutes. Lin Xia's eyes lit up while holding this black card. This is 100 million Union coins. Lin Xiu never had so much money since he came back. If you have 100 million Union coins, he could upgrade his equipment anytime. Lin Xiu, do you want to take a break? Guo Ling looked at Lin Xiu and asked. After all, the battle between Lin Xiu and Zhu Wenhao happened not long ago, and Lin Xiu probably hadn't recovered yet. No, let's get going. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. Anyway, he would just be lying on top of the android battle tiger and it could navigate by itself. He didn't have to do anything. Guo Ling nodded when he saw that Lin Xiu was not injured and said to Qiu Lai and the others. If there is nothing wrong, let's keep going and try to reach dark forest before it gets dark. Alright, the others nodded and went on the battle tiger to continue ahead. Soon, everyone moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Not long after Lin Xiu left, a man read the message on his phone that Zhu Wenhao was killed and his gaze changed suddenly. After slaying a huge evolved beast with the sword in his hand, he rushed to the other side swiftly. Very soon, he arrived at the area where Lin Xiu, Zhu Wenhao, and the others were fighting just now. After seeing the dead bodies all over the ground, his eyes widened. He also trembled slightly. Su Chang, when he walked over and saw the body of one of the men, he let out a sudden roar. His son, Su Chang, was dead. Moreover, the powerful Zhu Wenhao, the vice president of their guild, was also killed. This was a huge blow to him. He, the president, was the only one left in the entire guild. So many people died within a day. His own son also died. His body was shaking with anger. I don't care who you are, I must kill all of you. Chapter 265 The Small Town in Front of Dark Forest. Chapter 265 The Small Town in Front of Dark Forest. Lin Xiu and the others continued to rush towards the dark forest at this time. As the android battle tiger has a navigation system on it and could be automated, Lin Xiu didn't have to move at all and simply laid on the android battle tiger to rest. Lin Xiu was resting at this time. After the battle with Zhu Wenhao today, Lin Xiu was a bit tired. I still need about 10 to 20 million more experience to level up, Lin Xiu said to himself at this time. The experience of killing this rank 7 warrior was really high. After killing him, he has gained 3/4 of the experience required to level up. Slowly, as time went by, the environment here started to feel different. Lin Xiu had also changed from lying on the android battle tiger to sitting up. He looked around and suddenly could clearly see that the surrounding area had begun to slowly become rugged. There were many dark rocks. With the android battle tiger's high beam, he could see that there were some light reflecting off these rocks. Very strange rocks. His eyes continued to look ahead and he could see that among the surrounding trees, some dark trees had begun to appear. Diddy. A red dot was flashing on top of the android battle tiger's display. We're at the dark forest already. Lin Xiu saw this and his gaze changed. Not yet. We will have to go across another area. There is a small town over there. Guoling's android battle tiger was walking beside Lin Xiu at this time and she replied, "There is a small town ahead." Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment. His gaze swept across the woods in front and seemed to be able to see a slight glow. Rolly also ran out of Lin Xiu's backpack and stood on Lin Xiu's shoulder like it was also observing something. There were a lot of skeletons in the forest and some weapons were scattered on the ground. At night, it looked a bit scary. Lin Xiu was now very alert as he stared at the surroundings and held his dark-edged spear tightly. As soon as something happens, Lin Xiu would make a move immediately. Fortunately, they managed to go across this area without encountering any attacks. After walking out of this forest, they saw a small town over there. The lights in this town were very bright and there were many warriors around. It appeared very lively. Lin Xiu did not expect that after crossing this forest, there would actually be such a lively small town. This is the last supply station before going to the dark forest. We will rest here tonight and enter the dark forest tomorrow. Guoling jumped down from the android battle tiger and said to Lin Xiu. Qiu Lai and the others seemed to be quite familiar with this area. They had went ahead and were buying drinks from the vending machine next to them. Lin Xiu nodded, then jumped off the android battle tiger and walked into the small town in front. As Lin Xiu and the others walked into the town, some warriors looked at them like they looked a bit odd. Lin Xiu was also observing these people secretly and noticed that these people were looking at them. His brows knitted slightly. Lin Xiu had a weird feeling. With Guoling leading, Lin Xiu and the others quickly checked in a hotel. The android battle tiger could change its form and made itself smaller, so even if it was brought into the room, it wouldn't take up a lot of space at all. The cost of accommodation here was 100 Flahonian coins per night, which was very expensive. And there was only one hotel here with decent facilities. The others were a little bit old. But 100 was no longer a hefty amount to him anymore. Lin Xiu walked into his room and laid on the bed. He immediately felt a moment of comfort. The bed was very soft. Just after lying on it for a short while, Lin Xiu felt an urge to fall asleep. He shook his head. He couldn't fall asleep now. After taking a cold shower to wake himself up, Lin Xiu walked out of the hotel. This was the last town before entering the dark forest. Lin Xiu felt that he had to check around to see if there was any news about the dark forest. The tavern was indeed the place where the most warriors were at. Guoling and the others were very tired now after traveling the whole day. At this time, they were already lying down in the room and did not come out again. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening as Lin Xiu went out and looked for the tavern in this small town. As expected, at the turn in front, Lin Xiu saw a tavern there. Some bounty warriors and warriors who like to take on risky missions would probably be here to carry out their missions. Lin Xiu walked in and the place was bustling. There were a lot of warriors in there and it was very lively. "Sir, what kind of wine would you like?" the waiter on the other side of the counter said to Lin Xiu with a smile at this time. "Anything will do." Lin Xiu looked over and said faintly, "Try our flaming red lips." The waiter smiled, then quickly brought out a bottle of flaming red wine. Lin Xiu sat on the chair, took a sip, and asked him, "Is there any big news lately?" Don't underestimate the waiters inside. These people were waiters on the surface, but they were actually intelligence personnel and were warriors themselves. Lin Xiu turned on the analytic eye and saw that this waiter actually turned out to be a peak rank 6 warrior. The latest level 1 news is 100 Flahonian coins. Level 2 news is 500 and the third level news is 1 million. The man smiled and said while wiping the wine glass with a white rag. I want to listen to the level 3 news. Lin Xiu said lightly, and took out the card he had obtained before. He swiped it on the machine. Taps to pay 1 million, and the 1 million union coins were transferred to the account of the tavern. The waiter was a little surprised when he saw Lin Xiu transfer 1 million and so simply. At the next moment, he burst out laughing. It seems that you're really bold. I shall give you an additional piece of information. Chapter 266 New Information. Chapter 266 New Information. Additional information. Lin Xiu frowned when he heard that and revealed a pondering look. The information in here was rather reliable and the most updated. Latest news. Ice Lotus Fire was discovered in Dark Forest. The attendant looked at Lin Xiu and whispered. This was paid information and he was not foolish enough to reveal it loudly. Ice Lotus Fire. Lin Xiu was stunned when he heard the slightly unfamiliar name. What is that? Little girl Lai was confused. But information that cost so much meant that the object was definitely precious. There are many warriors gathering here for it. Even the rank 9 warrior proclaimed that he is willing to pay anyone who finds this Ice Lotus Fire 10 billion. The attendant added, 10 billion. Lin Xiu breathed in cold air when he heard that. 10 billion was not a small amount and extremely abundant. Even a few warriors would not be able to achieve that sort of wealth even if they completed missions for their entire lives. And this 10 billion was enough to buy all sorts of skill cards and weapons. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and replied, Then do you know where this object is in Dark Forest? The attendant waved his hands at the question. If I knew, all these warriors wouldn't have to form groups to look for it. Right. The number of warriors that are here today is 10 times more than the usual. The attendant continued to add, so there's no difference whether you say this or not. Lin Xiu sneered. Is my money so easily earned? No. I have supplementary information to tell you that will help you. The attendant shook his head and continued. What is it? Lin Xiu asked. There are a few dimensional creatures in Dark Forest that started becoming active. And there are even sightings of rank 7 dimensional creatures. I suspect that the appearance of the Ice Lotus Fire is related to those monsters. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he heard that. Dimensional creatures, and rank 7 at that. The Dark Forest was formed when an object dropped out from a space crack and mutated the ecosphere around the area, so it was a common occurrence for dimensional creatures to appear. But a rank 7 dimensional creature was surprising. A dimensional creature was many times stronger than an ordinary evolved beast. Everyone knew that it would become dangerous if this went on. By any chance, did you see a beautiful young lady that came here for information? Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before asking the attendant. Lin Xiu thought about Luo Yu. If she was nearby, would she do the same and gather information from the same restaurant? Lin Xiu felt that it was very probable and therefore questioned the attendant. A beautiful young lady. The attendant was stunned when he heard the question and started to think about it. He scratched his chin as though recalling something. Lin Xiu shook his head when he saw that. By the looks of it, Luo Yu did not pass through here. Although he knew she would definitely head into Dark Forest. It was extremely large. Whether or not they would encounter each other was an unknown matter. Lin Xiu's mood dampened when he thought about this. Lin Xiu felt bored having not seen the cold poker face for a few days. People do get used to things easily. Lin Xiu muttered to himself inwardly. Just as Lin Xiu was about to leave, the attendant clapped his hands and said, I got it. There was indeed a young lady that passed through here. What does she look like? Lin Xiu immediately asked. There were very few warriors that were young like Luo Yu, especially one that had the strength to come to Dark Forest. Lin Xiu guessed that the person the attendant was talking about was Luo Yu. It was a few days ago. The young lady came and asked for information. I was almost stabbed by her sword. The attendant chuckled bitterly upon recalling the incident. What does she look like? Lin Xiu looked at him and asked. Roughly the same age as you. She was really beautiful. It's my first time meeting such a pretty young lady. But she's rather ice cold and has a poker face that makes people dislike her. The attendant shook his head as he said that. Lin Xiu became sure that it was Luo Yu. The ice-cold aura and poker face was definitely Luo Yu. Which part of Dark Forest did she go to? Lin Xiu continued to ask. He figured it would be great if he could find Liu Yu, and if he failed, he would have to level up by killing evolved beasts and see if he could find any more information on her. He was unhappy she left without a word. I don't know about that. The attendant shrugged his hands helplessly. Dark Forest is too big and it's difficult to find a person. And there are special magnetic fields within that block all communication inside. But similar to you, she asked the 3 secret questions and left as though she was in a hurry. Before he could complete his sentence, Lin Xiu jumped down from his seat and walked out. He had got the information he needed and returned back. He decided to take a look at Dark Forest the next day. Lin Xiu logged onto the Warrior Union website records on his phone after returning to his room, and investigated the ice Lotus Fire. He had a faint guess that it was similar to the red Lotus Fire and were unimaginable and terrifying energy bodies. They were extremely precious that people would be willing to afford 10 billion. Come out. After turning a corner on the road, it became somewhat darker. Lin Xiu suddenly stopped and spoke up indifferently. Chapter 267 Robbery. Chapter 267 Robbery. His surroundings remained quiet as though no one was around even after he spoke up. Lin Xiu frowned and continued. The one hiding at the corner at my left. Are you not coming out? Following his probe, a figure walked out. Who would have thought that you discovered us? 3 men walked over and eyed Lin Xiu with faint surprise in their eyes. They thought that they had hidden well and did not expect Lin Xiu to discover them. What's the matter? Lin Xiu turned and looked at them. Lin Xiu knew that their sudden appearance was of ill intent without even thinking. Nothing. I just saw you spend 1 million for information. You seem to be rich. One of them looked at Lin Xiu and chuckled. The other 2 also stared at Lin Xiu, their eyes revealing greed when they saw his fire-scale combat suit. They were knowledgeable people and knew that the fire-scale combat suit was the most suitable combat suit to enter Dark Forest. And then Lin Xiu revealed a smile that showed interest in their words. And then, seeing Lin Xiu's calm expression as though he was not afraid, the trio looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Brett, you're rather arrogant. A middle-aged man looked at Lin Xiu and commented. They saw Lin Xiu as an ordinary young man, and because Lin Xiu had used disguise, they sensed that he was not strong at all. Give us the black card and the fire-scale combat suit and you can go. One of them looked at him and said. The black card was the card that Lin Xiu had used to transact with. There were unique engravings on the black card that only appeared when the account had more than 100 million Union coins. It was rare for warriors like them to have 100 million Union coins. Lin Xiu replied. Oh, so you guys want to rob me? Rob, you can say that. The middle-aged man laughed and wielded his saber and pointed it at Lin Xiu. Bring it over. Otherwise you're dead. He glared at Lin Xiu and said ferociously. They were extremely greedy when it came to valuable things. Regardless, they would go to the extent of killing Lin Xiu to take the items. I can give it to you. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. The middle-aged man laughed when he heard Lin Xiu's words. Ha ha, seems like you understand the situation. Bring them over. He looked at Lin Xiu then spoke to the 2 men beside him. They immediately walked over. Take it out. Just as they finished speaking, Lin Xiu sent 2 fists at them. Rumble. Vacuum explosions came out in the air. The 2 that were about to tear off the fire-scale combat suit from Lin Xiu's body were frightened by Lin Xiu's punch. Fortunately for them, they were not ordinary warriors and reacted to avoid the punches. Damn it. Although they dodged the punch, Lin Xiu's fists had given them a shock. Kill him. The middle-aged man holding the saber became furious and roared out loud. Just as he said that, he launched an attack at Lin Xiu. The 2 other partners reacted and immediately erupted with sword strength. It enveloped their fists as they rushed toward Lin Xiu as well. Lin Xiu could tell that they were peak rank 5 warriors even without analytic eyes. Although Lin Xiu was at the early stage of rank 5, he was not afraid. He watched as they approached and moved, not to dodge, but to attack, seeking death. The expressions of the 2 men changed when they saw him rush at them as they executed their fist skills at Lin Xiu. Bang bang. As their fists came outwards, gigantic explosions occurred. This revealed the might of their fists. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow as he charged towards them. He moved to the side and avoided one of the fists while sending out one of his own. Whoosh! Lin Zia's fist was clearly enveloped in a large amount of lightning. This caused their surroundings to be lit up. What is that? One of the men that wanted to punch Lin Zia's body had a change in expression. What is going on? He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. It collided right smack into Lin Zia's fist. Rumble! A large sound came out the instant their fists collided. The large amount of lightning crackled and spread throughout his entire body. Lin Zia's punch was nowhere inferior to his, and the man felt as though he had punched an object that was many times harder than steel. As the immense pain spread from his hand, his bones started to crack as though they were about to break. Adding the electric currents that enveloped his body and caused him immense pain. He started to wail out loud. He was flung backwards and fell to the ground while twitching endlessly. Go and die. The middle-aged man with the saber was shocked at the sight of his man falling and brandished his saber frantically at Lin Ziu. Just as he was about to attack from the front, the man behind launched a fist at Lin Ziu. Fiery fist. He roared out loud without any intent to hide and used his skill. Following his outburst were flames that enveloped his fist. The temperature of the flames was very high, and as his fist was completely enveloped, he charged forth with extreme speed. Chapter 268 Whose Fist is Stronger? Chapter 268 Whose Fist is Stronger? They were making a pincer attack from the front and wanted to kill Lin Ziu directly. But at this moment, Lin Ziu disappeared. The fist of the warrior who used fiery fist directly pounded against the saber that the man had swung over. Although he used fiery fist and his fist became harder, he didn't have any gloves in his hand after all. At this time, he smashed the saber that the middle-aged man had swung over at such a fast speed, and the blade of the saber sliced into his fist. The intense pain caused him to cry out at this moment. Where did he go? The middle-aged man hurriedly used his force to pull out the saber from his fist and said in surprise. He really did not expect that Lin Ziu just disappeared like that. How could he move so quickly? He was still in shock when he heard a voice coming from behind him. You guys only have this little strength. At this moment, Lin Ziu had somehow appeared behind the middle-aged man and said indifferently. The man who was just attacked by Lin Ziu was still shaking and twitching constantly on the ground. Lin Ziu's silver thunderbolt rupturing fist could already be used to its fullest potential with his current strength. Even if the man was a peak rank 5 warrior, this punch would still be quite unbearable, unless he has been trained in high-voltage electric shock resistance. He would definitely be unable to withstand this powerful current. What kind of person are you? The middle-aged man turned around suddenly and asked Lin Ziu. It really surprised him how Lin Ziu dodged the attacks of the two of them so easily. And Lin Ziu actually appeared behind him. Even he himself was dumbstruck for a while. Now he didn't regard Lin Ziu as an ordinary warrior. After all, from the strength that Lin Ziu displayed just now, even a fool would know that Lin Ziu was almost the same rank as him or higher. Man. Lin Ziu smiled and replied. Hearing Lin Ziu's words, a ferocious glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes and he said with a grimace. Good kid. How arrogant, huh? It was just that we were careless just now. This time, I will kill you. Kill. As soon as he spoke, he used force on his legs and continued to charge towards Lin Ziu. The saber in his hand was already radiating a hint of cold light, and with a strong saber technique, he slashed towards Lin Ziu. Swish swish swish. With the continuous swing of the saber in his hand, the sounds kept ringing. Lin Ziu's gaze changed at this moment. This saber was not an ordinary saber, and his slashing speed was also very fast. If he accidentally got hit and cut himself, he would be in danger. With that thought, Lin Ziu focused and relied on his extremely fast reaction to dodge at lightning speed. Lin Ziu was like a shadow. No matter how fast his saber moved, Lin Ziu dodged it. Do or die. The middle-aged man saw that Lin Ziu avoided every slash perfectly, and his expression changed drastically. He roared out and held the hilt of the saber with both hands, then slashed harder. As he swung the saber, it brought about a majestic sword strength and created a huge sword aura. Lin Ziu stood there, watching the huge sword aura slashing towards him and appeared as if he wasn't going to dodge at all. Boom! The saber slashed and the surrounding ground was shaking. A huge and bottomless gully appeared instantly across the ground. Dead. Huh. Did you really think you could dodge it? The middle-aged man said coldly at this time, although Lin Ziyu was very fast and avoided many of his attacks. But this move was his best skill and it was very swift. It also covered a wide area, so there was no way Lin Ziyu could dodge it. At this moment, there was thick dust everywhere, making it even more challenging to see the situation on the already dimmed streets. Boss! Boss! Just when the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief, the man who just used the fiery fist behind him seemed to notice something and his eyes were full of shock and fear. What is it? Hearing this man's words, the middle-aged man frowned and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly widened. He sensed that something was wrong and his pupils constricted. When he turned his head to look, he saw a fist covered in lightning coming towards him. Boom! This punch was so sudden that the middle-aged man had no chance to dodge at all. Lin Ziyu's fist hit his forehead directly and there was a huge cracking sound. Bang! In the next moment, the man's head exploded. His body was still standing upright, but his head has been blasted off. This scene looks very bloody, making the man behind him tremble. Do you still want to kill and rob? Lin Ziyu waved his right hand, shaking the blood off his fist and faintly said to the man in front. The man's eyes were so wide open like his eyeballs were about to fall out. He looked at Lin Ziyu with his eyes filled with horror. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. He never thought that his boss, a peak rank 5 warrior who was about to advance to a rank 6 warrior, would die so easily under Lin Ziyu's hands. And he even died in the hands of a young man. You, don't come over, the man said while trembling. He didn't have any will to fight now, and his body seemed to have lost all its strength at this time. The strength that Lin Ziyu has just displayed was completely overwhelming. With such a terrifying opponent, how could he have the guts to resist? Sorry, it's too late now, Lin Ziyu said faintly at this time. At this moment, flames covered Lin Ziyu's fists. The flame of Lin Ziyu's fist was very red, and the surrounding air seemed to have become distorted because of the hot temperature. I shall let you find out whose fist is stronger. Chapter 269 Ice Lotus Fire. Chapter 269 Ice Lotus Fire. Just after Lin Ziyu spoke, his body moved suddenly and he rushed directly to the man in front of him. The man was shocked when he saw that Lin Ziyu's hands were still bursting with flames at this time. He could sense that the flames released by Lin Ziyu's fists were even more terrifying than his own fiery fist. But now he has no retreat. If he wanted to escape now, he would most likely be hit by Lin Ziyu's fiery fist. And he couldn't believe that someone's fists were actually stronger than his own. After all, his fiery fist was close to the power of a diamond skill and he had practiced it for a long time. Following his roar, his right fist was instantly covered in flames. Compared with the flames on Lin Ziyu's fist, his flames looked ordinary, but it was still very hot. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted because of his flames. Go to hell. Watching Lin Ziyu's flame-covered fist coming towards him, the man punched out with his flame-covered fist. Bang! The two fists slammed against each other and a loud noise resounded. The flames on the two fists appeared to have a special reaction because of the collision. After a while, the man felt a sharp pain. Click, click. There were clicking sounds from his bones like they were about to crack into pieces. Ah! Just as he was about to move, he felt the flame on Lin Ziyu's fist wrapping around his fist. The flame on his fist had already been swallowed by those flames of Lin Ziyu as it burned directly in his hand. Within a second, his fist turned charred black. Lin Ziyu didn't give him any chance to dodge and escape. He swung his other fist and punched his abdomen. Boom! There was a dull sound and the man was sent flying. Then his entire body hit the wall behind. His eyes were wide open as his whole body slowly fell to the ground and he stopped breathing. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 5 warrior and gaining 12 million experience. 12 million experience. He still needed around 20 million experience to level up. At this moment, Lin Ziyu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the man who fell on the ground and was still twitching because of his silver thunderbolt rupturing fist attack. He revealed a ferocious glint. If it wasn't for his own strength and tyranny, he would have been the one dead. Lin Ziyu was not a saint. At this moment, His eyes were cold. His fist was covered in lightning and threw a punch on the man's body. Boom! With the punch that killed him. In the next moment, a system prompt resounded again. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing rank 5 warrior and gaining 12 million experience. After Lin Xiu dealt with all these people, Lin Xiu checked and saw that he was still a few million experience points away from leveling up again. He shook his head. Lin Xiu didn't think much and left the place. Lin Xiu only walked a short distance when a black figure stepped out and glanced at the corpse on the ground. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seems like this person is pretty strong. I doubt a head-on confrontation would kill him. It's better to wait for a good opportunity before making a move, he said to himself, and soon, his figure was hidden in the dark night. After Lin Xiu returned to the hotel room, he took a hot bath and laid directly on the soft bed to rest. Lin Xiu was a little tired and didn't intend to practice the cultivation technique again. He had a good rest and prepared to go to the dark forest tomorrow. Lin Xiu had a feeling that he would meet Liu Yu in the dark forest. Time passed quickly. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes, he could already see a faint light coming through the curtain. It's 7 o'clock. Lin Xiu, who has a good biological clock, woke up easily at this time. After washing up, he carried his backpack, then walked out with the dark edge spear and saw Guoling standing at the door. I thought you haven't got up yet. Guoling smiled and said, I'm used to getting up early. Lin Xiu smiled lightly. At this moment, he looked ahead and Qiu Lai and the others also walked out of the room one by one. They were all neatly dressed and seemed to be in good spirits. Morning. After experiencing what happened yesterday, Qiu Lai and the others did not regard Lin Xiu lightly and greeted him respectfully. Well, morning. Lin Xiu nodded. After having their breakfast in the hotel, the group of people rode out on their android battle tigers. Why are there so many people? Qian Lin looked around and said curiously. Qiu Lai and the rest also noticed that this small town was already bustling with activities so early in the morning. And these people were undoubtedly warriors. The dark forest was very dangerous and low-ranking warriors would rarely come here. Like last night, those who wanted to attack Lin Xiu were the peak rank 5 warriors. They definitely had a reason for taking such a big risk to come here. It was clear that according to the information that Lin Xiu inquired about last night, it was for the ice Lotus Fire. It's really a bit weird. Why don't we ask around first? Guoling also nodded. She looked around and seeing the whole street full of warriors, she was also very puzzled. No need to ask. I know what it is. Hearing what they said, Lin Xiu, who was riding the android battle tiger, suddenly said aloud. You do. Guoling was taken aback, then subconsciously turned around and asked Lin Xiu. Qiu Lai and the others also looked at Lin Xiu at this time. Lin Xiu glanced around and when he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he suddenly said, Ice Lotus Fire. The dark forest is said to have Ice Lotus Fire. Ice Lotus Fire. They were taken aback when they heard Lin Xiu's words. They looked like they didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, you can check it on your phone. Lin Xiu continued. Guoling had already come to his senses and searched this thing on his phone. After reading the introduction of this thing, his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 270, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. Chapter 270, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. Dimensional items. Guoling's eyes changed as she commented. According to the information they had gathered, these things could fall to Earth as well. They were also filled with a lot of energy, and the energy could be absorbed using special methods. According to historical text, there was an extremely powerful warrior that absorbed a lotus fire that was ice white. This warrior became extremely powerful and even tempered his flesh body. 100 million for this. Qiu Lai immediately inhaled a breath of cold air when he heard the news. 100 million was not a small amount. One could only imagine how precious the item was for someone to be willing to fork out so much money. It was no wonder that so many warriors would gather here. Even a fool would know that they were here for this item. We have to be careful this time. Guoling was silent for a moment before speaking out. The more warriors that came, the more dangerous it was for them. Not every warrior was righteous. There were some that were scheming and evil and would steal and rob others. This made things even more dangerous. Qiu Lai and the others were aware of the situation and nodded their heads earnestly. The group carried on ahead on their android battle tigers and quickly left the town. Right at this time, Lin Xiu was able to see a black region in the distance. It was a densely packed black forest. Even the ground seemed to be slightly black. Is that dark forest? Lin Xiu saw and asked in surprise. Ahead of them was a boundless and vast ocean of densely packed trees, as though they were standing at a beach and staring out at black waters. That's right. We are already in the dark forest region from here on out. Everyone, let's be careful. Guo Ling nodded her head and replied with a serious look on her face. Rolly crawled out of Lin Xia's bag, having seemed to have sensed something. It revealed its bald body and looked around carefully. Ha ha ha. Kids, you guys are heading into the dark forest too. Be careful and don't die inside. A group of warriors walked over towards Lin Xia's group and started laughing out loud when they saw how young they were. Qiu Lai and the others frowned at their words, as though they were unhappy. Guoling looked at Qiu Lai and the others. They immediately understood her thoughts and nodded their heads. They were venturing into dark forest to look for snow silkworms. It was not wise for them to act up against the others. I think that you guys will die first. Lin Xiu glanced at the middle-aged man who laughed at them and replied indifferently. The warriors that were laughing immediately had changes in expressions when they heard his words. The middle-aged man that laughed out the loudest felt as though he had been embarrassed. He walked right in front of Lin Xiu and opened his eyes wide. Brat, you want to die? He was infuriated at the fact that the brat dared to refute him. Guo Ling and the others stopped moving and looked at Lin Xiu. Before they could even react, Lin Xiu made his move. Su! Before he could react, a cold aura flashed past his eyes. He felt a piercing pain on his head and realized that a black spear was laying on his forehead. As long as Lin Xiu exerted a bit of force, his brain would have been pierced through. You! The middle-aged man trembled. He did not think that Lin Xiu would use his spear right off the bat without even retorting. The even more terrifying fact was Lin Xia's spear was too fast. His forehead had been pricked by Lin Xia's spear before he could even react. If Lin Xiu accidentally exerted a bit of strength, the sharp spear tip would break into his head. Another word and it'll kill you. Look at me. It'll kill you. Move a slight inch. It'll kill you. Lin Xia's eyes revealed a cold intent as he spoke up indifferently. Large beads of perspiration started to trickle down the middle-aged man's forehead when he heard Lin Xia's words. He did not dare move an inch. He knew that Lin Xiu was not bragging and would kill him if he disobeyed his words. His companions were equally shocked by the sudden change of events. Lin Xia's spear had been too fast, and not a single one of them would have been able to dodge it. Terrifying. He was too terrifying. Let's go. Lin Xiu suddenly retracted his spear and spoke to Guo Ling and the others. It was only then did they regain their senses. They nodded their heads in agreement. Lin Xia's movement had shocked them. Lin Xiu kept his spear and rode on his android battle tiger to the other side. The middle-aged man stood in his original position until Lin Xia's group left before falling straight to the ground from his weak legs. Let us go. The man recalled his near-death experience and immediately felt a shadow in his heart. He no longer dared to enter dark forest. There were many warriors and they witnessed the scene. They no longer dared to look down on Lin Xia's group. Rest easy. My actions have lessened the number of people with ill intent on us. Lin Xiu looked at Gu Ling and the others and said. They finally understood what Lin Xiu meant. They looked around and noticed that none of the people around them dared to look towards their directions any longer. They really think we're that easy to provoke. Qiu Lai clenched his fists and said. There were many cases of warriors killing others to rob and steal. Lin Xiu had intentionally caused a ruckus to set an example for the others. Here we are. Dark forest. As they continued to move ahead, Guo Ling suddenly spoke up when they saw the black trees nearby. Chapter 271 Strange Trees. Chapter 271 Strange Trees. Lin Xiu looked at the black trees with surprise. The trees were unlike ordinary trees. Not only were the surfaces black, but they seemed to be able to refract light. This surprised everyone. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu used a bit of force to knock on the tree and produced a series of low knocking sounds. The black trunks were like metal and extremely queer. What exactly is this? Lin Xiu could not help but be surprised. He had never seen such a mysterious tree in his life before. Be careful. Don't touch it. Lin Xiu was about to use Dark Edge's tip to poke at the black tree when Guo Ling suddenly spoke up. Lin Xiu was startled when he heard her panic, and was about to ask why when all the warriors around revealed expressions as though they were in for a good treat. Lin Xiu's eyes changed as he sensed movements at his location. Right at that moment, a long and black thing shot forward. Clank! Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he moved Dark Edge and stabbed in front of him. Dark Edge collided into something that felt like metal. Lin Xiu finally realized that it was actually the roots of the tree. It was Lin Xiu's first time experiencing such a bizarre thing. The roots of the weird trees were capable of attacking. Wait, are these trees conscious? Su su su. While in surprise, more and more black branches shot out from the tree roots shot out from beneath the soil and straight at Lin Xiu. Clank clank clank. All the roots were like extremely strong whips that lashed at Lin Xiu. His pupils constricted as he danced with Dark Edge and attacked the roots. The roots were extremely tenacious and tough. Every collision would produce sounds similar to metals clashing against one another. They are afraid of fire. Guo Ling watched and suddenly shouted out. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and reacted. In an instant, source strength surged out from his body. The powerful source strength surged into Dark Edge. Rumble, following the gurgling sounds. Flames appeared at the tip of Lin Xiu's spear. Red Lotus Fire. Lin Xiu was even more proficient in controlling this fire and endless flames enveloped the spear in an instant. All the black roots that were attacking relentlessly seemed to become anxious and retracted back. You want to leave? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at the sight of this and launched his spear forward. Rumble. The roots emitted loud sounds and were burnt by Lin Xiu's flames. It was like fire interacting with oil. It quickly pervaded the roots and the trunk of the tree and combusted upwards. Very quickly, the strange metallic black tree combusted into charcoal. The entire tree fell to the ground. All the warriors that thought they had a show to watch were shocked, and looked at Lin Xiu with surprise in their eyes. They did not expect Lin Xiu to resolve the danger so easily. These trees that exist only in the dark forest seem to have a bit of consciousness. They are unlike ordinary trees and will attack upon being threatened. Guo Ling explained with a hint of surprise after seeing how Lin Xiu destroyed the tree with his flames. His reaction to that surprise attack was a little too fast. Right. I was careless. Lin Xiu nodded his head. If not for his Red Lotus Fire, he would have been in trouble. The strange trees not only had metallic structures, but had extremely tough roots. Lin Xiu finally knew why they only announced for rank 6 or above warriors in Sacred Region Academy to enter Dark Forest. The warriors slowly scattered and their surroundings quickly became quiet. They were left alone. Where do we go now? Lin Xiu looked deep into the forest and felt that everywhere looked the same. It was all black trees and not a single shadow of any other living things. We continue straight. The thing we want is just right ahead. Guo Ling nodded her head and looked forward and chose the direction. The group moved on under Guo Ling's guidance. The further they went, the denser the trees became. Although the android battle tigers were good means of transportation, they became too narrow for them to ride any further. They were too large and the trees were too close together for them to pass. Forget it. Let's leave them here first. They can't go in. Lin Xiu jumped from his mount and turned to the others and advised. They nodded their heads and dropped from their android battle tigers. It was impossible for people to steal their android battle tigers away. They continued on ahead. As they ventured in further, the grass on the ground became black. Lin Xiu stepped on the black grass and felt a weird sensation. Guo Ling, what are these? Q Lai carefully looked around and said from the side. It was extremely eerie around and made their hair stand. It was especially so where they currently were. Their surroundings became even more gloomy as though all the light in the sky had darkened. It made them feel suppressed. I think we are close to the center of Dark Forest. I don't have the exact location. Guo Ling looked ahead and said, Su, A strange sound suddenly came out at this moment. What was that? Chapter 272 Black Iron Spider. Chapter 272 Black Iron Spider. Lin Ziyu was shocked when he heard this weird sound. He looked around but found nothing. His surroundings were a bit dark, and because the trees were also black, his vision was also hindered to a certain extent. What is this? At this moment, Qian Lin looked at the trunk of the tree in front of her, and it looked swollen. As soon as she spoke, that thing that was swollen suddenly moved and pounced directly on her. It made a swishing sound. Qian Lin noticed this, and the pupils in her eyes constricted. She froze and couldn't react fast enough. Bang! But just then, a cold light flashed, and the thing that pounced on her was directly cut in half. Crash! As its body was cut off, some blue liquid splashed all over the ground. At this moment, the air exuded a slightly nauseating smell. Be careful! Guo Ling stood in front of Qian Lin and waved the sword vigorously to shake off the blue liquid on it. Qian Lin nodded, then looked at what was on the ground. The thing which was split in half by Guo Ling with a long sword. The backs of these things were dark and reflective, just like the backs of those weird trees. Taking a closer look, it looks like a spider. Rank 5 Black Iron Spider. Lin Ziyu walked over at this time, and the moment he swung the spear out, he directly penetrated the black iron spider. The spear had pierced through the bodies of these black spiders, and it sounded like metals colliding. It was definitely these spiders that made those weird noises just now. The skin of these things was the same as the skin of these black trees. If they didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice them at all and would be attacked by these black iron spiders. Again. At this moment, the swishing sounds became louder and louder. Qiu Lai and others heard the sound, and their expressions changed as they shouted. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes and saw that a large number of black iron spiders were rushing over from those trees. Black silk threads were spat out of their mouths, and they relied on the suspension of those silk threads to fly directly towards Lin Ziyu and the others. They were very fast. These things have poison in their mouths. Be careful not to get bitten. Although he saw a large number of black iron spiders rushing in all directions, Guo Ling was still very calm. The others heard Guo Ling's voice, and they became calm as well and dealt with the black iron spiders that rushed over. Lin Ziyu was holding the dark edge spear in his right hand, and triggered the flames to burst out from the spear. The entire dark edge spear seemed to be surrounded by flames. Torrential storm of rose flowers. As the spear in Lin Ziyu's hand thrust out, the spear had pierced out with the red Lotus Fire. Those black iron spiders that flew over were easily pierced by the tip of Lin Ziyu's spear. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing the rank 5 black iron spider and gaining 1. Experience. Congratulations, Master, on killing. Many system prompts kept ringing, but Lin Ziyu ignored them and continued to attack these black iron spiders that were constantly rushing over. Each spider gave him 1 million experience. 10 of them meant 10 million. And 100 of them would be 100 million experience. And these things seemed to be afraid of fire, so they were very easy to kill. Lin Ziyu constantly waved the dark edge spear and killed frantically. Qiu Lai and the others were surprised when they saw this scene. Lin Ziyu's speed of killing the black iron spiders was terrifyingly fast. It was at least twice as fast as them. After some time, Lin Ziyu was simply waving his spear madly and killing the black iron spiders that were charging over. Those black iron spiders were like moths rushing to the fire and continued to fly towards Lin Ziyu. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for successfully leveling up. You are level 26. Level 26 already. Lin Ziyu was also slightly surprised at this time. He only knew that he kept waving the dark edge spear in his hand and didn't even think about how much experience he had gained. And at this moment, the number of black iron spiders had also decreased. About 10 seconds later, there weren't any swishing sounds anymore, and those black iron spiders were all killed. A strong burning smell came from the ground, causing Lin Ziyu's nose to wrinkle slightly. At this time, Lin Ziyu thought of the system prompt informing him that he had just leveled up. So he quickly clicked on the attribute panel in his mind. Host Lin Ziyu. Level 26. Experience points 25 million to 5 billion. Strength 510. Physique 252. Speed 115. Skills analytic eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Mirror image. Rage build-up in 1. Potential points 26. Title rank 5 warrior. Unused titles rank 1 warrior. Rank 3 warrior. Rank 4 warrior. Rank 5 warrior. Lin Xiu clicked on his attribute panel and the first thing he saw was the experience needed to level up. Damn. 5 billion. If he continued to level up like this, how long would he take? If he killed these black iron spiders, he would have to kill at least 250. But there weren't so many black iron spiders obviously, which Lin Xiu thought was quite a pity. Otherwise, it was indeed a good place to gain experience. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and directly added all these potential points to his strength attribute. As Lin Xiu became stronger and stronger, the dark edge spear that was difficult to hold before now seemed to become lighter and lighter, like he couldn't feel the weight anymore. They are all killed? Right? Q Lai and the others asked a little breathlessly. The speed of these black iron spiders was very fast. Plus Guo Ling said that these things were highly poisonous, and it would be troublesome if they got bitten. So they got really anxious and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief seeing that these black iron spiders were not reappearing. There shouldn't be any more. Guo Ling looked around carefully at this time and said aloud. She still glanced at Lin Xiu weirdly. Just now, Lin Xiu seemed a little strange. He seemed to be talking to himself, which made Guo Ling really curious. Which direction should we head towards now? Chapter 273 Giant Black Rock Beast. Chapter 273 Giant Black Rock Beast. Shen Jin said to Guo Ling. There were black trees all around them, and no matter where they looked, the scenery seemed exactly the same. It was hard for them to find their direction, and after enabling the compass software on the phone, the compass was spinning like crazy and there was no way of using it at all. The network signal was also blocked by strange forces. Guo Ling looked around and thought about something. At the next moment, she held her sword and pointed in the direction next to her, then said, "Go this way." Lin Xiu glanced at her curiously. He didn't even know which direction to head in at this place. How did she know? That mutated black-toothed spider, is it a mutated species of the black iron spider? Just now Lin Xiu said to Guo Ling as he walked. Also, he wasn't sure when Roly had come out. When they left the corpses of the black iron spiders, Roly collected all the odd crystals very quickly. In the next moment, those odd crystals were stuck on Roly's special body and were put into Lin Xiu's backpack. No one else noticed but Lin Xiu. You can put it this way actually. The mutated black-toothed spider we are looking for in this mission is the black-toothed spider evolved from the rank 5 black iron spider. Only one mutated black-toothed spider would appear out of 100 black-toothed spiders. Guo Ling nodded and explained as she walked. As they continued to walk forward, Lin Xiu discovered that the ground had begun to change. There was still soft mud just now, but right now, the mud turned into black rocks. Stepping on them, they had a very hard texture. They continued walking for some time, but this place seemed endless. And on this journey, they hadn't seen any warriors at all. So many warriors had entered this dark forest together just now, but they had not seen any of them yet. This was really surprising. Why aren't we there yet? After walking for a period of time, Q Lai couldn't help but ask. Even though they were rank 6 warriors, they still felt tired after walking for so long, not physically, but mentally. After all, the surrounding environment looked the same and it was as if they had been walking in the same place constantly, never seeing the end. This situation was very depressing. Although the rest of the people's condition was not as bad as Q Lai's, they weren't feeling great either. Continue to move forward. Guo Ling didn't say anything but kept walking. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Q Lai seemed a little worried. Going on like this was like an infinite loop. It had been so long and the surroundings still looked exactly the same. Listen to her. Wan Qianshui, who had not spoken, glanced at Q Lai at this moment and said. Shen Jin and the others also nodded at this time and continued to follow Guo Ling. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but he could feel that the current direction should be right. Although the overall landscape looked the same, there was still a slight difference. From morning to afternoon, no one had any idea how long they had been walking. At this moment, their surroundings were completely dark. Let's take a break here tonight. We should be able to reach the black-toothed spider's colony tomorrow, as long as we catch the mutated black-toothed spider alive. Our mission is complete. They continued to walk and found that there was a tall black rock in the middle. After arriving here, Q-Lai could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he finally saw a different environment. They had been walking all day and the surrounding road conditions were almost exactly the same, making them feel like they had been circling around, but this depressing feeling has finally been lifted. At this moment, he was sitting directly on the ground against the rock, panting a little. Guoling and the others had taken out the lamp and placed it around. At this moment, this area has become brighter. Don't move. Just then, Lin Xiu looked in front and said aloud, "What's happening?" Q-Lai was startled when he heard what Lin Xiu said and instinctively asked. Guoling and the others also looked around at this time, but did not see anything appearing. "Leave this rock," Lin Xiu said, looking at the thing warily. The thing that looked like a rock was not a rock at all. Lin Xiu could easily tell that this was a rank 6 evolved beast. Giant black rock beast. Using his analytic eye, "Is this something weird?" Q-Lai also came to his senses at this time, and looked at the towering black rock and said aloud. As soon as he spoke, this huge black rock shook. It seemed to be woken up because Q-Lai had leaned on it. Q-Lai was also shocked when he saw the scene and quickly retreated to the back with his weapon. The ground around began shaking slightly. Everyone looked at the ground and had a look of surprise on their faces. This huge rock was now slowly moving up. With a dull thump, a huge black claw stretched out from the ground. Rank 6 evolved beast. Giant black rock beast. Lin Xiu looked at the giant black rock beast that was slowly waking up and said to the people behind, "HNG, it's just a rank 6 evolved beast," Shen Jin said with a cold snort. But there was still a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at this gigantic beast. It wasn't that he has never seen a rank 6 evolved beast, but it was the first time that he has seen such a huge rank 6 evolved beast. This was really huge. Boom boom. Now the trembling on the ground is getting stronger and stronger. It was like a big earthquake and everyone who was caught off guard almost fell to the ground. The head of this giant beast was finally exposed. Isn't this a— He stared at Q-Lai and his eyes widened at this time as he subconsciously said aloud. Chapter 274 Absorbing the Flame. Chapter 274 Absorbing the Flame. Haha. When Lin Xiu heard Q-Lai's words at this time, he was taken aback and couldn't help laughing. Qian Lin's face suddenly reddened. At this moment, Guoling heard Lin Xiu's laughter and turned around and glared at Lin Xiu sternly. Ahem. I just think this. No, this giant black rock beast's head looks a bit like the head of a tortoise. Lin Xiu said a little embarrassingly, taking a closer look. Except for the giant black rock beast's back, its head and limbs were indeed similar to those of a tortoise. Roar. Just then, this giant black rock beast's head suddenly stretched out and it opened its mouth, revealing a set of white fangs. As it roared, the surrounding ground seemed to shake more severely and the wind was raging. The lighting equipment placed on the ground had also fallen at this time. Guoling Chenjin looked towards Guoling and suddenly shouted. Guoling nodded, and held the long sword towards the giant black rock beast like he was going to kill it. Seeing Guoling's movements, the others didn't retreat, but rushed over there with their weapons at the same time. They wanted to kill this rank 6 black rock beast. Lin Xiu looked at the seemingly sluggish black rock beast, and frowned slightly because he had just read the prompt of the analytic eye and knew that the reaction speed of this thing was very fast. Be careful, Lin Xiu reminded from behind and then attacked with his dark edge spear. Guoling and the others saw that its back were all black rocks, and knew immediately that it was definitely hard to penetrate its back. What they should target was its head and attack its eyes first. But as soon as they rushed over, the giant black rock beast opened its mouth and a large amount of blue substance gathered. What the hell is this? Q-Lai, who rushed over first, wanted to use his sword to chop off the giant black rock beast's head. But when he saw this scene, he froze. At the next moment, A large amount of substance that emitted blue light gathered in its mouth, and a huge energy cluster was formed in an instant. It roared all of a sudden, and the energy cluster was aiming for Qiu Lai. Swish! The speed of this energy cluster was very fast, and was about to hit Qiu Lai. He's doomed. Qiu Lai's eyes constricted suddenly. At this moment, his body seemed to be restrained by some peculiar force. He couldn't move for a while. Run! Just at this very moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Qiu Lai felt that his body was being pulled to the other side. The huge blue energy cluster brushed past Qiu Lai's body. Boom! The huge blue energy cluster smashed on the ground, and there was another strong tremor. The huge blue energy cluster created a deep pit on the ground. Qiu Lai stood on the edge and saw this scene with fear in his eyes. Terrifying. This was really horrible. If he simply stood there, he would probably be annihilated by the blue energy cluster. Thanks. Thank you. Qiu Lai looked to his side and saw Lin Xiu standing next to him. He knew that Lin Xiu had just saved him. At this time, he took a deep breath and said to Lin Xiu, "Don't worry about it." Lin Xiu said plainly, looking at the back, as the beast's attack didn't kill Qiu Lai just now. This giant black rock beast seemed furious, and its forelimbs stretched out at this time. Raising its paw, he slapped wildly towards Guo Ling and the others. Bang bang bang. As its huge claws slapped on the ground, the whole ground shook. Lin Xiu's gaze changed slightly when he watched this scene. It was just like what the analytic eye stated. This thing looked like a huge rock, but its limbs were indeed very fast. Guo Ling and the others who were about to attack had quickly dodged at this moment. Its head should be the vital part, but they couldn't get close at all. With its huge claws constantly slapping the entire ground, the ground shook more and more severely. Many cracks also appeared on the ground at this time. All of the Phoenix Lin Xiu saw this scene, and held the dark-edged spear with both hands as he brandished it violently. A large number of flaming birds flew out one after another as Lin Xiu waved his dark-edged spear. They rushed towards the body of the giant black rock beast. With the appearance of the flaming birds, the dark and strange trees around seemed to have felt the scorching temperature as they rooted out at this time and fled. Lin Xiu couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene, and his mouth opened slightly. This dark forest was really weird. The dark trees seemed to have a consciousness. Roar! Looking at the flaming birds that rushed over, the giant black rock beast roared. At this moment, its black claws directly slapped the incoming flaming birds. Not afraid of flames? Lin Xiu frowned slightly. It was really weird. In theory, things in this dark forest were afraid of flames, but this giant black rock beast didn't seem to be afraid at all. Following that, Lin Xiu felt that something even weirder had happened. As the giant black rock beast's claws slapped the flaming birds that were about to hit its head, they were all scattered. And when they scattered into a ball of flames, the giant black rock beast's mouth opened wide and sucked, gathering all the flames in its mouth. What's going on? Chen Jin and the others also opened their eyes wide. The temperature of the flames released by Lin Xiu was so high that even they didn't dare to deal with it directly. But this giant black rock beast not only slapped the flaming birds away with its claws, but more terrifyingly, it absorbed the flames into its mouth and gathered them. It seemed to be preparing for a more terrifying counterattack. It doesn't look like an ordinary rank 6 evolved beast. Guo Ling also felt a surge of pressure as she frowned slightly and said, as soon as she spoke, the flames that had been absorbed by the giant black rock beast gathered into a ball, and in the next moment, it spat the flames back to Lin Xiu and the others. Chapter 275 Fighting a Rank 6 Evolved Beast Alone I. Chapter 275 Fighting a Rank 6 Evolved Beast Alone I. Damn it. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. What the hell is this? It could even absorb his flames and turn them into its weapon. This was the first time Lin Xiu had seen this kind of evolved beast. The dark and weird trees around had already rooted and fled. The ground around seemed barren as if it was the wilderness. The lighting equipment was scattered on the ground, but it still provided some light. Boom! At this moment, the noise became louder and louder, and the flames that were absorbed and spat out by the black rock giant beast were rushing towards Lin Xiu and the others. The flames turned out to be even more terrifying after the beast had absorbed and spat them out. Lin Xiu and the rest quickly dodged. The flames filled the sky and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. Lin Xiu was hit by some flames, but he didn't feel much pain. After all, he was the one who released these flames and his body already had resistance to them. What kind of evolved beast is this? Guoling's gaze also changed. Before he had time to dodge the flames, he unfolded the sphere directly and blocked all the flames. But even though the sphere blocked the flames, Guoling could still feel the scorching heat around his body. He felt as if he was getting cooked. It was very uncomfortable. Roar! The giant black rock beast was clawing frantically at this moment as it rushed towards Lin Xiu. Its body was huge, and when Lin Xiu saw this, his gaze changed suddenly. Without any fear, he held the dark edge spear and rushed forward directly. Bang! The giant black rock beast rushed towards Lin Xiu and waved its claws like he was going to smash Lin Xiu into a pulp of meat. As his claws slapped down, the whole ground shook again. Lin Xiu's movements were very fast. At this moment, he jumped directly onto the claw and used it as a springboard. At the next moment, he leaped up again. He jumped directly onto the head of the giant black rock beast and saw the giant black rock beast's black eyes clearly. Its eyes were like black pearls and they looked very strange. It was not easy to attack other parts of its body, and he could only attack its head and its eyes right now. Swish! Lin Xiu's spear slammed vigorously, and when he was about to pierce its eyes, a flame burst out from the spear tip and directly attacked his eyes. Roar! The black rock giant opened its mouth and let out a howl. Lin Xiu's flame seemed to be absorbed by its weird ability again and converged on the other side of its mouth. Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air, frowned at this moment. The ability of this rank 6 evolved beast was really weird. It seems that his red Lotus Fire wasn't very effective in dealing with this darn thing. Bang bang bang. Those flames that were absorbed turned into a ball of flames that continuously sprayed out from its mouth. Although Lin Xiu was in the air now, he twisted his body slightly and managed to dodge. In the next moment, it pierced its eyes directly with his dark edge spear. Bang! But at this moment, something strange happened. A large amount of rubble broke out of its back that was like a small mountain, then rushed towards Lin Xiu. Swish swish swish. Those black rubble that looked like small rocks rushed towards Lin Xiu at a crazy speed. They moved very quickly, even more terrifying than bullets. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, but he was in the air and had no chance of dodging them. Bang bang bang. These things were like bullets. At this moment, they penetrated Lin Xiu's body directly. A dull sound kept resounding. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already turned into a sieve from all the hits. Q Lai and the others, who originally wanted to attack the giant black rock beast, widened their eyes. They never thought that this giant black rock beast that was only rank 6 would be so powerful. What surprised them even more was that Lin Xiu was actually attacked so severely and his body was full of holes. Hurry up. Go and kill it. Guo Ling called out calmly at this time. But this, Shen Jin, who was next to Guo Ling, seemed a little hesitant when he heard Guo Ling's words. After all, Lin Xiu was killed over there. Don't you get it? He is not dead. Guo Ling looked at the giant black rock beast and rushed over. Not dead. After hearing what Guo Ling said, these people were all startled and suddenly came to a realization. Lin Xiu must have used that skill. Bang! At this moment, the black rocks emitted from the giant black rock beast's back penetrated into the sieve like Lin Xiu in the air and exploded like a smoke bomb. Go to hell! The real Lin Xiu appeared above the giant black rock beast with the dark edge spear in his hand as he swooped down and attacked directly. Lin Xiu didn't intend to use mirror image initially. After all, this skill had a cooldown time. After using it, he could only use it again after 12 hours. This giant black rock beast was obviously fooled by Lin Xiu's fake. At this time, the sharp tip of Lin Xiu's dark edge spear had already pierced through the giant black rock beast's huge black eyes. Boom! Like bursting a bubble. A crisp sound rang out and its black eyes burst. Its blood mixed with some black liquid splattered in the air in an instant. Roar! After Lin Xiu pierced one of his eyes, the giant black rock beast suddenly became furious. Its mouth, which was densely packed teeth, opened wide at this time, and it roared ferociously. It was about to bite Lin Ziyu, and its claws almost tore Lin Ziyu's body in half. In the twinkling of an eye, just after Lin Ziyu pierced its eye, his body suddenly flipped forward and he jumped onto its head. At this time, its claws slapped on its own head. Lin Ziyu's mental power was very concentrated. His body reacted quickly as he dodged and jumped to the ground. Chapter 276, Fighting a Rank 6 Evolved Beast Alone. Roman 2. Chapter 276, Fighting a Rank 6 Evolved Beast Alone. Roman 2. Rumble. The giant black rock beast opened its large mouth and formed a large ball of blue energy and spat it at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu avoided the ball that struck the ground and formed a large pit. The giant black rock beast had gone crazy after having one of its eyes destroyed. It moved its limbs and its gigantic body started to charge towards Lin Ziyu. The giant black rock beast was large and, according to logic, it should be slow. But at this moment, its berserk speed was truly too horrifying. It charged forward and the ground around shook incessantly. Damn! Qiu Lai was almost smashed down by the gigantic claws and cursed under his breath after narrowly avoiding the leg. The giant black rock beast had its eye glued onto Lin Ziyu and charged at him. Lin Ziyu did not dare be reckless and placed all of his focus on the giant black rock beast. The giant black rock beast was like a train that charged straight on, allowing Lin Ziyu to jump to the side and avoid it successfully. But it did not let him go that easily. It turned and charged back at him. Roar! After a loud roar, it spewed out many balls of energy that destroyed the surrounding area. The rocks on its body continued to fall and turned into shattered debris and shot at Lin Ziyu like bullets. But Lin Ziyu moved too quickly like an agile monkey. It was impossible to hit Lin Ziyu. But of course, Lin Ziyu was unable to find an opportunity to attack the giant black rock beast. Its weakness was at its head, and attacking its other body parts was useless. But after experiencing having its eye destroyed, the giant black rock beast was obviously more cautious. It was difficult for Lin Ziyu to get close to its head. Guo Ling, what do we do now? Qian Lin stood beside Guo Ling and watched as Lin Ziyu battled against the giant black rock beast. It was clear that the beast was infuriated by Lin Ziyu and wanted to kill him. Its erupted state wielded power that even a sphere formed by a rank 6 warrior could not handle. We can't get close for now. Guo Ling watched on and sighed. The rank 6 evolved beasts in Dark Forest was too perverse. Not only were they extremely large, they were extremely strong as well. They would not be able to approach or kill it instantly if they joined in. Damn it! Qiu Lai pressed his knuckles against each other in anger. Everyone felt helpless against the terrifying giant black rock beast. It was already dark and their surroundings had turned eerie. But fortunately, their light installation was not completely destroyed and there were sources of light around them. No, I'll be exhausted to death if this goes on. Lin Ziyu held Dark Edge and avoided the giant black rock beast while thinking to himself. It seemed to possess endless energy and constantly charged at Lin Ziyu. One pounce with its immensely large body caused the ground to tremble. Roar! The giant black rock beast was infuriated at the fact that it was unable to land a strike on Lin Ziyu. The eye that was pierced by Lin Ziyu's spear was bleeding incessantly. This grotesque sight made it look even more so terrifying. Lin Ziyu watched as it raised its gigantic claw to smash down on him again. Lin Ziyu made a move, but instead of dodging, he charged towards the gigantic body. He's taking action. The rather quiet Wan Kainshui, who was standing beside Qiu Lai, suddenly announced, taking action. Can Lin Ziyu really take care of this thing? Upon hearing Wan Kainshui's words, the others were stunned as they stared at Lin Ziyu. If they were in his place, they would most probably be killed by that thing. Lin Ziyu charged forward and the giant black rock beast missed its strike. Seeing Lin Ziyu approaching, it used its other claw to smash down at him. The claw moved extremely quickly and even produced vacuum sounds due to the velocity. Bang! Lin Ziyu thought of dodging the claw, but could not react fast enough as it reached him. Qian Lin exclaimed out loud when she saw that. But she regained herself, because she recalled Lin Ziyu's strange skills. As expected, Lin Ziyu's real body appeared in the air. The giant black rock beast was fooled by Lin Ziyu once again. It opened its mouth and spat out energy balls with the intent of exploding Lin Xiu to bits. But it also seemed to become more anxious and reacted with its body. It used its remaining eye to focus on Lin Xiu. Roar! Lin Xiu stabbed down towards its eye as the giant black rock beast let out a roar. All the black rocks on its body exploded and shot towards Lin Xiu rapidly. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Lin Xiu held Dark Edge tightly and roared out loud while descending from the sky. Stars quickly appeared before him. Silver light blossomed out from Dark Edge. Clank clank clank. Lin Xiu swung Dark Edge repeatedly and struck the black rocks. He deflected every single rock that was aimed at him. The spear drew silver arcs across the air and destroyed all the impending rocks. Go and die! Lin Xiu roared out loud as he approached the head of the giant beast and swung HSI spear down. Like a silver comet, he rushed towards its eye. Chapter 277 Rob. Chapter 277 Rob. Sue. Following a flash of light, Dark Edge pierced into the giant black rock beast's other eye. Bang! Following a loud bang, the eye exploded. Lin Xiu was not finished. Dark Edge moved like a white light and continued to stab into its eye. Roar! As though feeling the immense pain, the giant black rock beast roared out loud. Go and die! Lin Xiu roared and exerted all his strength with Dark Edge. Dark Edge continued to stab inside the brain and destroyed it from the inside. Bang bang bang. The giant black rock beast let out a huge roar and struggled incessantly as it smashed its claws on the ground. The ground started to tremble. It had forgotten to use its claws to attack Lin Xiu already. Still not dead. Lin Xiu frowned and went into its eyes again before using Dark Edge to pull its brain out. He then descended to the ground. It was no longer able to use its claws to hit Lin Xiu, as it was blind and used them to smack its own head. Bang! Following a series of loud sounds, more blood started to flow out from its head. The blood oozed and flowed down to the ground. Rumble! Its body dropped to the ground and was no longer able to move. Is it dead? Lin Xiu stood at the same and heaved a sigh of relief. The rank 6 evolved beast was too large and killing it proved to be a difficult feat. Ding! Congratulations Master for killing rank 6 evolved beast. Obtaining 50 million experience points. 50 million. Although it was a lot, it was still an utterly inadequate amount for him. He needed 5 billion experience points to level up. Is it dead? Guoling walked over and asked. Lin Xiu's moves had surprised her. She did not expect Lin Xiu to be far better than them. He was clearly a rank 5 warrior. It's dead. Lin Xiu confirmed. As the system would not be wrong. The notification from the experience points confirmed that it was killed. What the hell is that? Qiu Lai and the others walked over and stood by the gigantic beast and said. From the eyes to the neck, everyone could see a bloodied hole that was formed by Lin Xiu stabbing Dark Edge in. Blood kept on flowing out from this hole. A dense blood stench pervaded the air. Crack crack. Shen Jin was already busy snapping photos with a handphone. He had never seen such a terrifying rank 6 evolved beast before. Lin Xiu looked at the corpse and walked over with Dark Edge. The rank 6 odd crystal should be in its head. Sue! Just as Lin Xiu was able to stab Dark Edge into the head and take the odd crystal out, a noise came out from another side. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted and he stabbed out to his right. Clank! The spear head struck something metallic and produced a loud and crisp sound. What's going on? Guoling and the others immediately reacted as they saw a man colliding with Lin Xiu with his saber. Bang! At the same time, the large head of the giant black rock beast suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large black object dropped to the ground. Rank 6 odd crystal. At the next moment, a black figure rushed out and picked up the odd crystal. Z's! The odd crystal of our rank 6 evolved beast inside Dark Forest turns out to be black as well. The man held the odd crystal and commented. Brat! We're taking it. The man with the saber sneered at Lin Xiu and said. He had a scar on his cheek as well. That spanned across from his forehead to the opposite cheek. It would be easy to remove the scar with plastic surgery, but the man obviously did not do so. This meant that the scar most probably came from Dark Forest and he did not have the time to schedule a surgery yet. The scar made him look even more terrifying and sinister. Rank 6 warrior. Lin Xiu activated Analytic Eye and saw the men's stats. And his various stats were much higher than his. But he had unlocked Gene Lock twice and his concealed strength could be said to be peak rank 6 warrior. But Fury's cooldown was 3 days and he was unable to use it yet. Who are you? Guo Ling swept her gaze across and saw that aside from the two men, there were other people walking over. They were all dressed in battle robes and carrying bags that were extremely full. We are taking this odd crystal. The man already had the odd crystal in his hand and looked at Guo Ling and the others and replied indifferently. It's yours just because you say so. Qiu Lai glared at the men and sneered while tightening his grip on his saber. They were all waiting to loot and rob others. Lin Xiu killed the giant black rock beast with great difficulty, but was robbed of the spoils of war. This made Qiu Lai infuriated. If I say it's mine, it's mine. The man looked at Qiu Lai and replied indifferently. Just as he said that, the men that were walking over turned to look at Qiu Lai. Qiu Lai's expression changed under the many pairs of eyes. By relying on his instincts, he could easily tell that they were powerful. They were most probably rank 6 warriors. Some even peak rank 6. Chapter 278 Killing Blow. Chapter 278 Killing Blow. Guo Ling frowned slightly as he looked at these warriors who suddenly appeared. There were about 7 or 8 people in total and every one of them was a rank 6 warrior. There were even some who were a peak rank 6 warrior. Even with their full force, it was challenging to fight against them. Furthermore, Lin Xiu and the others had just fought with the giant black rock beast, so their current strength was obviously not as good as before. Lin Xiu should have used up quite a bit of his strength. After all, Lin Xiu was basically fighting the giant black rock beast by himself just now. Lin Xiu probably didn't have any strength left, right? With that thought, Guo Ling's heart sank even more. What were they going to do? Lin Xiu stared at the man with a scar who was holding the saber and said faintly, Okay, I'll give it to you. Haha, you're sensible. Otherwise, you are all going to die here. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the man with a scar immediately thought that Lin Xiu had given in and chuckled. Just now, they all saw Lin Xiu fighting against that giant black rock beast and they were a little surprised at his strength. Because even they didn't dare to be certain that they could kill the beast alone. But Lin Xiu could. If they really fought, they would still suffer quite a bit. Guo Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was a little unwilling, it was indeed a wise move. If they fought, Lin Xiu, who had already used up most of his strength, would be in a dangerous situation. If you guys can walk away alive. But at this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly spoke up. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the expressions of these people suddenly changed. Especially the man with the scar. He felt the sudden force from the weapon that collided with Lin Xiu and the pupils in his eyes constricted suddenly. Then, he shouted, Courting death. Dang dang dang. Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear and began fighting wildly. The two weapons collided and emitted a lot of sparks. The sounds echoed through the surrounding area. Kill. Guo Ling saw Lin Xiu had made a move and reacted quickly. As he rushed to the front with the long saber in his hand. I've been waiting. Qiu Lai sneered and rushed out. Those who could enter the Sakura Region Academy were God's favored ones. They were gifted individuals. How could they tolerate such ridicule? Courting death, the man with the giant black rock beast's odd crystal saw Guo Ling and the others rushing over and his expression changed. Then, he put the odd crystal into his backpack. At this moment, the warriors around him also directly attacked Qiu Lai and the others with their weapons. Go to hell. The man with a scar began fighting frantically at this moment and used his skill directly. He seemed to want to kill Lin Xiu with one blow. Boom! But at this moment, a blue glow burst out of Lin Xiu's body suddenly and it was like a barrier. His saber that had immense power seemed to be instantly weakened because of the sudden appearance of this barrier. Very good. It seems that the effect of a rank 5 warrior has been triggered. Lin Xiu was taken aback when he felt this. The effect of the rank 5 warrior title was that there was a 30 chance of blocking 50 of the damage. At this moment, the man with a scar was shocked that his powerful skill was actually blocked by this strange barrier. What exactly is going on? Could it be sphere impossible? This guy should be a rank 5 warrior. While he was still in shock, Lin Xiu had directly thrust his dark-edged spear out. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of his spear cutting through the air resounded, and white rays of light appeared in the area. At this moment, seeing this scene, the man with a scar had a hint of shock in his eyes. The spear swung very swiftly and cold light burst out from the spearhead, making the surrounding area appear like a galaxy of stars. Unusually dazzling. Dang dang dang. The man with a scar responded quickly as well. At this moment, his saber blocked Lin Xiu's attack, but the impact generated by Lin Xiu's spearhead was very hard. The spear tip pierced the blade of his saber and the powerful force was transmitted to his hand. His hand felt a little numb at this time. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. Is he really just a rank 5 warrior and he just fought against that giant black rock beast? Boy, don't be so wild. Scar was a bit angry by Lin Xiu's aggressive attacks at this time and suddenly shouted loudly. After resisting Lin Xiu's attack again, he was about to hold the saber and release a skill to counterattack. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Xiu shouted coldly without giving him the slightest chance to resist. His spear was like a dragon and the moment it stabbed out, a large amount of black smoke burst out of the spear's body. Soon, these black energy bodies formed a black dragon that hovered around the spear's body and directly pierced out with Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear. What is this? Scar's mouth widened and he looked at this scene in disbelief. He still had a bit of strength left and was ready to kill Lin Xiu. But at this time, his skill had been released and the saber in his hand that was about to attack Lin Xiu couldn't be retracted back. Boom! The second when the spear and his saber collided, the black dragon on the tip of Lin Xiu's spear opened its mouth wide, swallowed his body, and pressed him firmly on the ground. A huge explosion erupted on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 6 warrior. You've gained 80 million experience. As the thick dust caused by the explosion dissipated, the man's body was covered in blood due to the powerful force of the heavenly dragon wrecks the city. His eyes were wide open as if he was still in disbelief when he died. Scar! The rest of the men heard the loud noise and instinctively looked towards Lin Xiu. Then, they saw Scar's body collapsing on the ground. There was a huge pit on the ground around him, and this man with a scar was clearly dead. Within a short period of time, he was actually killed by Lin Xiu. Chapter 279 Which college did you graduate from? Chapter 279 Which college did you graduate from? You. The other men's expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene. Leave the odd crystals behind and get lost. Lin Xiu turned and held the dark-edged spear with the spearhead dripping with blood, then pointed straight at them. Those men who were fighting with Guo Ling and the others heard Lin Xiu's cold words and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The strength that Lin Xiu displayed just now was really too powerful. Scar was considered above average among them, but they didn't expect that he would be killed by Lin Xiu so easily. Such a scene really caused a great psychological impact on them. The man who snatched the odd crystal suddenly burst forth in strength as he sent Q life flying and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu. He did not dare to do anything for a while. He weighed the pros and cons, then gritted his teeth, and threw the odd crystal of the giant black rock beast toward Lin Xiu. Bang! Lin Xiu stretched out his left hand and caught the odd crystal firmly in his hand. Let's go! After he was done, he gritted his teeth and said aloud. The strength that Lin Xiu displayed just now was really terrifying. That powerful skill killed Scar so easily and this wasn't what they expected at all. As soon as he spoke, the men who were fighting with Guo Ling and the others blocked their attacks and quickly gathered at the man's side. They watched Lin Xiu and the others warily with weapons in their hands while retreating. They didn't have any intention of fighting anymore. What Lin Xiu did just now was too horrifying. Qiu Lai wanted to chase after those people who wanted to retreat, but Chen Jin stopped him. Soon, these people disappeared into the dark. Boom! Seeing those people leave, Lin Xiu felt that his body suddenly lost all its strength at this time as he pushed the dark-edged spear in his hand into the ground. Just using the skill Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city consumed a lot of Lin Xiu's strength. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt that there was no strength left in his body. Lin Xiu was a little out of breath. He was merely scaring them just now. If the fight continued, it would be really troublesome. Are you okay? Guoling came over and asked Lin Xiu. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. The cultivation technique was activated automatically at this time, and the source strength that had just been consumed was being replenished as Lin Xiu was continuously absorbing the energy in the air. Lin Xiu could clearly sense that as his level continued to improve, the activation of cultivation technique has become more and more natural. Even in this situation, the cultivation technique could be easily used. This dark forest was indeed weird. Lin Xiu could feel that the speed of absorbing the energy in the air has increased. Qiu Lai saw this scene and suddenly realized that Lin Xiu was just pretending just now. At this moment, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If the fight went on just now with Lin Xiu in this state, they would probably suffer a lot. Let's go. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. After he felt that his strength was somewhat restored, he said to Guo Ling and the rest, leave now. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Guo Ling was startled and subconsciously asked, if those people come back later, it might be a little troublesome. Lin Xiu nodded. He used a powerful force to kill that person instantly just now, so they were shocked and scared. When they come to their senses and realize that it was already an arrow at its flight, they would probably run back to cause trouble. Qian Lin and the others thought about it and agreed as they nodded their heads. All right, let's go. Guo Ling nodded and said aloud, then picked up the lighting equipment that had not been damaged. After all, it was already midnight, and this was the dark forest. It was completely dark ahead and they couldn't see anything at all. It could be said that Lin Xiu practically killed the rank 6 evolved beast himself just now, so this odd crystal naturally belonged to Lin Xiu. Guo Ling and the others were very sensible and did not bring up this matter. Lin Xiu, which school did you graduate from? Before Qiu Lai walked beside Lin Xiu and suddenly asked. He didn't think much of Lin Xiu, a rank 5 warrior at first. But after these 2 days, Lin Xiu's strength had really shocked him. He was merely a rank 5 warrior, but the strength he displayed was already stronger than a rank 6 warrior like them. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xiu didn't know how to use fear, they would have thought that Lin Xiu was intentionally hiding the fact that he was a rank 6 warrior. Graduate? I didn't graduate. Lin Xiu was startled and said a casual smile. Indeed, he was expelled from the academy. With this thought, an iciness appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes. You didn't graduate? Qiu Lai was taken aback when he heard Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu didn't say much, but smiled and said, I was from Xingyao Academy previously. I haven't heard of Xingyao Academy before. Qiu Lai thought carefully about the famous schools, but this academy didn't ring a bell. It's just a small academy. Lin Xiu said lightly. He was telling the truth, but Qiu Lai really didn't believe it. He felt that Lin Xiu had shown such strength at such a young age. He must have been trained by some prestigious academy. How could an average academy have such a strong person? Guo Ling and the others held the lighting equipment in their hands to illuminate the surrounding environment, making everything around them brighter. Lin Xiu looked ahead and was surprised to find that the environment had started to change again. The dark trees here, unlike the previous ones, seemed to have dried up. Lin Xiu struck a black tree hard, and it sounded like a metal collision. These dark trees seemed to have dried up, but they turned into a strange metal. This surprised Lin Xiu. This dark forest was really full of mystery and there were many things that couldn't be seen on the outside. It seems that these things may have really fallen from a different dimension and didn't belong to this world. Chapter 280 Rest. Chapter 280 Rest. Wait. At the same time, on the other side, not long after those warriors left, the man leading suddenly thought of something and stopped. He now realized that what happened just now seemed a bit weird. It shouldn't be like this. If Lin Xiu was so strong, why would he simply let them go? This was absolutely impossible. Thinking about it now, he had a sudden realization. It was very likely that Lin Xiu had used all his strength to kill Scar, and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He deliberately appeared strong in order to scare them away. With that thought, his body trembled with anger. Let's go. Following the man's roar, The other warriors also came to their senses and realized that something was off just now. At this moment, these people returned directly to the same place just now. The huge corpse of the black rock beast was still at the same spot and exuded a foul smell. Once this thing was dead, its body seemed to decay quickly. They seemed to be gone. The men looked around and they did not see Lin Xiu and the others. Give chase after that guy killed Scar. He must have exhausted all his energy. If we find him now, we can definitely kill him, the man was leading said with a gloomy expression at this time. He had no idea that he had just been tricked by Lin Xiu and they probably had already gone far. It might not be so easy to find them, but no matter what, he couldn't take this lying down. He must kill Lin Xiu and the rest. Of course, Lin Xiu and the others didn't know what was happening here. At this moment, they were still walking. Lin Xiu looked across and suddenly realized that there was a small river in front. The flowing water was pattering. Let's rest here tonight. Guoling stepped forward, then looked around and found that there were no evolved beasts or anything threatening. At the river in front, there were also some black rocks where they could sit and rest. Lin Xiu sat down next to a withered black tree and took out a bottle of nourishment liquid from his backpack. The rest also did the same. As ordinary food was more troublesome to carry around, drinking this nourishment liquid gave them a lot of nutrition and energy. The downside was that it didn't taste very pleasant. Everyone sat on the rock and began to rest. They were not only physically fatigued, but also mentally drained. After all, this dark forest was too depressing. After drinking the awful nourishment liquid, Lin Xiu began to sit down cross-legged and practiced the cultivation technique. The air in the dark forest was filled with strong energy for some reason. Under this condition, Lin Xiu was also able to absorb energy rapidly. While absorbing the energy in the air and strengthening his body, Lin Xiu recalled what happened today. It has been a day since they entered the dark forest, but they still didn't encounter many warriors, which was very strange. Could it be that they were still at the border of the dark forest? Were there more warriors in the middle of the dark forest? And Lin Xiu thought of a Yuoyu at this time. There were so many warriors who were rank 6 and above. If she had already entered, would she be in danger? While Lin Xiu was deep in thoughts, he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Then found Guoling standing in front of him. What's the matter? Seeing Guoling's face, Lin Xiu asked. Your reaction ability is really strong. Guoling got a shock when Lin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes. But he smiled after that. Not very strong, but extremely strong, and it was a little terrifying. We should be able to reach the place where there are the most black-toothed spiders by tomorrow evening. Guoling said to Lin Xiu. Tomorrow evening? Is this dark forest so big? Lin Xiu was a little surprised. It was hard to imagine how big this dark forest was. Tomorrow's journey is probably more difficult. Guoling nodded and said, have you been there before? Guoling seemed to be familiar with the topography of this dark forest, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. Guoling glanced at Lin Xiu, did not hide anything, and nodded directly. When I was in my freshman year, I came here with my sophomore seniors, Guoling said, and her expression seemed to turn gloomy. She looked at the sky and continued, but in the end, I was the only one who managed to leave. She was the only one. Lin Xiu also seemed surprised after hearing her words. Something happened that time, but this time, we should all be able to leave safely. Guoling seemed reluctant to talk about what happened previously and smiled. Lin Xiu nodded, although he was a little curious about what happened to Guoling there. Guoling was obviously unwilling to talk about it, so Lin Xiu did not continue to probe. I just want to tell you that we will leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. You should rest well. Guoling chuckled lightly, then sat on the rock next to Lin Xiu and began to practice cultivation technique. Absorbing the energy in the air, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and also entered the cultivation technique state. Time flew by quickly. Because of the bright lighting equipment, it seemed that no evolved beast approached their area. This was because the evolved beasts here were either afraid of fire or light. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, he realized that the sky was already getting brighter. Not just Lin Xiu, the others seemed to have opened their eyes too. As he drank the nourishment liquid last night, Lin Xiu didn't feel hungry at this time. This special nourishment liquid could provide energy and one didn't have to eat until tomorrow. Once we're ready, we should set off. We should be able to get there by evening. Guo Ling stretched and said. Qiu Lai and the others nodded at this time. With Guo Ling leading in front, they began their journey again. As they went deeper into the dark forest, there was a strange smell in the air. Lin Xiu sniffed and his expression changed suddenly. Chapter 281 River of Blood. Chapter 281 River of Blood. Blood. There was a strong smell of blood here. Lin Xiu frowned when he smelled it. The smell of blood was really strong, making Lin Xiu feel very uncomfortable. It smells like blood. Qiu Lai and the others also smelled it at this time as they frowned and said aloud. At this moment, everyone became very cautious. Their expressions changed as they looked around in their surroundings and moved forward slowly. Not long after, they saw a river in the middle of the road and the river was blood red. Guo Ling and the others gasped when they saw this scene. No wonder the smell of blood just now, so strong the river here has turned into a river of blood. Lin Xiu frowned slightly and walked over. Rolly's head came out of Lin Xiu's backpack at this moment like he sensed something. Lin Xiu walked to the side of the river of blood, then squatted down and looked at it. The river was blood red and under such close observation, a stronger smell of blood attacked his nostrils. Blood. It should be real blood flowing into the river. His eyes followed the source of the river and he looked to the left. But there were a lot of trees covering it and there was no way to see where the source of the river was. But what was certain was that something must have happened in front that caused so much blood to flow into this river, turning it to be like a river of blood. Did you see anything? Guo Ling also walked over and squatted next to Lin Xiu. Staring at this river of blood, I can't see anything. Lin Xiu shook his head and said, except that the river was stained red with blood. There was nothing wrong with it. It can't be that there are evolved beasts and warriors fighting over there or warriors getting killed. Can it? Qiu Lai looked over at this moment and mumbled to himself. Not sure, but let's be more careful. Guo Ling observed closely for a moment and found nothing, then stood up and said. Lin Xiu also stood up at the same time and looked around. At the side, there was a huge tree that fell across the middle of the river. Someone probably did it in order to walk over to the other side. Let's go, Lin Xiu said to Guo Ling and the others as he jumped and stood on the tree that seemed to act as a bridge. He took a few quick steps and jumped again to the opposite shore. Let's go too. Guo Ling glanced over and said to Qiu Lai and the others behind. This was just a little incident. After crossing the river, everyone continued to walk ahead. Warrior's corpse. Not long after they continued walking, Lin Xiu began to discover that there were many corpses of warriors appearing here. In the beginning, those corpses were corpses that had been decayed for a long time. But after going deeper, some corpses that seemed like only a few days old began to appear. There were a lot of corpses and weapons on the ground. There were odd crystals scattered all over the place too. What the hell is going on? Qian Lin saw this scene and covered her mouth. Her eyes widened as she looked at this scene in shock. The pupils in Guo Ling's eyes constricted. The scene here was really tragic. The bodies of warriors were everywhere and they seemed to have been cut in half by some kind of sharp blade. All of them were scattered all over the floor. It was very disgusting. Qian Lin rarely saw such a bloody scene. At this moment, she felt nauseous and couldn't help but retch. It wasn't just them. Lin Xiu also felt sick when he saw the scene. What happened here? How could there be such a bloody scene? And Lin Xiu had a feeling that there were more dangerous things awaiting them. There are many odd crystals here. Qiu Lai saw the odd crystals scattered on the ground at this time and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that there was a scramble or something that caused the odd crystals to be scattered on the ground. And these odd crystals appeared to be rank 5 or 6. There were so many of them. If they brought them back to sell, they would definitely make a profit. Don't touch it. Just when Qiu Lai reached out to pick up an odd crystal, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted and he shouted, "What's the matter?" Being yelled at all of a sudden, Qiu Lai was frightened and he turned to Lin Xiu. The rest of the people also looked at Lin Xiu at this moment and seemed a little surprised that Lin Xiu suddenly yelled. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. then looked at the odd crystals and said, "Did you not see the things on the odd crystals?" "What's on the odd crystal?" When they heard Lin Zia's words, they were all startled and quickly glanced over the odd crystals. At this moment, they looked carefully and saw that there was indeed some transparent liquid on these odd crystals. "These things are poisonous," Lin Ziu said while holding a leaf and threw it on top of an odd crystal. SSSSSS. As the leaf came into contact with the odd crystal, a burst of white smoke appeared on the leaf and it melted away in an instant. Qi gasped and had a lingering fear. This was terrifying. If he really touched the odd crystal just now, his hand would probably be gone by now. With that thought, Qi broke out in cold sweat. "This place is weird," Wan Qianshui, who had been silent, said in surprise at this moment. Qianlin retched for a while and appeared to be back to normal at this time. After all, she was a warrior and her psychological quality was still much better than that of ordinary people. After adapting to the broken limbs and internal organs scattered on the ground, Qianlin appeared better. "Be careful. I think there is a strong evolved beast around here." Guo Ling, who saw this scene, looked around at this moment and said aloud to Qianlin and the others. This was different from the dark forest in her memory. Before, it was very dangerous. But she didn't expect that when she returned. This place seemed to have become even more dangerous. Chapter 282 Black Tooth Spider. Chapter 282 Black Tooth Spider. Lin Ziu walked cautiously, staring at his surroundings. The corpses were everywhere, and Lin Ziu also discovered that some warriors had killed each other by hacking each other with weapons. It appeared that there was a huge battle here previously. It should have been a battle between warriors. It wasn't some evolved beast that killed these warriors here. "Let's go." After Lin Ziu looked around for a moment, he said to Guo Ling and the others behind, "This battle probably happened 3 days ago, and now some corpses were starting to have maggots, which looked very disgusting." Let's go." Guo Ling nodded. At this moment, everyone continued to move forward and soon reached the other side. They saw that there were still many corpses in front. The corpses of some warriors were soaking in the river not far away. Many corpses of evolved beasts began appearing. The corpses of these evolved beasts were very huge. Their heads had been chopped off and blood flowed into the river. That was why Lin Ziu and the others saw the fresh blood in the river downstream. These warriors were probably rank 6 or 7. How did they die? What happened here? Chen Jin looked at the corpses of the warriors and muttered. And now they saw the corpses of evolved beasts as well. It seemed like the evolved beasts had a fierce battle with the warriors here. He wondered if there were odd crystals in their corpses. But when he recalled the strange liquid on the odd crystals just now, Chen Jin gave up the idea. The situation here was too weird to act rashly. If I didn't guess wrongly, these people were probably fighting over the ice Lotus Fire. Lin Ziu said aloud at this time. From the information he got before, the appearance of this weird ice Lotus Fire in the dark forest lured many warriors to enter the dark forest. Ice Lotus Fire, is that thing really worth fighting with? So many people, Qi subconsciously said when he heard Lin Zia's words. There were countless high-ranking warriors and evolved beasts that died, and it wasn't even an exaggeration to call it a bloodbath. It turned out to be for the so-called Ice Lotus Fire. Of course it is worth it. Even a rank 9 warrior wants it. What do you think? Guo Ling glanced at Qi and said. Then she hesitated for a while and continued to say, "But we still have to complete our mission first. It is impossible for us to fight over this Ice Lotus Fire with them." Chen Jin and the others nodded at the same time when they heard Guo Ling's words. These warriors were of a higher rank than them, and there were so many terrifying evolved beasts that died in order to get this thing. If it were them, they would probably die. Ice Lotus Fire. Lin Ziu was a little interested in this thing and felt that this thing must be an energy body that was even more terrifying than the Red Lotus Fire. Lin Zius lit up when he thought of the increase in strength brought about by the Red Lotus Fire that he had absorbed before. If he has a chance, he must see where the Ice Lotus Fire is now. Let's continue walking, Guo Ling said. Seeing the look in Lin Zius' eyes, she saw a hint of danger in Lin Zius' eyes. He seemed to be interested in the Ice Lotus Fire. And Lin Zius' eyes also returned to normal at this time. Then he nodded and said aloud. The group of people continued to walk forward. After walking out of this side, they suddenly found that the corpses were gone, and the pungent bloody smell in the air had completely disappeared. Whew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath. The air over there just now was too unpleasant. Lin Xiu felt refreshed when he reached this area. Now the road here has become more and more rugged, surrounded by towering rocks, and what was even weirder were the trees that looked like huge umbrellas. It was as if they arrived in ancient times. Just looking at them made Lin Xiu feel apprehensive. Time passed quickly and the sky, which was not very bright, became even more gloomy at this time. Are we there yet? After reaching this side, Lin Xiu saw a huge crack on the ground in front of him, and it was pitch black as if it was bottomless. If they wanted to reach the other side, they just had to sprint with all their strength and it shouldn't be a problem. It's here. Guo Ling walked over, stared at the huge crack in front, and said aloud, Here. Lin Xiu was taken aback. He looked down and took out one of his high-beam flashlights from the backpack. Don't shine into it. When Lin Xiu was about to use the high-beam flashlight to shine down, Guo Ling's eyes changed and stopped Lin Xiu immediately. What's the matter? Lin Xiu was a little confused. The black-toothed spiders live on the cliff below. Guo Ling explained. The bright light is very stimulating to them, and once it shines on them, they will rush up like moths darting into a fire. While listening to Guo Ling's explanation, Q Lai and the others began to take things out of their backpacks. What? Lin Xiu looked at the weird things they took out of the backpack and became curious. A flamethrower. As you know, these things in the dark forest are all afraid of fire, Guo Ling said. This was also why she liked Lin Xiu's ability and asked him to come to the dark forest together. But to Guo Ling's surprise, Lin Xiu's skill was so terrifying that she was also shocked. She was glad that she found Lin Xiu to complete this task together. Flamethrower. Ah. Lin Xiu nodded at this time. It seemed that they were indeed ready. But are these black-toothed spiders really so easy to deal with? At this time, Guo Ling and the others were ready with their mini flamethrowers and held them in their hands. Do you want one? Guo Ling looked at Lin Xiu and asked. No need. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. He was getting stronger and using source strength to create the red Lotus Fire was very simple. Guo Ling nodded. Of course. She knew how strong Lin Xiu was and was merely asking casually. Begin. Guo Ling looked at Q Lai and the others who were standing beside her and called out. Chapter 283 Gaining Experience. Chapter 283 Gaining Experience. As soon as Guo Ling called out, Q Lai and the others held the flamethrower at the same time and stood near the crack. Lin Xiu, please shine the torch below, Guo Ling said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, and as Lin Xiu pressed the button on this miniature torchlight, a dazzling bright light shone out. As Lin Xiu took the high-beam flashlight in his hand and shone below, on the cliffs on both sides of the bottomless crack, Lin Xiu saw many dark objects on them. At this time, as Lin Xiu's dazzling high beam shone through, the things on the cliff began moving. Click, click, click. There was a harassing sound that kept ringing. It's starting. Guo Ling stared at this side and said. The expressions of the rest of the people turned serious, as they clenched the flamethrower in their hands tightly. Those strange noises were getting stronger and stronger. The high beam in Lin Xiu's hand shone through and the things over there trembled. Soon, some black things began to climb up. When Lin Xiu saw this, the pupils in his eyes constricted slightly. At this time, Lin Xiu could clearly see that these weird things crawling on the cliffs of this bottomless crack were really spiders. The spider's head was very big, about the size of an adult's face. What was even more frightening was that it had a pair of eyes that looked like small red light bulbs and its mouth was like black iron pincers. At this moment, when Lin Xiu's torch shone on it, it gave off a cold light. Burn! Watching those things climb up, Guo Ling quickly called out. As soon as she spoke, everyone pressed the switch at the same time. At this moment, a series of terrifying flames sprayed out from the opening of the flamethrower. Boom boom! Those black-toothed spiders who had just woken up and began climbing due to Lin Xiu's torchlight got burned by the flames ejected from the flamethrowers. The temperature of the flames was so high that Lin Ziyu, who was standing on the side, felt the scorching heat. Those black-toothed spiders were burnt into a ball of black. "Where is the mutated black-toothed spider that we want to catch?" Lin Ziyu asked Guoling, as he shone the flashlight in the crack to attract the black-toothed spiders to rush up. Among these black-toothed spider, for every 100 or so black-toothed spiders, a mutated black-toothed spider may appear, but it also may not appear. It depends on luck. Guoling held the flamethrower and sprayed at those ordinary black-toothed spiders while answering Lin Ziyu's doubts. As Guoling and the others all took flamethrowers and were spraying toward the ground in front, those black-toothed spiders that had just climbed up were directly burned by the flames. "There are some over there as well." Chen Jin looked at the other side and saw black-toothed spiders emerging from the left and right. These black-toothed spiders rushed up at an alarming speed and were charging towards Lin Ziyu and the others wildly. Their limbs were like strips of black steel and were moving up and down swiftly. Seeing this, Lin Ziyu directly gripped the dark-edged spear tightly and waved it in the air. Suddenly, 2 fiery red flaming birds burst out of Lin Ziyu's spear and rushed towards those black-toothed spiders directly. Bang! As the 2 flaming birds charged over, a large number of black-toothed spiders collided with those flames and a loud noise resounded. Then, the black-toothed spiders, who were afraid of flames, got burnt and exploded instantly. Amazing! Kai and Lin looked at this scene. Her mouth opened slightly. Lin Ziyu's flames were even more terrifying than the flames ejected by their flamethrowers. Guoling also nodded subtly. The reason she wanted Lin Ziyu to join them was because of this. The black-toothed spider was very afraid of flames and Lin Ziyu happened to be a warrior using fire skills. Also, his flames were powerful, which was very suitable for this task. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the rank 6 black-toothed spider and gaining 5 million experience. Congratulations, Master, for killing the rank 6 black-toothed spider. At this time, Lin Ziyu heard this voice constantly in his head and it took him by surprise. Lin Ziyu never thought that these things turned out to be rank 6 evolved beasts. This was really beyond Lin Ziyu's expectations. As these things were naturally afraid of fire, they were so easy to deal with. Otherwise, a regular rank 6 evolved beast would not be so easily dealt with. He could only gain 5 million by killing one, but as long as he killed a few more, he could accumulate experience quickly. As long as he killed 20 of them, he could get 100 million experience. With that thought, Lin Ziyu's eyes were filled with passion as he held the dark-edged spear with both hands and brandished it. Boom boom! As Lin Ziyu waved the spear wildly, one after another flaming birds broke through the sky and charged out. As soon as the flaming birds hit the bodies of the black-toothed spiders, they got burned instantly and within a few seconds, they were annihilated. The system prompts kept ringing in his mind as he killed the black-toothed spiders. The experience board in his mind was increasing non-stop at this moment. The feeling of gaining experience. So awesome. Why does Lin Ziyu look like he had such a strong fighting spirit? Qiu Lai muttered as he watched Lin Ziyu waving his dark-edged spear frantically, releasing flames and attacking the black-toothed spiders climbing up from all sides. But there were simply too many of them. As time went by, the flames ejected by the flamethrowers seemed to become smaller and smaller. Why haven't the mutated black-toothed spider appeared yet? Guoling frowned. They killed around 70 to 80 black-toothed spiders already with the flamethrowers alone, and Lin Ziyu probably killed more. Mutated black-toothed spiders were capable of resisting fire. But it was obvious that no mutated black-toothed spiders have appeared. Boom! As another flaming bird shot out, several more black-toothed spiders that pounced over died. But what made Lin Ziyu puzzled at this time was that there seemed to be a black-toothed spider with a larger body and a pale blue skin rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. What the hell was this? Chapter 284 Mutated Black-Toothed Spider. Chapter 284 Mutated Black-Toothed Spider. Lin Ziyu looked at the weird thing and revealed a look of surprise. What the hell is this? Wait, could it be the so-called mutated black-toothed spider? With that thought, Lin Ziyu's eyes suddenly changed, and he waved the spear in his right hand. A flaming bird burst out from the spearhead instantly and rushed straight at the black-toothed spider with the pale blue skin. Bang! The flaming bird hit the strange black-toothed spider and its flame instantly swept through it. But that black-toothed spider was very weird. It didn't care about the flames at all and rushed towards Lin Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Damn! Lin Xiu saw this scene and cursed in his heart. He was gaining experience just now when a strange black-toothed spider that isn't afraid of fire suddenly appeared. Guo Ling, look. Is that mutated? Lin Xiu did not hesitate to shout directly to Guo Ling behind. Guo Ling was still holding a flamethrower and killing the black-toothed spiders that kept climbing up from the bottomless crack. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, he instinctively turned and looked behind him. Mutated black-toothed spider. Its body was larger and it was really fast. It was about to approach them soon. It's really mutated. Lin Xiu saw that the appearance of this darn thing was different from the normal black-toothed spider and it was able to resist fire. So he thought it might be the so-called mutated black-toothed spider. Hearing Guo Ling's confirmation, when Lin Xiu was about to move, the black-toothed spider suddenly opened its mouth like a pair of huge black iron pincers, and some threads shot past Lin Xiu's body. SSSSSS, accompanied by a sound that gave one goosebumps. This large amount of thread was about to cover Lin Xiu's entire person. Run! The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. At the next moment, with a violent wave of his right hand, his powerful source strength turned into the red Lotus Fire and flew out directly. The large amount of silk-like things that it spat out were all burned away at this moment. Click, click, click. Seeing that Lin Xiu had burned all the threads, this mutated black-toothed spider seemed enraged. The huge black pincers on its mouth were constantly biting and it charged directly towards Lin Xiu. Damn it! Lin Xiu cursed and leaped up at this moment. Boom! As Lin Xiu dodged, the huge pincers of the mutated black-toothed spider directly snapped off the branches of a giant tree behind. Boom! As the black tree fell, the surrounding ground vibrated, making a loud noise. Dang! Lin Xiu, who was in the air, attacked the mutated black-toothed spider with the dark-edged spear in his hand. But the skin of this mutated black-toothed spider was like a natural protective shell. The tip of the spear pierced its back and made a crisp sound. Guo Ling, how are we going to catch it? Q Lai looked over and swallowed his spit. This thing was too big. Even killing it was tough. Not to mention capture it alive. It shouldn't be so big. The size of this thing was beyond Guo Ling's expectations. With such a huge body, it would definitely be a challenge to bring this mutated black-toothed spider back alive. Kill it first. Guo Ling thought for a moment and said, after all, it was not realistic to bring this thing back alive and the mutated black-toothed spider wasn't particularly rare, so there would probably be more later. I just had to find a smaller one and would be able to bring it back alive. No. These things keep climbing up. Qianlin took the flamethrower and sprayed the black-toothed spiders that were constantly climbing up, but it was obvious that the number of these black-toothed spiders showed no signs of decreasing. On the contrary, because of the burning of this flame, it seems that these black-toothed spiders have become crazier and crazier. Also, the flames were slowly becoming smaller. If this continues, the situation would become more and more dangerous. I'll deal with these black-toothed spiders. You guys think about how to bring it back alive. Lin Xiu initially wanted to continue attacking this mutated black-toothed spider, but he saw that the flames from the flamethrower were getting smaller. It was clear that the flamethrower in their hands would not have any flames to release soon. It would be very unfavorable for them to fight in close combat. After all, these black-toothed spiders were all rank 6 evolved beasts. They merely happened to find their weakness. That was why they could kill them so quickly. Well, let's go. Guo Ling also understood this point. The flame of the flamethrower was activated and the flame ejected reached the maximum value. Q Lai and the others responded quickly to release all the energy stored in the flamethrower at once. The entire ground seemed to turn into a sea of flames in an instant. After doing all this, they threw the flamethrower in their hands on the ground and then directly took the weapon behind their back and attacked the mutant black-toothed spider behind. Lin Xiu stood where they were just now, looking under the bottomless crack. Those black-toothed spiders were still climbing up continuously. Lin Xiu looked at this scene not only without the slightest fear, but also with a hint of fire in his eyes. These were all experience points. The mutant black-toothed spider seemed to be even angrier when he saw Guo Ling and others rushing over. His eyes were like red light bulbs. Boom boom. As its limbs continued to walk quickly, the ground made a vibrating sound again and again. Guo Ling's eyes changed, and he took the lead in attacking the past with the long sword in his hand. After all, it's not the first time they went out for a mission, so they worked together very well. Lin Xiu watched the flames emitted by the flamethrower disappear completely, then charged upwards wildly. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xiu smirked, and waved the dark-edged spear in his right hand as a large number of flaming birds rushed out. Due to the red Lotus Fire, the flaming birds were much stronger than the flames emitted by the flamethrowers. As soon as these black-toothed spiders came into contact with the flaming birds, they exploded instantly. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing the rank 6 black-toothed spider and gaining 50 million experience. Chapter 285 Target Level 30. Chapter 285 Target Level 30. The system prompts kept ringing in his head. It made Lin Xiu feel very accomplished. He had already lost count of how many black-toothed spiders he killed. He only knew that the experience bar on the stats board in his mind was constantly rising. This was simply a sacred place for gaining experience. The weakness of this rank 6 evolved beast was fire, so it took almost no effort to kill them. Lin Xiu did not stop the movement of his hand at this time, and kept using Awe of the Phoenix to kill the black-toothed spiders that came up, while Guo Ling and the others were fighting against mutated black-toothed spider. This mutated black-toothed spider has fire resistance properties, so using flames did not help. They could only fight in close combat at this time. It should be in front. At this moment, on the other side, a man spoke with a gloomy face. This man was the man who wanted to snatch the odd crystal of the giant black rock beast that Lin Xiu killed. Thinking of what happened that night, he ground his teeth in anger. He was actually tricked by that kid and Scar was killed by him, darn it. Boss, I see them. That kid and those people, they look like they are fighting on the other side. At the same time, one of the men stood on a large black tree that looked like an umbrella and looked far away. He suddenly saw Lin Xiu and the others fighting in the distance. Very well. This time, we are going to kill them all, the leader said with a gloomy face at this moment, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Damn. Why is this thing so hard to kill? Meanwhile, Qiu Lai, who was fighting the mutated black-toothed spider, felt extremely pressured. The pale blue skin of this mutated black-toothed spider was like a carapace. When his weapon hit against its body, there were dang 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 sounds. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to pierce through the spider. Its skin is too hard. Qian Lan also agreed at this time. The few people worked very well together. At this moment, they were scattered in all directions and attacked the mutated black-toothed spider continuously. Find a chance and wait for it to open its mouth. Guo Ling looked calm and said while attacking its body with a long sword. Although there was no way to penetrate its carapace-like skin directly, it can still leave deep cracks on its skin. As long as they hit this crack continuously, they would break through its hard skin sooner or later. Open its mouth. Qiu Lai was surprised to hear what Guo Ling said and seemed a little confused. But as soon as he spoke, the huge iron pincers on the mutated black-toothed spider's mouth continued to bite. It was constantly opening and closing like a huge pair of scissors. Qiu Lai was not careful and was almost cut into 2 pieces by the huge iron pincers on its mouth. Be careful. When Qianshui held Qiu Li's back and pulled him back. Thank you. Qiu Li's face was a little pale. That was simply terrifying. He was almost cut in half by this black-toothed spider. Lin Xiu didn't pay attention to the battle on their side and continued to use Awe of the Phoenix to attack the black-toothed spiders that came up. The speed of these black-toothed spiders was very fast, but when they touched Lin Xiu's flaming birds, it was like a flame touching a gasoline barrel and they were instantly burned. His experience was constantly increasing and it felt refreshing. This was definitely a good place for leveling up. After some time, Lin Xiu discovered that his experience had risen to more than 2 billion. Lin Xiu gasped when he realized. More than 2 billion experience points. He did not expect that he could gain experience so quickly. Now Lin Xiu was even more motivated. As long as these black-toothed spiders continue to climb up, he can continue to kill them to gain experience. With that though, Lin Xiu got a little excited. It might not be impossible to get to level 30 here. Hiss hiss hiss. Behind Lin Xiu, the mutated spider's mouth opened wide and was about to spit out some silk threads. Good chance. Guo Ling saw this and was surprised. Then, she reacted very quickly and took out something round from her pocket which looked like a silver ball. As soon as she pressed a red button on it, the silver ball suddenly began flashing red light. Go! Guo Ling threw it harshly into the mouth of this mutated black-toothed spider. The mutated black-toothed spider that was about to spit out silk threads to attack them swallowed the silver ball in. Success! Shenjin's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. He knew what the silver ball was. It was the latest type of bomb and the explosive power was very powerful. Although the skin of this mutated spider was extremely hard, once this silver ball exploded inside, it would be dead. Just as he exclaimed, there was a resounding boom. Roar! The black-toothed spider opened its mouth wide and cried out. From its opened mouth, one could clearly see all the flames bursting out. This was caused by the explosion of this bomb. Great! Seems like we killed it. Ah! When Qiu Lai stood and said aloud, he saw a cold light flashing by his side and his arm was directly cut off. Blood sputtered out in an instant. It was obvious that a person who rushed over suddenly cut off Qiu Lai's left hand with a saber. And this was not over yet. This person still held the saber in his hand and wanted to cut Qiu Lai into two. Dang! Just then, a long sword blocked Qiu Lai and collided with the saber, giving off a crisp sound. It's you holding the long sword to help Qiu Lai block the attack. When Qin Shui saw the man's face, it was the man who snatched the Black Rock Beast's odd crystal last night. HNG. Didn't expect us to come here, the man said with a sinister smile. Just as he spoke, a group of men rushed over. When Qin Shui's expression changed in an instant. He didn't expect these people to catch up with them at this moment. Courting Death. Chapter 286 Pursuit to Kill. Chapter 286 Pursuit to Kill. Qian Wanshui witnessed Qiu Lai's arm being hacked off by the man and roared out loud as she charged forward in anger. She slashed her saber down at the man. Insignificant talent. The man looked at Qian Wanshui rushing at him and snorted. He used the sword that was covered in Qiu Lai's blood to attack Qian Wanshui. Clang clang clang. The two moved extremely quickly and the clash unleashed a series of sounds. On the other hand, Guo Ling reacted extremely quickly and picked Qiu Lai's arm from the ground and ran over to him. Qian Lin grabbed the emergency suture kit from the bag, and all the medicine inside the arm that had just been cut off could be reattached and healed with the current technology without any problems. And Qian Lin was versed in medicine and was considered the support member of the team. Got it. Qian Lin nodded upon hearing Guo Ling's command and walked over to Qiu Lai. She placed her bag down and retrieved the medical supplies. Rumble rumble. At the same time, Lin Xiu realized that more and more black-toothed spiders were appearing. He swung Dark Edge incessantly and summoned more than 10 blazing birds. The blazing birds converged at the area in front of him and formed a gigantic flaming tornado. The gigantic tornado blocked the front and the area quickly turned into a bright red in a split second. All the black-toothed spiders were pulled into the tornado and burned to death. Lin Xiu continued to receive countless experience notifications in his head. The experience bar kept on growing. Lin Xiu glanced behind and saw a few men rushing forward. And Chen Jin and the others were engaged with another man. They caught up again. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted at the sight of this. He had previously guessed that the people whom he had tricked would finally realize and chase after them. But he did not expect them to catch up so quickly. Lin Xiu charged over with Dark Edge in hand without hesitation. Are you all right? Lin Xiu walked over to Guo Ling and the others. Qian Lin was using a few special needles and patching Qiu Lai's broken arm up. Qian Lin was extremely meticulous and professional, as though she had operated many times. In a few moments, the broken arm was reattached. Upon inspection, no one would realize that his arm had been cut off before. The arm was sliced off cleanly. I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing, Qianlin commented and took a few vials of strange blue liquid and poured them on Qiu Li's arm. Ah! Qiu Li immediately felt the immense pain when the blue liquid seeped into his wounds. This pain was far more intense than pouring alcohol on wounds. Lin Xiu looked behind and saw Qian Wanjui and Chen Jin fighting against the man who had cut off Qiu Li's arm. It was an extremely intense battle, but more and more warriors were rushing over and joining the fight. The situation had turned chaotic. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and released dense killing intent. He exerted power in his legs and charged forward. Su! Although Lin Xiu had unleashed Awe of the Phoenix multiple times against the black tooth spiders, it did not consume much of his source strength any longer. The reason for this was Lin Xiu's profound comprehension of Awe of the Phoenix and the increasingly boundless source strength in his body. Go and die. The culprit who cut off Qiu Li's arm saw his helpers joining the battle and immediately revealed a sinister smile. He took the opportunity when Chen Jin was avoiding an attack and struck forward. Su! The sword moved like lightning and produced a vacuum sound as it cut through the air. I'm dead. Chen Jin felt the dense killing intent from behind and subconsciously turned to look to see the man with the sword moving at an inconceivable speed straight at the neck. The dense sword kai around the sword formed a tornado. Clang! Right at this moment when the sword was reaching Chen Jin's neck, a clear and crisp sound came out. What is that? The man felt a powerful burst of force surge through his sword and into his hand, and the expression in his eyes changed. Chen Jin looked at the sword tip in front of her and took in a breath of cold air. The sword was about to cut in by a bit. They looked and saw a black spear blocking the sword tip. Lin Xiu! Chen Jin looked behind and exclaimed out loud upon seeing Lin Xiu's figure. It's you! The man evidently noticed Lin Xiu, and dense killing intent flooded his eyes. They all got scared when Lin Xiu killed Scar. Upon thinking about this, a wave of humiliation entered his heart. He had to kill him. He had to. Go and die. His face changed as he clenched his jaws and extended his sword out towards Lin Xiu. Go! Lin Xiu immediately moved against the sword when he felt the man's change in focus and exerted a force to pull Chen Jin's clothes and flung Chen Jin to the back. Clang clang clang. At the same time, Lin Xiu used Dark Edge with his right hand to repel the man's attack. The spear and sword collided and produced countless sparks. HMPH, do you think your victory over Scar, by catching him off guard with your sudden burst of strength, can kill me? What a joke! The man blocked Lin Xiu's sharp attacks at lightning speed and spoke out. That's right. He is a rank 5 warrior. I have nothing to fear. Chapter 287 Go. Roly. Chapter 287 Go. Roly. Is that so? Lin Xiu snorted coldly, clearly unaffected by his words. He held Dark Edge tightly and continued to attack. Overlord Spear Art was extremely tyrannical. As Lin Xiu continued to strike, vacuum explosions were released in the air. The man found that it became more taxing as the fight with Lin Xiu dragged on. In the end, he was forced into a corner. His expression had turned ugly at this point. Damn it, how was he so strong? This doesn't make sense. He is clearly a rank 5 warrior. To make it worse, Kuo Ling, Shen Jin, Wan Qianshui had rushed forward and battled against his subordinates. Qianlin was still healing Qiu Li at the side. After all, it was a detached arm, and if they did not heal it right, future problems might arise. And not being able to move an arm properly was extremely fatal to warriors. He glanced at Qiu Li while fighting Lin Xiu, and then at Qianlin as he revealed a sinister smile. The few of you, go and kill those two, he roared out loud. The remaining 2 warriors heard the man and immediately reacted as they charged towards Qianlin and Qiu Li. They moved extremely quickly and bypassed Guo Ling and the others towards Qianlin and Qiu Li. Be careful! Qiu Li's pupils constricted when he saw them and roared out loud subconsciously. Qianlin heard his warning and turned to see the 2 warriors with their swords at her. The fiery tornado formed from Lin Xiu's Awe of the Phoenix had lit up the entire place. Go! Roly! Lin Xiu's expression changed and threw Roly out after taking it out from his bag. What's that? The man fighting with Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw Lin Xiu throw a pale blue object. A bomb. Impossible. The distance is too close and all of them will be killed. Even his teammates. And if it is a weak bomb, it's useless. Just as he was pondering about the object, Lin Xiu's spear continued to attack him. Qian Lin watched the two enemies charge at her while still holding onto the medicinal liquid and aiding Qiu Lai. She was not in time to take her weapon to block them. In the crucial moment of life and death, the man in the lead suddenly felt an immense pain on his back. He fell to the ground and howled in anguish. He dropped the weapon in his hand and extended his hands to his back. What's going on? The man that was charging alongside him with the intent of killing Qian Lin and Qiu Lai was shocked for his life when he saw the bizarre scene. He stopped in his tracks and asked in bewilderment. Pain, it hurts so badly. His companion roared in anguish as the meat on his cheeks seemed to clench tightly, making him look extremely sinister. He clawed at the back of his neck for a long time and threw a circular blue object away. His neck was already bloodied and his bones and windpipe could be seen. His companion saw the gruesome scene and his entire body trembled as fear crept into his eyes. What the hell is going on? Terrifying. It's terrifying. If it was me. Save. The warrior struggled and tried to say something, but his eyes opened wide and he trembled one last time before breathing his last breath. His eyes were still enlarged as though he was unresigned to his death. You. The man beside him opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but could not finish his sentence. He looked to the other side to see the round object that seemed to have arms and legs. It was pale blue and looked like a meatball. What is that? Qian Lin and Qiu Lai were stunned as well. They witnessed the entire scene of how the thing latched itself on the guy's neck and after being ripped off, the man died right away. The object was actually the blue meatball. I saw Lin Xiu throw that thing over. Qiu Lai opened his mouth and blurted out. He heard Lin Xiu as well and watched Lin Xiu throw the object over. It seemed that the blue round object was what Lin Xiu had thrown. What the hell is that? The man finally reacted. He no longer attacked Qian Lin and Qiu Lai, but instead wielded his saber and attacked the round meatball that posed a huge threat. He charged over while Rolly rolled over. It moved extremely quickly like a bowling ball rolling downslope. The man's eyes changed as he slashed at the object. Sue! But his slash missed and cut thin air. Rolly actually jumped as he hacked down and rolled on the saber. It rolled onto his arm with extreme speed. Rolly's body seemed to possess a unique stickiness that prevented it from falling. Go away, get off me! The man was overwhelmed with shock when Rolly landed on his body. He threw his saber on the ground and started to pull the meatball thing off his arm. But Rolly moved extremely quickly and arrived on his shoulder. As he reached out for it, Rolly jumped onto his face. Chapter 288 Frightening Rolly. Chapter 288 Frightening Rolly. As soon as Rolly crawled on his cheek, he wailed loudly. Qian Lin and Qiu Lai stared at the scene. At this moment, there seemed to be blood flowing down the man's cheeks. It blasted his eyes off. Qian Lin could see everything clearly. When she saw this, her eyes were filled with shock. Rolly climbed on the man's face and actually blew up his eyes. He was now frantically struggling to tear Rolly off his face. But Rolly's body was like that of a loach. It was so slippery and there was no way of catching it. At the next moment, Rolly bounced away. I want to kill you, I want to kill you. The man was still struggling crazily at this time, trying to grab Rolly that had already disappeared. Qiu Lai could see clearly that the man's eyes had turned into two holes of blood, and the eyeballs were long gone. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Terrifying. This is simply terrifying. What the hell is this thing? Watch out! While Qiu Lai was still in shock, the man began waving his weapon wildly. When it was about to hit Qiu Lai, Qian Lin quickly picked up the weapon on the ground and blocked the attack. Dang! A clear sound rang out as the weapons collided. Now that the warrior has lost his eyes, Qian Lin didn't feel so stressed out. When Qian Lin recalled how these people wanted to kill her, her eyes also showed strong murderous intent at this moment. Take advantage of his disadvantage and kill him. Without any hesitation, Qian Lin directly used her weapon to chop the man's body. Bang! With a dull sound, the man's body was directly chopped in half by Qian Lin's spear. Blood splashed all over the floor. Where did that thing go? Qiu Lai looked around at this moment. He didn't know where that weird creature that shocked him just now went. He had a lingering fear when he recalled that it was this thing that killed the two men that charged over and wanted him dead. If it wanted to mess with him, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Right. With that thought, Qiu Lai couldn't help but shudder. What happened? The man who was fighting with Lin Xiu looked over and found that his two companions who had rushed over to kill Qiu Lai and Qian Lin had already been killed. Lin Xiu also saw the scene on the other side, and was immediately relieved. It seemed like Rolly had dealt with them. What the hell did you throw over? The man yelled at this moment. Those two people could be regarded as his left and right shoulders. He didn't expect them to die like this. Scar died and now those two men were also dead. This was a serious loss for their small team. He was now looking at Lin Xiu with eyes filled with infinite murderous intent. He needed to tear Lin Xiu limb to limb in order to relieve his fury. It's your turn next. Lin Xiu snorted and did not answer the man's question. At this moment, holding the dark-edged spear, he continued to attack. Dang dang dang. When the two weapons collided, there were crisp and loud sounds ringing non-stop. This man was completely enraged now, and he didn't hide his strength at all, bursting forth with all the source strength in his body. As the source strength in his body burst forth, the long sword in his hand was also full of sword aura spiraling around it. Boom! Lin Xiu blocked his attack while attacking him, only to find that this man has used his rank 6 warrior ability, Sphere, to resist Lin Xiu's attack. The tip of the spear pierced the front of his protective shield and a dull sound resounded. But there was no way of breaking the sphere. It's useless, you're just a rank 5 warrior. Seeing that the tip of Lin Xiu's spear couldn't break his protective shield, the man laughed. Then, he began attacking Lin Xiu wildly with the long sword in his right hand. The speed of the long sword was getting faster and faster, and Lin Xiu could feel the stinging pain brought about by the spiral sword aura just from blocking the attacks. There was no other way but to bite the bullet and attack this guy. With a sudden roar, a bright sword stabbed out. Damn it! Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and his eyes burst out with strong killing intent. Go to hell! The man felt the dangerous aura coming from Lin Xiu. At this moment, the pupils in his eyes constricted suddenly, and the sword in his hand immediately thrust out towards Lin Xiu with a ray of light. Lin Xiu saw this scene and knew that he must have used a skill. Boom! Just as the man used a skill to attack Lin Xiu's body, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiu and directly blocked the power of the skill. This barrier was different from the sphere opened by the rank 6 warrior. It only blocked one attack and disappeared. But even so, about 50 of the power was blocked. The special ability of the rank 5 warrior title has a 30 chance of resisting 50 of the damage that the warrior was about to receive. He didn't expect that the warrior title skill would be triggered at this time. At this time, Lin Xiu was pleasantly surprised and clenched the spear in his hand tightly. Then, instead of resisting the man's attack, he attacked him directly. Heavenly Dragon Rex the city! Lin Xiu roared and activated all the power in his whole body. When the dark-edged spear in his hand thrust out, there seemed to be a burst of sound in the air, and the whole body of the spear made a clinking sound at this moment. A large amount of source strength gathered towards the spear body, and the spear body was covered in black gas. Soon, it turned into a huge black dragon that attacked the man. Oh no! In the twinkling of an eye, the pupils in the man's eyes constricted when he saw this scene. The weird barrier that suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiu's body just now blocked the damage of his skill by almost 50. The damage of his skill was greatly reduced. And the worst part was that now he has no way of retracting the skill. He could only defend. Chapter 289 Killing a Rank 6 Warrior. Chapter 289 Killing a Rank 6 Warrior. Boom! Just as Lin Xiu's spear was pierced out, the smoke that turned into a huge black dragon opened its mouth and bit the man's body. Get lost! Holding the long sword in his hand, the man was about to sever the black dragon, rushing over in half. But at this time, the black dragon had already opened his mouth and bit his weapon hard. Damn it! The man's eyes were filled with fright. This weird and powerful skill sent a chill down his back. The huge black dragon not only bit the weapon in his hand into two, but it was also about to swallow him whole. Horrifying. It was horrifying. Go to hell, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. As the black dragon attacked, the spear in his hand also thrust out towards the man. Go away. The man saw the tip of the spear that was about to stab him in the body. He yelled loudly and the sphere unfolded again. Bang! The spear tip pierced his unfolded sphere. This sphere was like a light blue barrier, enclosing his entire body. Ha ha ha, you have no way of destroying my sphere. It is impossible for you to kill me. The man saw that Lin Xia's spear had no way of piercing the sphere and he laughed loudly. But at this moment, the black dragon has rushed towards his sphere again. Bang bang bang. The sphere he unfolded was producing some ripples at this moment. When the man saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. But soon, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible. No matter how strong his skill was, it was impossible to destroy his sphere. He was confident in himself. H&G Lin Xiu looked at this scene with a cold expression in his eyes. The heavenly dragon Rex, the city skill, relied on his powerful source strength to produce a powerful black dragon. But very quickly, this black dragon would disappear as his source strength disappears. At this moment, he had to destroy the sphere and kill him. With that thought, the movement in Lin Xia's hand did not stop and he continued to attack the sphere. Profound, intent, torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Xiu stabbed the dark edge spear violently. Bang bang bang. The man in the sphere was shocked when he saw the scene. What's going on? How could Lin Xiu suddenly become so crazy? In this short second, Lin Xiu didn't know how many times he thrust his spear out. All the man saw were spear shadows and he couldn't see the movements of Lin Xia's shots clearly. And what was even more terrifying was that the black dragon followed Lin Xia's movements and attacked the sphere that the man unfolded as well. The sphere he unfolded at this time kept rippling and shaking constantly because of Lin Xia's attack. It seemed extremely unstable. Now he had started to regret a little. If he hadn't tried to snatch Lin Xia's odd crystal, everything would have been fine. Damn. This guy is so young. Why is he so strong? Did he start cultivating from the womb? Break. Now. As Lin Xiu thrust out with the last shot, a loud sound rang out and the sphere was directly destroyed. Who? As the sphere was destroyed, the pupils in the man's eyes constricted and he felt a tightness in his chest, sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang clang clang. Lin Xia's dark edge spear kept clanging, and the moment he broke the man's sphere, he continued to aim for the man's head without stopping his movements. Lin Xiu wanted to stab his head directly. As the man's sphere was now broken by Lin Xiu, it was as if he got bitten hard back and felt extremely uncomfortable. But seeing that Lin Xiu seemed like he wanted to pierce through his head directly, he still quickly reacted and was about to block with the long sword in his right hand. Dang! The tip of the dark edge spear directly hit his sword. At this moment, the man's eyes widened, because he could clearly feel the power of Lin Xia's attack, and it was really terrifying. That huge force was directly transmitted to his hand at this time, and he felt his hand go numb. In the next moment, the long sword that he was holding tightly was knocked out directly. Lin Xiu saw this scene. His gaze changed. Knowing that it was time to kill the man, without any hesitation, he displayed the torrential storm of rose flowers again. Sphere. The man felt that the hairs all over his body were on its ends, and he roared loudly. The source strength in his whole body burst out at this moment, as he tried to unfold the sphere again to block against Lin Xia's attack. But at this time, the sphere he unfolded had already been broken by Lin Xiu once, and now it became very weak. Bang bang bang. The spearhead of the dark edge spear stabbed his sphere wildly. This weak sphere was broken by Lin Xiu with just a few stabs. At the next moment, the spear pierced through the man's body. There were loud blasts that sounded continuously, and within a few seconds, Lin Xiu pierced dozens of holes in his body. It was as if he was being penetrated by a big bullet. How can I, possibly, be killed by a rank 5 warrior? He spoke slowly and his eyes widened. In the next moment, he fell directly on the ground. His eyes were not closed like he died with a grievance. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 6 warrior and gaining 50 million experience. When Lin Xiu killed the man, he heard the system prompt in his mind that he had gained experience, and was stunned. How could it be so little? He worked so hard to kill this guy and he was only worth 50 million experience. Just as Lin Xiu was cursing the system for cheating him, he saw a cold light flashing from behind him. Lin Xiu didn't turn his head back, and the spear in his hand directly blocked the attack at this moment. He didn't even have to think to know that it must be the subordinate of the man who was killed by him. Dang! As the spear collided with the man's weapon, a metal collision sound rang out. You actually think that you can kill me? Chapter 290 Terrifying Upgrade Speed. Chapter 290 Terrifying Upgrade Speed. Lin Xiu said with a cold snort at this time. The man behind Lin Xiu who wanted to attack Lin Xiu suddenly had a change in expression, changed his face when he heard Lin Xiu's voice. Just as he wanted to continue attacking Lin Xiu, the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hand suddenly burst into violent flames. The flames covered the body of the spear. At this moment, the man felt the weapon in his hand become exceptionally hot. At the next moment, he finally couldn't bear the scorching sensation and dropped the weapon directly to the ground. Goodbye. Lin Xiu suddenly turned around and stabbed the man behind. Swish! The spear with flames seemed to cut through the air. The man was alarmed when he saw the dark-edged spear covered in horrifying flames stabbed towards him, but it was too late to block the attack. The spear moved too quickly. At this moment, Lin Xiu's spear pierced through his body directly. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing the rank 5 warrior and gaining 5 million experience. As Lin Xiu killed the man, another system prompt sounded in his mind. Only 5 million experience. For Lin Xiu, this was just a drop in the bucket. At the same time, those people who were fighting with Guo Ling and the others saw that Lin Xiu had killed their boss and several of his accomplices. Their hearts were filled with fear, and nobody wanted to continue fighting with Lin Xiu and the others anymore. Trying to flee, seeing that these men were frightened and seemed to want to turn around and flee into the darkness, Chen Jin sneered and pursued them. Guo Ling and Wan Qianshui did the same too. They were not saints. Those people clearly wanted to kill them just now, so there was no way they were going to let them run away. Lin Xiu looked at the figure they were chasing after and did not continue to chase after them. Instead, he turned and looked behind. The flame tornado that Lin Xiu had just released had completely dissipated at this time. The surroundings became dark again. Only the lighting equipment that fell on the ground was giving off light, and Lin Xiu realized that those black-toothed spiders continued to climb up at this moment, and there were a large number of them. Leave now. Qian Lin was shocked when she saw this scene, then helped Qiu Lai, who was injured, and ran to the back. Why are there so many black-toothed spiders? Lin Xiu saw the scene and was taken aback. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and took the dark-edged spear in his hand, then attacked. Awe of the Phoenix! Lin Xiu roared loudly, and the dark-edged spear in his hand slashed violently. In a short time, flaming birds burst out from the spear in Lin Xiu's hand. Boom boom! As the flaming birds rushed over, they cut through the air and made swishing sounds. The flames pierced the sky and instantly hit the bodies of the black-toothed spiders that were crawling over. Like before, as soon as the flames touched the bodies of the black-toothed spiders, the black-toothed spiders were directly burned and exploded. The system prompts of gaining experience in Lin Xiu's mind kept ringing, and these experiences were much more than those rank 5 warriors who he had just killed. This was simply the perfect place for gaining experience. Although his body was a little tired from the battle just now, he still continued using his fire skill to attack the black-toothed spiders. Guo Ling, Wan Qianshui, and Chen Jin rushed to the back, and they took advantage of the victory to kill those people. I think they are all killed. Chen Jin looked at the corpses on the ground and said to Guo Ling. Yeah. Guo Ling nodded. They were only able to kill the remaining people thanks to Lin Xiu killing that rank 6 warrior who was the leader. Otherwise, even if they were rank 6 warriors, it was still very difficult to deal with so many people. How does Lin Xiu still have the strength to kill those darn things? Chen Jin walked to the front, and suddenly saw Lin Xiu still frantically waving the dark-edged spear in his hand, sending a large number of flames out. Seeing how crazy Lin Xiu was, Chen Jin and the others were stunned. He's fighting way too hard. It's like he has a deep hatred for those black-toothed spiders. Lin Xiu still had a look of surprise on his face at this time. There was simply too much experience here. He had to quickly get enough experience and he would be able to level up again. Boom! With Lin Xiu's constant use of the phoenix, there were flaming birds all around Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu had killed a large number of those black-toothed spiders. At the next moment, Lin Xiu heard a clear ring in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on successfully leveling up. You are level 27. Leveled up? Lin Xiu's jaw dropped in disbelief. He knew that he was gaining experience at an unbelievable speed, but didn't expect that he would have successfully leveled up. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and opened the stats board directly. Host Lin Xiu. Level 27. Experience points 30 billion. Strength 526. Physique 252. Speed 115. Skills analysis Eye Fury Disguise Engulf Mirror Image. Rage Buildup Potential points 27. Title Rank 5 Warrior Unused Title Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. He was already level 27. Although the next level requires 3 billion experience, Lin Xiu felt that it wouldn't take very long, because the speed of gaining experience now has exceeded Lin Xiu's imagination. What's up with Lin Xiu? Lin looked at Lin Xiu weirdly as he burst into laughter. Lin Xiu didn't know that his current actions looked very strange in the eyes of others. At this time, Lin Xiu directly added all of these 27 potential points to strength. Then, he suddenly felt a powerful force gushing in his body. He could clearly feel the strength in his body improving. Continue to kill. Chapter 291 Successful Capture. Chapter 291 Successful Capture. As Lin Xiu continued to kill those monsters in front, Guo Ling and the others had already gathered at the back, watching Lin Xiu continuously release those phoenixes and killing all the black-toothed spiders. Guo Ling's eyes were full of shock. She was still glad that she invited Lin Xiu to come to this dark forest with them. She had definitely made a wise choice. She looked to the side and saw the corpses of the warriors who had been killed by them just now, as well as the corpse of a huge mutated black-toothed spider lying next to her. She threw a very powerful bomb into its mouth and it exploded, so it was dead at this moment. Although its carapace was very hard, it was still very fragile inside. Q Lai. Are your hands all right? Guo Ling turned to Q Lai and asked. It's fine. I should be able to move tomorrow. Q Lai shook his head and said to Guo Ling. Lin used those emergency treatment tools for treatment and his arm was saved. And it was healing at a very fast speed. But it wasn't so easy to heal the nerves and would take time. And if we find a mutated black-toothed spider tonight, we can go back tomorrow. Guo Ling nodded. With Q Lai in this state, if he encountered something, there was no way to fight back. Hurry up, do you have something to catch at? Lin Xiu, who was in front, waved his dark edge spear, and phoenixes charged to the front. All those black-toothed spiders were annihilated at this moment, but among them, there was a light blue black-toothed spider rushing towards him. This thing was not afraid of his flames and Lin Xiu could tell at one glance that it must be the mutated black-toothed spider. Only mutated black-toothed spiders had this kind of fire resistance, and they were not afraid of Lin Xiu's flames. And this mutated black-toothed spider was very small compared to the one just now. It was only the size of a bowl. This size was obviously the most suitable for capture. Mutated black-toothed spider. Guo Ling looked in front and saw the small mutated black-toothed spider that appeared. The speed of this thing was very fast, and it was about to hit Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu sneered when he saw that the little thing wanted to kill him. He lifted his right foot and stepped on it directly with exceptional precision. Bang! A dull sound resounded, and with Lin Xiu's right foot on its body, it couldn't move at all. Moreover, Lin Xiu's hands did not stop moving as he continued to wave the dark edge spear and released phoenixes to attack. Guo Ling didn't hesitate at all and started to flip through his backpack. Very quickly, he took out a black rectangular object. Hurry up, Lin Xiu shouted at this moment because he could feel that the mutated black-toothed spider under his foot was struggling wildly. Lin Xiu could sense that this mutated black-toothed spider was very strong. He had already used a lot of his strength, yet it was still a challenge trying to keep the mutated black-toothed spider from moving. Damn it! Lin Xiu cursed. Then continued to exert strength on his right foot. Guo Ling reacted quickly as well and rushed directly to the front and squatted down beside the mutated black-toothed spider that Lin Xiu had stepped on. Release your foot. Guo Ling found a good opportunity and called out to Lin Xiu. Hearing Guo Ling's words, Lin Xiu did not hesitate to retract his right foot. Bang! Just as Lin Xiu released the mutated black-toothed spider, it jumped out. The pupils in Guo Ling's eyes constricted and he directly pressed the piece of black square against its body. Click! When pressed against the spider's body, this black square object unfolded instantly. It suddenly became a square box, capturing the mutated black-toothed spider inside. It's done! Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the scene. Now the mutated black-toothed spider was contained in the square box made of special materials. Bang bang bang. The black-toothed spider in the box seemed to be constantly struggling, but the quality of this box was obviously very good no matter how hard it struggled. It couldn't escape at all. Yeah. Guo Ling nodded with a look of surprise on her face. Originally, she thought it would take a lot of time to find a mutated black-toothed spider of a suitable size to capture, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. They were actually done. As long as they brought this thing back, their mission is completed. Lin Xiu nodded, and when he looked towards the front, he also realized that the number of black-toothed spiders rushing up had gradually decreased. Lin Xiu found it a pity. If the black-toothed spiders continue to come, it is possible that he can be upgraded to level 30 just by killing all of them until tomorrow morning. Right. With that thought, Lin Xiu sighed. Boom! As Lin Xiu waved his spear one final time, the phoenixes directly annihilated the last wave of black-toothed spiders. Worn out, after seeing the last black-toothed spider annihilated by his flames, Lin Xiu laid on the ground and panted heavily. Although Lin Xiu was very excited when he killed these black-toothed spiders, as soon as he laid on the ground and rested, Lin Xiu felt that he had no strength left in him. He had no energy to continue fighting. Lin Xiu laid on the ground, panting continuously. They've all been wiped out. Chen Jin and the others went forward at this moment and looked at the burned corpses of the black-toothed spiders everywhere. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had no idea how many black-toothed spiders there were. It was simply impossible to count. Some of them were killed by the flames released by their flamethrowers, but Lin Xiu dealt with most of them himself. It could be said that Lin Xiu's strength alone was comparable to all their strength together. Chapter 292 Parting. Chapter 292 Parting. Almost done. Lin Xiu nodded and scanned the surroundings. The ground around this place was covered with black-toothed spiders' corpses, and there were no longer any live spiders that were still climbing up. Lin Xiu still thought that it was quite a pity. Due to their fear of flames, he could kill these black-toothed spiders very quickly, and they were also worth a lot of experience. If there were more for Lin Xiu to kill, he would definitely gain more experience. Bang bang bang. And that mutated black-toothed spider was still struggling because it was trapped in the box that Guo Ling used, and some noises were heard from time to time. Now there was a strong smell of blood everywhere, which made one feel very uncomfortable. Let's go. Guo Ling put the box into her backpack, then glanced at the crowd and said, the quality of this box was very sturdy. It was impossible for this small mutated black-toothed spider to break free from this box. So Guo Ling put it in her backpack without any worry. At this time, everyone packed up their things and took the lighting equipment, then walked to the other side. After all, there was too much blood in this place which made them feel very uncomfortable. Lin Xiu didn't feel anything when he was fighting, but now that he stopped fighting, he suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion all over his body. Tired, really tired. As he used his skill to kill those black-toothed spiders, Lin Xiu now felt that the sore strength in his whole body was drained. Just as Lin Xiu and Guo Ling and the others were moving forward and wanted to find a place to take a good night's rest, Lin Xiu heard a unique noise behind him. Lin Xiu turned around and suddenly saw Rolly, not knowing when he appeared behind him. When Lin Xiu spoke, he carefully looked at Guo Ling and the others who were walking in front. They were now observing their surroundings warily and didn't seem to notice the situation here, which made Lin Xiu relieved. After all, Rolly was a very strange creature. Even Lin Xiu didn't know what it was. When he was fighting, he didn't have a choice but to throw Rolly out to kill the two warriors. But he didn't want them to see the existence of Rolly right now. At this moment, he took a closer look and Rolly looked like he was gnawing on an odd crystal in its hands. Lin Xiu was taken aback. At this moment, he could sense that his backpack seemed to have become heavier. It can't be. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He instinctively looked into his backpack and found that it was filled with odd crystals. These odd crystals were black and resplendent. They looked quite small too, but there were many of them. There were so many that it was a little scary. He didn't know how many black-toothed spiders he just killed, but he didn't think of collecting their odd crystals. After all, there were so many, and it was very cumbersome to dig out the odd crystals from the corpse of every black-toothed spider. But he didn't expect that Rolly had already helped him to dig out almost all the crystals of the black-toothed spider, and put them all in his backpack. Let's rest here tonight. After walking for some time, they reached an area near the water source. Lin Xiu nodded. There were many rocks around him and he sat next to one, then rested with his back against the rock. He was really exhausted after a whole day of fighting. Not only Lin Xiu, Guo Ling, and the others were the same as well. I'm exhausted. I'll go to bed first. Qiu Lai laid directly on the rock behind him, then yawned and said aloud. The injury on his arm wouldn't heal so easily and because of the blood loss, he wanted to go to bed earlier. You guys have a rest. I'll watch the night tonight. Guo Ling nodded and said to everyone. Are you okay? Lin Xiu subconsciously said when he saw that Guo Ling seemed to be in good spirits. No problem. You should be tired after fighting for an entire day. Guo Ling nodded. She did not look tired at all. Lin Xiu was not pretentious, and he closed his eyes directly then leaned on the rock behind him, slowly falling into a deep sleep. He was really exhausted today. After some time, Lin Xiu, who has a good body clock, opened his eyes at this time and felt the dazzling sun shining on his eyes. You're awake. Lin Xiu's eyes just got used to the sunlight when he heard a familiar voice. The blurry sight also slowly became clear at this time. Taking a closer look, Guo Ling and the others seemed to have woken up and were packing their things. You guys woke up so early? Lin Xiu said, a little surprised. Seems like he was a bit too tired last night. They woke up earlier than him and he didn't even notice it. You looked really tired, so we didn't wake you up. Guo Ling nodded, then chuckled. When dealing with the black-toothed spiders yesterday, Lin Xiu did the most and even killed those warriors. Now he looked extremely tired and Guo Ling couldn't bear to wake him up. Click, click, click. Lin Xiu stretched and suddenly there were sounds of his joints cracking. After taking a rest for the whole night, Lin Xiu had regained his strength and the fatigue from his body was gone, making him feel very comfortable. Let's go. We're going back now. Guo Ling looked at the people around him and when she saw that they were all ready, she said aloud. Going back already? Lin Xiu was startled and instinctively said, yes. We have already caught the living body of the mutated black-toothed spider and now we can go back to hand in the mission. Guo Ling smiled, then nodded and said, she knew before that this task was definitely not easy and they would encounter a lot of problems along the way. So she prepared many days' worth of nourishment liquid and was ready to fight for a long time. But what she didn't expect was that they caught the mutated black-toothed spider in just 2 days after they had just arrived in the dark forest. It went very well. This was definitely a very big surprise for her. Chapter 293 Scavenger Crow. Chapter 293 Scavenger Crow. The living body of the mutated black-toothed spider in her backpack was no longer struggling at this time. You guys go back first. I won't be going back yet. Lin Xiu was silent for a while, then looked at Guo Ling and the others and said, you're not going back. The people, who had already packed their things and were happily ready to leave, were suddenly stunned. I still want to stay here for a few more days, Lin Xiu said lightly. He finally came here and wouldn't leave just like that. One reason was to gain experience. And there was another reason. He wanted to see if he would meet Liu Yu here. It's dangerous here. Lin Xiu, Let's go back. Qiulai heard Lin Zia's words and said directly to Lin Ziu. After spending time together these few days, Qiulai no longer disliked Lin Ziu and instead admired Lin Ziu very much. After all, at Lin Zia's age, he was already so strong. Anyone would admire him. That's right. Who knows if there will be other warriors here? Qian Lin also nodded at this time and said worriedly, after experiencing what happened these few days, it was clear that evolved beasts were rare and easy to deal with, but those warriors were the most terrifying. No need. You guys can go back. I still have things to do here. Lin Ziu shook his head, then smiled and said to them. Guo Ling frowned slightly, then sighed and said, well, you should be careful. She knew that Lin Ziu must have other objectives when he came here. Otherwise he wouldn't have readily agreed to do the mission together with them. But what exactly did Lin Ziu want to do here? Could it be that he wants to train? Guo Ling was a little puzzled, and she didn't seem to understand what Lin Ziu was thinking. Qiulai and the others opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. Since Lin Ziu has decided to stay, there wasn't much that they could say. Alright, let's go first. You should be careful. Qiulai thought for a while, then said to Lin Ziu, okay. When you come back, I will transfer the points from this mission to you. Guo Ling said as she glanced at Lin Ziu and did not persuade Lin Ziu to go back together. Sure. Everyone exchanged greetings, and in the next moment, with Guo Ling leading in front, they walked to the other side. After Lin Ziu watched them disappear, he carried his dark edge spear and left without looking back. He was now going to the depths of the dark forest. This place was really weird. Would there be an evolved beast that is as high-ranking as a black-toothed spider, but is also very afraid of flames? If so, he could continue to gain experience. Now that Guo Ling and the others had left, Rolly had also run out of Lin Zia's backpack. Its chubby body stood directly on Lin Zia's shoulders as it hugged the black crystals and ate them like a little squirrel. It made a burst of clicking sounds. Lin Ziu couldn't help but smile helplessly when he saw this, and his eyes were filled with curiosity, because Rolly seemed to have become bigger from constantly eating the odd crystals. Lin Ziu took a closer look and saw that the surface of its body has become smoother. It was light blue and crystal clear like a sapphire, which surprised Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu continued to walk and came to the area where he killed the black-toothed spiders yesterday. As soon as he walked over there, he saw that the bodies of those warriors were covered with a lot of black things. What are these? Lin Zia's eyes constricted when he saw the scene. There were so many of these black things densely packed. If people with trypophobia saw this, their faces would turn green. Yeah. At this time, it seemed that as Lin Ziu walked over, those black things suddenly made a loud sharp sound. What is this? Lin Ziu exclaimed while looking at this scene. Without any hesitation, he activated the analytic eye. Rank 6 Scavenger Crow. A special evolved beast that lives in the dark forest. Specializes in pecking at the corpses of people. Features extremely fast. Fear of flames. Another rank 6 evolved beast. At this moment, Lin Ziu looked at the corpses again and found that the corpses on the ground had been almost completely eaten by these crows. A closer look at this time revealed that the corpses were left with only bones at an extremely fast speed. And these darn things didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Zia's arrival at all. They were still pecking at the corpses of those warriors who were killed yesterday. It's really disgusting. Lin Ziu watched the corpses slowly turn into white skeletons at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. But these things were rank 6 evolved beasts. So if he killed them, he could get almost 5 million experience. With that thought, Lin Ziu was motivated, and the dark edge spear in his hand was clenched tightly. He saw the description of their characteristics by analytic eye that these guys were afraid of flames. Lin Ziu didn't hesitate to take action, and the body of the dark edge spear suddenly burst into flames. Awe of the Phoenix. With a swish, Lin Ziu thrust his spear, and phoenixes burst out from the tip of the spear. Then, hit the bodies of the scavenger crows over there. Lin Ziu initially thought that it would be as simple as killing the black-toothed spiders from before, but didn't expect that as the phoenixes charged over, the scavenger crows dodged. What is going on? Lin Ziu was taken aback for a moment. But just as Lin Xiu was stunned, the scavenger crows came towards Lin Xiu's side. Their sharp mouths were wide open as if they were about to peck Lin Xiu's flesh. Damn it. The introduction that was given by the analytic eye was not wrong. The speed of this thing was indeed very fast. But Lin Xiu did not expect it to be so fast. They actually managed to dodge the phoenixes that Lin Xiu released. Lin Xiu stared at this scene and rushed directly to the front. Swish! They were fast, but Lin Xiu was even faster. He stabbed out the spear with the red Lotus Fire and directly pierced both the bodies of the two scavenger crows at the same time. Chapter 294 Strange. Chapter 294 Strange. Boom! After Lin Xiu's flaming dark edge spear penetrated the body of the scavenger crow, there was a loud bang and the body of the scavenger crow went up in flames in an instant. They seemed to be like those black-toothed spiders and their bodies were easily burned. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 6 scavenger crow and gaining 2 million experience. Only 2 million experience points. Huh. Lin Xiu couldn't help but curl his mouth when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Compared with the 5 million experience of the black-toothed spider, this 2 million experience was really quite little. At this moment, the scavenger crows made another sharp noise and madly rushed towards Lin Xiu. Although these scavenger crows usually feed on corpses, once someone provokes them, they would also become crazy. Their beaks were very sharp and the sunlight that shone through the towering trees next to them seemed to reflect the cold light. Dang dang dang. Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw this scene. He waved his dark-edged spear with both hands and attacked the scavenger crows again. The spear did not pierce their bodies this time, but hit their beaks and it sounded like metals colliding. Lin Xiu frowned. These darn things seemed quite strong. At this moment, the scavenger crows all rushed towards Lin Xiu, and there was an increasing number of them. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the scene. There seemed to be too many of these things and they were charging towards him crazily. They weren't afraid of the flames he had just cast. Damn it. Lin Xiu's right hand got pecked by a scavenger crow accidentally. Although he was now wearing a battle suit, he still felt a sharp pain. Lin Xiu was also a little annoyed now. He held the dark-edged spear tightly with both hands and waved it harshly. Awe of the Phoenix. Boom boom. Phoenixes burst out from Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear in an instant. When the scavenger crows saw these phoenixes, they wanted to rush to attack Lin Xiu, but they dodged very cleverly at this moment. While avoiding those phoenixes, they continued to attack Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw this. Aren't these scavenger crows a little too smart? But at this moment, Lin Xiu had no time to waste. These scavenger crows were so vicious. One of them even wanted to pierce his eyes with its extremely sharp beak. It wanted to peck his eyes out. Lin Xiu's whole body tensed up. After all, this was not as easy to deal with as the black-toothed spider. These darn things react very quickly and would avoid his phoenixes. Torrential storm of rose flowers. When Lin Xiu watched the scavenger crows around him avoiding the phoenixes, he rushed towards him again. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and stabbed him again with his spear. Although these scavenger crows were clever, they still didn't know what weapon Lin Xiu would use. At this time, as Lin Xiu used the torrential storm of rose flowers, they instantly penetrated the bodies of the several scavenger crows that rushed over. Go to hell. After slaying the scavenger crows that charged over, Lin Xiu turned around and continued to use torrential storm of rose flowers. Then, he continued to kill all of the scavenger crows. The system prompts continued ringing in his mind, which made Lin Xiu feel really good. After all, no matter how few mosquito legs there were, they were still meat and the experience gained from killing these scavenger crow wasn't little. One was worth 2 million and 10 of them would be 20 million. As long as he killed 100 of them, he could gain another 200 million experience. But after Lin Xiu killed dozens of scavenger crows, the remaining scavenger crows seemed to know that Lin Xiu was so good. At this time, they all flew around and never attacked Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu became gloomy. He initially wanted to gain a wave of experience, but if a situation was like that, there was no chance. He shook his head and held his dark-edged spear, then continued to walk forward. He should be at the front part of the dark forest at the moment. It would probably take a lot of time to get to the central region. Lin Xiu walked to the front and saw the black-toothed spiders on the ground that were burned by his flames. Seeing this scene during the day, Lin Xiu was a little surprised. Now he knew that he actually killed so many black-toothed spiders yesterday. He continued to walk forward, stepping on the corpses of the black-toothed spiders, and walked to the edge of the huge crack in front. Looking down, he could see everything below clearly because of the sunlight. In the middle of the crack below was covered in white spider webs, and there were a lot of spider eggs around, and some small black-toothed spiders were still climbing up. Those slightly larger black-toothed spiders had all been killed by Lin Xiu and the others. Those below now were all black-toothed spiders the size of a cockroach. Their ranks were probably still very low. Lin Xiu shook his head. Not only would he gain little experience from killing these little black-toothed spiders, but he would also be wasting his strength. He looked at the other side of the crack, and there were a lot of black trees in the front. He wondered what would appear if he continued forward. Lin Xiu hesitated for a while, then retreated a certain distance. At this moment, his body leaned forward and his legs exploded with a powerful force, rushing directly to the opposite side. When Lin Xiu was about to reach the crack, his legs burst forth with strength and he leaped high, leaping over to the opposite side. Boom! Lin Xiu reached the opposite side at this time, and fell heavily to the ground. Phew! He slowly got up from squatting and patted the dust off his body, then continued to walk to the front. Lin Xiu was now watching his surroundings more warily, because he had a feeling that it would become even more dangerous from this area onwards. While walking forward cautiously, Lin Xiu paid attention to the scene at noon. These black trees towered into the clouds. As Lin Xiu kept walking forward, the surrounding area became increasingly gloomy. The sun in the sky has been completely obscured by the trees that look like umbrellas. Lin Xiu stared at the ground, then observed that all the weeds on the ground showed signs of being trampled on. Seems like there were many people here before, and it was not a small number. Lin Xiu looked at the dark edge spear in his hand at this moment and squeezed it tightly. Once there was something off, he would use the dark edge spear to kill anything that threatens him. But he continued walking for quite some time and it was eerily quiet. There wasn't a single person and the place was completely silent. Lin Xiu also slowly began to relax. Strange. There is no one here. Lin Xiu looked around and said to himself, it was indeed too strange. Logically speaking, there should be many warriors here. It should be easy to encounter one. However, he didn't see any warriors around since morning, which made him more and more puzzled. And because the tall trees here had blocked the sun, the place looked very sinister now, and there was a gloomy atmosphere which made him shudder. Swish swish swish. Just as Lin Xiu continued to move forward aimlessly, a strange sound suddenly came into Lin Xiu's ears. Who's there? The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly constricted, and he clenched the dark-edged spear in his hand tightly as he quickly scanned the surroundings. But at this time, he still didn't see anyone appear. This strange incident made Lin Xiu frown at this moment. What exactly is going on? I don't see anyone around, and this voice. Swish swish swish. Just when Lin Xiu felt that the surroundings were becoming weirder and weirder, that strange sound became louder and louder. At this moment, when he looked up, a black shadow fell from above. Lin Xiu's eyes widened instantly, and the dark-edged spear in his hand pierced at it directly. Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Xiu found that the tip of his dark-edged spear had penetrated a person's body. Lin Xiu stared at this scene and was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he found that his spear had pierced through a middle-aged man. There was blood on his body at this time, not because of his spear, but because of the large number of wounds on his body. His eyes were still wide open as if he had seen something terrifying and looked like he died with a grievance. He has been dead for about 2 days already. Lin Xiu pulled his dark-edged spear out of the man's corpse, and after a closer look, he could roughly tell the time of his death. Why would a warrior be dead here? And he even fell from above. Lin Xiu thought that an evolved beast was coming to attack him, so he instinctively stabbed him with his spear. Lin Xiu looked up and saw that there were dense black leaves, but still couldn't find a reason for the man's death. Lin Xiu frowned. He looked at the man's corpse, then at his surroundings before continuing to walk forward. As Lin Xiu kept walking forward, he looked around and found that there were corpses again. There were corpses everywhere. The corpses of some warriors were hanging on some trees and their deaths looked very miserable. Lin Xiu walked over and looked around carefully, but there were only corpses all around and no living person. What exactly is going on? Could it be that these people were trying to fight over the ice Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu walked forward slowly, and when he walked to the front, he suddenly felt that something was pulling his heel forcefully. When Lin Xiu felt this, his expression changed and he turned around. He was about to thrust the dark-edged spear out when he realized that it was actually a corpse lying on the ground. Help! Help! At this moment, this warrior wasn't completely dead yet. He was lying on the ground and there were many wounds on his body. Blood continued to seep out of his wounds. The man was injured to this extent, yet he wasn't completely dead yet. His willpower was considered very strong. "You are not dead yet," Lin Xiu said to him in surprise at this time. "Hurry up. Save me." The warrior's eyes were filled with horror at this time as he said to Lin Xiu with all his strength. But as soon as he finished talking, his body twitched and he laid on the ground, his eyes still wide open. But there was no breath anymore. "Don't die. Tell me what is going on here," Lin Xiu shouted when he saw this. But this warrior did not respond. He was clearly dead. Damn it. Seeing this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but hit a tree next to him. What happened here? There were corpses everywhere in the previous area and it's the same thing in this place. Lin Xiu continued to look around and still didn't find any useful information. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. He had a feeling that if he continued to go forward, he would find an answer. There were weapons everywhere on the ground. These weapons were all made of precious metals and weren't ordinary weapons. These warriors were also not ordinary rank 6 warriors, and there were also quite a number of rank 7 warriors. There were even so many rank 7 warriors dead, which was really weird. Lin Xiu thought to himself as he walked. After walking for some time, Lin Xiu's expression suddenly changed when he was about to walk through this area full of corpses, because he seemed to have seen something familiar ahead. This can't be. When Lin Xiu noticed the thing in front of him, he quickly increased his speed and rushed forward. Chapter 295 Yuou Sword. Chapter 295 Yuou Sword. Lin Xiu looked at the location ahead in surprise and quickly rushed over. Upon arriving, he squatted down and picked up the weapon that was covered in mud. It was a sword. A very fine sword. This sword was extremely thin and although it was dirty, it could not hide the beauty of the weapon. Woo! Lin Xiu blew on it and all the dirt came off the sword. As he scrutinized it, he confirmed that the sword was identical to Yuou's. Lin Xiu looked carefully. The form and weight of it was definitely Yuou's weapon. Lin Xiu frowned. Yuou always carried her weapon and the possibility of her throwing her weapon on a whim was impossible. This meant that she had encountered trouble and had no choice but to throw the weapon. Lin Xiu looked ahead where there were many messy footprints. He was unable to distinguish them. What is going on here? Lin Xiu was deeply puzzled by the situation. Damn it. After investigating around, Lin Xiu did not obtain any hints. He clenched his fists tightly and held onto her sword. He then continued in the same direction ahead. He used to feel that the sword was heavy, but the weight was negligible to him now. His own strength had increased by leaps and bounds over the few months. Bang bang bang. Right at this time as Lin Xiu was walking, he heard urgent footsteps from his side. His eyes immediately changed expressions. There were clearly people rushing over. Su! Lin Xiu's eyes constricted right away as though he saw something. He raised dark edge and thrust forward. Bang! Following an explosion, the black and large trees were penetrated by the spear. Wait! Right at that moment, a loud roar came out. Lin Xiu's stab stopped abruptly. He watched as a male appeared. Lin Xiu's dark edge tip was at his forehead. Just a bit more and it would have blasted his head off. Lin Xiu looked at the man indifferently. What are you doing here? They were separated by a gigantic tree, but dark edge was able to pierce through the trunk and appear at his forehead. Su! Lin Xiu exerted a force and pulled dark edge back. Due to the spear strike, The trunk had a hole that revealed the opposite side. I have no ill intent. The man swallowed his saliva and replied. He was scared and came over here but was almost killed by Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Xiu retract the spear, the man felt as though he was rebirthed with a new life. As though he had been relieved of all burdens. Dang Yao, what's going on right at this moment? More footsteps could be heard. Lin Xiu cast his gaze over behind and saw many figures walking over. It's nothing. Yang Yao saw his companions walking over and heaved a sigh of relief. He was at ease when they were here. Who are you guys? Lin Xiu squinted his eyes as his gaze swept across them. Under analytic eye, he could see that aside from 2 or 3 that were rank 6, the rest were peak rank 5. Weren't they seeking death with such strength inside Dark Forest Center region? Dang Yao. Who was he? A man saw Lin Xiu and frowned. He immediately spoke to the person that Lin Xiu scared. I don't know. Gang Yao shook his head. Brat. Who are you? The man looked at Lin Xiu and snorted. Boring. Lin Xiu glanced at them. With their strength, they would not be able to affect anything inside Dark Forest. As for all the rank 6 and rank 7 warriors that were killed, they were most probably unaware of it. Upon thinking of this, Lin Xiu no longer held any interest in asking them and continued going ahead. Stop for me. The man saw that Lin Xiu had ignored them and immediately felt disregarded when Lin Xiu walked away. His expression changed as he ordered Lin Xiu. He became enraged when Lin Xiu continued to walk and ignored him. He extended his hand out to pull Lin Xiu. Just as he was about to do so, he saw a cold gleam. His pupils constricted, but he was no longer able to dodge. Bang! But Lin Xiu's dark edge stabbed onto a pale blue barrier, causing him to frown. Sphere. The man stumbled back a few steps upon receiving Lin Xiu's strike. He looked at Lin Xiu with shock in his eyes. How can this young man have so much power? He, a rank 6 warrior, was that close to being stabbed to death by Lin Xiu's spear. Young brother, I apologize. He was too impulsive. Right at this moment, a man walked forward and smiled at Lin Xiu. What do you want to say? Lin Xiu looked at him and replied indifferently. He was stunned as he did not expect Lin Xiu to be so straightforward. The man chuckled bitterly then answered seriously. Do you know what happened there? Chapter 296 I want to make a deal with you. Chapter 296 I want to make a deal with you. Lin Xiu looked towards where his finger was pointed at. It was right towards the place where there were many corpses. I don't. Lin Xiu shook his head and replied. He was suspicious of the situation and wanted to interrogate more people. But the group was also unaware of what had happened. When did you guys come in? Lin Xiu looked at the man and said. Lin Xiu finally found surviving warriors and wanted to listen to any information they had. Yesterday. The man saw that Lin Xiu was unaware of the situation and replied to him. We came here yesterday and discovered corpses all over. When we came here, there were even corpses belonging to rank 7 warriors. At this point, the man's face became serious. It was definitely not good news for them if even rank 7 warriors could die here. From the looks of it, they were already in danger. Why are you guys not going further ahead? Lin Xiu looked at them and asked. As he said that, their expressions changed as though they knew something but hesitated to speak. The man's expression changed and sighed. There seems to be a few high-level evolved beasts ahead. We can't get past. Their expressions changed to one of unresigned and unhappiness. As though they wanted to continue, but had no way to do so. What's over there? Lin Xiu asked anxiously. Shouldn't it be my turn to ask you now? The man was astute and smiled. Lin Xiu looked at him and nodded his head. It was considered an exchange of information, and he would not lose anything. When did you come here? The man posed the same question to Lin Xiu. The day before. What are you doing here? Looking for someone. Could you be? When Lin Xiu replied. One of the people behind the leader had a change in expression and subconsciously blurted out something. But when he saw the man's gaze, it made him keep quiet. The man's glare had shut him up. You wanted to say if I'm looking for the ice Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu shook his head and asked. How do you know? The man was startled and took the chance to ask. There are so many warriors that came in recently. Isn't it because of that? Lin Xiu replied. If not for the ice Lotus Fire that was worth cities, why would so many warriors risk their lives to come in? One had to know that the dark forest was extremely dangerous. The number of rank 7 and rank 6 warrior corpses revealed how scary and dangerous dark forest was. Are you guys looking for it too? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and continued. No, we are not. The man was startled, then regained his smile and shook his head. Although it is very valuable, we are aware of our strengths. We are looking for something to save our friend. Looking for something. Lin Xiu frowned and looked at him, as though trying to see if the man was lying or not. By the looks of it, he isn't lying. Alright, seems like you guys don't have any further useful information. Let this conclude. Farewell. Lin Xiu spoke up indifferently. He turned and started to move ahead. You sure you're going that way? The man looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Why? Is it very dangerous? Lin Xiu looked at him and asked. N? The man hesitated for a moment and nodded his head. Well, whatever. Lin Xiu remained expressionless. So arrogant. The two words came up in everybody's minds at the same time when they heard him. Although his spear was explosively strong, they felt that he was at most comparable to them. Isn't he seeking death if he continued that way with his strength? I want to make a deal with you. What about it? The man hesitated for a moment and added. Deal? What deal? Lin Xiu was originally about to continue onward, but was taken aback when he heard the word deal. I don't seem to have anything for them to make a deal with. Right. If you head in deeper and obtain the horns of the unicorn terror beast, I can exchange something with you. The man looked at Lin Xiu earnestly and said. Unicorn terror beast. Lin Xiu never heard of this evolved beast before. Well, see how. Lin Xiu nodded his head, then carried on without turning back. If you find it, find us at the bar in Forest Town. Im Zhangzong. The man continued to speak as he watched Lin Xiu depart. Zhangzong. What's the point of telling him that he'll be dead once he goes over there? The man that almost died to Lin Xiu's spear spoke up once Lin Xiu was gone. Not for sure. The man called Zhangzong shook his head. He did not know, but intuition told him that the young man was strong and could be able to achieve it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhangzong gave a self-mocking smile and returned with the group. Lin Xiu continued ahead and looked around as he became cautious. The group of rank 6 warriors were unable to continue ahead. What came out from here? He held Luo Yu's sword as his thoughts became more complicated. As he brought his suspicions ahead, he suddenly caught a whiff of a dense blood stench. Quick, kill it! Lin Xiu heard shouting from a distance. It seemed as though there was a battle ahead. Chapter 297 Black-haired Violent Bull. Chapter 297 Black-haired Violent Bull. Lin Xiu immediately rushed over when he heard the roars. He immediately saw a large figure when he arrived. It was a monster of extreme size with a body full of black hair. It had a pair of majestic horns and resembled a bull. It was chasing a few warriors fervently and produced loud sounds from its hooves as it trampled the ground. Lin Xiu frowned at the sight of this. He immediately activated Analytic Eye without hesitation. A series of information came out. Rank 6 Black-haired Violent Bull. Extremely ferocious and strong with a powerful defense. Analytic Eye only gave a vague description. Lin Xiu continued to observe and eyed the rank 6 Black-haired Violent Bull. Seeing its explosive power, he knew that it was peak rank 6 and almost on par with rank 7 evolved beasts. The warriors that attacked the black-haired Violent Bull were flung away upon colliding with it. Lin Xiu looked around carefully and discovered at least 7 surviving warriors that were still attacking the black-haired Violent Bull with their weapons. They had considerable strengths and were all rank 6 warriors. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu prepared himself to take a detour. But right at this time, a man that collided with the black-haired Violent Bull was flung towards him. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted at the sight of this. But he was fast enough to react by catching the guy and placing him on the ground. Pooh! Upon sitting on the ground, the internal injuries caused by the clash caused him to spit out blood. Thank you. But he quickly reacted and turned to see Lin Xiu. Although he was somewhat surprised, he still thanked him. Lin Xiu nodded and looked ahead. The black-haired Violent Bull was infuriated by the fact that Lin Xiu had caught the guy it had flung. It started to charge at Lin Xiu. Rumble rumble. The black-haired Violent Bull moved extremely quickly, and because of its immense size, the ground seemed to tremble as though an earthquake had descended. It lowered its head and aimed its majestic horns at Lin Xiu with the intent of sending him flying. Just as it was about to crash into Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu moved and avoided it with ease. Bang! It collided with a large tree and sent it flying. Who are you? The warriors that were battling against the bull saw Lin Xiu and immediately questioned him. Their eyes were filled with caution. After all, they were in dark forest, not any ordinary region. Any warriors were potential enemies and they became guarded when they saw Lin Xiu. Just a passerby. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. When Lin Xiu replied to them, the black-haired violent bull charged towards him again. Prepared to attack, the warriors saw the black-haired violent bull going crazy and immediately roared. Just as they finished their sentence, the black-haired violent bull was right on them. Their weapons were ineffective against the black-haired violent bull as its skin was extremely tough and strong. They were unable to pierce through the skin of the black-haired violent bull at all. Bang bang bang. The black-haired violent bull sent a few warriors flying and charged towards Lin Xiu. It was extremely angry that Lin Xiu had avoided its attack and wanted to send him flying as well. But Lin Xiu was extremely fast and avoided its attack with ease. Clang clang clang. Once he avoided the black-haired violent bull, Lin Xiu used Dark Edge to attack. The spear tip of Dark Edge struck its body and produced metallic sounds, causing Lin Xiu to frown. The skin is extremely tough and even Dark Edge can't penetrate through its body. The black-haired violent bull was infuriated by Lin Xiu's attack and mooed out loud and turned to attack him again. It raised its body up high and slammed its head downwards at Lin Xiu. He's going to get killed by the black-haired violent bull, a warrior subconsciously spoke up when he witnessed the scene. Lin Xiu looked up at the head that was coming down at him. HMPH. Lin Xiu did not panic and snorted coldly as he drew an arc with Dark Edge. Rumble. As Lin Xiu drew the arc, flames appeared in the sky and transformed into a gigantic blazing bird. It soared into the air and attacked the black-haired violent bull that was coming down at him. What is that? All the warriors had a change in expression when they saw the gigantic blazing bird appear suddenly. They could feel the blazing temperature emitting from the bird as the ground turned red. Bang! In the next moment, the fiery bird collided into the black-haired violent bull. The flames immediately enveloped the black-haired violent bull and turned it into a ball of flames. Rumble, the originally high and mighty black-haired violent bull that wanted to attack Lin Xiu, fell heavily to the ground. The ground trembled under its immense weight. Chapter 298 Snatch and Curse. Chapter 298 Snatch and Curse. The black-haired violent bull howled violently on the ground. Its seemingly impervious body had been burned by Lin Xiu's blazing bird and caused it to feel immense pain. Lin Xiu knew that the black-haired violent bull was extremely afraid of fire when he witnessed its reaction. As expected, the beasts of dark forest seemed to be weak against fire, especially against his red lotus fire. The heat produced by the red lotus fire was 10 times more intense than ordinary flames. The black-haired violent bull started to roll on the ground. Not long later, the flames on its body were extinguished. The thick hairs on its body were gone and replaced with its black and glossy body. The black-haired violent bull's eyes turned scarlet red and puffed air out of its nostrils as it glared at Lin Xiu. Rumble. In the next second, it was rushing at Lin Xiu again. It's not dead yet. Lin Xiu frowned. Although the black-haired violent bull seemed to be in pain from the blazing birds, it did not seem to have harmed the black-haired violent bull too much. Just as Lin Xiu was in his own thoughts, the black-haired violent bull was already rushing at him. But Lin Xiu was not slow in reacting. He moved to the side and avoided the bull again. With a swing of his hand, another blazing bird flew out from the spear towards the black-haired violent bull. It became instinctively afraid upon seeing the blazing bird and tried to avoid it. It can dodge my attacks. Lin Xiu looked at the black-haired violent bull that was the size of a hall. It was actually able to avoid the blazing birds, surprising Lin Xiu as it was unlike the many evolved beasts he had fought against before. This brat is rather strong. The warriors behind watched as Lin Xiu battled against the black-haired violent bull with shock in their eyes. Lin Xiu was fighting against the black-haired violent bull that they had difficulty with together alone and with ease. Could he be a high-rank warrior? The warrior that thought Lin Ziyu would have been killed saw how Lin Ziyu avoided the black-haired violent bull without panicking and opened his mouth wide as he muttered to himself, "Su!" Lin Ziyu became extremely focused as he avoided the black-haired violent bull's relentless attacks. The evolved beast had gone completely berserk, and one collision would render him severely injured. While dodging, Lin Ziyu performed a reverse slash as large flames flew at the black-haired violent bull again. Rumble! As the flames flew at the black-haired violent bull, there were too many blazing birds, and they were all flying towards it, and regardless of how the black-haired violent bull tried to dodge, they would turn and move accordingly. As more and more birds struck its body, the black-haired violent bull howled out loud. It started to roll on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. More and more blazing birds rushed over and attacked the black-haired violent bull's body as it continued to howl and roll. More and more blazing birds came over and transformed into a blazing tornado, forcing the black-haired violent bull's body to turn endlessly. The blazing tornado formed a powerful gale that caused all the trees to sway. What skill is that? The warriors that watched from a distance were all stunned. They had never seen such a skill before, and the flames were emitting extremely high temperatures. Even with the distance, they were able to sense the abnormal high heat. Beads of perspiration started to fall from their faces. The black-haired violent bull continued to struggle in the flames, and after a minute or so, the gigantic body that was the size of a hill fell to the ground and stopped moving. The flaming tornado gradually receded. Lin Ziyu looked at the black-haired violent bull's body. At this moment, the black-haired violent bull was completely charred and emitted a strong stench, causing Lin Ziyu to wrinkle his nose. "It's still not dead." Lin Ziyu frowned because he did not receive notification from the system. Lin Ziyu thought for a moment, and was about to walk forward with dark edge when a warrior jumped in front of him. "Brett, we killed this thing first." The man looked at Lin Ziyu and said. His intent was clear. The black-haired violent bull was their prey. Even if Lin Ziyu was the one who killed it, he wanted to be the one to take care of the spoils. He looked at Lin Ziyu and recalled the powerful strength he had exhibited with a bit of palpitation, but they had at least 7 rank 6 warriors on site. Although they were unable to go against the black-haired violent bull, how could they not deal with Lin Ziyu, who looked like a rank 6 warrior at most? And then Lin Ziyu raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently, "Then of course, the black-haired violent bull's body, an odd crystal, will be handled by us." The man was stunned by Lin Ziyu's reply and answered, "Fine, if you can even take it." Lin Ziyu nodded his head. He smiled. People who dared to steal his evolved beasts always died quickly. Chapter 299, obtaining a rank 7 odd crystal again. Chapter 299, obtaining a rank 7 odd crystal again. HMPH. The man snorted and walked over to the black-haired violent bull. He sneered when he saw that Lin Ziyu had no intentions of blocking him. Thinking that Lin Ziyu was afraid of the group, "We have obtained the odd crystal." Right as the man held his sword up to stab at the black-haired violent bull, a loud sound came out, and the bull that was lying down suddenly leaped upwards. The sharp horn went through the man's body instantly. Ah! The man never thought that the seemingly dead evolved beast would jump up again. The sharp horn had penetrated through his chest. Blood spurted out immediately. He screamed and struggled for a moment before dying. His remaining teammates were stunned. They never thought that the black-haired violent bull was still alive, and it had killed their comrade. Lin Ziyu was inwardly shocked when he saw how the black-haired violent bull had killed the man with one blow of the horn. He knew that the black-haired violent bull was not dead, but did not expect it to be able to kill the man in one shot. After all, he was still a rank 6 warrior. Roar! The black-haired violent bull unleashed a howl, and its gigantic body fell to the ground, causing the entire place to tremble. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 6 black-haired violent bull, obtaining 30 million experience points. 30 million. Lin Ziyu was inwardly ecstatic. Although he was far from leveling up, 30 million was a good number, and he was the bane of all the evolved beasts inside Dark Forest. "You guys still want to try?" Lin Ziyu looked behind and spoke up to the group that had walked over indifferently. They looked at him and no longer dared to take a step forward. It was clear to them that Lin Ziyu had intentionally baited their comrade to go up. so he knew that the black-haired violent bull was still alive. Upon recalling the scene of Lin Xiu fighting against the black-haired violent bull, they felt that he was not someone that they could provoke. They were not as stubborn as the man who just died. "No, you killed it." One of them took charge and smiled at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was faintly surprised. He thought that they wanted to steal the odd crystal as well. "But can we have a deal? We need the black-haired violent bull's odd crystal and the horns." The man looked at Lin Xiu and asked after hesitating for a moment. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiu squinted his eyes. "What kind of deal?" Lin Xiu looked at him and said, "We really need the odd crystal and its horns." The man hardened himself and replied earnestly. He looked at Lin Xiu as though afraid that Lin Xiu would not agree. "What will you give in exchange for them?" Lin Xiu revealed a smile and replied indifferently. "A rank 7 odd crystal." The man immediately took out an odd crystal from his bag when he heard Lin Xiu's interest and revealed it to him. It was a fiery red odd crystal that emitted an extremely powerful energy undulation. Although the rank 7 odd crystal could not compare to the majestic beauty of the ice crystal Whitebird's odd crystal he had, it was also filled with an abundance of energy. "Fine." Lin Xiu nodded his head and handed the rank 7 odd crystal in his hand. Lin Xiu was not interested in the black-haired violent bull's corpse. Although the corpses of high-rank beasts were treasures, the man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Xiu agree to his request. If Lin Xiu did not agree, they would have to risk their lives to fight him, since the black-haired violent bull was extremely important to them. "Oh right. I want to ask you something." Lin Xiu seemed to have recalled something and asked. The man was stunned by his informality and replied subconsciously, "What's up? Do you know how those warriors back there die?" Lin Xiu pointed in the direction that he came from, and asked. The instant he said that, all of their expressions changed. Lin Xiu's gaze changed when he saw the change. "Do they know something? Tell me." Lin Xiu saw their eyes looking around as though they were unwilling and became serious. When they heard his tone, the leading male hesitated and sighed. "They were trying to steal something." "Steal something?" Lin Xiu frowned and asked. "The ice Lotus Fire." "No, not that." He shook his head. This stumped Lin Xiu. If they were not after the ice Lotus Fire, then what? "We don't know either. But many of the warriors were killed there." Upon reaching this point, his heart trembled. They were all rank 6 warriors, and although it looked like they were extremely similar to rank 7 warriors, the difference in one grade at higher ranks was extremely difficult to overcome. This also meant that the disparity in strength was too great and almost impossible for them to kill enemies of higher rank. "We all just stepped into rank 6 and did not dare linger around. We left and returned to discover that they have all died." The man continued. They also felt that it was strange. What happened for so many high-ranking warriors to die at the same place? Lin Xiu frowned after taking in the information. "That sword. I think I saw it before." One of the warriors seemed to have noticed Liu Yu's sword on Lin Xiu's back and muttered. Lin Xiu's ears were extremely sharp, and upon hearing that, he rushed over the guy and questioned him. "Where did you see it?" The man was frightened by Lin Xiu's sudden appearance and replied immediately, "I saw it back there too." Chapter 300 Ambush in the Night. Chapter 300 Ambush in the Night. "Tell me, was it a girl that was using this sword?" Lin Xiu looked at him and asked. He looked at the sword. If he was not wrong, it was Liu Yu's. "How do you know?" The man was surprised when he heard Lin Xiu's statement. He didn't say anything. How did Lin Xiu guess it? "Tell me, where did she go?" Lin Xiu held onto his clothes and asked. He was right. Liu Yu was here and the sword was definitely hers. But what exactly happened? Why did she drop the sword that was inseparable from her? But since there's no sign of her, she isn't dead. I don't know. The man looked at Lin Xiu's terrifying glare and started trembling in fear. For some reason, although Lin Xiu's rank was not high, he gave off a terrifying feeling. "Don't know." Lin Xiu heard his reply and frowned. "I saw her fighting while carrying that sword. And then we left." The man continued to explain himself. He spoke the truth. It was too dangerous that day and they could not stay long and left soon after. Lin Xiu scrutinized him carefully and realized he was not lying. Lin Xiu let go of his clothes and regained his calm. He took Dark Edge and walked the other way without looking back. The warriors watched him leave. "Boss, we're just letting him go," one of them asked the leader who made the deal with Lin Ziu. The leader watched Lin Ziu's back. It was painful losing a rank 7 odd crystal. "Forget it. Don't provoke him." After thinking about it, he sighed and relented. For some reason, he had a faint sense that Lin Ziu's strength was not what it looked like. Otherwise, he would have ordered them to kill Lin Ziu instead of asking for a deal. "Quick, let's get this bull back." "Got it." At the same time, Lin Ziu continued to move ahead. Lin Ziu followed the footprints on the ground and continued ahead. He would look around occasionally as he moved. Dark Forest was extremely large and everywhere he turned looked the same. The only difference that he could spot were the white bones that appeared more frequently. They were most probably bones from corpses that were devoured. Lin Ziu guessed that the aged bones came from a long time ago. His surroundings became extremely quiet to the point that it was slightly scary. Lin Ziu moved cautiously and continued walking for a long time. He did not spot anyone else or discover any living warriors. "Guess he'll rest here tonight." The sky quickly turned dark. Lin Ziu arrived on a field that had plenty of rocks. He leaned on a black rock and prepared to rest for the night. Lin Ziu had walked according to the footprints on the ground, but at this point, all the footprints had mysteriously vanished. Where did they go? Lin Ziu was confused, feeling a bit of headache. He took out some nourishing liquid and poured it down his throat. He sat on the ground and started to rest. Gu Roli seemed to have stayed inside the bag for too long and felt bored. It crawled out of the bag and hugged an odd crystal to nibble while on Lin Ziu's shoulder. "This should be brimming with energy." Lin Ziu looked at Roli and smiled, then proceeded to take out the rank 7 odd crystal. It was night, but the fiery red rank 7 odd crystal emitted a light that resembled flames. "Phew!" Lin Ziu took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He placed the rank 7 odd crystal in his hand and activated cultivation technique to absorb the energy into his body. The energy was of a fire attribute. Odd crystals that were fire attributes were extremely effective for him. After all, he had absorbed the red Lotus Fire and utilized many fire skills, so he felt much more familiar with such odd crystals. Boundless energy flowed throughout his body as he continued to absorb. Although the surrounding air was cold, Lin Ziu was able to feel warm while absorbing the flame energy inside the odd crystal. Time quickly passed. Lin Ziu had his back against the rock as he sat down and cultivated, absorbing the energy from the rank 7 odd crystal. The energy within was endless, and even after absorbing for a long time, he had barely absorbed 10 of the energy. At the same time, a black figure gradually appeared near Lin Ziu. "Su!" A cold gleam of light flickered in the darkness and the figure charged towards him. An explosion suddenly occurred in the air. Lin Ziu had his eyes shut and focused on cultivating when he sensed something and opened his eyes. He immediately saw the cold gleam of light before him. Bang! Lin Ziu's expression changed as he dodged the attack instinctively. Bang! A sword brimming with a cold aura pierced into the rock behind him and produced a loud explosion. A few strands of Lin Ziu's hair fell to the ground. Lin Ziu's heart jumped a beat when he saw that he was almost killed by the sword. Chapter 301 Suzai. Chapter 301 Suzai. "Who are you?" Lin Ziu looked at his ambusher and questioned. But the black figure had no plans to reply to him. In the next instant, the sword that was stabbed into the rock was pulled out and attacked Lin Ziu again. "Su!" The sword broke through the sound barrier and produced a loud explosion. Lin Ziu tensed up and immediately avoided the incoming attack. While dodging, Lin Ziu stabbed forward with his sword. Clang! The other party's reaction was not slow, and directly used his own weapon to clash with Lin Ziu's spear. The collision produced sparks. Lin Ziu was unable to see the other person's appearance due to the darkness, but knew that he was a guy. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Ziu held onto Dark Edge spear tightly and swung it out to produce a phoenix. The appearance of the phoenix immediately lit up the entire place. This allowed Lin Ziu to see the enemy's appearance, revealing a middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at him with hatred. Lin Ziu frowned. "I don't recognize him." But the phoenix flew straight and clashed with the man. Bang! He did not dodge and used his own sword to slash at the phoenix. A solemn ring came out as he slashed down with his sword. Lin Zi's phoenix was sliced in half by the sword move. The terrifying blaze instantly dissipated in the air. How is that possible? Lin Zi's pupils constricted at the sudden change of event. Awe of the phoenix has become much stronger since I've been constantly using it. But he actually sliced it in half. What skill did he use to even slice the flames in half? Before Lin Ziu could ponder further, the middle-aged man's sword unleashed a few cold gleams that flew towards Lin Ziu. So fast. The man moved like a black figure and appeared before Lin Ziu. He slashed down at Lin Ziu with his sword. Although Lin Ziu attempted to dodge the sword strike, he was still struck by it. At this time, the fire scale combat suit glowed hot red. The sword did not cut through his combat suit, but the immense power forced him back a few steps. He immediately felt the painful and unbearable impact in his chest. Fire scale combat suit. The middle-aged man looked at the combat suit Lin Ziu had on because his sword had turned red as well. He immediately frowned at the sight of this. Who sent you? Lin Ziu looked at him and questioned. He had encountered many people and was thinking who would have dispatched this man to take his life. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing his words, the man started to laugh. He suddenly retracted the smile on his face the next second and his appearance became sinister. You're asking who I am. You killed my people. And you're asking who I am. Lin Ziu frowned. I killed his people. Su Chang. Zhu Wenhao. Do you remember them? The middle-aged man immediately added after seeing Lin Zi's slightly confused face. Lin Zi's pupils constricted the instant the names came out. It is the group backing them that's trying to kill me. Weren't they killed? I am the group's chairman. Su Zai. Su Chang was my son. The man named Su Zai's expression turned ugly as he roared. At the same time, he charged at Lin Ziu extremely quickly. Clang 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 clang. Just like before. The man's sword techniques were sharp, leaving Lin Ziu no choice but to use his spear to block the attacks. The collision produced numerous clashing sounds. Sparks continued to flicker in the darkness. He held Dark Edge spear tightly and parried the sword attacks, causing Lin Zi's hand to turn numb. Lin Ziu activated Analytic Eye to observe the man before him while parrying the attacks. When he saw the information, Lin Zi's expression became ugly. The man was actually a rank 7 warrior. A rank 7 warrior's strength was extremely powerful. Lin Ziu already suffered while fighting against Zhu Wenhao, and to fight against another rank 7 warrior now. Lin Ziu still felt the pressure. Go and die. Su Zai's sword released a light aura and stabbed Lin Ziu. Su. Lin Ziu saw a gleam of white as the sword stabbed straight for his head. In the nick of peril, a pale blue light appeared before Lin Ziu. Su Zai's sword was extremely powerful to the point that nothing seemed to be able to withstand its might. At that moment, the sword that was brimming with power was blocked by the pale blue barrier and weakened substantially. Clang! Lin Ziu swung Dark Edge spear out and blocked the attack. This is sphere. Su Zai was shocked at the strange thing that appeared. If not for the appearance of the faint blue barrier, the power produced from the attack could kill Lin Ziu. Who would have thought that the barrier would block 50 of the attack? How can a sphere wield such terrifying defensive capability? HMPH. Lin Ziu did not reply. His rank 5 warrior title's passive skill had activated with a 30 chance of reducing an incoming attack's damage by 50. Lin Ziu did not feel that it was that powerful. But this thought changed at this moment. The effect was simply blasphemous. One had to know that this effect was effective to all warriors regardless of rank. As long as it was an attack, it could be blocked. Chapter 302 /shocks the heavens. Chapter 302 /shocks the heavens. The probability of 30 was considered extremely high. While thinking of this, Lin Ziu raised Dark Edge spear and started his counterattack. Profound intent. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Zi's eyes flashed with a light as he unleashed Dark Edge spear at an extremely fast speed. Su su su. Vacuum explosions were produced by the stabs. The spear moved like a dragon and produced more than 10 phantom figures towards Su Zai. Su Zai's expression changed when he saw the attack. He was unable to block the attacks and decided to retreat backward. In that short span of time, Lin Xiu had unleashed too many strikes that even a rank 7 warrior like him did not dare go head-on against. Want to leave? Lin Xiu snorted. Although he was a rank 5 warrior, he was not afraid of the rank 7 warrior and even charged at him. Clang clang clang. Su Zai's expression changed as he used his sword to parry. The two weapons collided endlessly and produced metallic collision sounds. Brett, it seems like you can hold your own weight. Su Zai snorted coldly while parrying Lin Xiu's attacks. His eyes were spewing anger and venom because of his son's death. He hated Lin Xiu to the core. Just as he said that, his body suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Lin Xiu stabbed forward with dark edge spear and hit nothing with Su Zai's sudden disappearance. Lin Xiu did not know that Su Zai had appeared behind him and had slashed towards him. Go and die. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed down on Lin Xiu's body. This strike cut Lin Xiu's body in half. Bang! It was a perfect slice as Lin Xiu's body split perfectly in half. Is he finally dead? Although Su Zai hated Lin Xiu to the bones, he felt that something was wrong when he saw how easily Lin Xiu was killed. No blood came out. No. Something's off. But right at this time, Su Zai suddenly felt a powerful aura from behind. Behind me. Clang. The sword in his hand immediately blocked his back. He sensed an extremely powerful force erupt onto his sword. He turned to look and saw that Lin Xiu had appeared behind him. Lin Xiu focused on him and continued to attack with Dark Edge Spear. But Su Zai reacted quick enough and parried Dark Edge Spear. What skill is this? Su Zai looked at him and asked. The person that he had slashed felt like a phantom. You don't have to know. Lin Xiu replied indifferently as he unleashed even more attacks. Although Lin Xiu had taken the initiative for this attack, he felt that he was unable to occupy the advantage. The man's defense was impenetrable and made Lin Xiu feel helpless. His mirror image could split two bodies. One was killed and Lin Xiu had another left. Lin Xiu felt that he had to reserve this remaining mirror image to be used at a crucial moment. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Is it my turn now? After blocking Lin Xiu's continuous strikes, Su Zai sneered and mocked. In that instant, he suddenly smashed Lin Xiu's spear away and used his sword to stab at him. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted at the sight of this. He immediately held Dark Edge Spear shaft with both hands and blocked the attack. Clang clang clang. But Su Zai did not stop with a single strike in his retaliation and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lin Xiu held Dark Edge Spear and blocked relentlessly. The strikes from the sword caused Dark Edge Spear to tremble incessantly. Lin Xiu's hands had turned numb. Single slash shocks the heavens. Su Zai suddenly roared as the sword unleashed 4 gleams of light. Terrifying sword kai shot out from his sword. The air around distorted as the horrifying sword kai erupted. The powerful sword kai surged towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's expression changed. Diamond skill. This was definitely a diamond skill. The sword kai had yet to even reach Lin Xiu, but he was able to sense the piercing pain. Su! In that instant, Su Zai's body suddenly disappeared from his original spot. He charged towards Lin Xiu with the intent of destroying Lin Xiu. Bang! The sword allowed him to penetrate through Lin Xiu. A large hole appeared in Lin Xiu's chest. But like before, not an ounce of blood came out. This was the effective mirror image. Lin Xiu had activated the remaining body. He initially thought to use it to kill Su Zai, but Su Zai's sword strike was too terrifying. If he did not utilize mirror image, he might be the one to die. HMPH puny trick, but Su Zai was not as shaken as before and snorted. In that instant, he charged towards the other direction. Lin Xiu appeared, but immediately saw a black figure ahead of him. How did he know to come here? It was undoubtedly Su Zai. But how did he know Lin Xiu's appearance? Lin Xiu's expression changed once again, and the sword in his hand still had the layer of sword kai that distorted the air around it. He had kept the majority of power from his previous strike and did not utilize it at all. Brett, you think you'll fall for the same trick twice? Su Zai sneered. Chapter 303 A Mysterious Man. Chapter 303 A Mysterious Man. Lin Xiu looked at Su Zai at this time and the expression on his face changed drastically. The strength of this man was really terrifying. Based on what he said, Lin Xiu was probably not a match for him. Lin Xiu looked at him and at the next moment, His body rushed forward with a sudden force. You still dare to rush over us? Suzai saw that Lin Xiu not only didn't want to dodge, but he even rushed towards him, and he was immediately taken aback. But even when he was surprised, he had a sinister look on his face. Then he held his long sword full of terrifying sword aura in his hand and attacked Lin Xiu directly. Swish! The long sword had a cold flash as he rushed directly to Lin Xiu. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at all. The moment the spear stabbed over, he used this skill directly, and this was considered his strongest one so far. With the use of Lin Xiu's skill, at this moment, the powerful source strength on the dark edge spear emitted a large amount of black matter, and in the next instant, these black substances turned into a black dragon, and as Lin Xiu's spear pierced it, the black dragon also impacted Suzai's body. Insignificant skill. Looking at the long spear that Lin Xiu thrust over and the terrifying black dragon, Suzai looked slightly surprised. But he did not stop the movement in his hand as his long sword with a terrifying sword aura aimed straight towards Lin Xiu's body. Boom! Suzai's long sword with a powerful sword aura directly pierced Lin Xiu's black dragon and hit Lin Xiu's body directly. Dang! At this critical moment, Lin Xiu instinctively withdrew the spear that had been pierced out and blocked the long sword that Suzai stabbed over. At this moment, Lin Xiu was directly sent flying from the impact, and he felt severe pain in his hand that was holding the dark edge spear, and blood was flowing out. Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Xiu's body directly hit a tree behind. You are still a little too weak. Suzai looked at Lin Xiu, who was directly sent flying because of his sword, and said coldly, "This was the strength of a rank 7 warrior." Suzai held the long sword in his hand and continued to walk towards Lin Xiu. His eyes were full of killing intent. This time, he wanted to kill Lin Xiu directly. Lin Xiu, who hit the trees behind him, felt a sharp pain in his body. PFF. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn. The gap between a rank 5 warrior and a rank 7 warrior was really too big, and he was not a match for this guy at all. And he hasn't activated the skill of a rank 5 warrior title yet. Otherwise, after resisting 50 of his attack, it was possible for Lin Xiu to cause heavy damage. Looking at Suzai, who was walking towards him with a long sword now, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. The cooldown time of the Fury skill was over, and now he could use the skill again. When he comes, Lin Xiu would directly activate the Fury skill, and he would be able to attack. Where did you find this sword? But at this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Xiu. Who is that? Hearing this voice, both Lin Xiu's and Suzai's expressions changed at the same time, because the two of them didn't hear anyone's voice at all when they were fighting just now, so when they heard this voice, they both became alert at the same time. The moonlight was very bright tonight, and it shone directly through the trees. At this time, Lin Xiu glanced back and he could clearly see a tall and sturdy man walking over. He was holding a long sword in his hand. The long sword seemed to be very thin, but under the moonlight, there were distinct traces of cold light on it. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Isn't this Liu Yu's weapon? When Lin Xiu saw this, the pupils in his eyes constricted. Liu Yu's long sword and Lin Xiu's backpack were all placed on the huge rock behind. Because of the battle with Suzai, Lin Xiu didn't carry the long sword and his backpack. Seeing this man walking over with Liu Yu's long sword at this time, Lin Xiu's body instantly tensed up. Who are you? Suzai stared at the young man who came by, his eyes full of killing intent. Is this guy an accomplice of that kid? Suzai thought to himself at this time and clenched the long sword in his hand tightly, because he could sense that this man was very strong and he was no weaker than himself. Tell me, which of you got this sword? The man looked at Lin Xiu, then at Suzai, and said indifferently, "Put it down." Lin Xiu looked at the man with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Although Lin Xiu could sense that this guy was really strong, hearing his words made Lin Xiu's whole body tense up. Does this guy have enmity with Liu Yu? Oh, hearing Lin Xiu's words, the man showed a look of surprise. He looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud, "So, did you get this sword? I told you to put it down." Lin Xiu stared at the man and said aloud, Are you mad? The man looked at Lin Xiu and showed a look of interest. But at this moment, Su Zai on the other side had already rushed over, holding the long sword in his hand, and was about to attack the man. Because he clearly felt that the man seemed to be very strong. If he didn't kill him first, he would be a great threat to him. The man sensed Su Zai rushing towards him, and snorted coldly at this time. At the next moment, he held Liu Yu's long sword in his hand and directly blocked the attacking Su Zai. Dang! As the two long swords collided, a loud sound rang out. Boy! Don't meddle with my business. Su Zai stared at the man and said sullenly, people who dare to say this to me are already dead. The young man didn't panic at all and replied indifferently. In the next moment, rays of light burst forth from Liu Yu's longsword. Chapter 304 Liu Yu's Friend. Chapter 304 Liu Yu's Friend. Whoosh! At this moment, as the man waved the thin-winged long sword in his hand, there was a sound of it cutting through the air. There seemed to be a faint cold light on the thin-winged long sword. You could sense the lethal power of it just by looking at it. Dang dang dang. Su Zai's pupils constricted when he saw the scene, and with the long sword in his hand, he continued blocking the attacks. When the long sword collided with the long sword that the man slashed out, there was a sound of metal collision one after another. Su Zai kept backing away. His eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect that this man would be so strong, and he seemed a little overwhelmed. Damn! Su Zai yelled suddenly and gripped the long sword in his hand firmly and was about to use his skill. He was more and more certain that the man before him was extremely strong, and he didn't dare to relax at all. The source strength in his body has been activated, and he wanted to use the power in his whole body to kill the man who made him felt threatened. Goodbye. When the young man saw this scene, his expression changed abruptly. In the next moment, the thin-winged long sword in his hand stabbed over again. When it stabbed out, a ray of light burst out from the blade. Su Zai squinted when the eye-piercing light shone. Not good. At this moment, he seemed to feel something and his expression changed drastically. Then, he unfolded a sphere for protection. Swish swish swish. Just as he squinted, there was a sound of something cutting through the air, and cold rays of light appeared one after another in the air. Su Zai was holding the long sword in his hand and was about to use his skill to kill the man. But at this moment, his eyes widened. His whole body seemed to freeze as he stood still at the same spot. The sphere that he just unfolded disappeared. What skill is this? Su Zai's body seemed to be frozen, but his eyes were still staring at the man. Skill to kill. The man looked at Su Zai and said faintly. As soon as he spoke, Su Zai's body instantly gave out a bang 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 sound. As the sounds rang out, his whole body burst open and was torn apart with blood splashing all over the floor. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. What exactly is going on? This is too terrifying. How can the guy be so powerful? That Su Zai was a rank 7 warrior and he was killed by him so easily. Lin Xiu was still in shock and he instinctively used his analytic eye. But the results of the analysis made Lin Xiu even more surprised. From the analytic eye, Lin Xiu found out that this guy's strength was clearly a rank 6 warrior. But he killed Su Zai, a rank 7 warrior, so easily. How did he do it? Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with surprise at this moment. Lin Xiu was shocked and in disbelief when the guy turned around and looked towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu saw this guy looking at him and he directly squeezed the weapon tightly, staring at him stubbornly. Now Lin Xiu felt very threatened. With the strength of a rank 6 warrior, he killed Su Zai, a rank 7 warrior. This terrifying strength made Lin Xiu feel a lot of pressure. This guy is too powerful. Lin Xiu watched him approach slowly and wanted to use the fury skill to fight this guy. The man suddenly smiled and Lin Xiu was taken aback. What is this guy smiling at? Are you Lin Xiu? Lin Xiu was puzzled when the guy asked. How do you know? Lin Xiu heard his words and blurted out. He was in shock. How did this guy know his name? Lin Xiu was in disbelief. Also, taking a closer look, the guy's eyes were not filled with the terrifying aura like when he was fighting against Su Zai. Haha, it really is you. The man laughed loudly but didn't explain anything. Lin Xiu, who initially wanted to use the fury skill to fight this guy, now relaxed slightly. But he was still very confused. What is going on with him? How did the man know his name? Don't worry. You and I are not enemies. I know Liu. The man seemed to see the doubt in Lin Zia's eyes and said with a smile at this moment, he knows Liu. Lin Ziu frowned when he heard his words. You can call me Hue Tian. The man looked at Lin Ziu and said, Hue Tian. Lin Ziu frowned slightly. He had never heard of this man's name. And looking at the guy, he didn't look like a student of the Sacred Region Academy. But he wasn't hostile towards Lin Ziu for sure. Are you Liu's friend? Lin Ziu asked while looking at him. He guessed his name, so Liu should have told him. Right. Hearing Lin Ziu's words, he was stunned and he laughed. You can say that. Do you know where she is now? Lin Ziu stared at him and hurriedly asked. No. I don't know either. Hue Tian shook his head and said, how should I put it? I was together with her before. But something happened later and I was lost. Hue Tian said regretfully. He was with Liu previously. Could it be that Liu came here because of him? Lin Ziu thought about it. Then looked at Hue Tian. Hue Tian was very tall and handsome and he was terrifyingly strong. With that thought, Lin Ziu didn't know why, but felt a little discomfort in his heart. The man seemed to notice the change in Lin Ziu's expression and the corners of his mouth curled up. But Lin Ziu didn't notice it. Let's go. Do you want to find her with me? Hue Tian stared at Lin Ziu and asked. Lin Ziu hesitated a little, then nodded. Then he walked to the back with his spear and carried his backpack. When he carried the backpack, he looked at Hue Tian who was still standing there, and asked, do you know where she is? Chapter 305 Return the things in the backpack. Chapter 305 Return the things in the backpack. I don't know, but I think she should be there. Hue Tian shook his head and answered, let's go. While he was talking, he carried the long sword and walked ahead without looking back. Lin Ziu looked at him as he walked away and frowned slightly at this moment, then walked to the front. At this moment, he looked at the ground and he could see Su Zai's body, which had just been chopped in half by Hue Tian. How did he do it? He killed a rank 7 warrior so easily. With that thought, Lin Zia's eyes were filled with disbelief. They continued walking and after some time, the sky slowly began to brighten up. By the way, did you come here looking for Liu or the ice Lotus Fire? Hue Tian continued walking in front of him and seemed to have thought of something when he suddenly asked Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu, who had been following Hue Tian's lead, was taken aback by his question. The ice Lotus Fire is some good stuff. Hue Tian smiled and did not continue the topic as he mumbled to himself. Are you looking for this thing? Lin Ziu was silent for a while then asked. This guy was so strong that Lin Ziu has to be cautious. Well, you could say so. Hue Tian thought for a while, then nodded. As the sky got brighter, sunlight began to shine in. At this moment, Lin Ziu looked around and saw that the surrounding terrain had become a bit different from the previous one. The surrounding landforms appeared to be steeper and the ground was also uneven, making it harder to walk. And at this moment, Lin Ziu also heard footsteps coming from not far away. There's someone. Hearing this, Lin Ziu's gaze changed and he looked at Hue Tian in front of him. Hue Tian nodded at this moment as if he understood what Lin Ziu was thinking, then said lightly, see who it is? If there is a threat, kill him. When he said it, Lin Ziu felt a strong murderous intent. This kind of person who has such a strong murderous aura in even his words wouldn't make Lin Ziu feel this way if he hasn't killed many people. Who is this guy? This made Lin Ziu even more puzzled. Damn, how come I still haven't found ice Lotus Fire? At this moment, the voices of people came from the back and soon, some warriors walked over. When they walked over, they noticed Lin Ziu and Hue Tian as well and looked quite surprised. Lin Ziu stared at the warriors who appeared in front of him. There were about a dozen or so warriors and almost all of them were ranks 6 to 7. Some warriors were even carrying teeth and horns taken from the body of evolved beasts. It seemed that they killed some evolved beasts, then brought them back to use as materials. Lin Ziu glanced at them, then said nothing and continued to walk to the front. Hue Tian did not make a move at this moment and continued to walk forward. Wait! But at this moment, A middle-aged man glanced at Lin Xiu and Hua Tian and called out suddenly when the two of them were about to pass by. As he spoke, the eyes of the other men also looked towards Lin Xiu and Hua Tian. Being watched by so many rank 6 and rank 7 warriors, Lin Xiu felt tremendous pressure. He instinctively clenched the dark edge spear tightly at this moment. Are you looking for ice Lotus Fire? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Peak rank 7 warrior. Lin Xiu looked at this man and activated his analytic eye. He could clearly see that the strength of this man had reached the peak of a rank 7 warrior, and it seemed that he would soon reach the level of a rank 8 warrior. No. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. Hua Tian looked at the warriors but said nothing. At this moment, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Xiu and Hua Tian, then thought for a moment and said, Leave. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his words. The strength of these people was still a bit too strong for Lin Xiu to deal with. At his current level, it was impossible to deal with so many rank 6 and rank 7 warriors. If these people really wanted to do something and they really fought, they can only escape. Wait. Give me the contents in the backpack. Just when Lin Xiu was about to leave, a warrior looked at Lin Xiu's backpack and felt that there seemed to be something inside Lin Xiu's backpack. The existence of many odd crystals made his eyes lit up, and he said with a greedy face. Lin Xiu's expression changed, but he ignored him and continued to walk forward. Stop there. The warrior saw that Lin Xiu didn't seem to hear him and continued to walk, which angered him. Don't pay attention to him. Hua Tian glanced behind and said faintly. Lin Xiu nodded, and the two of them continued to walk forward without looking back. At this moment, the person behind held the long sword in his hand and stabbed Lin Xiu from the back. Swish! His speed was very fast, and the moment the sword went across, it cut through the air with a swish. His companions couldn't help but cock their mouths as they watched this scene. This is the dark forest. They were not in a big city. If anyone is killed, no one will be held accountable. Dang. But just when his long sword was about to stab Lin Xiu in the back, the sound of metals colliding resounded. Lin Xiu seemed to have expected that the man would attack him a long time ago. At this moment, he already prepared the dark edge spear in his hand and blocked the attack. His long sword collided with the tip of the dark edge spear and gave off a spark. Boy, you're crazy, The man looked at Lin Xiu with a grim expression. Lin Xiu made a move suddenly and blocked his attack, which surprised him. Lin Xiu ignored him. At this moment, the spear in his hand moved and he continued to attack. As soon as the spear in Lin Xiu's hand thrust out, it was as if dozens of black shadows appeared and he stabbed the man's body wildly. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Chapter 306 Killed with one move. Chapter 306 Killed with one move. Dang dang dang. Obviously, this man didn't expect that Lin Xiu would directly counterattack, and he was so ruthless. Lin Xiu swung the spear multiple times in just a few seconds, which caused even a rank 6 warrior like himself almost unable to block. The long spear in his hand was hit by Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. At this moment, the huge force caused his hand to turn numb and he nearly dropped his weapon. At this moment, Lin Xiu did not give him the slightest chance to breathe. Holding the dark edge spear, he continued to attack him wildly. He wanted to kill him directly. Boy, don't be too savage. Seeing that his companions appeared to be at a disadvantage with Lin Xiu's fierce offensive, some of the warriors' expressions changed greatly. A warrior rushed over at this instant like he wanted to help this man attack Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, his gaze suddenly changed. Then, in the next instant, his body moved. When the man rushed over and was about to slash his body, Lin Xiu directly retracted the dark edge spear that was thrust out and dodged. H&G, you can't even deal with a kid. The man's saber suddenly cut through the air as he stared at the man next to him. I was just a little careless. The man who had been resisting Lin Xiu's attacks just now returned to his senses and retorted. At this moment, he was still a little scared. Lin Xiu's attacks were really beyond his expectation. The spear moved too quickly and it was so sharp that he was in a daze for a while. If his companion hadn't come over just now, at this moment, he might have been penetrated by Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. With that thought, he shuddered in fear. This kid looks so young. How can his strength be so terrifying? Tisk tisk. Kid, you seem pretty good. The man who attacked just now and wanted to cut Lin Xiu in half stared at Lin Xiu and said aloud, "I'm alright, just a little better than you." Lin Xiu said indifferently. These people were quite strong indeed, but Lin Xiu was quite powerful too. As long as his opponent wasn't a rank 7 warrior, he could still fight against him. It would just be a bit more difficult to deal with. After all, rank 6 warriors could use sphere to form a protective film on the body to protect themselves, which was still quite troublesome for Lin Xiu. If he had become a rank 6 warrior, you wouldn't have to be afraid of these people at all. You're not bad. Huh. Hua Tan looked at Lin Xiu. Then the corners of his mouth curled up and he nodded subtly at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu felt a little weird to be stared at by Hua Tan. It felt as if he was being stared at by a male homosexual. Is this guy gay? With that thought, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a chill. If you simply left the odd crystals in your backpack behind just now, you could have left. But now, that's not going to happen. At this moment, the man took the saber in his hand and walked towards Lin Xiu step by step. There was a powerful force in his body, and as soon as the analytic eye was activated, Lin Xiu could clearly see that this guy was a peak rank 6 warrior and would soon reach the level of a rank 7 warrior. "He is my prey," the man who was holding the long sword roared at this moment, then rushed over with the long sword in his hand. Because of what happened just now, he wanted to kill Lin Xiu to prove his strength. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be pushed to such an extent by a young man who looked like a rank 5 warrior. He wouldn't be able to lift his head in the team as well. Your opponent is here. Just as he was about to rush over, Hua Tan appeared in front of him. At this moment, Hua Tan looked at the man with the long sword who flew into a rage out of humiliation and said with a faint smile, "Courting death." The man was already enraged, and when he saw Hua Tan running over, he got even angrier. Then, with the long sword in his hand, he was about to deal with the obstacle that stood in front of him. At this moment, he didn't dodge and used his strongest skill. The long sword in his hand was like a bright light that charged directly towards Hua Tan's body. There was no change in Hua Tan's expression, but when the man with the long sword had charged over, Hua Tan moved all of a sudden. Swish swish swish. Before the man could react, he heard a sound cutting through the air. His eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes shrank at this moment. Bang bang bang. He hadn't even gotten close to Hua Tan. At this moment, his body exploded into dozens of pieces and blood splashed all over the ground in an instant. Dang. And the long sword in his hand also flew out directly, then struck to the ground. This move again. Lin Xiu, who was not far away, had a change of expression when he saw this scene. The moves used by this guy were obviously the same as when he killed Suzai previously. Lin Xiu wondered how many times he waved his sword within that short moment and immediately sliced the man's body into dozens of pieces. What kind of skill is this? This is too scary. Not only Lin Xiu, but the warriors around had a change in expression when they witnessed this scene. The warrior who was holding the saber and wanted to attack Lin Xiu just happened to see this scene as soon as he turned around, and he seemed to be stunned. There was a shock in his eyes. Killed with one move. You want some too? Hua Tan waved his right hand, and after shaking away the blood on the long sword in his hand, he looked at the man and asked with a smile. His smile seemed very bright, but it sent chills down his spine. He could smile like that even after slicing a person to pieces. This guy is very dangerous. The middle-aged man who was the leader was a rank 7 warrior. At this moment, his eyes widened, as if he thought of something, and there was a little fear in his eyes. Shangdong, let's go, he said while looking at the man with the saber. Go. The man was surprised when he heard his leader's words. One must know that the man just killed his team member, and at this moment, they were going to retreat without taking revenge. Chapter 307 Instinctive Reaction. Chapter 307 Instinctive Reaction. They were still in confusion when the middle-aged man looked at Hua Tan in fear. This is our fault. Sorry. They apologized. Lin Xiu also found it unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, these people would have started a fight. After all, they killed one of their people. It would be weird if they didn't fight back. Lin Xiu stared at the middle-aged man, and with the analytic eye. This man's information appeared before Lin Xiu. Character Zuki. Strength 798. Physique 389. Speed 220. Combat strength set 805. Seeing the data provided by the analytic eye, Lin Xiu was shocked. The strength of this guy was too terrifying. Over 7. Combat strength. And his attributes far surpass himself. If this guy makes a move, with his current strength, even if he uses the Fury skill, he probably wouldn't have a chance of winning. Hey, let's go. Hua Tian glanced at them, then said faintly, yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then glanced at his team who were still in shock, and said, let's go. As soon as he said that, he took the lead and headed to the area where they were before. Seeing the scene, those people hesitated for a moment then followed behind him. Let's go. 2. Hua Tian glanced at Lin Xiu, then said with a strange smile. Lin Xiu was still a little stunned at this time. Why would that middle-aged man leave and he was so respectful to Hua Tian? This was really puzzling to Lin Xiu. But at this moment, Hua Tian had already walked ahead and it seemed that he had no intention of answering Lin Xiu's questions. Lin Xiu saw him walking in front and hesitated a little before he continued walking. Captain, why didn't we kill those 2 chaps just now? On the other side, when Lin Xiu and Hua Tian walked to the other side, a man couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this question, the middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, then turned around and glanced at the people behind. Then, he said in a deep voice, because I don't want to die yet. When he said that, he made a gesture. Seeing his gesture, these people looked as if they saw something terrifying and their expressions suddenly changed. They continued walking and their surroundings were still the same as before. The only difference was that the number of weird towering trees around had decreased, and they were surrounded by black rocks instead. The ground around them was also bumpy like it was hit by a meteorite. The dark forest was formed because there were huge space cracks here before. Many rocks and trees from different dimensions fell and gradually created the dark forest. Hua Tian walked ahead and explained, the pits and holes on the ground you see are caused by meteorites that fell from different dimensions. Those stones are the best materials for forging weapons, and they were taken away by people who knew about them decades ago. Hearing Hua Tian's introduction, Lin Xiu had a sudden realization. In that case, he should be near the center of the dark forest. Right. With that thought, Lin Xiu's gaze changed and he clenched the spear in his hand tightly. Buzzing. Just then, Lin Xiu heard a strange noise. Boom. Hua Tian's expression changed as well as he waved the thin-winged long sword in his hand and with a swish, he slashed towards the sky ahead. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu saw a huge mosquito-like thing, getting chopped in half by the long sword. Rank 7 murderous mosquito. Lin Xiu's eyes constricted upon seeing this scene. With the analytic eye, Lin Xiu could easily find out the specific information of various strange evolved beasts. This thing was like a mosquito that has been magnified hundreds of times, with many white spots on its body and a long needle-like thing on its mouth. Just looking at it like this gave Lin Xiu goosebumps. Oh, it seems that you still know quite a bit. Hua Tian glanced at Lin Xiu appreciatively, then nodded. Creatures that only exist in the dark forest are the most poisonous creatures. This thing is indeed very scary. How did you find out? Lin Xiu said while looking at Hua Tian. The characteristic of this thing is that it can change color with the surrounding environment, and its needle mouth has a terrifying poison. Even if a warrior was simply pricked by the needle on its mouth, the warrior would probably die in just a few tens of seconds. Although this thing was a rank 7 beast, it's physically weak and ordinary warriors could easily kill it. But even Lin Xiu didn't notice this thing just now. How did Hua Tian discover it? Instinctive reaction. Just when Lin Xiu was puzzled, Hua Tian looked far away and said faintly, instinctive reaction. Like how I killed the person just now. Other than relying on my own strength, I also relied on my instinctive reaction. Hua Tian said indifferently as he walked forward. The moment he attacked me, I had already anticipated his next attack, so I could kill him with one move. It takes a lot of actual combat experience to be able to do this. As soon as Hua Tian explained this, a strong murderous aura exuded from him. Lin Xiu understood it very quickly. What this guy was saying was that he had killed many people. Moreover, the murderous aura that he exuded was so strong that it made Lin Xiu feel a little overwhelmed. But very quickly, the murderous aura quickly dissipated and Lin Xiu no longer felt suppressed. Luo Yu and I are similar in this regard. When he said this, he continued walking to the front. Let's go. If nothing happens, we should be able to find her on the other side. Hua Tian looked into the distance, narrowed his eyes and said, he seems to know Luo Yu well. Lin Xiu seemed to feel a little uncomfortable when he heard Hua Tian's words, but he shook his head and continued to walk forward. Since he was already here, he definitely couldn't give up halfway. Chapter 300H is on top. Chapter 300H is on top. The two of them had been walking towards the front side and from a distance, they could see that there were many tall peaks appearing ahead. These mountain peaks, which seemed to be piles of black rocks, looked very tall and there were a lot of black weird trees growing all over the area. They looked very strange. At this moment, Lin Xiu's ears pricked up, as if he had heard something. There's someone. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, then said aloud, it seems like someone discovered that thing. Hua Tian seemed to see something and the corners of his mouth rose. What thing? Lin Xiu asked subconsciously. Ice Lotus Fire. Hua Tian answered. Ice Lotus Fire. At this moment, Lin Xiu gasped. Could it be that this thing is right here? With that thought, Lin Xiu was shocked. Lin Xiu looked at the other side and discovered that many people had already appeared. A large number of people seemed to be gathered here. In a short moment, Lin Xiu saw at least dozens or hundreds of warriors rushing towards the front. These people were clearly not ordinary warriors. They were all high-rank warriors, and these warriors were all well-equipped, wearing top-notch battle suits, and the weapons in their hands were not ordinary products. Also, there seemed to be more and more of these warriors appearing. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed. No wonder he didn't see any warriors previously, but he didn't expect that they were all here, and judging by the movements of these people, it was obvious that they were moving towards the mountain peak in front of them. Could the so-called Ice Lotus Fire really appear? And it's right in front. With this thought, Lin Xiu looked to the front. All the warriors lurking in the dark forest had emerged. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was a little excited. These were all warriors above rank 6, and Lin Xiu also found out that some of them were warriors who could not be analyzed by his analytic eye. There was no doubt that those warriors must be rank 8 warriors. When Lin Xiu saw such powerful warriors, but he didn't feel afraid, but rather excited. He wanted to fight against such powerful warriors. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and calmed down. After all, there was still a wide gap between him and the high-ranking warriors. The most crucial thing at hand was to gain experience as quickly as possible and reach level 30. As long as he advanced to a rank 6 warrior, he would be able to fight against even a rank 7 warrior. Let's go too. Hua Tian looked ahead and said aloud. Go where Lin Xiu was taken aback and asked. Grab the Ice Lotus Fire. Hua Tian said indifferently. His eyes looked ahead and there was a heated desire in his eyes. This Ice Lotus Fire was also something he cared about. Haha, you guys want to snatch the Ice Lotus Fire with your strength. After Hua Tian spoke, some warriors walked over from behind, sizing up Lin Xiu and Hua Tian and laughed. Lin Xiu heard the voice coming from behind and turned. Then, his expression changed suddenly. This group of warriors was all rank 7 warriors. There were too many high-ranking warriors. Huh. It's none of your business. Hua Tian glanced at him, then smiled and said aloud. Chap, you have guts. The man said and gave Hua Tian a thumbs up, then looked at the warriors behind him and continued to rush forward. This was just a small episode. These warriors now seemed to be more anxious to rush to the front. They ignored Lin Xiu and Hua Tian. Boom boom. And at this moment, Lin Xiu felt the ground starting to shake slowly. He looked towards the front side. The huge mountain on the opposite side seemed to be trembling slightly as all the warriors rushed to the front side of the mountain. Go! Hua Tian didn't hesitate when he saw this scene, so he rushed to the front. Lin Xiu also moved his leg at this time and quickly rushed to the front. As he moved forward at extreme speed, Lin Xiu reached the bottom of the mountain very quickly. Looking up from here, this mountain that seemed very small from a distance turned out to be terrifyingly huge. There was a strange white mist around it which affected people's vision to a certain extent, so it seems that the ice lotus fire must be here. When Hua Tan watched all those people rushing up the huge black mountain, he took out a strange instrument from his pocket and looked at it. The pointer turned frantically and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Lin Xiu's eyes also saw the instrument he was holding. It was obvious that this thing was an energy tester. It could test the fluctuation of surrounding energy. Seeing that the pointer was turning so crazily, Lin Xiu knew that there must be a super energy body nearby. It must be Ice Lotus Fire. Hurry up. We can't let others take the lead, Hua Tan said to Lin Xiu after putting the energy tester into his pocket. You said that Luo Yu is here. Lin Xiu didn't move at this time as he looking at Hua Tan. The reason why Lin Xiu came here with Hua Tan was to see if Luo Yu was here, and Hua Tan gave Lin Xiu a very dangerous feeling. And now that so many high-ranking warriors were fighting for this Ice Lotus Fire, Lin Xiu didn't think that he could cause any waves with his own strength. After all, those people were a bit too strong and there was a huge disparity between their strengths. Although Lin Xiu was confident, he wasn't arrogant. Are you anxious about her? Hua Tan was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's words and the corners of his mouth curled up as he asked. Lin Xiu frowned. To be honest, he was indeed a little worried about Luo Yu's safety. Ever since he met her, Lin Xiu really seemed to have a special feeling for her. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. If my guess is right, she's on top. Chapter 309 Unicorn Terror Beast. Chapter 309 Unicorn Terror Beast. Above, Lin Xiu was stunned and looked up towards the peak. There were many people heading up. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiu followed along. He was clearly a rank 6 warrior. Although his fighting capabilities were extremely strong, it was simply impossible for him to compete with rank 7 and above warriors to seize the Ice Lotus Fire. Lin Xiu and Hua Tan moved extremely quickly, but the other warriors seemed to be even faster. They were all heading towards the top. Rumble rumble. Lin Xiu suddenly heard a burst of noises as the ground started to tremble. Roar. As Lin Xiu walked up, he seemed to have heard a roar. He looked upwards and saw a figure dropping down from above. Bang! The person fell onto the ground with a loud thud. A few unlucky ones fell straight down the mountain. What is that? Lin Xiu's gaze lingered at the top and noticed a giant figure. It was a monster the size of a hill with its huge and black body with a layer of black scales that covered every inch of it. On its gigantic head was a black curved horn that instantly pierced through a warrior at that moment. Unicorn Terror Beast. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw the monster. The people that he had encountered previously wanted to make a deal with him. But that was only if. That is if he could obtain the Unicorn Terror Beast's horn. They could exchange it with him. But after analyzing it with analytic eye, it was clearly a rank 7 evolved beast and seemed extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could the rank 6 warriors be sent down the mountain with such ease? We need to find a detour. Hua Tan looked at the gigantic Unicorn Terror Beast above, frowned, and said after pondering, although he was not afraid of it, it was a waste of time for him. No, I want to kill it. Lin Xiu looked at the Unicorn Terror Beast and replied indifferently. The instant he said that, his body flickered and he charged forward with dark edge. Hua Tan was startled by the sudden change of events and smirked. With his strength, can he go against the rank 7 evolved beast? Damn it, the warriors that saw the Unicorn Terror Beast seemed to be terrified. But indeed, the Unicorn Terror Beast looked extremely horrifying and the rank 6 warriors could not do anything. Rumble. Just as the warriors were about to attack, the Unicorn Terror Beast spewed black flames from its mouth towards them. A few warriors were caught off guard and were instantly charred alive from the black flames. A few rank 7 warriors and above avoided the attack and moved closer towards the Unicorn Terror Beast with ease, leaving only the rank 6 warriors behind. At this time, all the remaining rank 6 warriors looked at the Unicorn Terror Beast with fear. Rumble. But right when they were about to escape, they suddenly saw a blazing bird fly across, towards the unicorn terror beast. What the hell is that? All of them had a change in expression when they saw the gigantic blazing bird. Bang! It struck the unicorn terror beast's body. The powerful attack forced the unicorn terror beast a few steps back. The flames then enveloped its entire body. Roar! As though in pain from the flames. The unicorn terror beast let out a loud roar. As expected, the creatures from Dark Forest are afraid of fire. And although the unicorn terror beast could blow black flames from its mouth, its body was still afraid of Lindsay's fire. Bang bang bang. At this time, the unicorn terror beast moved its body and dissipated the flames. It stared at Lindsay with its scarlet red eyes. It opened its mouth and spewed out black flames at him. The black flames seemed to be formed from dense energy and caused Lindsay's expression to change. But he reacted quick enough for the flames to brush past him before falling to the ground. Bang! The black flames unleashed a loud explosion and caused the ground to tremble. That kid is seeking death, a few warriors snorted when they saw Lindsay's youthful look as he charged towards the unicorn terror beast with dark edge. They were all rank 6 warriors, but were unable to even bypass the unicorn terror beast. He looks to be even weaker than them. Wasn't he just looking to die? Lindsay ignored them and charged forward. He exerted power in his legs and shot upwards as though he was flying to the moon. Lindsay swung dark edge relentlessly in the air and summoned many blazing birds that shot towards the unicorn terror beast. Rumble rumble. All of them surged in the air and turned the ground red. That's a rather neat skill. Huatan watched with a hint of surprise in his eyes. And as for the rank 6 warriors that wanted to watch how Lindsay would die by the unicorn terror beast were all shocked. It was a terrifyingly large-scale skill that would exhaust a lot of source strength. How was he doing it? While they were in awe, the blazing birds charged towards the unicorn terror beast. Chapter 310 Fall. Chapter 310 Fall. Bang bang bang. One after another, the blazing birds struck the unicorn terror beast. Roar. It struggled amidst the flames as though in pain, although it was afraid of fire. Why isn't my flames able to kill it right away? Lindsay frowned at the sight of this. Let's go. Quickly all the warriors that saw the unicorn terror beast inside the fire started to shout. This was the best opportunity for them to continue onward. All the rank 6 warriors started to run. But just as they were about to move past the beast, the unicorn terror beast unleashed a roar and extinguished the flames on its body. Rumble. The sight of all the warriors bypassing it infuriated the unicorn terror beast. It instantly used its feet to trample them, following the loud stomp. A few warriors were caught off guard and turned into meat pulps. Lindsay's expression changed when he saw how easily it extinguished the flames. Is it not afraid of fire? Impossible. I clearly sensed the pain when it got struck by the flames. While Lindsay was racking his brains, the gigantic unicorn terror beast suddenly charged at him. Rumble rumble. The ground trembled incessantly as it charged forward. Roar. It unleashed a loud roar and immediately opened its mouth with the intent to devour Lindsay. But Lindsay was agile and avoided it with ease. The unicorn terror beasts seemed to hate Lindsay to the core and continued to charge after him. It aimed its horn at him with the intent of penetrating through his body. Clang! Lindsay moved to the side and avoided the unicorn terror beast's charge. Then flipped dark edge and stabbed at its body. When the spear tip touched the unicorn terror beast's body, it produced a loud and clear sound. It had extremely tough skin and the spear was unable to penetrate through. Lindsay was stunned by the sight of this. What the hell? Were my flames completely ineffective against it? While confused, the unicorn terror beast let out a roar and turned to charge at him again. How do you want to deal with it? Huatan revealed a smile and asked from a distance. A rank 5 warrior going against a rank 7 evolved beast had surprised Huatan. And what surprised him further was that Lindsay's reaction speed was so fast that the unicorn terror beast had no way of touching him. He was extremely fast. Whenever he saw the unicorn terror beast charging at him, Lindsay would avoid the charge and swing his hands to summon phoenixes with dark edge spear and attack. Roar! The unicorn terror beast's gaze changed when it saw the phoenixes charging from its flank. It let out a loud roar and pounced forward by unleashing strength under its feet and extinguished the phoenixes before turning its attention back to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu retreated repeatedly and swung Dark Edge to attack the Unicorn Terror Beast with the blazing birds. The Unicorn Terror Beast was forced to retreat every time the blazing birds attacked, perfectly hindering it from pouncing on Lin Xiu. But even so, it remained relentless and tried to charge at him. Its bronze and large eyes were turning scarlet, and its nose was emitting steam. Roar! It steadied its legs and unleashed a sudden burst of strength as it charged at Lin Xiu. This time, Lin Xiu did not retreat backwards, but instead dodged to the side. The Unicorn Terror Beast had unleashed all of its power with the intent of crashing into Lin Xiu. But who would have thought that Lin Xiu would dodge to the side instantly instead of moving backwards? The Unicorn Terror Beast was unable to stop itself, and it was heading to the cliff. Roar! The Unicorn Terror Beast let out a loud roar and charged with its heavy momentum. Rumble! At the next moment, it fell down from the cliff and a loud sound could be heard from the bottom. Lin Xiu stood at the edge and looked down. The Unicorn Terror Beast had fallen and its body had landed perfectly on a sharp rock. The sharp rock was extremely tough and actually penetrated through the Unicorn Terror Beast. It tried to struggle out but was unable to do so. Blood continued to flow down from the black and sharp rock. As it continued to struggle, it became weaker and weaker. This would go on until it died. No one could have thought that a rank 7 evolved beast could die like that. After all, rank 7 evolved beasts were sentient and would not charge down foolishly. It was Lin Xiu's ploy and constant luring by retreating backwards that infuriated the beast to charge at him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 7 evolved beast, obtaining 89 million experience points. Lin Xiu was ecstatic when he heard the notification. It seemed as though it was counted as kill and he gained a lot from it, although it was still far for him to level up. Just as Lin Xiu was basking in joy, a loud sound came from the top of the mountain. Buzz! The sudden buzzing shook his mind. He was instantly stunned for a moment. What is that? Lin Xiu turned and saw many rocks rolling down. Chapter 311 Strange Lake. Chapter 311 Strange Lake. Bang! A giant boulder fell straight down onto Lin Xiu, but he reacted quick enough and held the boulder with both hands. Despite that, more boulders continued to roll. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he opened his eyes wide at the scene. He released the boulder and pounced to the side. Rumble! Following a loud sound, all the boulders fell. Someone must have discovered the ice Lotus Fire. Hua Tian stood in the distance and said while looking up. While saying that, he looked at Lin Xiu with a hint of shock in his eyes. Lin Xiu relied on his own intelligence to make the Unicorn Terror Beast fall to its death. This had surprised him slightly. Brat, your mind is rather good. Hua Tian nodded his head and secretly praised Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's expression barely changed when he heard about the appearance of the ice Lotus Fire. The only question on his mind was if Liu was on top. Let's go. After thinking for a moment, he nodded his head. The Unicorn Terror Beast was dead below, and no one would take the horn. After all, their goal was to seize the ice Lotus Fire that was worth cities. Lin Xiu and Hua Tian charged upwards. The duo moved extremely quickly and ran without stopping and quickly saw many figures ahead of them. Why are they not snatching the ice Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu thought that the appearance of the ice Lotus Fire would trigger a massacre. But who would have thought that everyone would stand by the side and not do anything? Hua Tian's expression changed and they continued to walk ahead. After taking a look, he realized that they had surrounded a lake. Lin Xiu was equally surprised. He originally thought that the ice Lotus Fire would appear at the peak, but who would have thought that it would be a lake instead? The lake was cyan in color and resembled a mirror that reflected the sky. Bang! A man threw a rock into the lake and produced a sonorous sound. At this time, the rock did not submerge, but instead produced grumbling sounds as white smoke came out and combusted the rock. Lin Xiu widened his eyes. That's crazy. The lake water looks so beautiful, but it is actually so terrifying. That's right. The energy undulation in the lake has reached its pinnacle. If I'm not wrong, the ice Lotus Fire is definitely below. One of the men cast his eyes downwards and commented while utilizing an apparatus in his hand. All the warriors knew that, but the lake was too powerful and no one dared to go in. Whoever did would die. Hua Tian looked at the water and frowned. Aside from the ice Lotus Fire, nothing would be able to produce such powerful energy undulations. After carefully taking a look, there were many warriors that sat by the lakeside. They had discovered that the ice Lotus Fire was inside, but they had no way in and sat there for a long time. Oh, another youth, you people don't know how to cherish your lives. As Lin Xiu got closer, a warrior seated at the lakeside looked at him and commented. Lin Xiu heard, but ignored him and maintained his focus on the lake. If the ice Lotus Fire was in here, no one else had any idea to snatch it. Z's. There was a girl about your age that came here and did not speak just like you. But she is already down there. The middle-aged man saw that Lin Xiu was ignoring and his expression turned sinister as he added. As his words came out, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. He tightened his grip on Dark Edge and aimed it straight at the man. Brat, you dare hold a weapon against me? The man saw Lin Xiu's reaction and was so mad that he laughed out loud. Just as he was about to make a move, a loud sound came out. Rumble. The ground around them started to tremble at the same time. Some warriors were caught off guard and almost fell. What the hell is going on? A few warriors started to panic as the trembling was extremely strange. Look at the surface of the lake. A few warriors suddenly pointed at the lake and shouted as though they had discovered something. The other warriors looked at the lake to see things squirming from within. It was as though there was something inside that wanted to charge out of the lake. Su. A warrior at the lakeside watched as something white shot out from the lake like an arrow. It flew onto the warrior. Damn. He reacted extremely quickly and grabbed the object. He took a look and realized that it was a half-frozen snake. Bang. The snake suddenly exploded in his hand. Following the explosion, pale green liquid poured out and landed on his body. Ah! He wailed out loud as the look in his eyes changed. Everyone turned to look at him and saw that he was combusting and emitting white smoke. There was a faint green fire on him. Although it was not a gorgeous fire, the might of it was strangely terrifying. The warrior started to roll on the ground as the flames burned his entire body and revealed his bones. Su su su. Just when everyone was shocked, sounds came out from inside the lake again. Everyone could no longer care about the person because there were obviously many strange ice snakes charging at them from beneath the water. Chapter 312 Ice Crystal Snake. Chapter 312 Ice Crystal Snake. Ice Crystal Snake. Lin Xiu used analytic eye and saw that the evolved beast was called the Ice Crystal Snake and was a rank 6 evolved beast. Upon recalling how pitiful the person was, Lin Xiu did not dare get close. All the ice crystal snakes shot forward like arrows, but all the warriors that acknowledged the terror of the green liquid within them no longer dared to approach. The warriors could only unleash Sword Kai and attack the ice crystal snakes from a distance. Bang! All the ice crystal snakes started to explode. The pale green liquid from their bodies landed on the floor and started to set the rocks ablaze. There were too many ice crystal snakes that soared out from the lake endlessly. They were like dense clusters of white arrows that shot out from the lake. That's just too many. Lin Xiu was standing at the rear and noticed a few ice crystal snakes flying at him. They were shooting straight to him. His expression changed upon noticing them, and summoned a blazing bird with a wave of his hand. Rumble! The blazing bird collided with the ice crystal snakes and immediately exploded as though coming into contact with gasoline. All the ice crystal snakes that charged towards Lin Xiu were stopped by the blazing bird. They exploded even before they could reach him. Although a few warriors felt that Lin Xiu's warrior rank was not high, they were surprised to see his unfamiliar skill. And this fire-type skill was like the bane of the ice crystal snakes. The ice crystal snakes would explode upon coming into contact with the flames. Brett, your skill looks good. The middle-aged man looked at him and commented. He was infuriated before when Lin Xiu ignored him. Lin Xiu glanced at him and continued to ignore him. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another blazing bird that flew straight forward and burned the ice crystal snakes that shot out of the lake. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. When he saw Lin Xiu swing Dark Edge again, he struck at Lin Xiu with his saber. Su! Lin Xiu was clearly prepared for it. Upon hearing the vacuum explosion behind him, he blocked his back with Dark Edge. Clang! Dark Edge's tip collided with his saber and produced a sonorous sound along with sparks. Lin Xiu immediately felt a powerful burst of force that caused him to feel pain. What the hell? Why is his strength so powerful? HMPH, the middle-aged man snorted and continued to strike Lin Xiu with his saber. Su su su. His slashes produced vacuum explosions. His saber techniques were extremely sharp and forced Lin Xiu to be on the passive. As expected of a rank 7 warrior, he is extremely strong. The majority of the warriors were constantly repelling the ice crystal snakes that shot out of the lake, and no one noticed their battle. Die for me. The middle-aged man saw how Lin Xiu was avoiding his attacks and became infuriated. He held his saber with both hands and raised it up as he performed a downward slash. Su! But Lin Xiu suddenly moved to the side as a white object shot past him, barely touching his ear. It was obviously an ice crystal snake. It shot straight to the middle-aged man. He had the intention of striking Lin Xiu with his saber, but who would have thought that the ice crystal snake would attack him? He had no choice but to unleash his strike prematurely. After witnessing the terror of the snake, he no longer cared about dealing with Lin Xiu at that moment. Powerful Kai came out from his body and struck the ice crystal snake, causing it to explode immediately. The pale green liquid came out from its body and landed on the floor, melting the strange rocks and forming small holes. Su! In that instant, he saw a cold aura before him. Lin Xiu had taken the opportunity to attack him. Oh crap! The middle-aged man had forgotten about Lin Xiu's existence while dealing with the ice crystal snake. His pupils constricted, and just as he was about to make a move, another figure appeared beside Lin Xiu. Who is that? Lin Xiu's body suddenly tensed up as his focus reached a pinnacle. He sensed the appearance of a third body and glanced over, only to see a cold glint at him. He retracted his spear that was aimed at the middle-aged man and struck towards this third party. Clang! A metallic collision sound was heard, and Lin Xiu saw another middle-aged warrior. He held a sword and wanted to sneak an attack on Lin Xiu, but did not expect Lin Xiu's reaction to be so fast. Gao Yao! Are you lazing too much? Why are you forced to a corner by this brat? The man looked at the middle-aged man and snorted coldly. Less bullshit. I was careless. The middle-aged man's expression became ugly. Without further ado, he wielded his saber and charged at Lin Xiu again. Lin Xiu knew he had no chance of winning against 2 rank 7 warriors and would even have difficulty escaping. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu's speed reached its maximum as he repelled their attacks. But right at this moment, he was no longer able to resist their powerful force, and he dropped straight into the lake. Chapter 313 Liuoyu. Chapter 313 Liuoyu. Hua Tian's eyes saw this scene, then he rushed towards Qian Ma and wanted to pull Lin Xiu's body back. But at this moment, the 2 warriors who had just fought with Lin Xiu directly attacked Hua Tian with their own weapons. Dang dang dang. Hua Tian saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed and he attacked with the weapon in his hand. Lin Xiu had fallen directly into the lake. Some warriors saw Lin Xiu falling, and they all showed a scornful smile. From their point of view, a low-ranking warrior like Lin Xiu coming here to snatch the ice Lotus Fire was simply courting death. There were no ice crystal white birds flying up anymore, and Lin Xiu had also plunged into the lake. These men all looked at Lin Xiu like they wanted to watch if those lakes would simply burn Lin Xiu. But what surprised them was that Lin Xiu's body sank directly into it, and it seemed that nothing happened. What exactly is going on? Gurgle gurgle. Lin Xiu's body kept sinking. The fire scale combat suit on his body seemed to become fiery red instantly because of the fire. It was emitting a red glow. As Lin Xiu sunk, he had instinctively activated the Fury skill and burst out with soar strength, allowing the soar strength to surround his body. But Lin Xiu still clearly felt that even with his own strong soar strength wrapped around his body, these terrifying lake waters were still eroding his soar strength crazily. The water was about to cover him, eroding the soar strength on the outer layer. Now Lin Xiu was sinking into the bottom of the lake, and there was no way to float. The water of this lake was very strange. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, frantically using the soar strength to surround his body and resist the erosion of the lake, because Lin Xiu knew that as soon as his soar strength disappeared, the water would burn his flesh directly. Lin Xiu stared at this scene. gritted his teeth, then ran the cultivation technique, absorbing the odd crystals behind him. This time, if it weren't for the many odd crystals in his backpack, his own soar strength probably wouldn't be enough. The energy of the odd crystals in the backpack was continuously absorbed by Lin Ziyu. But because these odd crystals did not touch Lin Ziyu's body directly, it was very difficult to forcibly absorb them. Damn it, what was he going to do? Now Lin Ziyu couldn't even move, and it was very uncomfortable. The water density of this lake was very high, and Lin Ziyu's body felt very uncomfortable being pressed down. Fortunately, after Lin Ziyu unlocked the rank 2 genetic lock, his body was different from ordinary people. Even at the bottom of the lake, he could breathe with his skin, but his breathing obviously couldn't compare with normal breathing. As he continued to sink below, Lin Ziyu saw a white light. What is that? Lin Ziyu's eyes widened when he saw the scene below. Lin Ziyu had a faint feeling of familiarity. At this moment, he clenched his teeth, then waved his hands vigorously and slowly moved his body closer to that side. But just that small movement was so challenging due to the relatively high water density. Also, he had to use the cultivation technique at the same time to forcibly absorb the energy of the odd crystals to make up for the soar strength that the water was eroding. As Lin Ziyu's body continued to sink and he approached closer to that side, Lin Ziyu clearly sensed that there was a person in the light. No way. Someone sank to the bottom of this lake. At this moment, the person in that cluster of light seemed to have noticed Lin Ziyu's existence and suddenly moved, then turned and looked towards Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was stunned. Both eyes were filled with shock, then happiness, because this person turned out to be Liu Yu. Just when Lin Ziyu was about to speak, he realized that he was at bottom of this weird lake. As he got distracted, those terrifying lake water was about to erode his body. He's doomed. Lin Ziyu's eyes widened and the look on his face changed drastically. But just at this moment, Liu Yu instantly moved closer to Lin Ziyu, and her right hand directly embraced Lin Ziyu's body. The white light on Liu Yu's body was all transmitted to Lin Ziyu's body at this moment. Then, these lights surrounded both Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu, and at this moment, Lin Ziyu felt that his body became more relaxed. The uncomfortable feeling of being under the pressure of the water seemed to disappear in an instant. Even breathing was fine. What exactly is going on? Although Lin Ziyu was shocked at this moment, he saw Liu Yu in front of him. Liu Yu, it's really you, Lin Ziyu said a little excitedly as he reached out to hold her other small hand, and it was indeed a real touch, not an illusion. Are you done touching? Liu Yu looked at Lin Ziyu and said indifferently. Ahem. When Lin Ziyu heard her words, he immediately returned to his senses, then let go of her hand and said a little embarrassingly, I'm a little excited. And you're holding my waist, eh? Lin Ziyu mumbled. But Lin Ziyu understood that this appeared to be the only way to transfer the white light on Liu Yu's body to his body. Why are you here now in this white light? He was able to speak normally. Liu Yu asked Lin Ziyu. I just came over to take a look, Lin Ziyu said casually. Now that Liu Yu is fine, Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief. When he heard that middle-aged man saying that a young girl was attacked by him and fell into the lake, Lin Ziyu was very mad and wanted to kill him directly. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Liu Yu seemed to know something, and the corners of her mouth rose up, revealing a dazzling smile. But it disappeared very quickly. Lin Ziyu didn't notice it either. By the way, what are these things? It's too amazing. Lin Ziyu looked at the white light covering his body and exclaimed. Chapter 314 Looking for Ice Lotus Fire. Chapter 314 Looking for Ice Lotus Fire. I don't know what this is either. Liu Yu shook her head and said. I found it nearby. You were also shut down by warriors. Lin Ziyu thought of the warriors just now, and a murderous intent burst forth from his eyes. Liu Yu nodded slightly. Her eyes filled with coldness. Shall we go up now? Lin Ziyu said to Liu Yu. Even though there was a strange white light covering his body now, he and Liu Yu had nothing to do at the bottom of the lake. But if the light suddenly disappeared, then they would be in trouble. He has learned the power of these weird lakes. No. Liu Yu shook her head, then looked below and continued. Take that thing first. What thing? Hearing Liu Yu's words, Lin Ziyu asked. Ice Lotus Fire. The moment Liu Yu spoke, she pulled Lin Ziyu with her right hand that was embracing Lin Ziya's body, and the two of them sank below directly. Lin Ziyu wasn't sure how deep the lake was, but he felt his body sinking, and after some time, they reached the bottom. At this moment, using the white light on their bodies, Lin Ziyu could clearly see that the rocks below were dark blue rocks, which looked very strange. Is this Ice Lotus Fire really here? Lin Ziyu looked around. Except for these weird blue rocks at the bottom of the lake, nothing weird could be found. Lin Ziyu looked at the bottom, then continued to check and said, hearing Lin Ziya's words, Liu Yu nodded slightly. Lin Ziyu got a little curious. Liu Yu came here just to find this Ice Lotus Fire. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the so-called Ice Lotus Fire. Lin Ziyu had been looking around the bottom of the lake for a long time, but still hasn't found anything special. By the way, is that Hua Tan your friend? Lin Ziyu asked casually while looking. Liu Yu was startled when she heard Lin Ziya's words. Then she seemed to be thinking of something before she answered seriously. Yeah. A very important friend. Very important friend. It can't be her. With that thought, Lin Ziyu didn't know why, but he looked slightly uncomfortable. Oh, however, Lin Ziya's expression did not change much and he responded faintly. The two people continued to look around. At the next moment, Lin Ziyu saw a very faint light in the cracks between the rocks below. Liu Yu here seeing this. Lin Ziya's eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes constricted. He held his breath and looked over there. If his guess was right, the thing that appeared at the bottom of this lake must be Ice Lotus Fire. When Liu Yu heard Lin Ziya's words, she followed Lin Ziya's gaze and approached the thing. She stretched out her hand and wanted to touch the thing that shined in the cracks. Don't touch, Lin Ziyu called out instinctively. Because this thing was probably like the Red Lotus Fire previously. If you touch it directly, your arm would probably get burned. But it was too late. Liu Yu's hand had already touched that thing directly. But what worried Lin Ziyu did not happen. Instead, these rays of light went directly to Liu Yu's body because of the contact with Liu Yu's hand. Soon, those things surrounding Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu began to become brighter and brighter. It seemed to make this light stronger. Seeing this, Lin Ziyu's mouth opened slightly. This is not the Ice Lotus Fire. These are the lights on our bodies. Liu Yu explained. Lin Ziyu suddenly realized that when Liu Yu fell into the lake, she probably relied on her powerful source strength to protect her body initially, then found these strange things below. As all the rays of light were channeled to them, the lights in the cracks were gone. This Ice Lotus Fire, where exactly is it? Just as Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu were relying on the protection of this white light to continue looking for the Ice Lotus Fire at the bottom of the lake, Hua Tan was still fighting against the two warriors above the water. The more they fought, the more shocked those two rank 7 warriors were, because they clearly felt that Hua Tan's strength was simply unfathomable. He was merely a rank 6 warrior, but the strength of 2 rank 7 warriors actually couldn't kill him directly. Instead, they were at a disadvantage because of Hua Tan's attack. Who on earth are you? The 2 rank 7 warriors looked at Hua Tan and exclaimed in shock. Hua Tan disappeared in an instant, then appeared behind them, slashing their battle suits directly and leaving a very deep mark behind them. The Dark World. Hua Tan looked at them and said faintly. His dark eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Hearing Hua Tan's words, not only the 2 rank 7 warriors, but also the warriors who were watching the battle, had a change in expressions. The Dark World was also known as the Underground World. On this earth, there are many broken and chaotic cities, and in those cities, there are some unknown warriors. These warriors are very skilled and they appear in very dangerous places. They were trained to kill people and evolved beasts since they were young, and the skills they use are all skills for killing. Compared with ordinary warriors, these warriors have very powerful combat capabilities. Don't bluff, go to hell. When the 2 warriors saw Hua Tan continue to attack, they held the weapons in their hands and wanted to continue to attack him. Boom! But at this moment, the surrounding ground seemed to shake violently. The warriors almost couldn't stand firmly. What's happening? Some people's expressions changed. Then they looked into the lake. only to see that the surface of the originally calm lake seemed to be boiling now. The scene was very spectacular. Hua Tan's eyes widened too, and he did not continue to look at the two rank 7 warriors. Instead, he jumped directly to the opposite side of the lake near the shore and looked at the state of the lake with his eyes filled with surprise. Chapter 315 The Ice Lotus Fire Appears. Chapter 315 The Ice Lotus Fire Appears. The water in the lake was starting to slosh. The surrounding ground was shaking violently. Some small cracks even appeared on the rocks. What's happening? Ice Lotus Fire. The Ice Lotus Fire is about to appear. Some warriors looked at the lake, then muttered to themselves, but they didn't dare to go down at all, because the water of the lake was too weird. Who knew if they would die if they jumped down? Even if they are rank 7 warriors, they didn't have such courage. Lin Xiu and Liu Yu were at the bottom of the lake, and they also felt this strong shock. There were cracks in the rocks around. Why did it shake all of a sudden? Lin Xiu carefully stabilized himself and said. Liu Yu nodded slightly, then looked around, but didn't see anything. The so-called Ice Lotus Fire was still not found here, but just then, Liu Yu looked at the other side and said faintly. What? Lin Xiu was taken aback and asked instinctively. At this moment, he turned and looked to the side, following Liu Yu's line of sight to the other side, and he suddenly saw a ray of light. That thing again, Lin Xiu said when he saw the light. Because just now, Lin Xiu also saw this light, and it was the light that surrounded his body. But Liu Yu shook her head and said, No, it isn't. This is Ice Lotus Fire. Liu Yu said plainly. Ice Lotus Fire. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes constricted sharply. Then, he walked over with Liu Yu, and they saw that there was a small flame in the middle of the crack caused by the continuous shaking of the ground. This flame was white in color, and it was like the wick of a burning candle in the lake. It was still burning without being affected by the water of the lake. Lin Xiu continued to look at the flame and suddenly felt his body tremble. A kind of chill that penetrated into his bone marrow, instantly spreading to his whole body. Could it be caused by this flame? That's right. This is the Ice Lotus Fire. Liu Yu stared at the Ice Lotus Fire and said aloud. She slowly approached the flame, then squatted down and wanted to touch the flame with his hands. Be careful. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu. At this moment, it was obvious that Liu Yu's expression seemed a little odd, and he immediately called out. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Liu Yu jumped, and the expression in her eyes seemed to change back to the original state. I'm fine. Liu Yu shook her head slightly and said. At that moment, she had this feeling of wanting to touch the Ice Lotus Fire directly with her hands. It wasn't what she wanted to do, and she seemed to have gone over involuntarily. This Ice Lotus Fire is weird. Crash. At this time, those people at the lake above could see a large vortex appearing in the center of the lake. Ice Lotus Fire. Its mind seeing this scene. A warrior sensed that the Ice Lotus Fire had really appeared. These warriors couldn't help but jump directly into the lake. They were not fools. The moment they jumped in, their source strength burst out in an instant and directly surrounded their bodies. Plop plop. As one warrior jumped into the lake first, the faces of the other warriors changed and all of them jumped into the lake. How do we take this Ice Lotus Fire away now? Lin Xiu said to Liu Yu. The Ice Lotus Fire was found, but the cold sensation caused by the Ice Lotus Fire made Lin Xiu tremble slightly. This is terrifying. No, the Ice Lotus Fire hasn't fully opened yet. Liu Yu shook her head, looked at the lotus flower, and said faintly, hasn't fully opened yet. Lin Xiu was surprised and looked at this thing, puzzled. The Ice Lotus Fire that was originally like a small flame seemed to be slowly getting bigger, and this flame looked like a lotus flower blooming. It was a magical scene. Wait for it to become a lotus-like shape. Lin Xiu stared at the Ice Lotus Fire, then asked. Yeah. Liu Yu nodded. The two of them looked at this Ice Lotus Fire, wanting to wait for the Ice Lotus Fire to fully open. But what they didn't expect was that at this moment, black shadows came from above. Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, who clearly felt something, looked up and saw that there were many warriors. Their figures were surrounded by source strength and were constantly descending. Warriors are here. Lin Xiu's eyes widened and he called out. Liu also noticed the figures of these warriors at this time and frowned slightly. Let's go over there first. Liu thought about it for a moment and quickly made a decision. Then in the next moment, she took Lin Zia's hand and walked to the other side without any explanation. They hid behind a raised rock on the other side. At this moment, as the bodies of Lin Ziu and Liu were against the deep blue rocks, the light on their bodies instantly became much dimmer. Hiding here at this time, those warriors would not find them at all under normal circumstances. Ice Lotus Fire. The location of the Ice Lotus Fire was too conspicuous. These warriors could easily find it. And these were all powerful warriors above the rank 7. And their source strength was very terrifying. With their powerful source strength covering their bodies and their already very formidable physical strength, they could still move under this lake and were not as constricted as Lin Ziu when he first fell into the lake. Lin Ziu held his breath and watched the scene carefully. Will these warriors take away the Ice Lotus Fire? When these warriors saw the Ice Lotus Fire, they all swam wildly towards the area of the Ice Lotus Fire. Just when a man who rushed to the front wanted to touch the Ice Lotus Fire directly, a warrior behind took out a dagger from his pocket and pierced his body. Bang! There was a dull sound under the lake, as his dagger stabbed the man. A powerful force instantly killed the man who wanted to touch the Ice Lotus Fire first. Chapter 316 Fighting at the Bottom of the Lake. Chapter 316 Fighting at the Bottom of the Lake. After the warrior got stabbed, a lot of blood flowed out. And at this moment, because the body of this warrior had no protection from the source strength, the flame began burning his body wildly in the lake. In a short moment, the man was left with white bones and they were still being eroded continuously. It didn't take long for them to completely disappear. Such a powerful rank 7 warrior simply disappeared. Lin Zia's eyes were filled with shock when he saw this scene. This lake was really terrifying. If it weren't for Liu and these strange rays of light that could protect his body, he would probably share the same fate as this man after his source strength disappeared. As time passed, more and more warriors jumped into the lake and rushed to the Ice Lotus Fire. Everyone coveted the Ice Lotus Fire and the warriors were now fighting over it in the lake. They were very powerful and with their source strength protecting their bodies, they began fighting wildly. Lin Ziu and Liu hid on the other side and watched the battle and the Ice Lotus Fire over there. When a warrior approaches this Ice Lotus Fire, he will be attacked by other warriors immediately and the situation was very chaotic. But this Ice Lotus Fire was still growing and lotus petals were beginning to unfold. Lin Ziu stared at this scene and suddenly his eyes widened. The flame seemed to become more and more beautiful as it slowly grew into what looked like a white lotus. And the shape looked like the red lotus fire that Lin Ziu swallowed previously. It was clear that this Ice Lotus Fire is very powerful. If a warrior absorbs the power of this Ice Lotus Fire, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Lin Ziu, who has swallowed the red lotus fire, knew this fact very well. At this moment, as Lin Ziu and Liu continued to watch these people fight, a warrior seemed to see a faint light behind the towering rocks and swam over immediately. He swam behind Lin Ziu and Liu looking at the backs of Lin Ziu and Liu hiding there. There was a ferocious glint in his eyes. This was a good spot and as long as he hid here, he could take advantage of the situation and snatch the Ice Lotus Fire. With that thought, the man drew half of the short knife from his back, then slowly approached them. Just as he was about to approach Liu, he used a short knife to slash towards Lin Ziu. Although the speed was not very fast due to the resistance of the water, this short knife was extremely sharp and it could directly cut Lin Ziu's body in half. Bang! But at this moment, Liu suddenly turned around and with a dagger in her hand, she directly blocked the attack. The man's short knife instantly collided with the dagger that Liu swung suddenly, making a dull sound. Lin Ziu turned around abruptly at this moment and saw a warrior appearing behind him. This warrior also held a short knife and it collided with the dagger held by Liu. As they were in the water, there wasn't a loud metal clanging when their weapons collided. Lin Ziu's expression changed when he saw this scene. When did a warrior approach and attack them from the back? Seeing this scene, Lin Ziu felt a chill down his spine. If not for Liu Yu's fast reaction, he would probably be in danger. With that thought, Lin Xiu directly reached out and attacked the man, rupturing fist. Because of the strange light on his body, Lin Xiu's punch didn't seem to be greatly affected by the water resistance, and he quickly attacked the man's body. Although the power of Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist was much greater than the Rupturing Fist, if he used the Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist now, the other warriors at the other side would probably notice the lightning generated, and it would be very troublesome for him. As they were fighting over the Ice Lotus Fire, the best way was to wait here. When the warriors kill each other, Lin Xiu and Liu Yu can take the advantage of it and snatch the Ice Lotus Fire. Boom! Lin Xiu's rupturing fist directly attacked the man's shoulder. It made a dull sound. The man's gaze changed. His body was knocked back, and he felt the bones in his shoulder cracking. A sharp pain came over him, and Liu Yu did not hesitate at all. She held the dagger and continued to attack the man. When the man saw this, the pupils in his eyes constricted. He initially wanted to sneak an attack and kill Lin Xiu, but didn't expect that Liu Yu would notice him. What's even more terrifying was that Lin Xiu and Liu Yu weren't very affected by the extremely high water density. They could still attack so swiftly. Although he was a rank 7 warrior and Lin Xiu and Liu Yu were clearly of a lower rank than him, he was affected by the lake, and his speed of reaction had been significantly reduced by about 70. Bang! When the dagger in Liu Yu's hand was going towards the man's body again, he suppressed the sharp pain in his shoulder and used the short knife to block her attack. Although he blocked Liu Yu's attack, Lin Xiu was behind and continued to attack. Lin Xiu's speed was also very fast, and he directly used the rupturing fist to attack wildly. Bang bang bang. As the soft and dull sounds rang out, Lin Xiu's punches landed heavily on the man's body, each punch to the flesh. Click, click, click. As Lin Xiu's fist attacked his body, all the bones in his body fractured. Liu Yu seized the opportunity, then directly swung the dagger across his neck, killing him instantly. Gurgle gurgle. Following the killing of this warrior, his body was instantly burned due to the lack of protection from the source strength. Soon, like other warriors, the lake corroded his body completely till there was nothing left. Phew! Seeing that this man was dealt with, Lin Xiu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. If other warriors found out that he and Liu Yu were here, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. But at this moment, a bright light reflected from behind Lin Xiu. What's happening? Chapter 317 Benefiting as a Third Party. Chapter 317 Benefiting as a Third Party. Lin Xiu sensed the sudden light aura and was taken aback. He turned to look and saw the Ice Lotus Fire that had taken form and even blossomed with a white light. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide at this scene. He was still a distance away from the Ice Lotus Fire, but he could clearly sense the immense power from its energy. A warrior killed all the others around him, and extended his hand out to touch the Ice Lotus Fire. His eyes were filled with desire on his sinister face. He's taking it. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw that. It was so difficult for the Ice Lotus Fire to appear, and it was about to be taken by another person. Bang! But just as his hand touched the extremely beautiful Ice Lotus Fire, the white flames immediately infected the source strength on his body, and set him aflame. It can even burn source strength. Lin Xiu was startled. The warrior did not expect such a thing to occur and struggled to extinguish the white flames on his body, but it was too terrifying and ignored the lake water as it quickly spread across his entire body. His entire being was quickly set aflame. All the other warriors were stunned. They glanced at each other and continued to charge at the Ice Lotus Fire. Despite the danger, they wanted to obtain it. The saying of how human beings die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food was true. The man covered in white flames was burned into nothing in a few short minutes. His body did not even leave a bit of sludge and disappeared completely. What do we do now? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu standing beside him and asked. There were many warriors fighting around the Ice Lotus Fire, all with the same intention of seizing the treasure. Let's wait for all of them to die. Liu Yu looked at them and replied indifferently. But how do we obtain the Ice Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu thought for a bit and asked. Even if he and Liu Yu were to hide and attempt to benefit as a third party, how could they obtain the ice Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu had just witnessed how the guy was engulfed in the white flames upon coming into contact with the treasure. In the end, nothing was left of him. Furthermore, Lin Xiu had used an analytic eye and saw that the victim was a rank 7 warrior. He was only a rank 5 warrior and had no way of resisting the terrifying flames. There's a way. Liu Yu contradicted him, but did not explain herself further. Although Lin Xiu was still skeptical, he did not speak further when he heard the confidence in her reply. He looked to the distance and watched as the warriors tried to snatch the ice fire lotus. More and more warriors started to die. Any warriors that attempted to approach the ice lotus fire would be surrounded and ganged by the others. Not long later, all the warriors except one died. All of their bodies were completely destroyed by the strange water. Let's go. Liu Yu's expression immediately changed and she charged forward. Lin Xiu charged together with her. The two had formed a tacit understanding between themselves. The warrior wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor, and was about to take the ice lotus fire when he sensed something. He immediately turned and saw Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. He opened his eyes wide. Although he was shocked, he quickly imbued source strength into his dagger and stabbed Liu Yu. Bang! Liu Yu reacted quickly and swung her own dagger out. The collision immediately produced sparks and a clear metallic sound. Lin Xiu activated analytic eyes and quickly realized that the opponent was peak rank 7. But he did not have the strange white light that enveloped Liu Yu's body and moved much slower inside the water. But even so, with his peak rank 7 strength, he was able to fight on equal grounds against Liu Yu, who was enveloped with the white light. Lin Xiu unleashed a punch right when their blades crossed paths. Rumble, silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. He was the only opponent left, so Lin Xiu used this skill. His fists were enveloped with silver white light as he punched out and became even more terrifying inside the water. His fist went straight for the man. The warrior reacted extremely fast and saw Lin Xiu sneak attack from the side. The silver light around the fist had already affected him due to the lake water and caused him to feel numb. He quickly exerted force to parry Liu Yu's dagger and dodged to the side. If they were on land, he had the confidence of retaliating against Lin Xiu's punch. But they were in a unique predicament and he did not have the same confidence. Where can you go? Lin Xiu saw that the man intended to dodge and his pupils constricted. He released his power and charged forward. The warrior realized he was not in time to dodge and extended his left hand with the intent of grabbing Lin Xiu's fist. Bang! But the instant their fist and palm collided, he felt a powerful force surging into him. All the lightning surged into his body. He had gone through electric shock resistance training as a peak rank 7 warrior, and the silver light only made him feel slightly numb. But in a fight between experts, the slightest numbness could prove fatal. And Lin Xiu's silver thunderbolt rupturing fist did not stop there. Chapter 318 Snatch Successful. Chapter 318 Snatch Successful. Although he had grabbed onto Lin Xiu's fist, the powerful force erupted into his arm. Crack crack. All the bones in his arm immediately started to crack. As a man who knew his body inside out, he was aware that the bones in his body were broken. His eyes grew large at the thought of this. He tensed up and did not dare make any reckless moves. He had just realized that Liu Yu and Lin Xiu were both covered by a strange light and were both able to move freely inside the water as though they were on land. And he was suppressed by the influence of the lake water and his strength had decreased greatly. Bang! In that instant, Liu Yu struck with her dagger again. He had no other choice but to use the dagger in his right hand to block her. Liu Yu swung her dagger elegantly with increasing sharpness and released multiple strikes. After having his right fist grabbed, Lin Xiu used his left hand to launch another strike, and this fist also utilized silver thunderbolt rupturing fist, bringing forth the immense momentum. The warrior was flustered having to deal with Lin Xiu and Liu Yu's simultaneous attacks and immediately retreated, planning to escape to the other side. Although the ice Lotus Fire was a treasure, it was nothing compared to his life. With a burst of power, he swam upwards. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiu immediately made a move to chase after the warrior when he realized that the white light around him would decrease as he swam higher. The pressure in the lake water instantly turned heavier for him. What is going on? Lin Xiu's expression changed when he noticed this. He immediately stopped himself from chasing the warrior. The strange light on his body would only remain as long as he remained at the bottom of the lake. He looked up. The warrior was already far away and it was pointless to continue chasing him. Damn it. Lin Xiu clenched his jaws. He had no other choice but to return to the bottom of the lake. As expected, Lin Xiu was able to sense the white light around him gradually coming back when he reached the bottom. You don't have to chase him. Yu looked over and said. Lin Xiu nodded his head and gradually touched the floor and stood beside her. The ice lotus fire was already within reach. Their close proximity allowed them to have a better look of the ice lotus fire. It resembled a white-blossomed lotus flower and was extremely beautiful. As Lin Xiu and Liu Yu moved, the water around them seemed to change and affected the ice lotus fire. What do we do now? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu and asked. The light from the ice lotus fire had illuminated their faces. The light was extremely bright and clear, and Lin Xiu was able to sense the frigid coldness. The closer they got to the ice lotus fire, the further the chill went into his body. He activated source strength throughout his body to repel against the frigid coldness. At this moment, Roly poked its head out of Lin Xiu's back and looked around. Roly did not seem to be affected or harmed by the white light. Liu Yu looked at the ice lotus fire without replying. She took out a white and square card that seemed to be made out of a unique material. She approached the ice lotus fire carefully. Lin Xiu held his breath and did not speak further when he saw how focused she was. Liu Yu focused her willpower and held on to the strange card in her hand as she closed in on the ice lotus fire. Her movements made it seem as though she was in slow motion. Her entire body remained unmoved with only her arm extending out as the card inched closer to the ice lotus fire. Lin Xiu quickly realized that as the thin card in Liu Yu's hand got closer, the ice lotus fire was slowly being sucked into it and suddenly appeared on the card. Whoa! When she saw that the ice lotus fire was absorbed into the silver card, she heaved a sigh of relief. That works. Lin Xiu opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise. That was because the ice lotus fire had disappeared from its original position and appeared on the square and silver card, and the flames maintained a perfect state that was exquisite and beautiful. Who knew what material the card was made out of to be able to control the ice lotus fire flames without being burned? But after scrutinizing it, Lin Xiu noticed many small engravings on the card that he did not understand. We're heading up now? Liu Yu nodded her head and said. Before Lin Xiu could react, Liu Yu grabbed onto his hand and exerted force. The two quickly soared upwards. Su! As they charged upwards, the light around them dissipated at a rate visible to the naked eye. Bang! Many of the warriors around the lake were kept in the dark, but did not dare enter the lake. They observed the surface of the lake and quickly noticed two figures charging outwards. The impact of striking the surface caused a loud explosion. Whoosh! As Lin Xiu and Liu Yu landed on the shore, the momentum forced water to spray all around them. The terrifying water started to burn the ground again. Finally Lin Xiu stood on the ground and saw that Liu Yu was fine. He looked at himself and exclaimed in joy. Liu Yu nodded her head and heaved a sigh of relief. They were in a difficult situation as the white light around them was disappearing. By using a large amount of source strength to envelop them, they prevented themselves from being corroded by the strange lake water. They are out as well. The warriors looked at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu with surprised expressions. When they saw the card with the ice lotus fire in Liu Yu's hands, their eyes immediately changed. Chapter 319 Liu Yu's brother. Chapter 319 Liu Yu's brother. Ice lotus fire. That woman actually got the ice lotus fire. When these warriors saw this scene, their bodies tensed up. Their eyes fixed on Liu Yu like they wanted to pounce on her. Hey! I thought you guys were dead. At this moment, a voice came from the back. Hearing that voice, the other warriors all looked behind and saw a young man approaching. Hua Tian. Lin Xiu saw that the man speaking was Hua Tian. At this time, Hua Tan walked directly towards Liu Yu and stretched out his hands like he wanted to embrace her. But at this moment, Liu Yu was already pointing a dagger at the Huatian who was getting closer to her. "Come any closer and I will kill you," Liu Yu said coldly as she watched him. Lin Ziyu was stunned when he saw this scene. Isn't this Hua Tan a friend of Liu Yu? When Lin Ziyu saw his action, he was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't expect that Liu Yu would point the knife at Huatian. "You don't have to do this to your older brother, right?" Hua Tan saw the sharp knife pointed at him and said helplessly. "HMPH. Liu Yu snorted coldly then said, "Then don't get your dirty hands close to me." Older brother Lin Ziyu was stunned at this time. He had just heard very clearly that Hua Tan claimed to be Liu Yu's brother. "Yes. Blood-related brother." Hua Tan nodded, then smiled as if he thought of something and said, "By the way, my full name is Liu Huatian. He is dangerous. Let's stay away from him." Liu Yu looked at Liu Huatian then said to Lin Ziyu who was next to her. Lin Ziyu thought it was a little odd when he heard Liu Yu's words. Liu Huatian is Liu Yu's elder brother. But judging by Liu Yu's reaction, it seemed like she didn't want to see him. But at this moment, the surrounding warriors looked at the ice lotus fire in Liu Yu's hand and seemed a little too impatient to wait as they rushed towards her. Hand over the ice lotus fire. These warriors were all rank 7 and above. They were very fast and were about to charge to Liu Yu's side in an instant. Liu Huatian, who was in front of Liu Yu, saw the scene. With a wave of his right hand, the thin-winged long sword on the ground flew back to his hand and he threw it directly towards Liu Yu. "This kid brought it back for you. Take it," Liu Huatian said while he kicked a long sword on the ground with his right foot. Then, he reached out to catch the hilt of the sword in the air and directly blocked the attacks of the men. "Dang dang dang. Don't pay attention to him," Liu Yu said when she saw that Lin Ziyu had just found the dark edge spear that he dropped before he fell into the lake, and seemed to want to step forward to help. "But, these people are no match for this guy," Liu Yu said indifferently as she looked over. "No match for him." Lin Ziyu was stunned. The people who were attacking were all warriors that were rank 7 and above. And there were so many warriors. How could he deal with them by himself? What's more, his strength was only at rank 6. "He is different from us. He is a demon who returned from the dark world." Liu Yu looked at Liu Huatian who looked quite sunny there then said cautiously, "This is the second time Lin Ziyu has heard the term dark world. Are these places really so scary? Damn boy, why are you blocking the way? I'll kill you." Some warriors were blocked by Liu Huatian and were getting mad. But what surprised them was that Liu Huatian, a man who seemed to be only a rank 6 warrior, actually blocked all of them. "Hey, this ice lotus fire seems to have become." Lin Ziyu looked at the ice lotus fire on the square card in Liu Yu's hand at this time, and he felt that the ice lotus fire seemed to be giving off spots of light that seemed to flutter in the air. Liu Yu's expression changed slightly when she saw this. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground. "This ice lotus fire is about to disappear now." Liu Yu's eyes looked at the white glow that the ice lotus fire gave off, and it appeared very sacred. "What should we do now?" Lin Ziyu asked. "Seems like the lake water ensured that the ice lotus fire could survive. Now that Liu Yu has taken it out of the water, this energy couldn't last long." Moreover, Lin Ziyu could see that at this time, there was a thin layer of frost on Liu Yu's hands. It was obvious that it was due to the ice lotus fire. This thing is named fire yet it has such icy attributes. Which was indeed very strange. "You swallow it. It'll protect you," Lin Ziyu said while looking at Liu Yu. Liu Yu was definitely looking for this ice lotus fire to absorb its energy. Liu Yu glanced at Lin Ziyu and he nodded. Liu Yu did not hesitate at this time. She looked at this cluster of ice lotus fire, then slowly opened her mouth. Swish, and the ice lotus fire was sent directly into Liu Yu's mouth. "Take out the ice lotus fire at this moment." The people over there saw this scene and began yelling as they charged over from another direction. Lin Ziyu saw the scene and the look on his face changed. The person who rushed to the front was the one who made him fall into the lake previously. At this moment, Lin Ziyu's eyes were full of murderous intent and he clenched the dark edge spear even more tightly in his right hand. Before the guy could attack, Lin Xiu rushed over, courting death. Seeing that Lin Xiu dared to attack him, the warrior's face suddenly became sinister, like he felt that his self-esteem had been challenged. With a saber in his hand, he was about to chop Lin Xiu's body. Dang! But Lin Xiu's reaction was too fast. The dark-edged spear in his hand had thrust out, and it collided with the saber, making a loud noise. This warrior snorted coldly, and when he wanted to continue to attack, he saw a flaming bird coming directly. Seeing this scene, his expression changed. But he was a rank 7 warrior after all, and he came to his senses quickly, then unfolded the sphere. Chapter 320 Liuo Huaxian's Shocking Change. Chapter 320 Liuo Huaxian's Shocking Change. As the men unfolded the sphere, the flaming bird was completely blocked by it. Insignificant skill, the man sneered. After dodging the flaming bird, the sphere around his body disappeared again. Then he wanted to continue to attack Lin Xiu with his own saber. But he didn't expect that at this moment, Lin Xiu was already holding the dark-edged spear and aiming towards him. The sharp tip of the spear was about to stab him in the neck. Seeing this scene, the man's expression changed, and the saber in his hand slashed violently, hitting the dark-edged spearhead. And when Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear was hit, the saber was about to slash down from the top of Lin Xiu's head. "Go to hell!" he roared, and as he slashed down, Lin Xiu's body was cut in half just like that. "Boy, you're just a rank 5 warrior. How could you be a match for a rank 7 warrior?" he laughed and said to himself. But his smile didn't last long. In the next moment, his expression changed. Bang! With a dull sound, a spear penetrated his body from the back. "Who said that you killed me?" Lin Xiu said with the dark-edged spear in his hand, and watched as the dark-edged spear penetrated the warrior's body. "You!" The man's expression changed, and when he looked down, the spearhead of the dark-edged spear had already appeared on his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This dark-edged spear actually pierced through his battle suit. "Are you surprised just now? I dipped my spear into the lake water, and didn't expect it to have such an effect." Lin Xiu seemed to know what he was thinking and said with a sneer, "Just now, Lin Xiu saw that the bodies of those warriors who died in the lake were annihilated, so he knew that this lake water would be able to annihilate even this firm battle suit. However, the dark-edged spear was made of meteorites, so the weird lake water did not have much impact on the spear body, and because the spearhead was dipped in this weird lake water, it pierced through his battle suit easily before going through his body." "Damn!" the man yelled at this moment and wanted to struggle. "Compared to other warriors, your IQ is simply too low." Lin Xiu sneered. The source strength on his body burst forth directly, and the source strength that enveloped the dark-edged spear turned into the red Lotus Fire instantly. "Ah!" The man who was penetrated by the dark-edged spear let out an ear-piercing shriek due to the sudden appearance of the red Lotus Fire. "Pooh!" He wanted to pull out the spear, but at this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, and his whole body instantly weakened, and there was no sound anymore. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. This guy thought Lin Xiu was only a rank 5 warrior and he could be more careless. He didn't expect that Lin Xiu had the mirror image skill. Ding! Congratulations, master, on killing a rank 7 warrior and gaining 200 million experience. Only 200 million experience. Lin Xiu curled his lips. He had 300 million experience when he killed Zhu Wenhao. At this time, Lin Xiu turned and saw that a warrior who was behind the warrior he killed was also dealt with by Liuo Huaxian. Boom! But at this moment, the warrior over there got enraged and used a powerful skill to attack Liuo Huaxian. There was a loud noise came from the ground and it shook wildly. A cloud of thick dust appeared on the ground instantly. "That damned boy stopped us from getting the ice Lotus Fire," some warriors sneered at this moment. But as the thick dust slowly dissipated, Liuo Huaxian was still standing in the middle, but he looked a little battered. His uniform was dirty and there was a huge pit under his feet. "You guys seem pretty strong." Liuo Huaxian glanced at these people, then licked his lips and said aloud. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather excitement. Yes, it was like the excitement of seeing a prey. Lin Xiu felt a chill down his spine at this time. This guy always felt like a very dangerous person. No wonder Liu Yu warned him previously. Chap, you are not dead yet. At this moment, the warriors were all shocked. They were rank 7 warriors and had worked together to release their skills. It was shocking that they did not kill Liu Huation directly. But what was even more shocking was that Liu Huation didn't seem injured. Lin Ziu, give me Liu Yu's dagger. Liu Huation looked behind him and said to Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu was slightly startled, then tossed the dagger to him. Liu Huation caught the dagger, then stretched his neck. I haven't felt this way for a long time. His eyes were full of excitement now and a strange sound echoed. Click, click, click. The bones in his body appeared to be changing. Lin Ziu looked at him and saw that his body seemed to be slowly getting taller. Lin Ziu was shocked by this astonishing scene. Even those rank 7 warriors were dumbfounded. This guy even knows this kind of thing. Some warriors clearly felt something and their bodies trembled subconsciously. Following those weird cracking sounds, Liu Huation's body grew from about 1.7 meters to 1.8 meters and his body became more muscular. Even his hair was growing longer, becoming a head of straight long hair. He looked like a pretty-looking man. It's been a long time since I appeared like this. Liu Huation stretched and said aloud. Lin Ziu subconsciously activated the analytic eye on Liu Huation at this time. But the analytic eye actually revealed a prompt that he could not be analyzed. This guy is actually a warrior above rank 8. Chapter 321 Liu Huation's Terrifying Power. Chapter 321 Liu Huation's Terrifying Power. With that thought, Lin Ziu was in even more shock. Click, click, click. The weird sound from Liu Huation's body has now disappeared as his bones grew to their current state. Who exactly are you? A warrior stared at Liu Huation, his eyes filled with horror. Liu Huation's current state was really terrifying. Looking at him, you could feel his extremely strong power. You talk a lot of nonsense. Liu Huation glanced at the man then dashed over. He's gone. Lin Ziu was shocked when he saw this scene. Because at this moment, Lin Ziu discovered that Liu Huation had disappeared. Here while these warriors were stunned, they suddenly turned and looked behind. Swish swish swish. There were sounds of the blade cutting through the air, and a warrior felt a sharp pain on his neck before he noticed Liu Huation's figure. In the next instant, not only his neck but many bloodstains appeared on his body. Thud. With a dull sound, the body of this warrior burst into many pieces in an instant. The whole scene looked very bloody. Lin Ziu's eyes widened. The warrior's body was cut into many pieces and the scene made Lin Ziu nauseous. Tisk. That's all he's got. Liu Huation's figure also appeared at this time, and he was standing behind them. Darn it. The other warriors were shocked and terrified when they saw the scene, but they still gritted their teeth and attacked Liu Huation. They all knew that if this continues, they would end up dead in the end and had no choice but to fight it out with Liu Huation. Lin Ziu was still shocked by Liu Huation's terrifying skills when he felt something all of a sudden. The pupils in his eyes constricted as he held the dark-edged spear in his hand and stabbed it towards the back. Dang! As the spear stabbed over. At this moment, there was a crisp sound. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man holding a saber, about to attack Liu Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Liu Yu was absorbing the energy of the ice Lotus Fire and couldn't resist this person's attack at all. It's you. After Lin Ziu blocked the attack of the man, he looked at the man and said coldly. This person was clearly the last warrior who had survived at the bottom of the lake. Originally, Lin Ziu and Liu Yu were going to kill him, but didn't expect him to be gone. Damn it, originally, he wanted to kill Liu Yu with this saber to see if he could get the ice Lotus Fire that she had swallowed. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Ziu would stop him. This had really maddened by him. He swung the saber in his hand with a violent force, and while pushing Lin Ziu's dark-edged spear away, he was going to slash down on Liu Yu's body. Dang dang dang. But the dark-edged spear in Lin Ziu's hand blocked his attack once again. I'm going to kill you. Lin Ziu blocked the attack again, and the man became furious. At this moment, he waved the saber in his hand and attacked Lin Ziu widely. This man was attacked by Lin Xiu and Liu Yu just now at the bottom of the lake, so he was injured. Even if he was a rank 7 warrior, under this kind of wounded state, his combat effectiveness wouldn't be very powerful. Swish swish swish. Lin Xiu attacked while dodging his attacks. During the battle, the warrior's saber failed to attack Lin Xiu. Earth-shattering divine slash. At this moment, this warrior obviously did not want to be entangled with Lin Xiu. His expression changed and his hands gripped the hilt of the saber tightly as a strong force burst out and a clanging sound came from his saber. Then, a huge and terrifying power came from the saber and it slashed directly towards Lin Xiu. Bang! A loud sound echoed through the air as he slashed directly at Lin Xiu's body. Even if Lin Xiu blocked the attack with his dark edge spear, the power of this guy's skill seemed to be too strong. At this moment, he cut Lin Xiu's body and the dark edge spear in half. Go to hell, kid. The warrior saw Lin Xiu being chopped in half and his expression became hideous. An ecstatic look appeared on his face. No, this isn't right. At this moment, he clearly felt that he cut Lin Xiu's body in half. But there wasn't any blood spattering out. Then, he saw that Lin Xiu, who was chopped in half, turned into smoke in an instant. Swish. The man had sensitive ears and clearly heard something at this moment. He turned around swiftly. Then, he saw a cold light coming. But he was a rank 7 warrior who had fought many battles after all. At this critical moment, a spear went past his body and he dodged it. He dodged. At this moment, the look on Lin Xiu's face changed. He didn't expect this guy to react so quickly. Lin Xiu already used mirror image twice, so this was the last time. Originally, Lin Xiu planned to use mirror image and attack him from behind, killing him directly. But he didn't expect that this guy would be able to dodge it, which really surprised Lin Xiu. And at this moment, he not only dodged it, he even attacked Lin Xiu. Dang! The dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand thrust over swiftly as well and it directly collided with his saber, letting out a loud noise. Pretty good, huh? The warrior said with a sinister look. As soon as he spoke, he continued to attack Lin Xiu wildly. Dang dang dang. He was using all his strength to attack Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu could clearly feel the tremendous force coming from the slashing of the saber and his hands were getting numb while holding the dark edge spear. Sure enough, there was still a gap between his strength and a rank 7 warrior. Go to hell. Chapter 322 Too weak. Chapter 322 Too weak. This man held his saber and was about to attack Lin Xiu again. Lin Xiu saw this and the pupils in his eyes constricted sharply. If he gets hit, he would be doomed. Just as Lin Xiu was about to dodge, a black figure appeared in front of him. Dang! A crisp sound rang out and the warrior's saber was instantly sent flying. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. Liu Huation. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback when he saw him. He saw that Liu Huation was already standing in front of him with a silver dagger in his hand. There was no doubt that it was Liu Huation who suddenly appeared just now, and used a dagger to hit the warrior's saber away. And at this moment, Lin Xiu looked ahead and realized that all the warriors had been killed. There were severed limbs all over the ground. It was a bloody scene. This guy is too scary, eh? Lin Xiu saw this scene, and the pupils in his eyes constricted. Those people were all high-ranking warriors. Even dealing with one was already so tough for him, but Liu Huation actually dealt with all of them so easily. With this thought, Lin Xiu felt a chill down his back. Who on earth are you? After the warrior's saber was knocked off by Liu Huation, Lin Xiu looked at him and asked coldly. There was confusion in his eyes. Liu Huation's strength was indeed too terrifying. He knocked out the warrior's saber even before Lin Xiu noticed a thing. You talk a lot of nonsense. Liu Huation looked at this guy and said plainly. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the silver dagger in Liu Huation's hand. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was covered with a large amount of black source strength that seemed to be flowing constantly. Why is this guy's source strength black in color? Lin Xiu looked at this scene and was surprised. Courting death. Although this warrior was a little frightened, he roared all of a sudden and stretched his right hand to the side. The saber that had just been knocked away by Luo Huatian went directly into the hands of this warrior. At this moment, he held the saber and attacked Luo Huatian directly. Dang! Luo Huatian didn't panic when he saw this scene. With a swish, he disappeared once again. How was this possible? This warrior originally wanted to slice Luo Huatian's body in half, but didn't expect that at this moment. Luo Huatian disappeared. What exactly is going on? Before he returned to his senses, a trail of blood appeared on his neck. You! The man opened his mouth wide and seemed like he wanted to say something when his whole head fell directly to the ground. Too weak, Luo Huatian said faintly as he looked at the corpse lying on the ground. When he said this, he turned to look at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu felt as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake and felt a chill. At this moment, Lin Xiu subconsciously clenched the dark-edged spear in his hand tightly and stared at Luo Huatian. Dangerous. This person is too dangerous. And he didn't know what Luo Huatian was trying to say. Fury was already activated just now, and he had about 2 minutes before the effect of Fury would disappear. Luo Huatian looked at Lin Xiu and slowly moved closer to him. Lin Xiu didn't know what he meant, but seeing him approaching, he continued holding the dark-edged spear tightly. He was ready to attack Luo Huatian anytime. Luo Huatian still looked a bit different from before. He now has long, straight hair and looked very dashing. But his moves just now were really terrifying. Swish! The instant Luo Huatian was about to approach Lin Xiu, his body moved slightly and he rushed towards him. He's coming! Lin Xiu saw this, and the dark-edged spear in his hand attacked him directly. Lin Xiu's speed of reaction has reached the extreme. Dang dang dang. The dark-edged spear stabbed over continuously, then collided with the dagger in Luo Huatian's hand, giving off a ring, a metallic sound. Lin Xiu's eyes were full of shock at this time. This guy is holding a dagger, but he has such a terrifying strength. Not only does he have no advantage with his gun, but the weapon in his hand almost knocks his dagger out. Lin Xiu slammed one side of his body, and after avoiding Luo Huatian's attack, his body slammed forward. Torrential storm of rose flowers. At this moment, Lin Xiu's spear pierced to the front at an extremely fast speed. The spear turned into a lot of black shadows and dozens of spears shot out in an instant. Dang dang dang. But when Luo Huatian saw this scene, he didn't even dodge and the dagger in his hand was like a phantom, blocking all of Lin Xiu's attacks. Swish! And in the next instant, with a sudden movement of his body, he rushed to the front and then appeared in front of Lin Xiu. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted immediately, and when he was about to move, he saw a dagger placed on his neck. You lost, Luo Huatian said faintly at this time. Lin Xiu felt the icy cold blade on his neck and his scalp went a little numb. If Luo Huatian simply exert force on the dagger in his hand, his head would probably fall off to the ground just like those warriors just now. But in the next moment, Luo Huatian removed the dagger from Lin Xiu's neck. You're not going to kill me, Lin Xiu stared at him and asked. You lasted for 10 seconds. Not bad. Luo Huatian looked at Lin Xiu and said with a smile. Lin Xiu didn't notice it, but there was a blazing passion in Luo Huatian's eyes. It has been a long time since I met such an interesting person, but he still needs to grow up a little more. At this moment, he ruffled his hair, a little annoyed. If I killed you, my sister wouldn't let me off. Chapter 323 Awakened Luo Yu. Chapter 323 Awakened Luo Yu. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Huatian strangely, then turned his eyes over to Luo Yu. It was as though Luo Yu's state had turned weird after absorbing the ice Lotus Fire energy. White smoke emitted out of her body and Lin Xiu was able to see a thin layer of ice on her skin. What is going on? Leave her. Luo Huatian walked over and spoke up while Lin Xiu was still in shock, as though having sensed his thoughts. Luo Huatian continued. She is absorbing the ice Lotus Fire now. There shouldn't be any issues. Lin Xiu nodded his head upon hearing the assurance and sat by the side. He immediately felt all his strength being sapped from his body the moment he sat down and became weak. Fury had just ended and Lin Xiu felt extremely tired. Without thinking further, He activated his cultivation technique and started absorbing energy from around him. The abundance of energy in the air around him surprised Lin Xiu, causing him to feel much more comfortable. Rolly tried to crawl out of Lin Xiu's bag, but upon discovering Luo Huatian beside Lin Xiu, it quickly returned. What an interesting guy. Luo Huatian sat on the other side and supported his chin as he observed Lin Xiu, and licked his lips as he muttered to himself, but he isn't strong enough yet. When he matures, it'll be much more fun. Lin Xiu felt as though he was being stared at and his scalp started to turn numb. He opened his eyes and looked at Luo Huatian looking back at him. Luo Huatian saw Lin Xiu looking over and gave a smile. Lin Xiu felt a shiver go down his back as he trembled slightly. Why does he look like a gay? Lin Xiu immediately felt slightly disgusted by this, and quickly closed his eyes to focus on his cultivation technique instead. Minutes and seconds passed and afternoon came. The sky started to turn slightly darker. Phew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He noticed Luo Yu was still seated in the same position. The absorption of the ice Lotus Fire seemed to still be in progress. Lin Xiu was able to see that the grass around Luo Yu was covered with a layer of frost. Boundless cold Kai was emitted from her body. But at this moment, Luo Huatian suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Before Lin Xiu could think further, he sensed Luo Yu trembling. Luo Yu Lin Xiu quickly shouted to her in surprise. But Luo Yu's eyes remained closed and her brow started to frown. Luo Yu! What happened? The change in her situation surprised Lin Xiu. He continued to probe her and extended his hand to her shoulder with the intent of calling her up when he felt an intense cold aura enveloping his body. Lin Xiu's hand was immediately covered with a thin layer of frost. Cold! So cold that even his bones seemed to have froze. Lin Xiu retracted his hand and the layer of frost slowly disappeared. Luo Yu's lips spewed out white gas and her entire body trembled as though she was unable to bear the frigid cold aura. What do I do? Lin Xiu became slightly anxious at the sight of this. He could not get closer to her because once he did, the cold aura would freeze his body. Will the ice Lotus Fire be afraid of the red Lotus Fire? Lin Xiu suddenly became curious at this thought. The two are both Lotus Fire, so they should be on par. Lin Xiu extended his right hand and used his source strength to converge at his palm. His pupils constricted as a burst of flame suddenly appeared. The red Lotus Fire caused the air around the turn red. The cold aura around Luo Yu's body slowly disappeared. Lin Xiu was shocked by the change. The red Lotus Fire can be used in this way. Luo Yu's trembling body seemed to slow down. The appearance of the red Lotus Fire caused the surrounding area to turn warm and her complexion became much better. Lin Xiu sat by her side and maintained the red Lotus Fire to warm her body. But the consumption of source strength was extremely rapid. For the sake of maintaining the state, Lin Xiu took out all the odd crystals and absorbed their energies while maintaining the fire. Minutes and seconds passed and night came. Lin Xiu was no longer able to hold on and fell to the ground as he gasped for breath. It was too tiring for him. The state of using source strength to unleash the red Lotus Fire was too horrifying. All around him were transparent odd crystal rocks. The bag filled with odd crystals was completely absorbed. While he was gasping, he sensed something and turned to see Luo Yu. She had awoken and was looking at him. Lin Xiu revealed a joyous expression as he sat back up. He looked at her. You're awake. Luo Yu nodded her head. Her complexion was not good and her originally white face was even paler. Her body emitted a faint cold aura that made Lin Xiu feel cold. She looked at Lin Xiu with a trace of gentleness in her eyes that disappeared quickly. After hesitating for a second, she whispered to him, Thank you. Chapter 324 Luo Huatian's Information. Chapter 324 Luo Huatian's Information. What did you say? Lin Xiu was startled as though he did not catch her words properly and asked subconsciously. It's nothing. Luo Yu regained her cold expression and replied indifferently. Lin Xiu did not find it weird and no longer dwelled on the topic. He changed the subject. Right. Did you manage to absorb all of the ice Lotus Fire energy? Lin Xiu almost died while absorbing the energy of the red Lotus Fire. If not for the system's devour ability, he would not have absorbed all of the energy so easily. But Liu Yu seemed to have done it much more effortlessly as compared to him. There's a bit left, Liu Yu replied without hesitation. She extended her hand out while saying so, and a white flame in the form of a lotus formed on her right palm. The flame danced on her hand, yet there was no heat, but instead a frigid ice aura could be felt. This cold caused Lin Xiu to tremble. What the hell? This is so cold. Lin Xiu rubbed his shoulder and replied. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu extended his hand out and summoned his source strength to his palm, producing the red lotus fire flames on his palm. The appearance of his flame immediately warmed their surroundings. Bang! As the two fires appeared on their palms, the two flames grew large and produced a loud sound to everybody's surprise. Damn it! Lin Xiu's expression changed when he saw the change and cursed as he retracted his source strength. The red lotus fire disappeared. Liu Yu also reacted quickly and removed her ice lotus fire. That's really dangerous. Lin Xiu perspired in cold sweat. He did not expect that such an occurrence could appear when the two different flames appeared. Liu Yu's lips were pale after using the ice lotus fire, but quickly regained color. What about him? Liu Yu looked around and asked. Lin Xiu knew who she was talking about. I don't know. I rested here and after opening my eyes, he was gone. Lin Xiu shook his head. Although Liu Huatian was Liu Yu's elder brother, they were completely unlike each other. He is very dangerous. Don't get close to him. Liu Yu nodded her head and said, Ziz, my younger sister, how can you speak ill of your older brother when he isn't around? Just as she said that, a familiar voice came out from the other side. They turned to see Liu Huatian walking over. Liu Huatian appeared with a powerful momentum, not like a buff and muscled male but with his long hair. He was charismatic and handsome with a hint of femininity. He looked at Liu Yu and Lin Xiu and gave a faint smile. Shut up! Liu Yu's face became even colder when she heard his words. She extended her right hand to the thin sword on her side and summoned it to fly out. She held onto the sword and aimed it at him. Come any closer and I'll kill you. Hey, you haven't changed. Liu Huatian saw her actions and shook his head helplessly. I wanted to go, but I felt that your friend is rather strong. Liu Huatian looked at Lin Xiu and continued to explain himself. Brett, do you have any interest in following me and experience another world? Liu Huatian licked his lips while saying that, and his cheeks seemed to flush red with passion. If you don't scram right this instant, I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yu acted like a mother hen protecting her babies and stood in front of Lin Xiu as she screamed at Liu Huatian. I say, you have completely forgotten about your brother once you found a boyfriend. Liu Huatian waved his hands helplessly. Liu Yu's expression became colder as she stabbed forward with her sword. Su-0. The sound of vacuum exploding occurred as Liu Yu turned into a phantom and shot forward at an extremely frightening speed. Even Lin Xiu could not help but be stunned by her speed. Her current speed was so fast that Lin Xiu felt that it was inconceivable. Is that the gain in strength after absorbing the ice lotus fire? Clank! But just as Liu Yu was about to stab Liu Huatian with her thin sword, he moved and wielded a short blade that was used to massacre countless warriors and blocked her sword, producing a loud and sonorous sound. Your temper hasn't changed one bit. Liu Huatian shook his head. Liu Yu snorted and retracted her sword before stabbing out again. Clank, clank, clank. But Liu Huatian was too strong and was able to parry her attacks. Liu Yu's sharp sword skills were useless against him. Alright, I'm not playing with you. Liu Huatian's dagger produced a black light that was backed up by a powerful force. Liu Yu felt the impact and retreated a few steps. I'm here to tell you that father is calling you back. It's time to finish the thing. Liu Huatian's eyes finally became serious and he looked over to Lin Xiu while speaking to Liu Yu. Liu Yu's figure turned sluggish when she heard his words. Her expression also changed. None of your business. Liu Yu replied indifferently. I'm not trying to. I'm merely here to inform you. Liu Huatian shook his head and continued. I've killed the warriors here. It should be easy for you guys to leave. Alright, goodbye. With that said, he turned and suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Chapter 325 Liu Yu's enemy. Lin Xiu was surprised when he saw this scene. Luo Huation's strength was really terrifying, and he disappeared without Lin Ziyu realizing it at all. He's from the dark world and isn't like us ordinary humans. Luo Yu stared towards the front and said faintly, "The dark world." Lin Ziyu had heard about this so-called dark world and was a little confused. Is this so-called dark world really so scary? Luo Yu nodded and continued, "The dark world is at the abandoned zones, where the facilities are backward and broken and there are evolved beasts, zombies and some people living there. There are no rules and one could be killed at any time." With this, Luo Yu paused, then continued, "And he is one of them who lives there. But isn't he your brother?" Lin Ziyu hesitated a little at this moment and said aloud, "When he was 5 years old, my family sent him there to live alone." The Luo Yu spoke without hesitation. 5 years old. Lin Ziyu was surprised when he heard Luo Yu's words. Going to a place like this at the age of 5 is just seeking death. When he was 5 years old, he killed a quasi-warrior. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Ziyu and said, "Ahem." Lin Ziyu was a little embarrassed at this time. Luo Yu was clearly talking about the first encounter with Lin Ziyu. At that time, Lin Ziyu was still a beginner warrior, which meant that if 5-year-old Luo Huation met Lin Ziyu, he could have killed Lin Ziyu. "I'm really curious about how your family is like." Lin Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. Luo Yu possessed such terrifying strength at such a young age, and Luo Huation's strength was even more astonishing. If he guessed it right, Luo Huation should have the strength of a rank 8 warrior. Even the thought of a rank 8 warrior was terrifying. Luo Yu's body froze for a moment. But this time, she didn't say anything and walked directly to the front. Lin Ziyu felt the change in Luo Yu's expression and knew that she didn't want to talk about it. So Lin Ziyu didn't say much. "By the way, what are you doing here?" Lin Ziyu said to Luo Yu, puzzled. "Is it to find the ice Lotus Fire?" "No." Luo Yu shook her head as she walked. There was a cold look in her eyes. "Came to kill someone?" "Kill someone?" Lin Ziyu was taken aback and subconsciously said out loud, "An enemy?" Luo Yu nodded, then became silent. She was not someone who likes to talk. If it weren't for Lin Ziyu, she wouldn't have spoken so much. The sky is getting darker and they continued to walk down the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the base of the mountain. "Wait, I'll go get something," Lin Ziyu said to Luo Yu as soon as they reached the base of this mountain. Luo Yu nodded. Lin Ziyu walked to the front and found that there were already a lot of sharp rocks on this side, and the unicorn terror beast that fell was still here. The sharp rocks had penetrated its body. The blood that flowed out seemed to have hardened, and there were many black substance on the body of this unicorn beast. Part of its body had turned into white skeletons, which appeared to be caused by these things eating it. Taking a closer look, aren't these things the same scavenger crows that Lin Ziyu encountered previously? At this moment, as Lin Ziyu walked over, the scavenger crows had already pecked the body of the beast till it was completely gone. The body of this unicorn beast was completely gone in a short moment. As Lin Ziyu approached, the scavenger crows seemed frightened as they fluttered their wings and flew away. Lin Ziyu saw this and his expression changed. The dark edge spear he was holding in his right hand shot out directly. Swish! There was a sound that cut through the air, and those scavenger crows that flew away were all sliced by Lin Ziyu. The other scavenger crows also sensed the horror of Lin Ziyu, and they didn't even continue to attack Lin Ziyu. Instead, they flew directly to the other side. Lin Ziyu curled his lips. Although he didn't gain much experience in killing these scavenger crows, they were still experience points. After all, he shook his head and looked at the corpse of the unicorn terror beast. It had completely turned into bones. Fortunately, the sharpest part of its body, that is, its horn, was still here. Lin Ziyu slammed hard, then inserted the dark edge spear into the ground as he stretched his hands toward the horn of the unicorn terror beast. He stepped on the white bones with his foot. Then with a violent force, he pulled the sharp and huge horn directly from its body. Looking at it closely now, the horn of this unicorn was like black jade, and it has a very smooth surface. And its tip looked very sharp. Lin Ziyu put this thing in his backpack. The backpack was filled in an instant and even exposed half of it. Goo goo goo. Rolly, who was inside Lin Ziyu's backpack, made a disgruntled sound as it was being squashed. Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile. Settled, Luo Yu stood at where she was just now, and said when she saw Lin Xiu walking over, let's go." Lin Xiu nodded, and they continued walking for a distance before they reached the area where there were many corpses of warriors. "I found your sword here." The corpses of the warriors had all been eaten by scavenger crows. There were skeletons everywhere and under the moonlight. They looked terrifying. "These people wanted to kill me." Luo Yu glanced around, then continued to speak. "So I killed them all. The person you said you wanted to take revenge was also killed by you." Lin Xiu thought about it and asked. Luo Yu said just now that her main purpose of coming here was not to find Ice Lotus Fire, but to take revenge. "No." Luo Yu shook her head. "I was almost killed by her here. So my sword fell." As Luo Yu spoke, her eyes were icy. Let's rest here tonight. She would probably make her way here tomorrow." Luo Yu seemed to know what Lin Xiu wanted to say, and she spoke before Lin Xiu could say anything. Chapter 326 Leisure Time. Chapter 326 Leisure Time. Lin Xiu and Luo Yu stayed next to the river that night. Lin Xiu was still a little curious about Luo Yu's enemy. Who is it? While thinking, Lin Xiu was already standing in the middle of the river as he held his dark-edged spear and stabbed into the water, getting a fish that was quite big. The shape of this fish was similar to the previous world, but it was very big. Lin Xiu threw the fish directly to the shore. On the shore, Luo Yu has set up the fire, which was burning ferociously, causing her cheeks to be a little flushed. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu, who was sitting by the fire. At this moment, Luo Yu seemed to be deep in thoughts as she looked at the fire in a daze. Lin Xiu felt a little playful at this moment. With a wave of his right hand, he splashed some river water directly towards Luo Yu. When the river water splashed onto Luo Yu's face, she came back to her senses instantly. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiu said with a smile. "You're having fun." Luo Yu stood up, then revealed a rare smile and said to Lin Xiu. Hearing Luo Yu's words, coupled with the smile on the corners of Luo Yu's mouth, Lin Xiu felt a chill. Luo Yu seldom smiles, and when she smiled like this, Lin Xiu felt that something was wrong. As expected, at this moment, Luo Yu moved swiftly and appeared directly on the bank of the river. She waved her right hand and a stream of river water rushed towards Lin Xiu. Whoosh! Lin Xiu's body was soaked in the river water at this time. He was like a drowned rat. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment. Then he threw the dark-edged spear on the bank, and with a sudden force, he pushed the river water with both hands and sent a huge wave towards Luo Yu. Crash! Following the crash of the river water, Luo Yu, who obviously didn't have time to dodge, got splashed by the water, making her whole body wet. Even her straight long hair was clinging onto her skin. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yu, who was usually icy cold, looked very sorry. It was the first time that Lin Xiu has seen her this way, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. The moment Lin Xiu burst out laughing, Luo Yu had already gone down the river. Her source strength burst out as she waved her hands, and a huge wave rushed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who was still laughing, drank a mouthful of river water, and a small fish happened to be stuck in Lin Xiu's mouth. Lin Xiu widened his eyes, looked at Luo Yu, and quickly spit out the fish in his mouth. Then, he continued splashing water towards Luo Yu. The two people were like kids having fun at this moment. That's enough. That's enough. Lin Xiu sat in the shallow river water and panted. Luo Yu stood in the river, looking at Lin Xiu's sorry figure, and began laughing. Lin Xiu was stunned by Luo Yu's smile. Luo Yu, who was already too beautiful to look at, looked even more attractive with her laughter. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that she was exquisitely dainty and ravishingly beautiful. But what Lin Xiu noticed was that Luo Yu was now wet all over, and her clothes were now clinging onto her body. It outlined her stunning figure. Lin Xiu stared at this scene, and felt that his nose seemed a little hot. At this moment, Luo Yu saw Lin Xiu staring at her body, and he seemed a little curious. When she lowered her head, she saw that her white clothes was stuck to her body because of the water, and it seemed a bit see-through. Luo Yu waved her right hand and formed a high wall with the river water, then pushed it towards Lin Xiu. Splash! Damn. Linzius' eyes widened when he saw the scene. Before he could react, the water hit his body directly. Ha. Although the water did not cause any harm to Linziu, it still tasted a bit strange when the river water entered his mouth, so he quickly spat out the river water. When he looked ahead, Luoyu had disappeared in the river. Luoyu was already on the shore, returning to her icy appearance, and at this moment, the clothes on her body were completely dry, which made Linziu a little disappointed. Was it fun? Linziu walked up from the river at this time and activated his source strength. In a short moment, his clothes began to dry slowly. Childish. Luoyu glanced at Linziu, then said coldly. But when Luoyu turned around, the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Tisk. Linziu curled up his lips. She called me childish but had so much fun just now. Linziu cleaned up the fish that had just been killed, then took a stick and started to grill it. The night went by. Soon, it was the next day. In the morning, Linziu opened his eyes and found that Luoyu was already awake. At this moment, she was waving the long sword in her hand. Swish, swish, swish. There were sounds of the blade cutting through the air. Luoyu's swordsmanship looked ferocious, but at the same time, she wielded very gracefully. It was like a kind of enjoyment watching her swing a long sword like this. The fish is ready. Seeing that Linziu had woken up, Luoyu said aloud. Hearing Luoyu's words, Linziu looked over to the front and found that the fire seemed to have just gone out and it was still warm. There was a wooden stick with a grilled fish. It seems that Luoyu had caught the fish and barbecued it early in the morning. At this moment, there was a hint of warmth in Linzius' eyes. Then, he didn't stand on ceremony and took the grilled fish directly and ate it. Although there was no oil or salt on the grilled fish, Linziu found it very delicious. When Linziu finished the grilled fish and filled his stomach, he heard a rustling sound next to him all of a sudden. What's that? Chapter 327 Luoyu's enemy appears. Chapter 327 Luoyu's enemy appears. Linzius' expression changed when he heard this voice, then stood up and looked at the other side. As he looked at this scene, the look in his eyes changed, because Linziu saw that up ahead, there appeared to be some warriors coming over. There were so many of them which made Linziu frown. Luoyu also noticed this, and at this moment, she froze and followed Linzius' gaze. In a short while, a few warriors appeared. These warriors wore battle suits and looked very well equipped. As soon as the analytic eye was activated, Linziu found out that these warriors were all rank 6 and rank 7 warriors. Your enemy? Linziu looked at Luoyu and asked. No, they are too weak, Luoyu said, shaking her head. Boy, are you also looking for ice? Lotus Fire? A warrior looked at Linziu and snorted coldly. Hearing their words, Linzius' expression remained unchanged and he replied indifferently. What do you think? Watch the way you talk. When a warrior heard Linzius' arrogant tone, his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed loudly. The eyes of the other warriors turned towards Linziu as their hands clenched their weapons. Their eyes were full of killing intent. If there's nothing else, you guys may take your leave. Linziu waved and said. When they heard Linzius' words, their expressions suddenly changed. A warrior was a little angry at this time and rushed to Linziu. With a huge axe in his hand, he slashed directly at Linziu like he wanted to chop Linzius' body in half. Bang! But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, Linziu easily dodged the attack. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. Then in the next moment, he waved the giant axe in his hand again towards Linziu. Dang! But at this moment, a long sword stabbed out from Linzius' side and hit the big axe directly. A loud noise rang out. The warrior lost his grip of the giant axe due to the powerful force, and it fell to the ground. You! The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking up, he saw Luoyu standing next to Linziu. Luoyu held a long sword in her hand, looked at this man with cold eyes, then glanced at the warriors behind him and said coldly, Stay if you want to die. The man who was holding the battle axe heard Luoyu's words, and although they were extremely arrogant, he had to admit that the cold air around this girl made him tremble. Courting death. Those warriors who were at the back were pissed off by these two people and they roared loudly. Then, they wanted to charge towards Lin Xiu. They wanted to get rid of both Lin Xiu and Liu Yu directly. Liu Yu looked at the people who were about to charge over and did not move at all, but at the next moment, Liu Yu seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened and her pupils constricted suddenly. What's the matter? Lin Xiu, who was standing next to Liu Yu, clearly felt something odd about Liu Yu and asked, "She's here." Liu Yu clenched the long sword in her hand tightly and even looked a little frightened. "She's here." "Who?" Lin Xiu was a little confused when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Those warriors who wanted to charge towards Lin Xiu and Liu Yu to kill them were also taken aback by the sudden wind. They stopped in their tracks, then turned around and saw a figure approaching. "Who is it?" A man at his back saw the scene and his expression changed as he called out. As soon as he said that, a cut suddenly appeared on his neck. "You!" His eyes widened and in the next moment, his head fell off directly and blood sprayed all over the ground. When the other warriors saw this scene, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. They looked at this scene in disbelief. It was really terrifying. The man who was alive and kicking a moment ago simply died so tragically. Lin Xiu witnessed this and the pupils in his eyes constricted. "What exactly is going on? Didn't expect that you actually dared to come here." A voice that sounded a little sinister came from the other side. Lin Xiu stared ahead and soon saw a tall figure. This was a woman who seemed very charming. The weapons in her hands were also very weird. They were rarely seen and were a pair of double rings. "Who are you?" These warriors looked at the woman who was slowly approaching. Although they were still trembling, they still roared loudly while staring at the woman. "1 second. Otherwise, you're all dead." The woman looked at the man and said with a weird smile, "Courting death." This man was a rank 7 warrior. Hearing this woman's words, his body trembled even harder. He clenched the saber in his hand and rushed directly to the woman. Swish! He was very fast and he appeared directly in front of the woman, holding a saber in both hands and slashing down on the woman's body, asking for it. The woman lifted her right hand that was holding the ring and that weapon knocked against the man's saber, letting out a dull sound. Bang! At this moment, this man's weapon was directly hit by her spiked ring and it was broken. How was this possible? The man's eyes were full of shock and he was in complete disbelief at this time. Swish! Just then, the man saw a cold light flashing in front of him. Before he could even use the sphere, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. His eyes widened, then in the next instant, his body fell directly to the ground. The rest of you still want to give it a go. Chapter 328 Zhang Jai. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. The woman licked her lips and said to the warriors. When those warriors heard this woman's words, their bodies trembled. Terrifying. She's terrifying. They never expected that their leader, a rank 7 warrior, would die just like that even before he had time to unfold the sphere. In this short period of time, they have lost 2 warriors. The terrifying power of this person made them tremble. One of the warrior's legs trembled and at the next moment, he turned around and ran to the other side. As the man ran away, the other men ran as well. These people had no fighting spirit left in them at all. This woman's strength had far exceeded their imagination. You're not leaving at this moment. The woman looked at Lin Xiu and asked, Why should I? Lin Xiu stared at her without the slightest fear and said indifferently, but on the inside, Lin Xiu was still in shock. His analytic eye was activated and he found out that the strength of this woman was clearly the level of a rank 7 warrior, which was similar to the rank of some of the warriors just now. But why? Why was the difference in strength so huge? Oh, so you were not in the same group as those people. A strange look appeared in the woman's eyes. Then she licked her red lips and said, Is she the one you were talking about? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu next to him and asked. Yeah. Liu Yu nodded, then looked at the woman over there and said, Zhang Jai, let's settle our differences here. The woman Liu Yu called Zhang Jai burst into laughter. Settle it with your current level. I still remember how you were beaten by me here a few days ago, and you even dropped your sword. Didn't expect that you would dare to come back here, Zhang Jai said coldly while looking at Liu Yu. However, Liu Yu heard her words and did not speak. but moved closer to her step by step, courting death. Seeing Liu Yu's movements, Dang Jai seemed angered and suddenly rushed towards Liu Yu. Her speed was very fast. At this time, she charged over and found that Liu Yu also rushed directly towards her. This made Zhang Jai feel as if she had been challenged, and her expression turned sinister. With a wave of the ring in her hand, the two rings flew directly to Liu Yu. The rings were spinning crazily at an extremely fast speed and appeared to become rays of cold light. Dang! Liu Yu saw this scene, and with a violent wave of the longsword, it hit the spinning rings. But not only did the rings not budge from Liu Yu's attack, Liu Yu even felt a strong impact which caused her to take a few steps back. Also, there was another spinning ring behind rushing towards Liu Yu at a crazy speed. Dang! Just then, Lin Xiu charged ahead directly. Then he thrust his spear and knocked the spinning ring directly. Lin Xiu's hit was just like Liu Yu's. They both felt the strong impact from the spinning ring and took a few steps back. But Liu Yu took advantage of this opportunity to avoid the direct impact of these rings. Swish swish! These two rings crashed into the trees behind Liu Yu, and like a circular electric saw that rotates wildly, they instantly cut off all the branches of the giant trees behind. Boom boom! The row of huge trees with black branches all fell down, letting out loud noises. This is too scary. Lin Xiu saw this scene and his eyes were full of shock, because Lin Xiu knew that the bark of these trees was very tough, and he didn't expect that such tough trees would be chopped off so easily. Hee, seems like you guys are pretty strong. Soon, the two rings that were spinning crazily in the air flew back directly into Zhang Jai's hands, and she caught them. Next, I will kill both of you. After catching the rings in her hand, Zhang Jai looked at Liu Yu, then at Lin Xiu, and let out a weird laugh. Lin Xiu held the dark-edged spear tightly with both hands as he looked at Zhang Jai, and his body tensed up. He felt that this woman was unlike ordinary warriors and had a dangerous air around her. This was similar to how he felt towards Liu Huatian. But it was clear that Liu Huatian's was much more dangerous than this woman. Leave! Liu Yu held the long sword in her right hand tightly, then said to Lin Xiu. No way! Lin Xiu shook his head and said, Both of you shall not leave, both of you must die here, Zhang Jai said sinisterly, then moved directly towards Liu Yu and Lin Xiu. Just like before. The moment she rushed over, her hands waved hard, and the two rings in her hand spun in the air at a very fast speed as they charged towards Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. Awe of the Phoenix! Lin Xiu yelled suddenly and waved the dark-edged spear with both hands vigorously. At this moment, one after another flaming birds burst out of Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear. They charged forward directly. The flame was very hot and the air seemed distorted because of the fire. Dang Jai had already taken out a short knife at this time, and when she was about to continue charging over, she noticed the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, her expression changed slightly and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. But she reacted very quickly and easily dodged the attack of the flames. Moreover, the double ring she tossed didn't seem affected by the flames and directly rushed towards Lin Xiu. Chapter 329 Zhang Jai's Terrifying Power. Chapter 329 Zhang Jai's Terrifying Power. Dang! Lin Xiu held the long spear in his hand tightly, then attacked the ring that was spinning towards him, and a clear sound rang out. And this time, Lin Xiu wasn't affected by the impact of this ring, but actually hit it away. The Overlord Spear art that Lin Xiu learned before was known for its power and dominance. Now, as Lin Xiu used his entire body's strength, his physical strength has reached the extreme. Swish! Meanwhile, Zhang Jai ignored Lin Xiu and rushed towards Liu Yu. Lin Xiu saw the scene and there was a change in his expression. Just as he was about to rush over to Liu Yu's side to help her deal with Zhang Jai, those two rings flew over again. Damn it! Lin Xiu, who was about to rush over, had to back off at this moment. These rings were too sharp. If he got touched by this very fast spinning ring, his body would probably be cut in half just like those trees. Dang! On the other side, Zhang Jai held the dagger in her hand and slashed towards Liu Yu's body. The dagger slashed onto the long sword Liu Yu was holding and made a clear sound. although Liu Yu blocked Zhang Jai's attack. At the next moment, another dagger appeared in Zhang Jai's left hand and stabbed Liu Yu's head directly. The pupils in Liu Yu's eyes shrank as she tilted her head instinctively and the dagger brushed past her head. The dagger was so close to penetrating Liu Yu's head. It seems that your strength had restored quite a bit, but it is impossible for you to restore it to the original state. Zhang Jai looked at Liu Yu while waving the dagger in her hand frantically towards Liu Yu. Swish swish swish. The blades kept cutting through the air and some of Liu Yu's hair was accidentally cut off. The situation was very dangerous. What did she mean? Lin Xiu heard Zhang Jai's words from a distance and was surprised, because according to what Zhang Jai said, it seemed that Liu Yu's strength had been weakened, but he clearly remembered that Liu Yu's strength was around the level of her rank 5 warrior previously, and had already reached a rank 6 warrior now. So logically speaking, she should have become stronger. Could it be that Liu Yu was stronger previously? But it was now too late for Lin Xiu to think about this. He looked over there and saw the ring that was spinning at a very fast speed in the air and rushing towards Lin Xiu once again. Lin Xiu saw the scene and the pupils in his eyes constricted. This ring was really terrifying. Just what force is driving it that it could keep attacking him? Dang. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, held the dark edge spear with both hands, then slammed it vigorously and knocked out the ring again. Awe of the Phoenix. The second he sent the ring flying, Lin Xiu waved the dark edge spear firmly and numerous phoenixes flew towards Zhang Jai, who was fighting Liu Yu. But it was as if Zhang Jai had eyes on her back. When the phoenixes were about to hit her, she jumped and dodged. Bang bang bang. One after another, the phoenixes all hit the ground, making a dull sound after another. You're recording deaf. Boy, although Zhang Jai's agile body dodged the phoenixes continuously, her hair still got burned a little. Zhang Jai's face turned gloomy. She jumped to the tree next to her and as soon as she exerted force on her legs, she rushed towards Lin Xiu swiftly. The pair of daggers in her hands were very thin and appeared transparent. Under the reflection of the sun, they flickered with cold light. Dang dang dang. Before Lin Xiu had time to react, she waved the daggers in her hands and attacked Lin Xiu wildly. Although he held the dark edge spear to block the attacks, Lin Xiu was obviously already a little tired. At the next moment, as the dagger in Zhang Jai's right hand slashed towards Lin Xiu swiftly, his head was cut off directly. Liu Yu's eyes widened when she saw this scene, but she immediately recalled something and her tensed heart relaxed instantly. She gripped the thin sword in her hand tightly, and at this moment, there was also a faint glow reflecting on the surface of the sword. Where did he go? Zhang Jai thought that she had killed Lin Xiu, but quickly realized that this Lin Xiu was a fake. The real person wasn't there. When she turned her head, she saw that Liu Yu had already swung the thin long sword towards her. The rays of white light on the long sword formed a crescent-shaped sword aura, which attacked Zhang Jai's body directly. The sword aura rushed over at an extremely fast speed and cut through the air. Get lost. Seeing this, Zhang Jai's expression changed and she clearly felt the horror of this sword aura. Then, she formed an X with the daggers in her hands and the sword aura of a cross burst out. It rushed towards the front. Boom! The two sword auras collided and a deafening sound rang out. Even the ground shook and there was rumbling. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu jumped up high and thrust the dark edge spear in his hand downwards, piercing a rapidly spinning ring to the ground. At this moment, with Lin Xiu's violent force, this ring was embedded directly in the ground. He finally dealt with it. Seeing that the ring that kept spinning was finally in the ground, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, in the same way, he pierced the other ring into the mud. At this moment, he looked at the other side and saw that Liu Yu's body was like a broken kite as she retreated. Bang! She pierced the long sword into the ground to stabilize herself. PFFF. At this moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 330 Blood Spurting. Chapter 330 Blood Spurting. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Zhang Jai was really too strong and Liu Yu felt a bit of tightness in her chest. She wiped the blood off the sides of her lips and stood up, then forcefully pulled out the long sword that was stuck in the ground. Why? Still not admitting defeat. Zhang Jai had a pair of daggers in her hands as she looked towards Liu Yu and said faintly. Zhang Jai didn't seem affected by the impact of the collision of skills. She looked straight at Liu Yu and said in a cold voice. Liu Yu ignored Zhang Jai's words, still staring at her coldly, her eyes full of murderous intent. This time I want just abolish your skill like the previous time. This time I'm going to kill you. Zhang Jai licked her red lips and revealed a sinister smile. The moment she said that, she rushed towards Liu Yu all of a sudden. Swish swish swish. This time, she clearly used all her strength and her speed had reached the extreme. In a short moment, she was in front of Liu Yu and the daggers in her hand slashed directly towards Liu Yu. Her blades cut through the air. Dang dang dang. Liu Yu waved the long sword in her hand constantly and refused to admit defeat as she fought Zhang Jai. Go to hell. But Zhang Jai was too fast. At the next moment, the dagger in Zhang Jai's right hand collided with Liu Yu's long sword, and the dagger in her left hand slashed Liu Yu's neck. Liu Yu's expression changed, but it was too late to react now. Dang. But at this crucial moment, the dagger she stabbed towards Liu Yu's neck was already blocked. A spearhead. A dark-edged spearhead blocked her dagger. Zhang Jai glanced to the side and saw that Lin Xiu had appeared, and the two double rings that were attacking Lin Xiu had disappeared. Damn it, Zhang Jai screamed, then suddenly exploded with even more terrifying power. Boom! With her as the center, a huge force burst out in an instant. Liu Yu and Lin Xiu were both sent flying from the huge impact. Bang! Both of them knocked against the branches of the trees behind. What the hell is going on? How could this person suddenly burst out with such a powerful force? Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jai with eyes full of shock and said to himself. His back was in severe pain from knocking against the tree. But before Lin Xiu returned to his senses, he saw a figure rushing towards him, and a cold light appeared in front of him instantly. Too late to dodge. Bang! A dagger pierced into Lin Xiu's forehead and went through his head. HNG. Go to hell. Zhang Jai growled grimly. But when she stabbed Lin Xiu's head with a dagger, she found that a scene similar to the one just now. At this moment, it was as if she had stabbed a puppet but no blood spurted out at all, and the body of Lin Xiu also gave off a loud bang before it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Boom! Just when Zhang Jai was puzzled, a loud noise rang out. She turned around and saw huge phoenixes charging towards her directly. Bang bang bang. The phoenixes were like a series of meteorites, hitting Zhang Jai's body non-stop. Everything around her turned into a sea of flames. Almost got killed. Lin Xiu appeared on the other side as he looked at the phoenixes in the distance. At that critical moment, Lin Xiu reacted quickly and used the last mirror image to dodge the attack. But right now, would the awe of the phoenix be enough to kill her? No. You can't kill her like that. Liu Yu walked over from the other side and said to Lin Xiu like she knew what he was thinking. Still can't kill her. Lin Xiu was taken aback. At this moment, as the flame slowly dissipated, Lin Xiu could clearly see that Zhang Jai's body already had a light blue circular protective shield. The ordinary things surrounded her body. Those flames didn't seem to affect Zhang Jai at all. Damn, this person actually unfolded the sphere. Lin Xiu squeezed the dark-edged spear with both hands. If he was also a rank 6 warrior now, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Because after a rank 6 warrior can unfold the sphere, he would be able to withstand many attacks. Tisk tisk tisk. Do you guys really think a rank 5 and a rank 6 warrior would be a match for me? Zhang Jai's eyes were frosty as she gave Lin Xiu and Liu Yu a sinister grin. She cracked her knuckles at this moment, then rushed directly to Lin Xiu. It was obvious now that she wants to deal with Lin Xiu first, because she could sense that Lin Xiu's power, although not very strong, was very strange. She could sense some danger. Slap. Lin Xiu hasn't come to his senses yet. In this short moment, Zhang Jai had already appeared in front of him. The daggers in her hand slashed directly towards Lin Xiu. A clear sound rang out instantly. The scales on the fire scale armor got cut off. Dang. Lin Xiu was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Jai to be so fast, and the dagger in her hand was so sharp. But it was too late for Lin Xiu to dodge, because the dagger in Zhang Jai's hand slashed into Lin Zia's body again, as the strongest part of the fire scale armor has been cut off. If he got cut by her again, he would be in trouble. Dang! Lin Ziu wanted to block her attacks with his dark edge spear, but he didn't expect that the daggers in her hands were so terrifyingly strong. At this moment, the dark edge spear got knocked out of his hand. Her dagger could slash Lin Zia's body easily. This time, Lin Ziu couldn't use mirror image anymore. Blood spurted out in a flash. Chapter 331 Cyborg. Chapter 331 Cyborg. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. It hurts, and the intense pain made Lin Ziu clench his teeth. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Ziu screamed just as Zhang Jai was about to slash his body with the sharp blade. Then, the dark edge spear on his right hand stabbed out, and many black substances burst out from the spear. These black substances instantly converged into the head of a huge dark-edged dragon and directly charged towards Zhang Jai. Zhang Jai didn't expect that Lin Ziu would have such a powerful skill. At this moment, the black dragon opened its huge mouth and bit her body, then rushed directly to the back. Bang! Zhang Jai's body slammed directly against the thick branches behind and a loud rumble echoed. The entire tree shook violently at this moment. Kill her! Lin Ziu bellowed. At this moment, Liu Yu had already rushed over and she was about to attack Zhang Jai with her long sword. Zhang Jai looked at Liu Yu, who was rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed, and her face turned ugly, as this skill released by Lin Ziu caused her body to hit against the branch at the back. She felt an intense pain throughout her body. A rank 5 warrior actually injured her for her. This was simply embarrassing, and she was even more shocked that this dragon that was formed out of a black mist was still biting onto her body and she couldn't move at all. At this time, Liu Yu had already rushed in front of Zhang Jai, and the long sword in her hand slashed Zhang Jai's neck. Go to hell, Liu Yu said coldly, and the long sword instantly turned into a cold ray of light. Dang! But what she didn't expect was that when the long sword cut through Zhang Jai's skin, a clear sound rang out. It was as if her long sword cut into a metal object. Liu Yu's expression changed as she saw that beneath Zhang Jai's skin, there were a lot of machine-like things inside. Cyborg Liu Yu's expression changed drastically and she exclaimed, "Bang!" As soon as she said that, Zhang Jai suddenly exploded with power and she broke away from the black dragon. Then in the next moment, she grabbed Liu Yu by the neck. She lifted Liu Yu up with one hand and grabbed the long sword in Liu Yu's hand with the other hand. Hee, you didn't expect that I would turn out this way, huh? Zhang Jai said with a sullen expression, looking at Liu Yu. Only in this way can I become even more powerful. The flesh and skin of human beings simply can't reach this level, Zhang Jai said as she threw Liu Yu's long sword on the ground. Then, she tugged on the skin on her neck and very soon, the skin began to heal. Let her go. Lin Ziu saw this scene and rushed over, holding the dark-edged spear. He was about to attach Zhang Jai. Zhang Jai saw Lin Ziu rushing over and the pupils in her eyes constricted. Then, she moved her right hand and there was a strange noise around her. Swish swish. 2 cold rays of light appeared in front of Lin Ziu at this moment. Lin Ziu's expression changed and he bent his back backward instinctively, dodging the attack. But some of Lin Ziu's hair still got cut. At the moment when Lin Ziu bent over to avoid the attack, then quickly stood up, he could see that there were 2 spinning rings in front. Those rings that he had pierced into the mud began flying again. Before Lin Ziu had time to think about it, the 2 rings rushed towards Lin Ziu wildly. The speed of the rings' rotation seemed to be at its extreme as they cut through the air. Go away! Lin Ziu was a little mad now and his skills were all in a cooling down state. There was no way to use them at all. The only thing he could use was his own strength. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Seeing those things rushing over, Lin Ziu roared, and the dark-edged spear in his hand was like a stream of light, knocking out the 2 rings directly. While knocking those things away, Lin Ziu rushed towards Zhang Jai without any hesitation. He pointed the long sword at Zhang Jai. You want to save her? Zhang Jai saw Lin Ziu and she asked grimly. Then, she exerted force around Liu Yu's neck and was about to kill Liu Yu directly. She wanted Lin Ziu to witness with his own eyes how Liu Yu was killed by her. But just as she was about to exert force, Luo Yu grabbed her arm, and she actually felt an iciness. It was freezing. The look in Zhang Jai's eyes changed drastically. She looked up at Luo Yu and a white flame appeared on Luo Yu's hand. Then it was transferred to Zhang Jai's arm. These flames were different from ordinary flames. They were ice-cold, like her arm was frozen because of these white flames. Her eyes turned gloomy and the strength on her arm seemed to disappear. Get lost before Zhang Jai came to her senses. Lin Zia's spear had already pierced her body. Although the sharp tip of the dark-edged spear could not penetrate Zhang Jai's body, the powerful impact that it produced caused Zhang Jai to fly out directly. Lin Ziu stretched out his hand and hugged Luo Yu, who was lifted in the air by Zhang Jai. Are you okay? Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.